in Super Sealed to make it all the way to the final day. I mean, Disney is all about stories and storylines, and that's a heck of a story.
But I think we just got him solved, so we're about to
battle your way, almost perfect to make the finals. So great job there. And then Brandon picking Ruby Sapphire, an ink combination that everybody loves to love or loves to hate, depending on which side of the fence you're on there. You can run this a couple different ways with the items of the Shark variant, and it was the most popular deck
Did they
yesterday.
just name drop my boy?
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all. Ruby Sapphire, somewhat the boogeyman of the Lucada trading card game. But to finish your point you made about Mo, just to add to that, a beautiful story that Mo said after he started 0-2 in his day. Went to speak to his wonderful, supportive, beautiful wife and asked for words of advice, words of encouragement to get him through the rest of the day. And those words were, just stop losing.
Robert.
And he did. He did. But moving on, I will introduce you, but you can tell us all about your justifications for this one, Liam. I am joined by, of course, everyone's favorite Illumatia, Liam, in the booth with me, and what a pleasure it is to have casted with you over this weekend, my friend. And you picked Blurple as your winning deck combination. Tell me why, Liam.
Well, two reasons. One, you all
you did it from this
first
stream,
picked a lot of the combinations that were pretty popular and left me with nothing but Steel, which I'm sure we all thought was going to be banned all day, and it was for most of it. But I wanted to go a little bit outside the box here and pick an ink combination that was a little unconventional. I picked Blurple. Blurple is an interesting color combo for triple deck constructed. It does, unfortunately, unpair Amethyst from, or it forces Ruby actually into a matchup it doesn't, or a color it doesn't necessarily like. And in this list,
it was from it's on that other
Ruby Amber. But I was impressed with some of the Ruby Amber builds.
No, today I just turned up. Oh, it's from here.
Now, Baker, I have to say that after checking the list, I was a little disappointed yesterday because there was only one player running Blurple. Only one. But I'm happy to report that it was a 100% conversion rate for Lucas Kaupa, who is running a Blurple list. And
I did say Robert.
You're still live.
I'm still live, and I have to say that Blurple was impactful in the triple deck constructed because it allowed Lucas to navigate all the way into the final day. My pick for the player to make the top cut and then win was Zan Syed. Zan, we saw battle Frank Karsten in round 1. Clash of Titans. Zan is a DLC winner and a very prominent player. Zan did not make day 2, but had an excellent performance during triple deck constructed. So out of the caster picks, we had 3 out of the 5 make it in. Unfortunately, you and I in the end are the ones who were unsuccessful with our picks.
Yeah, didn't manage to win.
You watching Zach win today?
We sure are.
Man, the first match is going to be painful though.
But here we have them. Goodness me, a shout out to our
the volumes are much better.
This is, I don't even care. This is epic, mate.
Yeah, I just want to stare at this screen right
graphics. Here. So let's talk through them. In the top left, we have Ding Can Fam, or most commonly known as D.
Honestly,
P running Ruby Sapphire, Amethyst Steel, and Amber.
We didn't change any settings.
Is indeed in the top 8, a very seasoned TCG player, the winner of DLC all the way over in Melbourne, Australia.
So do we see any red green here?
A player who's all over the place. Everybody's familiar with.
We don't see any red green
in the top cut here. But then moving on, JD's pick, Edmund Chu, we talked about him a lot. He's the North American Challenge winner, running a list of Amber Steel, Amethyst Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire. A pretty standard list, one of the ones that we thought would be in the top cut there. And now moving on from our players, we can see the brackets here. And you see how all these players lined up based on their seeding. And we're going to watch all of these matches today, Baker.
Every single one. I don't want to miss a thing of the action today.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting to see all of these players.
Okay, so they're going to stream.
It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, so we got a while to go to Zach. But the nice part is, after that, it'll just be
lists that they know are good, that they're familiar with, and just bring
Kurt
really
Spice was on Dogs yesterday, and he had 2 really close games that were
on them to
yoinked away from him
day 1. And then there's some other players who went a little bit out on a limb, and you mentioned earlier, Baker, that you can choose to ban an ink color, and that kind of unlocks some unconventional color combinations.
Yeah, one top deck on Kurt, and then one top deck on literally the moment he needed it to not lose.
Kind of like hyper aggro wardy
but
deck.
I love Mo, so
very good, and allowed him to get here.
It was really well played by him. He set himself up for success. He was just like, these are my outs. I need to find it, and if I don't, I lose. So just go for it. Right?
Absolutely. But we are just about
3 Americans and 2 face-off in top 8. Yeah, we're talking about that briefly.
Yeah, that's on the bingo card. So hopefully, you will see that.
I'm going to lock in, as JD would like to say. But yeah, we're going to be going over to our players. Thank you for joining us. Stick with us all weekend. It's going to be incredible.
Oh, favorite deck is now red purple.
Oh, look at that. I think they fixed it. It had to have been a mistake.
Champion, the
if you notice, Ruby's ahead of Amethyst now, so I think it's pretty canon that it's now Ruby Amethyst instead of Amethyst Ruby.
This man is absolutely beautiful. You love to see that. He's a frequent Disneyland, California visitor.
It just rolls off the tongue better.
Which is funny because in most cases, I feel like alphabetical sounds better to me. Like Amber Sapphire sounds so much better than Sapphire Amber, you know? Or like Sapphire Steel sounds better than Steel Sapphire.
The cadence of...
He's so lovely. He really is like just a lovely human being. He's a lot of fun. He's
maybe
always
it just sounds better in the American accent.
He is in the zone.
You hear someone in
he's
an
very
English accent
serious.
say,
He is kind of known for that
probably better.
dead eye stare right to the opponent, but he's just observing. He's looking for reads. He's trying to get as much information as he can, and we can't hold that against him. But Liam, the opponent today from France in Europe, we have Illy. Tell us all about him.
Illy Vipierre, a fantastic player. I got to know him very well here. He's the Bologna Challenge winner. His favorite in combination is Ruby Amethyst. Now, he is a longtime Disney fan. Growing up, loved Disney comics. He has
cool.
editions 1
especially
through
in
50
Europe
of
where
this
those go so
magazine,
hard.
Which is a Scrooge McDuck
Right?
magazine.
Italy has
so
like
his
the
Disney
full
fandom runs deep. And so
Germany,
Lorcana was a natural fit for him as a gamer, a Disney fan, a fantastic player, and he's piloting kind of an unconventional list. We talked about, I briefly mentioned his Amber Sapphire list, and so here what we're going to see
Ruby,
is
it just
Ed
makes
Chu on a very
sense, or it just sounds
decks
good.
that he knows, decks that he loves, versus Illy bringing in kind of this rogue lineup.
He's staring down the golden Mickey, the one-of-one.
Oh my god, I can't believe they have it just sitting there while you're playing. Just like taunt
so
you,
North
like,
America
you could
versus
have it
Europe,
all.
you have a standard list versus an unconventional list. This is truly like one of the best matches to start with today. The storylines here run deep.
Yeah, let's not forget, the rules for the top 8 are exactly the same as they were yesterday. We have the bench.
I don't like
5 minutes to review
that should be a stitched
Then we will have the
part
benching
here,
phase where both players,
but it's
all the
printed
players
on.
this weekend were given tokens to represent their combinations of
that's
their
like
decks.
that's for
So
me.
in a moment after they've done the
If I had that, I would wear once for the event, and then just I wouldn't even wash it. I would just straight up frame it right after.
Same time which deck they're benching
Like a
for the
game
opponent, put that aside, and then both players will reveal at the same time in secret which deck they're going to be starting with for game 1. And if you win with a deck, you have to retire that deck and move on to your last remaining non-bench deck. Whereas if you lose, you can choose to switch to your other non-bench deck or stick with the same one. So that's going to be super fascinating to continue to watch that play out today.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Matches, I think, can be won or lost based entirely on your bench.
And Kylie was
and then
saying the
which
cookie
deck
cutter
you
builds are
bring
always
into
the best
first
because
match,
you just
or the first game. And you know,
I don't think
because
so.
that's a game as well.
Yeah, I don't.
You know,
I think
knowing
it's
that you're on the
basic
on the
to
draw
go
and
for the
knowing your
cookie
opponent's
cutter.
options
well,
and yours,
sure, but
that first game
it's obvious
selection,
that it's so
really
much
sets
better
the
if you
tone for
make
the
it
entire
to
match, and you can
the
be
finals.
either way ahead in terms of
Yeah.
odds of winning, or
Which
way
is fair.
behind, depending on
Yeah,
how
But
good
I
the
don't think
first
basing
phase
your entire
of the
lineup
Yes, agree.
around the finals
Yeah,
makes any
fantastic.
sense because,
So
dude,
these
even
You have
to
to get
get into
there.
the finals,
I think they've pretty
it's going to
much
be
finished
tough
their,
and
review stage, just
worth
waiting
a lot.
for the
You know what I
official
mean?
clearance so they can
Yeah.
move on to the benching. But yeah, what a match to start us off. Illy versus Eds for North America versus Europe. A great way to start. And here we go.
We still have bans up until the grand
face
final.
down the deck that they don't want to see. And Illy is going to be benching Amber Steel for Ed, and Ed banning Ruby Amethyst.
Didn't he
for
do that
Illy.
the last time they played?
This is the ultimate
in Swiss?
rivalry, in my opinion, throughout
He
Lorcana
banned
history. Is Amber
Illy's
Steel versus Ruby Amethyst.
Amber.
See, that's my logic too.
So look at that. This indicates to me I didn't see who won the die roll.
Or
But this
my
indicates
initial
to me that
logic.
Illy
I really
is most
never
likely
wanted to
on the
ban
play
Steel.
here,
I always
taking-
wanted to
selecting
ban
play
red.
his Amber Sapphire deck
Right?
first. You're going to get to see a spicy
Yeah,
show.
well, I
This is
think
a
Ed's
really,
just
really fun
doing
deck
it
to watch.
because
There's
in
some
Illy's
fascinating play lines
interview,
here. A lot of
like,
reward in this
he
deck.
said, my
so get ready.
entire
If you haven't
build
seen it
is
yet, you're
based
gonna have
around
some fun.
the
Ed on the other
Ruby
side
Amethyst.
choosing to take his Emerald Amethyst deck into this round 1. And
Which I don't know that I would have said in the
and I
interview,
can't remember
you know?
if this is the discard of the tempo version. I believe it's tempo.
Yeah, you
Because he's
review that.
running
I'll just
green
quickly talk
steel
through
to
Illy's
bait
a little
out
bit.
the
This Amber
ban,
Sapphire
you
deck,
know?
as Liam mentioned, a lot
And
of
then that
really
way he gets to
talented
play the
we
hyper
do have
aggro
puppies,
on
everybody in
play,
the
and then
audience.
Ruby
I'm sure some
Amethyst
people were very excited
as his like.
Yeah, but Ed has to play.
Turn 1, the 1-drop patch.
Yeah, well, I'm just talking about like Ely's strategy, like in general with his lineup. In this particular match,
definitely one of the main reasons
since he's on the draw, yeah, I'm surprised he's starting with.
I'm not surprised at all because
it's basically
a hyper aggro deck
on a body.
You
look at your opponent's hand, and you can discard a non-character card. And
considering his other lineup, which is
continue to be a resource for the game.
green steel on the play.
Necessities combined, and a fantastic card. Arguably one of the best.
That's his best choice is to
color combination
steal a game on the draw with hyper aggro.
Saying, you know what,
he has no real on the draw deck,
and taking it into triple deck, which is one of the things that makes this format so.
Yeah.
And
his best on the draw deck is red purple. I think that's the real reason why Ed banned it.
A 3-drop that allows you to play a 2-drop or less.
Well, because he banned it in I think they played in Swiss.
So that's a really aggressive strategy. We have things like Daisy, Dark, obviously a fantastic 1-drop, just questing for 2 with that big bulky 4 power, and even things like Ana braving the storm. A shout out to Ali Sweet. I know that's one of her favorite cards.
Beating Ed with Ruby Amethyst is go crazy. That's why I banned it. Nah. He has openly stated when he's lost the red purple mirrors before. But I think logically, when you look at his lineup, a hyper aggro
on turn 3,
Amber Sapphire
super fun.
Is
on Ed's side, he's playing the more tempo version of this deck. I know in recent sets we've seen
the very on the play advantageous deck. While it can still steal games on the draw, despite how fast it is.
The Amethyst build, but here Ed's playing more of the tempo.
Yeah, it's obviously way better.
There's,
I get it. I get it. I get it. Can't lose to it. I get it.
This deck is referred to as all Diablos because
there's
16 in here.
The Emerald Steel deck again.
Spirit Genie Wish Fulfilled. Ed running those.
Playing against it on the draw is actually
I think these days. On the
not bad. I'm sure George Rose's having that one extra card against Emerald Steel while you're on the draw and they're on the play is like totally fine.
Yeah, it feels really good.
While they're still in the power position to make you react, their whole deck is generally reactive anyways.
And discard a song card, but Ed will know due to the open.
Yeah, I think it's fair now.
Of this format, a single song in the Amber Sapphire deck.
Can you imagine? I
will be the first to admit I got into those cards because most of the decks I've played in my history of card games are just good cards got deck. In Marvel Snap, there was an archetype that was just good cards. The value of each card per mana cost or per turn, I guess. It was just insane.
I think this might be a bit of a challenge for Ed.
In Gwent, I always played Skellige, which is just every card was just value. Every turn.
The problem is, Ely runs
I played in Yu-Gi-Oh! I played
characters to give his
lineups.
So if Ely can get some of those,
I did like Dino Rabbit, but I always really good at it. And those decks are just good cards.
One of the other answers for Ed, or in these
that's what red purple is
Madam and Fox, which you can play on turn 3.
Yeah, draw and removal.
I don't see any run in Ed's
definitely.
List. So some of the cards that he would like to have to banish character for character.
And then I played Spellbooks, which is
early game. Ed's not running those, so I
kind of like red purple.
Perhaps
a lot
leverage
of draw
in the early game paired with some Diablos to get into some of those characters and find his way into a Cricky in the mid game in order to get over Ed or Ely is probably fairly.
Yeah, I need a blue boy QCR and a high priestess QCR. I don't need a playset, but I need QCR of both of them. They're cheap. I just haven't bought them yet.
Or even an emerald deck that has something like Under the Sea.
Quarter century rare. 25th anniversary.
Dude, anytime I'm sorting, like pulling TPG orders and I have to pull Yu-Gi-Oh! Quarter century rares are the worst thing in the world because you can't read the names, dude. Like, it is so illegible. I hate those.
But we do appear to be in the altering phase. Ed2 throwing back 5
That's the only time we'll get quarter century rares because it can't be the 25th anniversary next year.
Got 3 cards on the table. Are those the ones he wants to keep, or are those the ones he wants to send back to the deck?
So, like, I actually don't mind this matchup
has a Daisy
because green purple can't really interact with Lord, and again there is no real removal.
Which is really interesting.
So there are some more characters like Duke Weaselton, there's Wendy, there's
3 damage from a character and draw a card.
And
Yeah,
for
see,
Ed to
I
start
got a good look at Ely's
interacting,
hand. Not so much at Ed,
he
but
had
Ely
to
with 2
force
Daisy Ducks in
tempo,
there. Lady Family Dog. He's in
which
for a
Green
very
Purple's
fast
really
one
good at.
You
here.
can kit Daisy. That is one
That
thing.
is true.
Yeah.
The
You have
stats
to
of their
allow the rest
bodies
of the
are like
Daisy.
always
keyword,
really good.
which is so
And
relevant in this matchup where Ed's running things like you mentioned the kit.
I guess
There's
his
also
first real
things like we didn't talk
interaction
about
turns
Bruno,
are
and
3
one
and
of my favorite
5
new
with
cards.
levers and
Wrong
stuff.
lever.
Wrong lever. Why do we even have that
What do you
lever?
know about
Well, you
the
just to make
10K
you cry.
secret rare?
But yeah, wrong
I
lever
don't know.
and cards like Bruno, etc. do
Not enough,
indeed
apparently.
choose a
Not
character.
enough.
So Ward
It's
will
just
be
the highest
very
rarity
useful
of Blue
keyword
Boys
for Illy,
bubbles,
but this
and that was like
Daisy
my
does not
most
have it. So
favorite
hopefully
deck.
we've got a kit to be able to take some of that early pressure off.
Well, let's see. We're getting a little bit of a look at Ed's hand now, and he has some of the cards he wants. He does have that kit. He has a
I
number of
have
Diablos here, and he has
first
the
Ed
crab
Gemini
as
Elves
well.
from
So we can
Labyrinth
get a
of
Diablo on the
Nightmare.
board early.
4 of them
Establish
somewhere.
crabs on turn 2, and on turn 3, that crab is available to make those Diablos a little more
Is
powerful
he gonna
and
open
challenge
triple
into something
Daisy
they need to
again?
remove. Unfortunately, not enough to overcome the Daisy with that Diablo plus the crab, but Ed does have cards to answer here. So we'll see how fast Ely can start and how quickly Ed can answer.
And being on the play is huge, of course. Ed, you can see it on the screen there. First seed with a 5-0 record. There were 7 rounds, but as soon as you
I
got 5
definitely
match
have to
wins,
watch my
you were done for
opponent's
the day. So Edmund decided, okay, I've got the
emotion
5 match wins. I'm
like Ed
going to
does.
go
I
and
usually
relax.
just
So
try and
as
watch
a
their
result of
hand,
that,
and I
he's
pay
first
attention to
seed, and
ink
this
a lot.
is seeded.
I don't like
player with the highest
to.
seed gets to choose if they're going to be on the
I
play
don't
or
like
on the
to
draw.
ask
So
cards in
against this
hand
sort of
too
aggro deck,
often,
being on the play
unless
is
I
huge. You can see
genuinely
Arna
don't know.
sends
I like to
Inkwell, and down
watch
comes
and like
Gold's Dates.
perform in
Aggro,
silence,
that's one of
like
the most
just
aggro cards in
know
the game
what's
right now.
happening
4
without
willpower, difficult to remove.
asking how
And
much
coming
ink.
down on turn 1. It does have the
I
disadvantage
don't like
that when
to
you quest with
disrupt
it, your opponent gets to look at the
my
top
own
card of the deck. If it's a
flow.
character, they can put it in hand. Hopefully, you're hoping your opponent misses. At the very least, you get some information. But the drawback there is definitely worth it if you're looking to be aggressive.
Inking friends
To
is
be
something
fair, there are
I always
4,
do against
8,
aggro because
12,
I'm just never gonna have the
16
time to swing
non-character
it.
cards, which are 4 friends,
So
4
like
pull the
just
lever,
always
4
developing
wrong
bodies
lever,
to
and 4 we
maintain
don't
board
talk
before I
about
can swing
Bruno.
it.
But Echu going into
He
Whatever.
doesn't
turn
have
2 just
another one
playing
drop, so
another Diablo
he can't play
on
Daisy
turn 2,
right now.
also
He's probably
questing
gonna
the 1
go
already
for
there.
the
And you mentioned the crab.
Duke,
The
and
Merlin
then
Crab's
next turn
ability
play
to
Duke
boost up this
plus Daisy.
Diablo and make some nice challenges, although the 3 strength that Diablo
He's
would need is
watching
not
for a
enough to
misstep
take
in
out this Daisy.
composure.
But down comes Duke.
Or any emotion
Weaselton,
trigger is like
I don't
important.
know at this point, but a very
No.
aggro character.
Weaselton.
Apparently, I've always been good at bluffing Be Prepareds.
Peter Pan Shadowfinder also
I don't know what I do,
list is going to be
and I'm trying
really
not
good
to know
card
what I
against this
do
matchup,
when
of
I'm
course,
bluffing
having
my
rush
B
and
prep.
evasive and
So,
giving rush to your
I
evasive
just
characters.
keep
And
it
there
as
we do
is.
indeed see that Shadowfinder come down onto the board. We're going to quest with a couple of burbs, but now we are threatening the turn 4 giant spectral.
I like don't even
Iago,
know how
who does have
normal
that
aggro
evasive
decks are
keyword,
supposed to
meaning
operate
while
now
the
because
Shadowfinder's on the
I just
board,
play
it
so
will be
much
a rush
dogs, and I'm like,
4/6 body.
I love that he didn't quest with that because I would never quest with Daisy into the turn 3.
I think not going for a big blow up turn is important,
I see a Wendy
especially while you're
Darling in
against Green
hand. I do see
Purple,
that Thunderbolt
because
as well. We
they
don't have
have
Puppy yet, but
no
we're going to go
immediate way
wide.
to
Turn
interact
3
with the board.
Lady, which
You
allows
see
you
at
to
the
play
Lady
a cost
hand, nice.
2 or less character for free. So we're going to play a second Duke Weaselton, and then we're just going to pass. Illy showing a lot of patience here.
I still like that we're not building up to a big combo chain like my deck.
Sure, but let's say, let's say Ed didn't have the second Iago, right?
Sideways.
Yeah, Ely definitely playing a patient game here. He does have that Thunderbolt in hand. It seems his game plan right now.
Like, he has
right now Ed doesn't have anything.
Okay, so
really
next turn
ready
he.
characters.
Oh, but he
Doesn't
can't
have
shift. He
Scout,
doesn't have a
so
pump.
Cloud Kicker.
Yeah.
Goes
So let's
5,
say
we'll have
Ed
Elsa
doesn't have
available,
another
which is very
Iago, right?
dangerous for any ready
And he
character.
might have
But
to like
until that
ink
point,
a crab.
Ely's hoping to establish that Thunderbolt, that
Waiting
really
for an
big
ink
body guard
check
to protect
from
his characters and force Ed to
on
devote
Eli's
several
side
characters to
is
removing that
important
threat,
too.
leaving fewer to challenge his
Right?
smaller characters. But oh my goodness, look at this going wide.
What
That's
is
2, 4, 6, 8, 10,
Thunderbolt
12
cost? 5?
more
5.
on the board for Ely. Ely now deciding, do I want to put any of these characters at risk?
Yeah.
And no,
Oh,
he's
dude,
going to
this
pass
is
it back
huge
over.
actually
That's
because
12
now,
lore, more than half
draw
of the lore you
Inkable,
need to win the game sitting over there now.
play him in
This
bodyguard
one makes
mode,
sense
and
to me with the
He has
Alice
the Elsa now,
coming
which is a
into
great
play,
draw.
of course, when she quests,
But like I
you
agree,
can give Ward
you
and
wait for like an
another
important
lore
ink
pip
check
to
because you
another
know Ed is
character.
gonna
So
have to
wanting to wait
set up his
until we
board to
perhaps
match,
ward something up
right?
and get some extra lore out of it. But yeah, Illy's showing a lot of restraint, and we mentioned this
So let's say
yesterday.
he quested
Sometimes
last
the best
turn.
turns in Disney Lorcana
Ed definitely
can
plays
be
a crab instead
ink
of
pass
Iago.
or ink play a couple of characters, but don't turn anything
Yeah,
sideways.
exactly. Develop the
Identify
crab
the
first.
right turn. Illy just
But
pairing up the characters on board.
he
That
has
the
to
same way.
have.
A couple of Daisies,
He
a
has
couple
to
of
keep his
Dukes,
crab as
a Lady and an
reactionary.
Alice. But Edmund does come in with that 5th Spirit Elsa.
A really important card to have on this turn.
I think Ed's line is
just going to
correct.
sit there, build up that board, getting even 2 lore off the board here, super impactful. So Ed having a lot of the cards that he wanted to have early.
Ooh,
and
no!
He's not the aggro deck in
That
theory,
is
but he's
brutal.
pushed his lore all the way to 9. Definitely on plan here. Eli's going to hope to drop that Thunderbolt next turn, or several other high lore characters, and try to close out this game in 1 or 2 turns. But
it's not even about maximizing ink. It's more about maximizing his board to match, because Ed probably got the point that now he's going to wait for a bodyguard to quest everything.
Lady is no longer a puppy.
So
she does not
developing
have
a bigger body and then using Crab as reactionary tool is probably ideal, instead of leaving it on board. Yes, you can crash the Crab into the Thunderbolt, but then now you don't have a big body like Iago to match another character.
Savvy Sailor. I'm seeing double.
Double Alice. Alice's. Alice.
Alisai.
Alisai. Multiple Alisai. They're
what,
sailing across the board. Again, these characters get ward and
2, 4, 6,
lore
8,
when they
10,
quest.
12.
So that means, if you do the math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh no,
9, 10,
13.
13
because Alice gets
dangerous,
yeah,
oh no,
but
yeah,
11.
Yeah,
Like, if he quested
right.
And Eli now thinking again, do I put any of my characters at risk? Ed has 3 characters on the board which can respond. Eli doesn't know. We know that there's a crab in hand unless Ed inked it without us noticing. So Ed will be able to respond pretty strongly to any characters who go questing this turn.
Yeah, 100%. It is doing the famous finger math. I think we've all done this at some point in our Lorcana careers. Are you a pointer or are you a conductor? Let us know in chat. What's your method for doing some maths? But we are going to exert a quest with this Alice, and I believe that was an indication that we are giving ward and an extra lore to the Daisy Duck.
10, 11 lore, and now Ed.
I think he has to quest because
figure out his response here.
Ed is threatening 5 on board, which goes to 14, and then if he develops one single character, he has lethal on board,
has been super patient,
which is very likely that he would develop just one
Now
character.
we're already at 11 lore, and now we are threatening.
Yeah, this was the turn to quest, but it was also the turn that he wanted to play both, which
you account for Alice's abilities.
But he can't miss the quest here.
They're savvy sailors, so I guess it's a crew of Alice.
That's true. That's true.
They're a crew. They're a crew of sailors.
So with 1 crab in hand, that leaves 4 characters able to respond. So Ed will be able to likely remove.
So we can see where the Ed positions his characters. We can clear those off, and then there's still 6
we have that crab? Can you
on board.
Look at Ed's hand.
You have the crab.
I think I see a lever in there. I'm not sure if it's the wrong lever.
I think you definitely want to clear the Alice.
There.
Right. That's good. That's going to be super good to allow this Diablo to make a nice challenge into the Lady or the Duke Weaselton.
We
would be able to trade with that.
Nailed it.
Thank you.
We want to be able to clear the Weaselton.
Again, this is the World Championship. We're in the top 8.
Because of
This
ward?
is not the time to rush. We've got plenty
But
of
I don't
time
think the ward is
for
relevant
these
right now.
finals. We're only 12 minutes in so far. Best of 3, so take your time. This is what it's all about. You've worked your whole Lorcana career, and we are going to commit. The crab comes down, give Challenger 3 to that Diablo Obedient Raven. The Raven is going to trade into Duke Weaselton and draw a card, courtesy of that Diablo. One of the best 1-drops in the game, Liam.
Absolutely. It sits there, it gets lore. If you banish it, you get a card out of it. And it makes a heck of a crab target if it sits around there for a while. So very good use of the card there.
And this Iago Giant Spectral Power, 1 damage on it. Just an absolute beast. Obviously, these illusions have that vanish.
That's because that question was asked because Chloe hasn't been punished by it before. They'll know. They'll know.
I need to
you have to kill the Alice because of the +3
characters, because if so, that could be an interesting way of getting rid of.
We can still clear Lady and the other Weaselton.
Not a lot of ways.
I think we do have to ignore the Daisy.
This Iago's Giant Spectral Parrot next to the Peter Pan Shadowfinder is a match made in Lorcana Heaven.
Because it's 4 lore versus 2.
Sizing up these blockers here, figuring how he's going to allocate them. That Peter Pan will challenge into the Duke Weaselton. 1 damage there on the Peter Pan. And then Elsa will clean up that Lady, leaving the Daisy Duck, Donald's Date, on the board along with the Alice.
All right, we got rid of
Storing the heart.
a lot of
so
lore.
remove up to 3 damage from chosen character or location.
I mean, he's
So
still got
restoring
another inkable?
No, it's inkable, but it's
so it might be a
pop.
bit late now. We see Edmund going even wider and a smile on both players' face. I think they see the writing on the wall here. We do find Thunderbolt, which is not bad.
But a top deck,
you got to put it
not
tapped,
super
right?
helpful. I mean, we did need the ink if we
Not
didn't play the
necessarily.
Thunderbolt, but
yeah.
just
well, okay. So you
unfortunately,
quest
Ed with so much strength
5,
on that
but a
side of the board,
16.
a crab which can challenge in as well and give something
So
else.
crab can run
removal.
in.
Ed probably has the tools he needs to deal with
and
most everything. But
yeah,
buff
that
this
Thunderbolt will
the
go into
one
bodyguard
Diablo
position
to
as it
clear
comes
it.
into play.
After
And now
that,
we'll have 5 lore
and
available
then
on the
Iago
quest to allow Ely
kills
to go up to 16.
Alice, and then Elsa Pan kills.
yeah, but I think you just need to eat up as much of Ed's lore as possible to try. But I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
agree.
I
I
agree.
agree.
From this.
We are going to quest with Alice and Daisy for another 5 lore.
The other thing he can do is Ed has wrong lever, so
that Daisy.
he can just
you
bounce
you have to go this route at this point because Ed has managed to push
Thunderbolt back
so high.
since
There's
he's
really not a
maximizing
scenario where
lore
you can
off
leave your
Daisy
characters upright
instead of
in order
giving
to protect them
we
wait for
bulk
further
ward,
turns to
which
kind of close out
could
the
be a
game.
mistake.
If Ed is challenging
Right?
into Ely's characters to keep him from winning,
Wait,
he's
he
not
gave
questing himself,
bulk
and Ely really
ward? No.
forcing Ed to respond here, and
So
that's his way of
not
slowing down
giving
Ed
it
from winning the
ward
game.
allows
We do have
Ed
that,
to wrong
that
lever the
ability
bulk,
activated off the Daisy
preserving
deck.
his
Ed will
crab
find
and
Peter Pan
Yeah,
Shadow
yeah.
Finder.
to
Put that
No,
in
just
his
at first he
hand,
only went up
back
to
over to Ed
15, so I
response.
thought he gave. I thought your
Yeah,
team
we're
gave
going
it
to
to
draw a
him.
card.
he's got another crab,
Either a
so
crab or a wrong lever there.
like I actually think you wrong lever. I don't think you
top courtesy of the
kill your
Daisy
board.
trigger, and I don't see any reason for us not to just extend as much as we can. We do need to deal with Ely's board.
Because not only you banish the Alice and Daisy, you keep 2 more bodies for winning games.
Wait, why did he
so
just
it would
lose to
be
one?
exactly game plus 1 lore for the Alice, so the potential to go to 21. But we need to take out this bodyguard character before we can touch anything else. But if we can just deal with the bodyguard, then we can probably turn everything else sideways and feel pretty confident that we're going to be winning this race. What would be the best way to do that? Maybe something along the line. Oh, okay, we're not even going to engage
this is what
in
I
challenges.
thought
We're going to
I mean, this game's over.
there you go, exactly. If there's a pull the lever in your discard, you may put a card at the bottom of their player's deck. But if there's no pull the lever, then it's just return it to their hand, but which is also a very good card. We've seen Mother Knows Best see this play for a while. But here we go. The board absolutely cleared up, removing the bodyguard, and that's it. He's going to extend the hand, and Ed Chu wins game 1.
Yeah, hitting that second Alice when he needed
the Alice.
First seed.
No,
what a start, Liam.
You said
What a fantastic. So here I am saying Ed might have trouble navigating this with the removal options available. Ed showing it's no trouble there, going wide pretty early, gathering some lore, putting himself into that aggressive position, forcing
if
Ely
you give
to turn his character sideways earlier than he wanted to because Ed was going to threaten game
at least
long.
two
Really not able to find
characters.
He loves this line where he shifts Puppy and Thunderbolt.
Unless he wants to preserve like an Alice.
Yeah,
probably Elsa that would have died
gather
into
the lore
15
needed fast enough to prevent Ed from taking that game.
Yeah, the play being a very strong determining factor there, really. Just
that game was
missing
the
ink
was
maybe on the draw, Ed still would have been able to, apply a slightly different strategy to be able to combat the board and slow Ely down. But in this case, Ed does win and is forced to retire the deck that he just played. Emerald Amethyst now will be done for the remainder of this match, and Ed will be switching to Ruby Sapphire. But what's Ely doing on the other side, Liam?
Well, it seems, according to the graphics, that Ely has elected to put the Amber Sapphire deck away for the moment and bring out his Emerald Steel deck. This is a deck that he probably hasn't played too much throughout the tournament. Most people are banning Steel, pursuing strategies in their lineups to avoid this really powerful deck, which is one of the best decks in Core Constructed right now. I would argue one of the few Tier 1 decks. Ely now bringing that out on the play into Ed Chu's Ruby Sapphire deck. That will mean, though, that if Ely wins this game, he'll be forced to play his Amber Sapphire deck on the draw in Game 3.
Yeah, so we might see more of that Amber Sapphire and get another chance to see the Puppy shine. But yeah, Emerald Steel, to your point, definitely a deck that has another kind of boogeyman, I guess, in the Locata community. Quite often a discard package. And
we didn't see any Emerald Ruby in the lineup for
utilizing the Obedient Raven in that last match. But
the bingo,
so a devoted Herald
not looking good for Ely. Well, his lineup is not. His lineup is just super aggressive in all directions.
You think what's ramp
which
bait?
I don't
ramp
hate
is just what we use
because
to refer to
You can steal games on the draw, and then if you win die roll, you just have 3 on the play decks. You can throw away a game and feel fairly confident.
Yeah, of course, in this situation,
and then
guaranteed to be on the
it's really good if you make it to finals because for that same reason, with all of your decks. Exactly. He did do well. He topped, which makes me want to reconsider. I thought 2 on the draw decks were ideal, so that in case you lose the die roll, you can, leverage the core position of going second in your favor. But yeah. If you look at all of these lists that did top, they are very on the play heavy, which
who's a big 5/5. So we do have bigger bodies there, Liam.
Yeah, that's true. This is going to be a super fascinating matchup. Ely is going to be looking to put some hand pressure on Ed early if he can, just get some of those extra cards out there to prevent Ed's ramp getting to the resources that he needs to play those sweepers. But the interesting thing about these discard decks is they're not decks
I kind of want this to be the permanent going
top deck
forward
mode as
also.
soon as possible, and that's kind of what we saw early on when Bucky was running around.
Like, you want every DLC to be triple deck?
No.
On turn like 3 or 4.
Oh, yeah.
These discard decks put a little bit of hand pressure on, but they're actually kind of value engines. They have multiple ways to draw them quite a few cards, whether you're pursuing the unchecked Diablo-devoted Hairline, or you're going to put a Beast Tragic Hero on the board early, or probably the favorite of these decks, getting a Prince John on the board in the mid to late game.
No.
Discard
I mean,
yeah,
let it
in order to draw up a Prince John trigger. And it's not uncommon in these types of matchups, these games that go along, to see an Emerald Steel player with 20 or so cards in hand in the end game if you get that going. And one of the cards that actually makes
there's
this
so many
possible now
benefits
is
to it because we get to
Horizon,
see
which has found a really nice home snuggled
players
into
like really
Emerald
flex their
Steel discard
skills
decks.
on
This
all
is a
the
card that
different
allows you to
decks.
choose any number of
We get to
players,
see
yourself and
unique
perhaps your
decks that we
opponent,
would
force them to
never
discard
see
their entire
otherwise.
hand
Like,
and
you
draw
think
up to
anyone's
3
bringing
cards. Now,
Amber
you don't have to
Sapphire
choose your opponent,
to
but
be
if your
aggro
opponent has a hand of 7,
any
8
event
cards,
other than
perhaps your
triple deck?
control deck
No,
has managed to
but
draw
like it's
up
cool to get to see it in
cards
action.
like Maurice's Workshop or
there's
Popsicles,
pros and
etc.
cons
You're sitting in the
to
end
both.
game with 7, 8 cards in hand, and you're playing Emerald Steel. You have a Prince John on board,
formats,
forcing your opponent to discard all of those cards to allow you to draw 10.
I guess the best way for me to describe it and why I like it is that there's just separate strategies. Right? You build your best of 3 deck to have on the draw options, and then in this limit you build like your entire deck around on the draw or your entire deck around on the play.
The ability when this card is banished, choose one, either
you have
do
to
2
consider
damage to
both.
all opposing characters, or you can banish all opposing locations or all opposing items. Now, this could be extremely relevant in this particular matchup. Ed, not lacking
Worlds.
in
Yeah, no, that's what
Maurice's
we're saying.
Fishbone
Like, this
Quill,
would be for
Portacles,
Worlds.
Lucky Dime,
I don't think we're
all
going to
that
be
sort of
doing
stuff. Yeah, there was one Lucky Dime.
this
So
format
we could
for
see
like
a lot of value
regular
generated by
event,
this
you
Emerald
know?
Steel duel.
But for World, it
Maui,
makes a lot of
even
sense. I think it's great.
McDuck Manors in the list. Oh, is it? Are there?
Yeah. One thing I want to highlight.
Hold on, no, it's for Scrooge McDuck Resourceful Minds.
Especially because you're going to see all the formats represented throughout the DLCs. And in World,
terrible initial draw.
Ed passed with an open ink when he's got the Spirit hand, so he wants to hold it. I guess because he knows
hero shift on turn 3, but his opening hand fairly
That's how I played it
without
too.
a turn 1 play there. This is one of the openings that this deck does like. Thank goodness he found that morph there, drawing off the deck on turn 2, allowing him to unlock this beast. This beast will quest for 2 and give him some extra draw and kind of force a response from Ed. But without that,
you actually tweeted out yesterday.
You are absolutely right.
The 3 lists he would have taken if he was going to World, and I loved his name for his Trinidad list. He called it Bog Dog.
Open deck list. They reviewed each other's lists. Edmund on the item build of Ruby
I've played this matchup countless times, and I feel like my matchup percentage is
super goof. Although we're only going into turn 3,
really strong
so this is a
into Green
pretty
Steel.
safe quest from the beast here.
And Ely's stuck with those 2, let the Storm Rage on in his
usually
hand.
most people look shocked when I beat them,
right now. Not a lot
especially
of
on
targets
red
in the early
purple.
game, usually from
They always
unless
expect
he
like
plays
to
a
win,
Tipo or
but
puts a bell on board to allow you to target and draw another card. But
you
those
maximize
2
cards
cards are
in
fairly
hand
useless for him
always.
right now.
Yeah, Ely really
and maybe
wants to see
Ely
Ed
doesn't
play a
have Beyond the
character here so that
Horizon,
he can
you know?
storm it. Even if it's not taking it out, we're going to see the Fishbone Quill.
It's similar to playing Under the Sea. You have to be attentive to if they can swing Beyond the Horizon, and if they even have it in their deck.
Morph and a Prince John.
Did he drop or beat?
At least we can ink something.
No, he did not drop.
Yeah, well, I imagine this is probably going to be an ink morph, and then it's either the Diablo or one of the Prince Johns, although we don't have any discards.
Dang it. We have missed Diablo trigger on our bingo board, but not missed
when you do find the discard is good, but also getting this Diablo online is fairly reasonable. I wonder which Illy is going to opt for. It's interesting as well sometimes because if he missed ink, you might have had to have stormed your own beast just to draw a card, which then shuts off the ability to draw extra cards. I'm not saying he would have done that, but you might have not been that smart. But if you want to ink, you might have to.
You might have to. In fact, that's probably the play, to be honest. Illy electing to go with the Diablo here. He won't be able to use his ability this turn. It only works when it's exerted. But when it's exerted next turn, he'll get to draw a card each time Ed draws a card on his turn.
But with this Fishbone Quill, we can now ink up to 6 this turn. We are going to pay 1 for Vitalosphere, and then we're going to play down Scrooge McDuck, Resourceful Miser. Really fascinating card. You may exert 4 items to play it for free, and then you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck and choose an item to go into your hand. And Scrooge does find that Maurice's Workshop, the engine that really gets this all going. And now the Brawl for the Diablo. Pretty nice start from Ed.
With no more
Miss
Iron
Beast
Flavish
again.
Workshops are doing work.
Draw for your beast, buddy. Thank you. Oh my God.
Hitting that off the Scrooge feels really good. Ed then brawling that Diablo, getting it off the board, not allowing Illy to draw any more cards. 2 off the beast is enough, he says.
Yeah, 2 will do. That's good enough for me. But yeah, Illy with a really tense start with that brick of uninkables, but he has seemed to draw his way out of it. We're going to ink a Diablo, and down comes a second Tragic Hero Beast.
Not a terrible card to find right here, of course. As you pointed out, Baker, we're getting very close to Be Prepared.
Yeah, so you, my last, I don't know if I finished. You have to just be attentive for Beyond the Horizon Singers, and then you want to play
per turn,
1 to 3 cards in hand always.
Great.
Hopefully you can get to your 6 ink mark.
2 turns away from B prep if you account for the Fishbone Quill in play, because when the Fishbone Quill allows you to put another card from your hand into your inkwell, it doesn't even need to be inkable, and it comes in ready, so you can utilize that ink straight away. So just this 1 turn of drawing 3 cards, courtesy of 2 beasts and a draw for turn, is pretty good. We're going to play down the Maurice's Workshop, and we're going to exert 4 more items to play another free Scrooge McDuck. Of all characters that I think
all his boss monsters.
That is true. And Ed missing there. A couple crabs, Sisu going to the bottom of the deck, so no items found off that Scrooge. Fun note, as we're staring at Scrooge there, I like to talk about art every now and then. Scrooge McDuck is by Scottish artist Kenny Anderson. When I asked Kenny, when he did art in set 1, if he had a dream card to do, and he said there's very few Scottish characters in the world of Disney animation, but if he got to draw a character, he would pick Scrooge McDuck. So we were very excited to see this card out. Disney is about making dreams come true.
Oh, another beast.
Kenny's dream came true
Absolutely.
by getting to draw
Does
this
he do
character
it,
in
or
official
does he?
capacity.
Yeah, this is a really fantastic new card.
Well, he has to ink one of the
content creators, the 2 Scrooges who like to sit and complain about different. I'm joking, not really complain, but they like to evaluate your card and very much embody Scrooges. So shout out to you guys. But this game, still
Ed's been being really. He's been on 4 ink for the last 3 turns,
but we haven't seen a single discard tool, as far as I could tell.
But a trio of beasts on the board. Illy's seeming to find all of them this game, or almost all of them. So those will continue to draw him cards unless Ed finds an answer. Without a Sapphire Coil on board, if he
but again, he just wants to keep his hands
hoping at some point for a Be Prepared. Illy has been happy to leave those beasts standing upright, ready, drawing him cards, not putting them at risk to being challenged into by those Scrooges. But
basically
here comes Ed,
refilling
not
his
crabby
hand
at all to play this Tamatoa, happy as a clam.
while jumping
pull back
ink.
a couple items.
The 2 ink gets replaced by the 2
Not that I can see.
All right, so just a big body on the board, but a body that will allow him to get items in play for free if he's allowed to quest next turn.
Drawing 4 a turn is
I don't remember having
brutal.
A popsicle.
3 beasts.
I thought there was at some point, but perhaps potentially not, I guess.
Well, there is one in
another
hand.
Because I think it was a turn 1 popsicle from Ed, so it makes sense that you would pop that and bring that back. So I'm going to get some value from that Tamatoa. We are going to be inking Pete.
Right?
So interesting decision here. So if you are scared of the Be Prepared on next turn, you can play a Pete. Now, Illy does have another one, and it looks like that's going to be the play. So it is the Be Prepared turn. Illy shutting that off for this turn. We know Ed doesn't have it. Illy doesn't know that. And then going to play a Prince John. So going wide here, and oh my goodness.
That was hilarious.
So now,
3 of them.
Now,
to clean up the board. All 3 beasts singing 3 Strength of Raging Fire. This is probably a line of play that has never been done before in the history of Lorcana. What a fascinating play.
That is a lot of strength.
Just a
You must be
like...
Oh, you didn't finish.
And then he protects his board, and then
look at these beasts, Liam.
Really doesn't have discard in his hand, but if he does get it next turn, he can just quest all and maybe try and force
a tragedy of beasts. Oh, I like that. I think we make that canon, lads. I'm not gonna lie. A tragedy of beasts.
4 cards at the start of turn, though. So
but he doesn't have discard, so he can hit it now, right?
Yeah. So be prepared. Even if he had it, it wasn't available. It's a really interesting board state here. This is a lot of lore on the board for Ely, unless there's the Sapphire Coil, so that will pair nicely with the Sisu. If we
he could have kept the other Pete. Yeah, this is his 3rd Pete.
And we do have that Bell in hand as well, which we can play for free by banishing an item.
But drawing 4, maybe he'll get the 4th one.
You've got to think that Ed is just waiting for the Be Prepared turn. He has some time. Ely only a 2 lore. Drawing 3.
Or what if the next card is Pete and he missed it off the first?
That is incredible, especially considering the uninkable heavy hand that we started with. So Ely has done it was the story of the turn 3 beast, right? The shift on and since then we've just been able to snowball and really just
is there only one
completely. But Ely, I think, has got to be reading the B prep here. Edmund just playing down a Sapphire Coil, not doing a whole lot other than playing items, so that's pretty readable. But does Ely have another Pete? He doesn't. Does have some discard now, though. So
here it is.
There's the second Prince
Now, do you sing it with Pete or hard
And I think we're going to hear a sudden chill.
There's no reason to...
I would imagine.
I'm not sure what you play for 5.
Giving his best rendition of 101
the
Dalmatians.
4th beast, dude. Come on.
What is that last
You always leave me hanging.
No, it's the boom.
Yeah, you just go, brother.
That's okay.
It is the
boom.
boom.
So Ed being forced to discard a card.
Yeah, I like
2
to
cards
storm on your own Pete.
Beast now, as you
hey, Ursula's huge here. He can check
that.
He can check
for
but I mean, he doesn't know.
Right, but he has
to check.
There. That's a card that can pick Be Prepared if you manage to shut it down for a turn.
Yep, so we do have options to try and make sure that we keep our board. Yep, and we don't even.
Well, he can vision for it as well.
Sometimes, like, you don't have to have it, right? If your opponent is respecting it, then that's sometimes enough. You know, Ely kind of telegraphed that he might have it by not committing to the board, but Ely taking a look at the hand, not a Be Prep in sight, a Vision, a Sapphire Coil, and a Vitalosphere. So not even anything that this Ursa Deceiver can snipe away from the hand. But this Vision of the future might help us find the Be Prepared.
Do you hardcast Storm on your Ursula to draw another card?
You can ink again with the Fishbone Quill, so Vision of the Future plus Be Prepared would do it. Again,
I agree.
Using sudden or let the Storm Rage on.
The Diablo's scary to play here.
We're going to be utilizing that final 3 ink because we did sing with one of these
definitely
beasts
quest
to
for sure.
put the damage on Pete with Storm Rage on. Whereas we've got
they can still ink. I don't know if you do that
here, and I don't think Ely's going to want to play anything. He knows that there's no B prep, but he knows there's a Vision.
You can't even double cast anymore.
It as an answer.
No, he already inked.
Right, so. You know, we could have got another 2 lore out of that Beast Tragic Hero and just paid 3. But you never know what you're going to draw, right? Maybe, like, Ely was digging for a Be Prepared response, right? The P or the Ursula. So I respect
So we have
and if he picks that
7, 8,
no other card draw in
he can
hand,
play Visions, go down to 6, double ink with Quill. And
how does Ely quest with 2 beasts and he's only at 3?
Go that route. There it is, 2 ink. 1, 2,
Sisu is good. Workshop.
Whoa.
Okay, well, Sisu is still pretty good, and that is going to be the card that Edmund is going
at least clearing
the
rest
of the cards
PJs
on the bottom of the deck in any order.
But he can't
Sometimes
play
can be
it
relevant
now.
if you're, especially if you're playing against a whole new world decks, right?
It's pretty
He
good.
can also he has
we
coil,
had,
so you can
just
kill
the
1
right amount of
beast.
ink to get to the Be Prepared, the 7 ink with that Visions. I don't think we have enough to get to 8.
Oh, we can Fishbone Quill up to 8.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
And hit another beast.
Okay, there it is. Yep.
Yep, there it is. This Sisu is going to come down, wipe away the Prince John's, the Ursa Deceiver. Because of the Sapphire Coil. Yeah, Sapphire Coil targeting the beast, lowering the strength. So a huge Sisu off of that Vision of the Future. But to be fair, there are 4 Sisu in the deck. And I believe also 4 B prep. Is it 4 B prep? Hold on, is he even playing B prep?
Yeah, he might not even be playing B prep.
Guys, we've just assumed there are no B prepared in Edmund's deck. Okay, that's our bad. That is absolutely our bad, guys.
You really should know that then.
Just assumptions that you make, right? But that's really that's another layer of psychology because you're always going to assume that the Ruby decks are going to have B prepared, right? That is fascinating.
He did draw from me.
Open. Now, Ely
yeah.
to play that
yeah, this time
for a
he
variety of reasons, but you saw Ely
like
he didn't have Morph in hand.
was there, dropping that Pete on turn before Ed got to a 7-ink. Ursula coming down now, taking a look, seeing Ed just has that Sapphire Coil left.
Yeah, that is fascinating. Again, apologies to the audience that we didn't notice that sooner. There are certain cards you just assume that you're going to see. So, yeah, no be prepared. And Illy it is open deck lists, but again, most players will be playing it, right? And this is game 2.
It's not uncommon for your brain to fall.
Like going to set prepared in the deck. I'm not sure. Nonetheless, we are relying completely
Jack and
on
I have done it to each other, where you think I'm on red purple and you mulligan and you know what I've been playing the entire night.
This is kind of the game state that you expect to see in this deck and in this.
I did that against Mike Senior Friday. I knew he was on Blue Steel Allies Jasmine, and I mulliganed away 2 balls. And I was like,
he has that Diablo in hand.
That's a mistake.
Drawing him an extra card each turn. And Edmund,
especially when I'm on the play too, I can brawl his shift 2 Jasmine.
Illy putting a little bit of discard pressure on as well. But it's back over to Ed.
Yeah, Ed is on no prep.
Sail the Azurite Sea. It's a card that'll allow him to find another card.
Not a 1.
Yep, Sail.
But in this version, it kind of makes sense because you just want those swaps per item. You've got the Sisus.
Very powerful. We're going to pop 2 Porpsicles, and that very much telegraphs.
Like, there's not enough big threats that you can't get over.
Happy as a cloud.
Without,
I was a drab little crab.
The shark will always be the hardest. But once you develop like 2 coils and a quill, you can.
Fair enough, but nonetheless, this Tamatoa is going to come down, recur 2 items from the discard, a couple of
this board is really not that big of a threat.
Everybody, Liam, and this Tamatoa does have an additional ability when he quests. You can play an item for free, and there are indeed Lucky Dimes, Maurice's Workshops, and the such like in the list. So a lot of value on the table can be generated from this Tamatoa.
Yeah, Edmund, not too crabby to find that off the top deck there. This is one of the cards that he wants to see at this point in the game. So establishing that, it's back over to Ely.
Tense game so far, 6 lore to 7. If you're only
Ely's not in
us,
a terrible position though.
To day 2 of the Disney Kind of World
hard to wrestle over.
This is round 1. We are going to be showing every single top 8 game today. You will not miss a moment of the action. At least
Ed
not on our end.
So and he has
welcome on in. This is the first round that we're watching. Edmund Chu, the North American champion, versus Ely, the DLC champion.
The more game from Ely is
game 1 went to Ed. And now we're in game 2 watching Ruby Sapphire versus Emerald Steel, and it's been a slog so far, Liam.
Singing, and Beast is never going to turn
so far. What a fantastic match. And this one just taking... This is exactly how I expected this match to go long.
So do you trade
managing to get
Pete and Ursula
into
the
decent part of their script going
probably
here.
do, yeah.
Ely with a rough early game with his initial drop.
Ed's always going to get a 2-for-1 no matter which game, so get the 3 more while you're at it.
Discarding the Baboom, challenging into the Sisu. That Diablo will be online this turn.
And if you punch the
back over to Ed for the response. Now.
And you just
Ed will draw a card.
Anyways.
Ely will draw a card with him.
The fourth
beast tragic hero.
We've already seen 3 ships and like 2 storms gone. Like it's pretty fair to
beast, as you put it. I like that, Liam.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate for this Earthbound board. It's not going to have a ton to sing because, like you said, 3 strengths, 2 storms, and a tail.
Yeah, it always takes you up, but then you miss 3 lore.
Let's get our lore down first. Players operating the on-table iPad to help us showing the
3 strengths, 2 storms at least gone.
Keeping notes themselves, which is very intelligent. I think we're going to be playing a free Maurice's Workshop courtesy of this Tamatoa. I think that's what Ed just...
There's just like no real reason.
Workshop. We're going to play that for free, courtesy of the Tamatoa's ability. We're going to draw a card, courtesy of the Workshop, which allows you to draw a card whenever you play an item if you pay 1 ink. And Ely drawing another card because that Diablo continues to be exerted.
Oh.
That Diablo may not be around for too long.
Yeah,
finding
your bone
off the top deck. There it comes down, taking that Diablo, wiping the whole board paired with the Sapphire Coils. That is absolutely brutal. Oh man, what a turn!
Ely has drawn so many cards as well off of these this tragedy of heroes. We've had a couple of triggers of the Diablo.
Oh yeah, this is cooked.
Ely has really dug and does have more resources, but
that
is such a board-breaking play. The Sisu coming down, wiping out everything.
And it didn't matter.
Sapphire Coil obviously able to reduce the strength of a character by 2 when you put a card into your inkwell, and they do stack. So that's why the Beast Tragic Hero was also removed, courtesy of Sisu's ability, which
into your hands at better times confirmed. That is true because Mo top decked them
around the ward keyword
at the exact time he needed it. We need some Kriparian copy pastas.
That's true. So we have both Tamatoas here on board. The medium Tamato and the big Tamato. Let's not forget about Drab Little Crab. Baby Tamato off an Emerald. Never sees play, but he's still there.
I do love that, though. That's one of the best things about Lorcana, right? Because you never see the Drab Little Crab in the film, right? It's just mentioned in the song.
Yeah.
So the fact that the artists, the Lorcana dev team were like, okay, well, let's see what that looked like. Absolutely, I'm so in love with this game, man. But
man,
so shiny
staying on
Tamatar is
4
super
ink
good
for like
on
the
play
first,
and on
like
quest.
from
You
turn
return an item
4
from your
to
discard
7
to your
or
hand,
3 to
and
7.
even more. He
Did
loves
he
an
fail
item.
or
no? He didn't ramp.
Both, all of them do, to be
Well,
fair.
his
This
first
one in
ramp was
particular
the
will
fish
gain
bug
one
on
more lore
turn
for
3.
every item that we have in
So-
play, and we do have a lucky
But he didn't
dime
even
that
ramp
has been
that turn.
found courtesy
Ramped
of
the
the
turn
new
after.
Scrooge
He
resourceful
played the fish
miser.
and that
Our
was it.
Sisu's going to go on a quest that's going to take us up to 13, Liam, and I do believe we are threatening game at this point in time because we have the lucky dime in hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Even without the dime, we are threatening game, Liam.
How do you
I
even
think this might be
Bruno
over.
This is pretty much all the parts
So,
of this deck on the board right now.
yeah,
We
you
have both
hard
crabs,
cast
we have the
Bruno
diamond hand,
on
Scrooge McDuck,
the
all of the pieces here with all of the item synergy.
You have to Bruno
Yeah,
twice and hope
hard
to
for him
hit
come back with this. He
Kamatoa.
does have a couple Brunos. We can send some of those characters back to hand, maybe stall this a little bit.
The Storm on the Tamatoa, just
There's
drawing
too
another
many
card. I
cards in
think
hand.
Ely sees the right
Oh, and
on the
there's two
wall. You
big
can see the
combos.
facial expression, and
Oh,
he extends the hand.
My goodness, this very first win. Ed Chu is going to be the first player to advance beyond the quarterfinals, into the semifinals, into the top 4. A fantastic matchup. Ed Chu, the North American champion, your very first semifinalist.
I wonder if they have the
in
players
World
waiting
Championship.
to just
What an incredible
slingshot
showing,
in,
Ed Chu, the first
or
seed
if they're on
in
time
day
slots
one,
to
got
better
those 5
for the
match
players
wins
to
and was
better
able to
mentally
retire
prepare.
early for the day.
I
Went and got
imagine
some
time
food,
slots
went and
is
relaxed, and now he
the
comes
best way to
in
do
fully
it
refreshed
instead of
and
like, hey,
focused
these guys
for
are
the
done.
top 8,
They're on
taking a
stage.
2-0 over Illy, the Bologna DLC champion, and an
Unless
absolute
they also
incredible
have them
feat.
mentally
Illy
prepare
no
and say,
slack
hey,
at
when
all.
you guys
So
are done,
Ed really
we're
showing
going to
a
give you guys a
dominant
10-minute
performance
break
there. I
between their
could not be
time.
happier for him.
Yeah, and another shout out to Ely, a fantastic deck builder, bringing in a really
Yeah,
creative lineup, a deck that I'm pretty
they'll
sure a lot of
kinda
people are
just
looking at right now, trying to
for
figure
it,
out if
you
they can
know?
make work. This Amber Sapphire build is really innovative, a fantastic
Like,
performance.
you know,
well
obviously
done,
I don't want
navigating
to
the top
stress
8.
the players
And
out
for
too much and
Ed,
stuff,
I
but
mean, those
also
were 2
it
challenging
would suck if we
matchups.
have to stay
Both
here
times
for
I
an
looked at them
extra
and I
30
said, I
minutes or
think Ed's
something.
going to have a
doing
difficult
nothing.
time navigating his opponent's deck. First, that really aggressive ward deck on the play, Ed taking that down, and then that discard deck with Ely on the play again. Into that item deck, so a fantastic job by Ed as well.
Yeah, just like, what more can you expect from the DLC Fort Worth and North American champion? A 2-0 on the draw both times.
Not both times he was on the play, game 1, Baker.
Deck constructed.
Come
a
on.
Fantastic performance. I think it is pretty safe to say at this point in time, Ed Chu, one of the greatest Lorcana players in the world.
You can't argue with the results. And the bench phase is also super interesting to pay attention to that matchup as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Green Steel, a deck that I think most people avoided for most of the day, building around it. And not afraid to go into it there.
He's not afraid. No.
So, yeah.
I'm glad we got to see the Amber Sapphire, Matt. I'd like to have seen it pop off a little more, but we did get to see it pop off yesterday, to be fair. So if you missed day 1, go back and watch day 1. I did check last night. The VOD is still available on Twitch. I double checked. I went back and watched some of it. So if you've missed any of the action, please go back and watch it. It's been an amazing weekend of Lorcana, and this Amber Sapphire deck piloted by Ely is super, super interesting. I'm very looking forward to talking about that on my own socials, but what a matchup. Couldn't be happier.
Fantastic. Speaking of matchups, let's take a look at where we're at now that we have that first result. There on the top, you see Ed Chu advancing into the semifinal round. We have 3 more games to bring you in the quarterfinals. Lucas Lazar versus Lucas Kaupa, Din Kang Pham, DKP against Federico Martinelli, Zach Bibbs versus Mo Shanley.
I don't.
These are all going to be fantastic matchups. You won't want to miss.
I like
we
it,
are watching all of them. This is scheduled throughout the day. You're not going to miss a bit of the action on our end. We want to see all of it. What a day of Disney Lorcana. There's plenty more to come up, but we are going over to have a little chat with the North American champion and the first one to secure their place in top 4 of the World Championship. Everyone's favorite Rebecca is over with Ed. Let's take it away.
Ed Chu, congratulations. You were just telling me 1 step closer. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I try not to take too much of it in until the end. You know, job's not finished, and we just have to keep on going.
Keep on going. Well, this match was really interesting. It was a rematch for you and Ely from yesterday.
I don't know what
Yesterday, you went into that
we don't
green
have
steel
Wi-Fi,
deck with your Emerald
but
Amethyst.
we have good
How
wine.
did it feel,
After 2
and
glasses
what were you expecting
of
with that
whatever,
Ruby Sapphire against the Emerald Steel deck?
Yeah, I think from his perspective, I think he really wanted to change it up, right? Like, if you take a loss, maybe it's time to, you know, switch it up. And I thought that he might just bring the,
in Italy,
the Amber Sapphire deck first.
A lot of people don't use their phones
to give him better
restaurants and shit. Everyone's super social. You'll see men
so
holding hands.
I did, like, you know, test out all the permutations last night just to make sure, you know, I have all my bases covered. And, you know, I just drew the right cards at the right time. And, like, I was very fortunate to win that last game, especially, like, he had 3 beasts on the field. I'm pretty sure there's no coming back from that. But I played to my outs. You know, we played the Sapphire Coil with the Sisu combination. One of the most powerful, you know, combinations in the game. And, you know, we pulled out pulled it out in the end.
Yes,
yeah, I was pretty worried seeing him bottom deck with Brood, like,
yeah, the
big boss monsters, but I probably just went for consistency.
Yeah,
going
4x, yeah, all of them.
Yeah, which I have grown to like
tricky
building my
I mean,
way.
it makes sense because if you're the Tamatoas are inkable, so even if you have them early, you don't care. And then the Sisus are just necessary.
I do a lot of calculations to make sure
before
that, you know, he doesn't
like
get to 20 before
I got really better as a player. I always felt like during the DLC,
I think in that particular spot it wasn't
like
really relevant.
At my best.
It definitely
and
like
ever since like the 10K,
being able to like bounce.
I've been making my list almost all 4s.
Take the tempo.
Mostly for math reasons.
Out in your favor.
You have a 60
Congrats,
card deck.
one step closer.
You draw
like
7.
You said,
You're expending almost 2 cards every turn. You need
we are
to
very
see
excited to see
your
what
copies,
is next for you.
and you're powerful like
we
one
will
of
be back with more games in
and
this
2
top
ofs.
8.
If you don't
And
see
until
them
then,
because
let's
you
just
have
bump
a
out
massive
Baymax
deck list count and you're also just burning away through cards, I think it's not really relevant outside of drawing, even though I draw a lot in red purple. I just would rather see things often and play around not having a super powerful 1 or 2 of.
Alright, well, I guess we'll find out shortly here if we are going to just get like another caster match or something, or what.
Yo. Got cooked. You see that? He had triple beast, he missed his beast, first beast trigger.
Fans of all ages from all corners of the globe have fallen in love with the art.
Yeah, I think he could have won, but dude, I don't think you could match Ed's draw later. He couldn't.
One by one, the top players emerge from all around the globe. Masterful Illumineers who know how to use their magical ink. And they are now gathered in one place to summon.
But he just didn't draw this card. It wasn't. He didn't throw the game. He he just could not pitch his hand.
Showcasing their skills with 1 day of Super Series and 1 day of Triple Deck Constructed, proving that they truly have mastered every aspect of this game. We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida for the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship Tournament.
So buckle up, Illumineers, and get ready to watch the event of a lifetime.
It is time to find out who will be
The first ever
Disney Lorcana
World
Champion.
Well, Illumineers, I am here with Liam. Welcome over here to the interview area.
It's nice over here.
It is.
A little more airy and spacious.
Yes. I was just chatting with Ed Chu, our first player to make it into the top 4. A very exciting first match that you got to commentate.
Am I standing where Ed stood?
You are.
Oh, I feel better at Lorcana.
Right, yes. Just being in the vicinity of Ed
exactly.
makes you a better Disney Lorcana player.
I agree.
So much excitement today, and we have some exciting announcements, Illumineers. Liam, are you ready for some exciting announcements?
I don't know. I don't think so. But let's get to it,
because
I'm sure the audience is.
Yes, I know everyone's been waiting, and we have Baker in the booth with Cooper, who is our tournament manager at Disney Lorcana, to have some exciting, I keep saying exciting because it is, it's exciting. What do you guys got?
Exciting is the absolute right word, Rebecca. You say it as many times as you want. I'm joined by Cooper. Great to see you, mate, from the Ravensburger team. Thank you so much for all the work that you've been putting in this weekend, but we'll do more of that later. I know you're keen to get some information out to the Lorcana community. People have been waiting, let's say patiently, for some information on the next season of the Disney Lorcana Challenge. We're going to be
giving you information
go.
Give us some news.
But we're going to be starting off with some specific information. What have you got for us, Cooper?
Yeah, so we're going to talk about the European market first. So let's talk about formats before we get into any dates or locations to start. At first, we are going to talk about
best of threes. Let's go!
Europe. We will be switching to best of 3 for all of the Swiss rounds. So I do want to make it clear, last season we tried out the 2-game format for main events and challenge for many reasons.
12 rounds.
We would love more feedback on that from all of the players, and we're going to continue to run side events and look at what the feedback is over the course of the next year. But for all of our Swiss rounds, we will be moving to best of 3.
That's really exciting.
Yeah, it's very exciting. We're looking forward to it, and it's been a lot of feedback we received already over the first year of competition. So thank you all. If you have more feedback, continue to share it with us through the organized play feedback section on our Discord, which is discord.gg Disney Lorcana, or directly to our Lorcana at ravensburger.com email.
Love it.
Like I said, we do want to do some more testing of the 2-game format, so let's make sure to get all that feedback in. To make this work, our main events will take place over the course of 2 days. The majority of these Swiss rounds will happen on day 1. As you can see, we have 8 rounds of Swiss on that first day of competition, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on that day 2 of competition. From there, we will move into a single elim bracket, best of 3 as well, with our grand finals being best of 5.
That is incredible news, Cooper. I think you've just made a lot of people in the Lorcana community happy. But for those of you that enjoyed 2-game format, as Cooper just said, don't worry. We're not just completely abandoning it. We're going to be doing some side events under 2-game format, continuing to evaluate it, and who knows what the future might bring. But we will be swapping to best of 3. That is really exciting, and I personally love the idea of extra rounds, and I think that's a very common criticism, right? Well, comment from the community, right, is I want to play more Lorcana. So 8 rounds on day 1, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss on day 2 is fantastic.
Yes, and to prep for this, we know that there is set championships coming up for Reign of Jafar, so we will be requiring that stores run those upcoming set championships with the best of 3 format in the new Ravensburger
They don't want to play less
platform.
games.
If your store
Pros want to
signed
play
up
less
yet,
games.
or you know that your store is
I never want to play
about
more
it,
games, but I don't want to
them
play
to do
more
so.
2
Let
games.
them know
I
that
wanna
they
play-
can sign
I wanna-
up for that RPH
I'm a big fan of drawing, unlike that guy.
tcg.ravensburgerplay.com.
I'm here to play
Lorcana
Lorcana.
community.
Yeah. You like the game more than me.
Always listening, always
Well, me?
watching.
Yeah, I hate
Lorcana. That's brilliant.
I hate buys. I hate
Some
IGs.
people really excited
I
for
just
that,
want to
but
play the
I do
game
believe
and
there's
win.
another format that's going to be very integral to our second season of Lorcana.
Absolutely. So additionally, earlier this year, we announced that rotation and splitting the game into 2 constructed formats will be happening. That is, of course, Core Constructed and Infinity Constructed. We're happy to announce today that for this season of Challenge, we will be including main events for both Core Constructed and Infinity Constructed. The initial events of the schedule will happen with core constructed events, while the last challenge before championships will be an Infinity constructed main event. This will be really exciting for us to be able to use cards from any of the sets that
each challenge will feature a large Infinity constructed side event.
For Infinity for all of those core constructed main events, as well as core constructed side events for all of the Infinity main event challenges.
Cooper, does this mean I can get my Flabbershams and Force Spheres ready to come back?
For now, yes, those will be available at the start
Senior,
of
there's
Infinity
an A after
when it releases with rotation later this year. The ban list will be completely separate from core constructed. We do want everyone to know that we are monitoring that list closely, and we will provide updates if there are any changes that we need to make.
There are Sapphire Steel players out there right now losing their absolute minds. Liam, what do you think of this news, mate?
I mean, what I heard was all of my Dalmatian puppies will still be legal in Disney Lorcana challenges for the foreseeable future. So that excites me the most.
So if there was anyone out there that was maybe a little hesitant for rotation, thinking, oh, but what if I lose some of my favorite cards? Don't worry, there are going to be formats for you. And I honestly am so pleased to see that a Disney Lorcana challenge will feature Infinity constructed as part of its main event. I'm sure that Infinity may be side events throughout the season, perhaps. Maybe we'll get more information on that later. But the whole event being a Infinity format is fantastic and really goes to show that there is a lot of reason to want to play this format. I love it.
Absolutely. Yeah, we just announced a sale of first chapter earlier this weekend, so be sure to start putting in for the ability to purchase those. You'll definitely want those cards to compete in Infinity constructed later.
Do you think Hiram doesn't get banned
for Infinity is super interesting?
A lot more
so I'm really excited to see what this is going to look like in the
we get
future.
That other thing's not banned.
What else have you got for us, Cooper?
Well, it's going to host
a
separate ban list.
Oh,
let's do it.
Let's release it. So, the first challenge
for
Europe will be happening in October.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
DLC
oh my god!
Oh
my!
So we will be kicking off things in Bologna, happening October 4th to the 5th of 2025, followed by a second challenge happening in Ghent, March 7th to 8th of 2026, and we'll be rounding out the challenge schedule with a Dortmund event June 6th to 7th of 2026. We are also happy to announce the European Championship, which will be taking place September 11th to the 13th, 2026. We'll have more details on exactly where that will take place later on in the season. And of course, we will love to see you all there and hope that Bologna will be a massive kickoff event for the start of Season 2.
That is amazing. I am so happy to get the official dates and locations revealed for the European season. And then the European Championship. We've got the dates, information.
Top 32 per challenge goes there.
So if you were keen to know when these events were going to be and where they're going to be, maybe you need time to book off work or do whatever it is you need to do. We have finally come to you with these dates, so put these in your diary. I'm so excited for the next season in Europe.
Baker, the other thing that's really exciting is this top 32 per challenge that are going to the championship event. That means every player who makes it to that top cut of top 32 gets the invite to the European Championship. That is incredible.
And if you've been watching this coverage all weekend long and been excited about watching this top tier Lorcana and asking yourself, how do I get there next year? Now you know this is the start of how you get there. Top 32 in one of these challenges is your gateway year for year 2 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
We're really looking forward to it. And by the way,
we're going to get a
all
bunch
of those
here.
who want to attend this event,
We're bigger than Europe. So we always get more,
July
or at least that's what they did
16th.
last.
So all of the links to the ticket pages for Europe will be live on our social medias later today. We will be sure to post those so you all have the information. Be sure to put it on your bookmarks. We'll have more information on what those packages look like and the prices soon. But just know July 16th will be that date.
July 16th. Put that one in your diary, people. That is when you're going to be able to get your tickets for these events, and I'm sure they're all going to be extremely popular. The first season showed us just the overwhelming demand for people to want to play this game.
People are just a little excited to play Disney Lorcana.
Just a little bit, yeah, absolutely.
And get together with the community. That's the other thing that's so amazing about these events is not only do you have that main competition,
I know
you have side events,
going to at least one of the European ones.
I always go
and I know everyone is really excited about Season 2.
I know people just can't wait to get in the same room.
September through
the community
the holidays.
really is the heart and soul of the Disney Lorcana trading card game.
How
So I'm really excited to just see all my
is.
friends and the people that I've met over the course of Lorcana. So this is incredible news, Cooper.
Yeah, and Rebecca, you mentioned competition, and it wouldn't be a competition without prizes. So let's transition to that. We have some new cards to show off.
We have some really exciting things here. First of all, we have this participation card. Every single player who plays in a DLC is going to get this alternate art challenge foil. Pegasus gift for Hercules, and he's adorable.
That looks amazing, though.
I cannot get over this card. And also, we
set
can
9.
confirm this card is returning in Fabled, which is very exciting. We know that this card was played in a lot of Emerald decks, so it is coming back in a great
participation on
a
character card, though.
That is stunning. Sorry, Liam. I know you're very keen to talk about these arts. Go on, son.
I am. You know, one of the best parts about Disney Lorcana is the artwork. It's magical. It's memorable.
And he gets
this
more
original
art.
art was done by artist Brian Weiss. It was an adorable card then, but artist Kenny Anderson from Scotland bringing this card to life here. It's wonderful to see existing cards in alternate forms, and I'm so excited for Kenny, who's a dear friend.
Yes, and then we have the performance promo card. So every player who wins 5 rounds, and again, there are 12 rounds of play going on, day 1 and day 2, and we have this alternate art foil of Mulan charging ahead from Reign of Jafar, who we just loved her. You know, what a great charge for a challenge. She is challenging ahead there.
And speaking of people we love, I love artist Lady Shalarin. She's an artist who's been around Lorcana for quite a while. If you're familiar with Lorcana, you may recognize her from the art for Seasoned Emboldened Warrior, and then the new Desperate Plan Enchanted card was also done by her.
Beautiful. These arts are absolutely stunning. When the judges or whoever's giving away these Pegasus, I want them to go up to each player and say the flavor text. His name.
Oh, we did get DLC dates.
Oh, yeah.
And final promo, top 64 Simba Pride Protector. Liam, Rebecca, break this down for us.
Yeah, Simba Pride Protector. I loved the art on the original one, but this alternate art that we have here is incredible. Who's the artist on this one, Liam?
Oh, this is Jean Plunevet. This is an artist we're also familiar with. I'm sure everybody remembers the Mufasa, ruler of Pride Rock from Shimmering Skies. That was her, and returning here to the world of Lion King, getting to do this Simba in an alternate form for the top 64 of the Disney Lorcana challenges. We love highlighting the artists in this game because they're the ones who bring it to life. Getting these promo cards revealed is a big moment for us.
So we haven't, they didn't reveal day 2
these prize cards are incredible. I love that they have that participation card, so everyone who is there gets that Pegasus. Like I said, he's so adorable.
I want 7.
Right? And just all the art cards,
I like the
alternate art cards are super fun. The foil is beautiful, and there's just some exciting prizes that you can win. There's going to be more prizes, though, which we're going to have for you later. There is a lot of exciting, more things to announce today. We have more challenges to get to you, and we can't wait. But for right now, we're going to leave it there, and you'll have to stay with us for more. Thanks so much, Cooper and Baker. Thank you, Liam.
Oh, no problem. I have somewhere to be, though.
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. Well, maybe you should go. Is it a long journey?
It's a bit of a trip.
I wish you well, then.
Thank you so much. I'll see you in a moment.
Belgium. Oh, that's probably sick. And for its well-preserved medieval architecture, including the iconic Byzantine castle. Hell yeah. Right? I want to go there too. Anything with castles? Oh, I am hyped.
Where you at, dude? Dude, come on, it's about time.
That interview area is on the other side of the park. You don't know.
Got you sweating out here or something, man. How are you? Those were some super exciting announcements.
I tried to fly like Pegasus. I don't know if I.
Oh yeah, that's very fitting. Like Pegasus, even the Mulan, you know, like rushing in.
That's true. That's true. And here I am rushing in. for this match, but I didn't want to miss it.
Yeah, man, happy to have you in the booth. How are you doing? How are the announcements? I'm super excited about. I was backstage watching while you guys were giving those. I'm ecstatic to hear more about the new DLC.
We get it. You're a nerd, right?
Fantastic to hear that news, and fantastic to watch some amazing Lorcana. I want to talk all about this challenge and those prizes, but we are getting close to getting ready to go for the next round. Let's take a look at the bracket. Here we are.
Luca versus Lucas.
Defeat Ellie Vipierre in the first match of the quarterfinals, and now we're going to watch Luca Lazara and Lucas Kaupa.
Yes, one thing that I am excited about is that we have a good representation of North American and European people showing up in day 2, but we have 2 Europeans facing up against each other. So we are going to start by looking at Luca Lazara, seeing how he came here. He's the EU Championship 3rd place person, his favorite deck being Ruby Amethyst, and his favorite Disney character being Maleficent.
Yeah, fantastic player representing the Italy contingent, a huge community in Italy, a lot of very passionate players and collectors out there. Excited to see Italy represented here. Luca, a very talented player, and excited to see him in the top 8.
I am too, and after that, we do have Lucas to talk about. Lucas Kaupa, he is the EU Championship 4th place winner with his favorite deck being Amethyst Emerald. He's a social worker, and his favorite Disney characters are Timon and Pumbaa.
I love Lucas so much. Lucas is well known around the area here for wearing this Mickey Mouse sorcerer hat everywhere he goes, including during his games. And I will mention, Lucas is the only player who brought Blurple and the associated list here to the Disney Lorcana Challenge, navigating that list through the Swiss rounds and to the top cut here. So excited to see him in the top cut as well.
Yeah, I know that's a deck that you picked for your caster lineup, Liam, so I know you're quite excited to see this here. And maybe Lucas can do something with it. As we can see, Lucas chose to play Blurple first. Luca is playing his Ruby Amethyst, as we saw in his favorite deck list. It looks like Lucas benched the Amber Steel deck, and Luca benched the Emerald Steel deck. So I'm excited to get into this top 8 match pretty shortly. We're going to wait for the players to start doing their hand alters and getting into this. But any thoughts about this lineup? I know you have some with Blurple and the Amber Ruby lineup.
Now, we actually came to this after hand alters are done.
RP Stark favored.
Are ready to go.
They're ready to go.
I actually don't like RP Stark in this
Look at there with the Disney
sort of format.
Got double sleeve there. You see that giant deck there on the left.
Be crazy,
but
I think
there, love this
RP Stark
is each other
better
luck,
on the
here we
draw.
go. We are off to the races.
All
Luca
me
off
crazy,
the turn 1.
but I've won most of my games on the
play. We are going to go over to Luca, who does draw the
starting
for
on
turn,
the
but I think we have some Ray in hand already. He's going to just
and most of the times I lost
turn back to
the
Luca.
mirror while being traditional.
So this is a deck. One of the reasons you play Blurple in this particular matchup, one of the reasons Luca brought it, or in this format, is it's a really good deck on the play. And so knowing the track, you're going to have to navigate different decks on the play and on the draw. This is a deck that Luca likes to bring in when he is, or that Lucas likes to bring in when he's on the draw.
Looks like Luca is playing this Diablo Obedient Raven on turn 2.
Yeah, I'll
He's going to play
highlight
the
this
other
is
dog.
this is an action.
Or he's gonna
Well,
save
this
it
is a
for
pretty
him.
standard list from Luca there on the left. I'm taking a look at the deck list. We do have the Hades Ruthless Tyrant.
Oh, but Shark is favored into Blurple, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it is a
I
Mary
didn't
Half Shark
see
list.
Lucas
We're playing a couple
possess it.
Pirate's Life as well. So rather than the typical Ruby Amethyst that some of us may be used to, full of the bounce package, we're leaning into the Mary Half Shark sort of actions package here. I'm excited to see some of the cards in Lucas's deck list as well. We've got one of the new Radigans. There's only one copy of it. The 4 willpower Radigan that you have to ink every turn, or else
the Tipo can kill anything.
but he's basically playing the Blurple list that does the Amethyst thing better than most other Amethyst decks do. As we see Lucas on turn 2 playing this Tipo,
You hard tap
ramping so
friends?
we can get ahead, get to those genies,
library
those 4-cost
instead.
characters that you may want to be playing. But we do see Luca
I
playing his
actually
library.
think I like
on 3 after
hard
going
tap
pretty wide
friends.
with 3 1-drops.
I mean, library is solid.
This is a fantastic play on turn 3. These are
next
characters
turn he can
on
just
Lucas'
move
side of the board that
everything
he's
in,
going to want to use
pop.
to push the lore total. But eventually, those characters are going to be banished either because he chooses to banish them.
No, we don't.
We
We hold brawl definitely, but Iago comes down
discounts
before
into them.
Genie.
Sticking them in that library will get him some extra cards. This is a great turn 1, 2, 3 with
Iago
101, 2,
definitely comes down before
And as we
Genie.
look at Lucas's hand too, it's a little bit slow in response to something like this. We have the Genie in hand that we can play.
Yeah,
There's an Elsa
because if he
that we can
finds
follow up
like a
with
fox or a
afterwards.
crab,
I'm
he'll be able to
seeing
clear
in
that.
Iago
That's
in hand as
him.
well.
Is that
We can
Donald?
have
That's
a
Yeah.
hand Shadow Finder
Sure
we can
is.
use to rush in. So feel like this library is going to be sticking around for a little while just because it's going to take a couple turns for Lucas to really start developing a board. And if Luca can respond with some of that removal that we see in Ruby through cards like Brawl or even Maui Hero to All, things like that, to sort of keep characters off of Lucas' side of the board, that library might be able to start ticking up lore as this game goes on.
If you're going to need to respond to it, you're going to need a bigger body on the board. And here we have Iago Spectral Parrot, or Giant Spectral Parrot. I always forget the giant, but he's a Giant Spectral Parrot, which will enable him to do some work clearing out that library, but it'll take a couple turns. This is one of the new the illusion characters. This actually came out in set 7, kind of previewing what we're going to see in Reign of Jafar. It's a card that's become pretty popular in these lists.
I don't know.
I think you're definitely going to need to get some characters out to deal with this library.
So you're saying move to library and then
with Luca building out this wide board with these one-drop characters that you kind of want to be banished. You know, the Tournament followers, you can quest with them and then banish them to draw a card. If they're at the library, you get an extra card. And the Diablo, you really don't care if it gets banished or not usually because it'll replace itself and draw a card as well. And
going wide
at the library, you get to draw an extra card also. So it's a great way for Luca to keep cards in his hand. You see him playing the Boiling Crab here, utilizing this Diablo, giving it Challenger +3 so that it can challenge into this T-Pose.
I also think I questioned
the library, like we mentioned earlier, and Luca gets to draw 2 cards from that.
Yeah, great trade there. The Diablos are little menacing cards that sit around the gain lore, but probably one of the favorite crab targets for this deck.
Yeah, one of the better ones just because the Diablo, having 0 strength, not always the most useful, but if you can make a use for him as a one-drop character and have him trade up to a 2-cost character like Tipo, you're pretty happy about that. As we go back to Lucas on his turn, though, we're moving into his 5 ink turn. I do see an Elsa in hand that we can play if we want to get that out. It looks like we're going to opt for the Genie, playing him. He's an evasive character, 2/4, 2 lore, and draws a card when he enters play.
And that library we talked about how menacing it is, how likely it's there to stay for a while.
2 hours.
Luca, though, running that Cusco, which is a card that can enable to
You'll be our translator while we're
become pesky later on as well. So an interesting tech card there, a way to get around items and locations. Of course, he's putting a lot of work into banishing this library the traditional way with damage, so likely not to be around too much longer that way, but Cusco, a fun tech card there.
And another thing that we see from Lucas is he inked a Monstro. He's only running 2 in his deck. It's a new card from one of the more recent sets that Blurple got that helped them in sort of a board wipe way. Blurple's really good at being able to draw a bunch of cards and keep cards in hand, so you can play this Monstro, discard cards and challenge.
Did I check my collection value and I realized I have?
Oh, do we have another Boggin?
If Luke is able to build a wider board, he may need one, and he only
has
my
collection binder where I put like my prize cards and stuff I'm definitely not trading. I found out I have 4 Arthur's Wizard
one copy of Merciless Sea Witch Queen. He's only running 1 in this deck, but it is a shiny version, the Store Championship version, or set champ version. So fun to see it. I don't know if we'll get to see it played, but fun there. The Chernobog's followers going to the library, banishing upon questing. Luca has now got 3 cards off that library and using his next thing to play Magic Room, putting that in the library as well. So a lot of reading going on right now.
Lots of reading. We're studying up here. He's also going to ink that Ursula for turns. You can play Chernobog's followers, banish that broom when a character's played.
After Maui, but
draws a card when it's banished, and then draws another card at the library. Luca has drawn tons of cards from this library.
So I still find Elsa better because it's instant.
You can see why we were mentioning earlier. It was important for Lucas to get rid of this library, not only for
the board game that
it gets every turn, but it just enables Lucas to dig really deep into his deck, find the cards that he needs, and set up for the later in the game.
Beast here will sing Friends from the other side. A card all the way back from the first chapter, still seeing play here. And we draw into that other Monstro.
Second Monstro, yeah.
Too, when we found the second one now.
This is a game where, like, I like
always
my
draw some cards first before you make any decisions on your turn. Lucas just looking
the only setup
what
I like
options
to
he has
set
available
up
to
is
him.
Sapphire.
You mentioned earlier, Blurple is so good at just drawing cards. You have a ton of characters that draw cards when they interplay, when they're banished. Cards like Friends on the other side that allow you to draw cards.
The other friends.
A lot of this deck is essentially Sapphire ramp cards and Amethyst cards afterwards. So doing the thing that Amethyst does.
This deck has a
lot
of
I kind of like just clearing the castle with Diago.
And playing Elsa and
so getting into that endgame is super important.
Because
you can always sing in
the turn. Yeah, and if you Fox here, he just crashes in with the crab, or even
a lot of interaction in the early game. But we are going to sing a second Friends from the other side here. Not sing, but play with ink. So drawing 4 cards this turn.
Still not enough.
Friends.
So I think we're up to like 6 or 7 cards in hand for Lucas at this point. You can see both players really valuing cards in hand, understanding that this game is going to go to the late game, and the person that's going to come out ahead is going to be the person with the most resources. And so we're going to see Lucas inking that T-Pose, playing a Fox, bouncing this Genie, using the Fox to finish off that library, and then we're going to go ahead and quest with this Iago, which can do it pretty safely because it has evasive.
Yeah, so back over to Luca here.
Yeah, and I don't want to mute the casters either. I don't want to stop them.
After questing with Chernobog's followers.
Drawing cards first before we make any decisions. Just a small sign of, you know, just how professional these players are, how good they are at TCGs. You always want to see your unknowns before your knowns. You don't want to ink a card before you draw a card, and then the card that you drew is one that would have been better for you to ink.
Did you rather have an inkwell?
We're also getting close to some of these critical turns for Ruby Amethyst, getting up to... We're gonna get
oh my god, this timer has to be wrong, right?
Round, but next turn we will be at that 7 ink critical.
Oh, it's counting up. I see. I was like, no way they only have 8 minutes
left. Will challenge into the Fox, banish itself, or be banished upon the return by the Fox, and then drawing a card off the library. So library doing a lot of work this game. Luca doing a little board control there. We have another.
I actually do like the 2-drop
going into the inkwell, followed by Diablo, who will move immediately into the library.
Cusco gonna eat here.
Does have that Cusco.
You just crashed in Iago.
To get rid of this library if you want to. He's only playing 1 Cusco Selfish Emperor, but when it gets played, you can put a location or item card into their player's inkwell.
I just don't think you want to give
isn't playing any items, so nothing to worry about there. We'll see if he chooses to play.
Like, especially on this turn, right? You just put him in the
you highlighted it right there.
I mean, he's going to ink up to it anyway, so.
Yeah, definitely. But this, on pivotal turns like this,
yeah, it may not be valuable in this matchup, as there's not a whole lot of damage that gets done individually, but Cusco does have that other ability that allows you to pay for ink really as many times as you want and give all of your characters resist +1. In case Lucas wants to make any favorable trades, it's possible for him to do that, but Luca is going to start by playing 2 Genies, I believe, this turn, drawing 2 cards, setting up 2 evasive questers. We have the Iago that we can use to challenge those if Luca.
It's not a timer and it's not a countdown, it's a count up.
We also have a Elsa in hand, I believe, that we could use this turn to exert one of them and go ahead and banish one of them before they get to quest.
That's true. We do have the answers to the Genie. You know, the Genie Wars were such a story in the last meta before the North American Championship. Genie's back and forth. Elsa's responding on turn 5. We're going to see a bit of that here, most likely. Genie, very dangerous card. Drawing a card is great, but then that 2 evasive, that 2 lore game evasive character also pretty impactful. So there we can see the Elsa come down, exerting the Genie upon entering play, and the Iago then able to challenge into it and banish it before it's able to do any more damage.
I don't even think we've inked this turn either. We could set up, I think, a Peter Pan Shadow Finder if we wanted to. We're going to go ahead and quest with this Cusco, push our lore lead a little bit, catching up to Luca at 6. Lucas now at 4.
Yeah, not sure why the Diablo didn't quest there.
Yeah, I mean,
Lucas. It's a really great
it does make much sense.
Yeah, this is a dangerous game you have to play against a deck like Ruby Amethyst. You don't want to overextend because it looks like Luca is playing 3 Be Prepareds.
And he just drew one off the top deck.
Okay, so
as you said it.
The
I don't even know if this
cat
is
and
a Be
mouse game you have
Prepared.
to play against Ruby Amethyst. So
like,
I don't characters out there to
on
want to make Luca use
slightly weaker boards
but not
here.
so many that it puts you behind.
If hand count is low,
Luca taking
so I can start
consider what he wants
Tremaine
to do
looping and stuff. But again, this is Sharks, so there's no Tremaines, and you have to absolutely keep your preps when you're ready to do massive tempo.
Usually you're wanting to save those Be Prepared
right
also
after.
if you can just challenge and banish some of these characters.
Based on Luca's hand, he does not have massive tempo plays.
Yeah, it's such
he has grab fox.
Time this properly because the problem, unless you have
another
APL,
oftentimes you're giving your opponent the initiative. Then you do manage.
I think you definitely want to set up and try to like library prep same turn.
Much else, and
in greed
in this instance,
as much characters as possible.
All of his ink available to rebuild the board rapidly, and so Luca trying to figure out the exact moment when the pressure is just too much that I have to reset everything. Ideally, Luca would like to have a lot more ink on board so he can play the Be Prepared and then establish a character or 2 right afterwards.
Is he going to crab his like to clear the Iago?
I hope not.
That can't be right.
Notably, we are playing 3 of those.
Oh, he's going to run into the Cusco.
So
that's more correct.
Later in the game if we want to. We're going to play a Merlin Crab, giving Genie that Challenger +2 so we can go ahead and banish this Cusco. And then there's the Maui Half Shark.
Maui Half Shark. This is one of the finishers for this deck. Getting that on the board here. enables a little bit of lore game, but it's also a powerful evasive challenger. Now this shuts down, this makes it a lot
saving the Diablo
less,
quest, the ultimate quest
for Lucas
against
to
Maui,
challenge into that genie and banish it. So
so
now
that there's
something
the
else to
same
consider.
turn Maui can challenge.
We do have another Elsa on board, and with that parrot in play, there it is. That Elsa is going to exert that shark.
And we have
Elsa
this is
Crab.
pretty big because we can use this Elsa and Crab to just go ahead and banish the Maui half shark before it was able to do anything.
Maui half shark there and gone again. The perfect answer there, but Lucas forced to take the entire turn and 2 cards to respond to that 1 half shark. Then he will use that Elsa to clean up that last genie. And now that board state, again, looks a lot less intimidating. So it's just back and forth here in this mid-game. Each player trying to control the other player's board.
I banished Diablo.
Both players getting a little bit...
I don't know. Yeah, I think so, because Lucas ahead on lore, so it doesn't really make sense.
I think Lucas was challenging and banishing that Diablo, so we're going to move on to Lucas' turn.
Looking now with 9 ink available. Taking a look at all his options, pretty big hand. Look at all those cards. You know, the library doing a ton of work. Luca, having played a lot of cards, still plenty of options available. So much card draw.
Let him know I don't want
to
Amethyst
build.
He has his last library in hand too. He's only playing 3. We've seen 2 already. He's going to start with a genie, playing that out, draw a card.
I think that's the 3rd genie we've seen this game.
Starting 5 ink to play Finders Keepers. Okay, so we're just going to continue to draw cards. Finders Keepers is just a 5 ink song that you can play and draw 3 cards for. We mentioned earlier, you know, the person that usually finds themselves ahead in these Amethyst games, Amethyst Mirrors, because Blurple and Ruby Amethyst are pretty similar decks in a regard. If they're looking to go to the late game, the person with more cards in hand is definitely at an advantage, and Luca is prioritizing that currently.
Yeah, and the hand disparity is going to make a big difference here shortly, as you highlighted, Brandon. Lucas down to 4 cards with that card draw there, just using a lot of his resources to respond to Luca. But Luca just drawing so many cards.
Is there a way what
Lucas responding to a genie of his own, drawing a card off the genie, and drawing into another genie. So this is the Genie Wars all over again. It's genie after genie. Here it comes again. It'll draw another card, and now this board.
And then we'll bring it back
really
up.
Wide and scary.
Yeah, I'm getting really tempted for Luca here to play that Be Prepared that we have on the front of our hand. Lucas this is one of the things that Amethyst is good at. We're playing the genies. We don't want them to be banished, but at least they replace themselves, right? So if Luca does happen to play this Be Prepared on the next turn, at least the genie drew you cards.
All right, this is definitely a preppable board.
Yeah. Or just perhaps looking to push his lore a little bit, questing for all 3 of those characters.
We're not even like really casting it. We're just talking.
Luca's starting with 10 ink currently, so there's a couple things we can do this turn.
I do think we've missed some of the lore gain on Lucas's side. If Elsa and Crab, there we go.
There we go.
We're at 10, so we can do
that's a little bit better. Even
the library.
7.
Luca,
yeah, I think that's really good.
Yeah, if you could move guys in, it would be nice.
Obviously, the monster kind of crushes it, but the hand count is low.
Every possible series of events so that they don't miss anything. They are playing for the World Championship.
Right, because he's at 8, he can Monstro, discard, double hit.
Go ahead and see
I like this.
On the other side with Merlin Crab here. Just draw 2 cards.
I think
just how much these players
definitely
prioritize cards in
board,
hand.
though.
Yeah, Genie will quest. I think
usually
you may be
spells.
right.
Oh, I see the 7 ink pulled to the side to the left there.
He has Pen Iago too. Yeah. He's just got a lot of cards in hand, and this is the one way you win this matchup.
Yeah, we want our genie back so we can
traditional versus Blurple is really hard.
There it is.
Absolutely, these decks have no way to interact with each other's hands.
I don't think they heard it.
That was an interesting
one.
Oh,
Lucas and Iago. Oh, yeah, but that's still only 6. Not enough to clear location. What did he do?
He foxed the genie and then prepped.
Lucas will be able to respond first here.
I've done that before. And I don't.
Yeah, and this is where you have to rebuild. This is why
he probably assumes that because he's just purple, that it's gonna be hard to it's gonna be hard to stick a library and
play that Diablo
cards out of hand.
And then pass it over to Lucas.
Lucas drawing a bell, not a card that's super impactful in this moment. We'll start off with Finders Keepers, drawing 3 cards.
Let It Go, Finders Keepers, and an Iago. We have 3 ink left, 4 ink once we ink for the turn. Isn't leaving us with a whole lot, I don't think.
I usually ink my locations against purple because Crab Fox, really big bodies in the mid game.
Great to get on the board because then it gives your other evasive characters rush.
Yeah, great combo with that Iago that we drew. If you can get the Peter Pan out there. Okay, so we are going to play out the Iago.
Yeah, of course, Lucas well aware that that Genie is back in Lucas' hand and likely to come down this turn.
Genie just an extremely powerful card, having 2 lore, drawing a card, being evasive, 4 willpower, so difficult to banish a lot of times. One of the reasons we see Iago being played, because it sort of checks these Genies with his 4 strength.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like the 4 strength into the 4 willpower, that is, it is the perfect answer. One different willpower in either way, and Iago is probably not seeing much play. The interesting, these characters, will highlight the illusion characters are very well statted for their cost. That vanish ability being the downside, meaning they can be removed by any effect that your opponent chooses them with. But oftentimes it's just fine if you want to spend a card getting rid of my character. I don't like you're getting rid of you're getting rid of a 4-cost card with another card. Luca also seeing the value of this well-statted 4-cost card, a giant spectral parrot coming down on his side of the board as well. And here the rebuild stage is well underway.
Yeah, and this is where we enter some interesting board states, because if Luca quests with this Genie, or I guess we played the Genie this turn, but if Lucas wants to save his Iago to challenge the Genie, then the Iago takes 2 damage, putting it down to 4 willpower, and then Luca's Iago can challenge Lucas's Iago back and survive the challenge.
Luca's Iago can challenge Lucas's Iago. Love it.
It's like a little bit difficult to move on with the current board state.
Interesting to see how the Azurite Sea going into the Inkwell here.
Or are we going to let it go something?
Are we going to let it go the giant spectral parrot?
So it'll put the parrot in the Inkwell, exerted. Then we're going to play this Elsa so we can exert the Genie. We're going to challenge Genie with Iago and then finish.
Nope, no one in the chat is going, doesn't it get banished?
Look at the card event. Luca with so many cards in hand, and Lucas forced to spend several cards and a lot of resources to respond to Luca's board state. Luca just with a handful of answers to rebuild things here.
We see that Peter Pan Shadowfinder coming down means, yeah, we're going to see a Maui Half Shark come in. A great combo for this deck. Basically exactly what it's wanting to set up. Peter Pan Shadowfinder has an ability that lets evasive characters gain rush when they enter play. So usually Maui Half Shark would not be able to challenge on the turn that it's played, but because of the Peter Pan Shadowfinder in play, it is. When Maui Half Shark challenges and banishes a character, you're able to pick any action from your discard and bring it back to hand.
Ooh. Man, look at that combo. Finding a Brawl from the discard pile, bringing it back, and immediately using it to banish that Elsa. That was an incredible swing. The Shadowfinder.
So luckily, Lucas has the Shadowfinder that can
Lucas' board is empty this time. It's back over to him with a lot smaller hand to respond.
Also gaining lore when you play any action from Maui Half Shark as well. So a lot of synergy happening
that'd be massive though. Holy crap.
Finding keepers to get some more options in his hand.
Don't think we've seen pops though.
We have 5 more ink to work with, 6 if we can.
Yeah, because he had the bell in hand on turn 1 and didn't
probably have an answer for this Half Shark. No, we're going to play Friends on the Other Side. We do find a Popsicle there. And a bell.
That's useless. Maybe.
We're holding on to a Tamatoa Happy's Acclaim as well, so we can re-get it. Yeah, okay, so we do have the answer. We're going to play our own Lucas is going to play his own Peter Pan Shadowfinder just to banish this Maui Half Shark. Not giving Luca any more lore just from playing actions.
I mean, a fantastic job finding the answer there, clearing that Half Shark. That Half Shark would have allowed Luca to run away with the game pretty quickly, or at least stall Luca's board state for a while. So getting that off the board feels really good.
Like you said.
It's back over to Luca for the response here.
Yeah.
To ink into the Ursula Sea Witch.
Oh, a Hades.
Is that Ruthless Tyrant?
Yeah, I believe so. Hades Ruthless Tyrant, dealing 2 damage to the Ursula, allowing him to draw 2 cards. And then when Hades quests, you can do the same thing, dealing 2 damage to one of your characters to draw 2 cards as well. 7-cost character that can sing Be Prepared if needed also.
Yeah, it's a fantastic card. It's come out in set 8, worked its way into these decks.
All right, no Hades on the Hades is going to be brutal because that card is just going to get so much value. 2 lore, draw 4.
Reset the board, and then immediately use your ink to play characters. So And the card draw.
This is how you win the match, by just drawing and thinking a lot.
Look at Luca's hand size.
I know, that's what I was about to say. There's so many cards in Luca's hands right now. He has to have all of the answers to anything. We do see that third library coming
Well,
out.
the library is a good time to come out for sure.
Finder to it as well, in case Lucas has a way to banish it on this turn. Gonna start with a Finder.
Find that Hades.
Drawing 3 cards. And a Croquet Mallet. And
oh my god. See, now he has to run Hades, right? You don't ever play purple without Hades.
That Croquet Mallet, a set 1 card.
Set one all 4 Tommies in hand.
Sometimes these things come back.
Just interesting things
right,
to see.
Croquet Mallet's a 2 card, my
when banished gives a character rush, so could be useful in this match.
Yeah, brutal.
This Hades turn sideways. Lots of crabs in hand. All 4 Tamatoa happy as a clam there.
Yeah, I agree, Heather. I've never made a purple deck that didn't have 4 Hades. That card's too good.
Last match, last match, 3 of them play at a time, and this time we have all 4 crabs stacked up there.
I don't know if his list is different, but
no idea.
The fact that we're 75% through the deck and haven't seen a single copy worries me, though.
A sheldom, a shell, a claw, a clawful of crabs.
Lucas taking a lot of time here to think through how he wants to
so
turn, what he wants to play.
Luca can go to
really
16 next turn if we don't clear anything.
Against a Ruby deck in general,
that's not good.
Because we see Luca has so many cards in his hand.
Yeah,
I think that's
over the last 2 turns, he's been, I agree, just digging and digging. Because he knows this is the stage of the game where
whatever we play,
he needs to get removals down, and he doesn't even have bounces, which I believe Blurple only plays Fox now.
This is just a challenging board to respond to. We'll see one of those happy as a clams go into the inkwell. You know, these are cards that you do want to see in the end game. There's some of your higher end cards, but just not a lot to be done with them right now. It'd be nice to get a bigger body on the board, but again, that library unchecked, you know, Luca's going to be able to draw more cards, more lore next turn, and not a lot of instant answers right now. So
Croquet Mallet's not bad, but what are we?
I was about to say something that's, I think, kind of interesting. You know, these Blurple decks usually are looking to build up.
Yeah, he missed it. He does not. He goes for draw over a monster, which he's had in his hand for multiple times, when he could just hit. But I think he's setting it up. He's not trying to reveal it for Hades. Probably just wants to
doing 4 damage to the library. Luca now responding, doing all the things, drawing the cards.
Banish entire board here, and then into library.
14, I believe.
But that's still a lot of cards out of his hand.
16, there we go.
16, okay.
Well on his way to closing this out. So
this card possible for a future Tommy as well.
Game on board for Luca.
So he'll miss out on card draw.
Do you have a Monstro in hand?
Oh, no.
2 cards. He has it. Luca's going to take game 1.
He drew into the other one.
What a finish.
Okay.
I don't know how long Luca is sitting on his Pirate's Life. I know one of them is in there for quite a while, but having exactly the amount that he needs to close that Pirate's Life a card, of course.
It felt like Blurple had a non-game there.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough.
Lumineers, Luca taking that from Lucas. And on the play, with Ruby Amethyst, 1 game away now from being the 2nd player to qualify for the semifinals in the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. Luca, though, a chance to respond at this point. That Ruby Amethyst deck will have to be retired. Luca will move on to his other deck.
Yeah, now Lucas has to decide if he wants to play this Blurple deck or if he wants to try playing his Amber Ruby deck, which, looking at the deck list here, looks like a pretty aggressive list. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the switch being on the play, but it looks like he's going to stay on Blurple here, going up against Emerald Sapphire.
Yeah, I don't know what his sleeves look like, so I can't tell just yet if he switched it up. But
you gotta switch.
Do seem to indicate that
what's his
Blurple, and that's what
you said it's an Amber Ruby aggro.
Longer match here. Some of these
you 100% play that on the play right now, and then you close out with Blurple on the draw. Blurple's fantastic on the draw, especially in a slow deck like that.
Yeah.
Quickly, and Luca is on that. I see 4.
Otherwise,
logically, I think this. I think Lucas Smith is better doing this. I think he wants to be able to have no pressure, because blue-green will equally start as slow, and he can match ramp and potentially get to Radigans and big bodies that Luca cannot deal with as blue-green items, because we know he has an item version.
Yeah.
Spice, I think, on this list.
And just out-grind him, and then he's going to have to beat him on blue-green again, and just take a fast deck on the draw.
In the range of 30 items. Zach Bivens' list has 30 items. The other one we saw yesterday running 29.
Dude, why am I getting all this
data? This deck usually are items.
You gotta jump in there.
Plenty of cards to hit, and also making the board states just, I don't know another way to describe it, but ridiculous in the end game with all sorts of items, getting all sorts of abilities activated every time things are inked or things are played. It's rather wild. I saw you doing math.
Yeah, there's 30 items.
30 items
list. So those Oswalds are very likely to hit if Luca can find them early, and Lucas is going to need ways to interact with those Oswalds, because the amount of value that you create from those Oswalds, just being able to ink a card and then flip them off the top. We do see an Oswald in hand for Lucas at the start here. When we look at Lucas's hand, we do see ramp through Tipo as well, and a sail. See what he decides to keep his open hand.
Yeah, those Oswalds, sometimes in other decks, they're high rolly cards. You know, you can hit off the top a big card like a Lucky Dime, but oftentimes you miss. But in these decks, 50% of the time you're hitting. And if you can establish it on turn 2 and start dropping items off the top of your deck, like Merlin's Carpet Bags, a 5-cost card, I believe, or Lucky Dime, a 7-cost card, I mean, the value you get out of that can really allow you to close things out really quickly.
Yeah, I'm trying to look through Lucas's list here to see if there's any particular card that would help us get rid of one of those Oswalds before it gets much value, and I don't think there is. There's at least not before his turn 4, before the Oswald would be able to get a little bit of value. He is playing 1 copy of Ice Spikes, which would allow him to exert a character when it's played, so you could potentially set something up to banish that Oswald the turn that it's played. But other than that, I think it's not going to be until he can get up to 5 ink and play something like an Elsa to exert one of them or let it go before those Oswalds start getting their triggers. And all it takes is 1 or 2 good items put off the top from an Oswald for this Emerald Sapphire list to really start rolling.
Yeah, this is an engine builder list, as we call it. It's a card that wants to get a bunch of pieces on the board that all interact with each other to do several things when you do one particular action. And sometimes, again, in the end game, following these board states is rather tricky. So if we get to that point, we'll try to help you navigate it, but you have to pay very close attention when this deck gets clicking.
Yeah, because there's a lot of triggers that end up happening with all the items that are in there. I think this is the closest deck we really have to like an OTQ, a 1-turn quest deck that is just you have a bunch of items to play. I'm noticing that Luca is playing 2 Lucky Dimes, and so if he can get both of those out there, all he needs to do is get up to 10 items, then drop a Tamatoa So Shiny, and he has game. But we are going to get into this second game of the second top 8 match today, and we're going to start with Lucas inking a bell and passing the turn.
And it's over to Luca for that turn 1 popsicle. That's something Lucas would have loved to do, so Luca on script so far. Back over to Lucas. And we are looking at Lucas' hand here. We do see that Oswald, as you highlighted earlier, Brandon. That'll be a great turn 2 play if he can get it on board.
Lucas does find the ramp with the Tipo here, inking one of our Tamatoa, Happy as a Clam. We saw 4 of those in hand last game, and Lucas is going to go ahead and ink another card from hand to start this ramp process. Luca, we see that Oswald being played on turn 2.
Yeah, and it's really important to hit that ramp.
Whoa, he just drew the genie. Literally on turn 3. You love to see it.
Into a frame. Yeah, this is. I think this is probably better.
Back over to Luca, and that Oswald is sitting there waiting to be activated.
I think this is
we have a ramp
probably.
Too. We can ink twice.
No, man.
Get 2 items off. We're gonna ink one of our Tamatoa So Shiny,
probably,
and we do find a Radigan's Trap off the top. It's gonna get played. It'll come in exerted, but Radigan's Marvelous Trap does not need to be exerted to be used. No reason to use it now. When it's banished, you banish the item and an opponent loses 2 lore. And we are going to play a hidden ink caster as well. So Luca gets to draw a card now. All of his uninkable cards can be inked.
And that's a really important card to establish in the early, or at least early mid-game in this deck. There are so many uninkables. It is a risk. So a hidden Inkcaster also gets you another item on the board, but turning, again, as you pointed out, all of your uninkables into inkables an important card here. Everything is clicking right now.
Also,
Lucky for Lucas, he has that Elsa, the 5th Spirit, at the front of his hand when we drew a card for turn. So I'm sure we're going to be looking to use that on this turn just to banish this Oswald so that Luca can't continue to play items for free as he's inking. The question is, what are we inking? Is a Merlin Crab. We are going to see that Elsa played, taking out the Oswald.
Excellent answer. I mean, that's exactly what Luca wants to do in this game plan. Ramp and then get to that Elsa as fast as possible. Shut down that Oswald.
For sure, do we
the runaway Oswald is no good for Lucas. Now, for Luca, this deck does draw a lot of cards, but it generally
I like Request better here because what does card draw do for us exactly on this turn, right? Like, we can't play anything else. So.
That is also a juicy target for that.
Yeah, I think
you'd rather just sing it with Elsa.
Unless he finds it, his card draw is going to be slowed down a little bit here. So losing that Oswald feels pretty impactful. At this moment.
I'm feeling pretty good about this.
I was just gonna say I couldn't agree more. I feel like the workshop is one of the key cards to this deck if you can't keep an Oswald in play. And we do establish the workshop. I think Lucas will be holding on to this Cusco to get rid of it on the next turn potentially, because we will start seeing quickly how much Luca can utilize this if it sticks around for very long.
Yeah, Maurice's Workshop, again, the card that allows you to draw 1 card if you pay 1 ink every time you play an item. And in a deck running 30 items, that's a lot of extra cards.
Yeah, and especially in a Sapphire deck where you're usually able to...
You drew Hades, so it is in the list.
You're almost always able to pay that extra cost. We are going to sing Friends on the other side. We're going to draw Friends. And I missed what the other card, another Elsa, I believe, the 5th Spirit.
Elsa, not cards that you're sad to have in hand at this point.
No, always good ways to interact with the opponent, especially if we see like an Oswald come down. We're going to ink a Friends, and we are going to play that Cusco, getting rid of the Workshop. Lucas understanding just how vital that is to Luca's game plan, saying, I don't want you drawing any extra cards. If Lucas can continue to draw cards and put things on board, Luca is going to have a difficult time dealing with it, as this isn't Ruby Sapphire that we're playing, or Ruby Amethyst, it's Emerald Sapphire, so the only version they have of a board wipe is something like Under the Sea. Usually you have to set up some Sapphire coils in order to really get value out of it.
If Lucas pulls this game out and manages to take this game, that banishing that Workshop right there in this moment is huge. Everything could have pivoted on
so it's going to do ink the Communicator and then
right then before Luca was able to get any cards out of it.
Play or does it keep the Communicator? Maybe he inks the
Gets a little bit lower cards too, though. Only 2 Elsas and a Hades, Infernal Schemer.
But a fantastic
playing Tamatoa this turn for sure.
Lore on board right now. And Luca not really with any answers, although playing that Happy as a Clam to pull back 2 items feels really good. And now we understand why he used Radigan's Marvelous Trap last turn.
Yeah, and also something to note, that Cusco puts the Workshop in the Inkwell, meaning that these Tamatoa Happy as a Clams can't pull those Workshops back.
Pretty
Just a small detail there on the...
Incredible.
I honestly question the
huge here.
Tipo now.
Workshop certainly would have been pulled back
You
from the
absolutely have
pile
to,
by that Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. And Lucas again with the answer to that.
You have to max your value before Under the Sea.
Yeah.
Well, so giving Luca a little ramp, but once again, Luca establishing a card he wants to in order for his game plan to actually work, and then Lucas able to
hardcast it
immediately. And now with that Hades, we have 1, 2, 3,
you
4,
missed
5,
out on
7,
lore,
8
and
lore on
if
the
the Bell
board.
trades,
Luca's gonna have to find some answers or start cycling traps again.
The Bell trades, they're still like,
yeah. I mean, especially because you have the Cusco tap now, right? So it's like he could just
hit a lot of characters on the other side of the board. It wouldn't hit all of them.
Deal with the.
We are going to start with a pop.
Yeah, I don't even know if this is enough pressure to Under the Sea anyways. And if you force like a Bell clearing the Tipo, it's like you go Under the Sea target. I think you
as you mentioned, a way to slow
Oh.
Lucas down 2 of them. So Luca has the ability to take Lucas down for lore, and we get to play Scrooge McDuck.
He's grabbing the
for
word
free,
right?
Because we have 4 items that we can exert.
Or does he
It's
grab
gonna
the
let Lucas
third
hit the top
trap?
4 cards of his deck, reveal an item, and put it in his hand, and the rest go on the bottom. So a good way for him to dig
Workshop
into
gets
items he might
you
need, because
more
he can
item
find one.
recursion, so
Yeah.
There it is, that Workshop.
Oh, yeah, finding that Workshop. Luca, very happy to see that there. He needs that to really power him into the end game here.
yeah, like Bell trading the
Tipo,
Tipo
get that
is
1 lore off the board, and we've established Scrooge McDuck as
not
well.
a big deal.
We're going to pass it over with plenty of lore on Lucas's side of the board, but 2 Radigan's Marvelous Traps on board feels pretty good when you're trying to slow your opponent down. So we'll see how Lucas chooses to respond here. He's had the answer so far.
But there's still 7 lore on board.
3 cards in
Yeah.
hand.
He'll go to 16 minus 4 from the trap, puts him back down to 12. But if he plays Hades here, hits the Scrooge.
It looks like he's getting really close to 20 because we have 7 lore on board.
You know what I mean? Like he's presenting 9. So even with the -4 from the trap, he still has lethal.
We think we are.
Yep. Yeah, I love this.
Scrooge, resourceful miser, sending that to the
Because now you're forcing out
the double trap.
Now that under the sea, as you pointed out, is a danger, but not able to hit Hades or Cusco right now. And Luca would have to spend his entire turn spending all 8 ink to play it, so it doesn't feel like a perfect answer.
Yeah,
now, there was a Sapphire Coil available for Luca there with that Scrooge. I'm not sure if he took it, but if we can get a Sapphire Coil on the board, that does make that under the sea just a little bit
lot
better.
of players have been
we're in a position now where we
double downing on their deck.
Because even if we have another
ideally other matchups are better on the play, but I like it. I like staying in the groove. I like
for more than 4 every turn, so eventually he's going to get his way to 20. But Luca is just slamming item after item
out of the way,
allowing him to draw with these.
Recognizing it's always going to be a bad match.
What the heck? All right, so he inks, he communicators, the genie, double trap. Is that a no? No.
But look at the cards that he
options that he has. Only has 7 on board. Yeah, that'll be enough to start one more thing.
Activate again, or a genie, which allows Lucas to draw a card, or an Elsa, which only has 1 lore, or that Cusco, which can banish one of your items, perhaps that workshop again. So Galactic Communicator is a great control card, but all of the options here for Luca don't feel terribly great.
Yeah, and Luca having to work really hard to get Lucas away from game on the next turn. Banishing both of those Radigan's Marvelous Trap to drop down 4 lore for Lucas, and then using the Galactic Communicator to bounce the Genie, so that I think we can only quest for 7 on this turn, putting him up to 19.
I don't know that there's any reach in this.
There's
deck.
1 Merlin Goat.
One Merlin Goat
are in a deck. So
the goat already got inked, buddy.
There's only 1 goat,
I guess.
Interesting. We will play the Genie.
We do have the Genie. Are we going to find the goat?
No, it's an inkwell, guys.
Just a sail.
We'll be able to quest to 19. No more Marvelous Traps on board. Of course, Luca can always bring those back if he finds another happy as I am. We are going to quest with everything here.
I think Lucas's game plan is just keep pushing to 20. At some point, you're going to break through.
Yeah, he's gained 25 lore, I think, at this point in the game. Fox will bounce
Cusco. Beautiful. Bouncing the Cusco back with the Fox, we can reuse it to banish one of put one of Lucas' items in the inkwell if we need to. Luca still has to survive the turn.
And that's fantastic insurance. Let's say that Luca does manage to control, but before he plays another Marvelous Trap. Marvelous Trap does kind of into play.
I mean, I guess he can't actually.
Under the sea doesn't help, so
prevent that.
He's just looking for other answers. But
being played by Luca.
I think this is a go to game 3.
Under the sea looks better and better the more you have.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he has it.
So even though this Amber Ruby aggro is slightly weaker on the draw, I still think it's always going to be a bad matchup with the traps, right? And under the sea, that you just take your on the play.
Is the play of the match for me.
Yeah, I mean, Lucas really had everything he needed going into this game.
Yeah.
He was able to find his ramp on turn 2.
I take your on the draw.
Play the Elsa to get rid of the early Oswald, and then follow that up with the Cusco to get rid of the workshop.
I don't know.
Even on one of the turns that later we saw the workshop being played, we saw the turn after that, Luca just played item after item after item, paying the cost every time, filling up his hand, looking for answers.
Well, we're going to get to see Luca's deck again. Luca has to win with his deck as well, having already won with his Ruby Amethyst deck, so he's going to take it in again, and this time on the play against Lucas's Amber Ruby deck, a kind of an unconventional color combination. Unfortunately, you know, when you pair Sapphire and Amethyst, those are the favorite 2 partners for Ruby right now. So Ruby has to go into another color, which you don't see it with often in the competitive meta, although Amber Ruby has seen its share of tournament play with Mufasa builds, etc. But in this instance, we're playing a more aggressive version. You're taking a look at the list there, Brandon. What do you see?
Yeah, I'm taking a look at the list. It is definitely a more aggressive version of the list. We have some Daisy Ducks in there, but we also have a Flynn Rider frenemy that we've seen in previous metas.
My boy.
A comeback for this tournament specifically. A very aggressive list.
Oh, you know what? The Flynn's is probably what makes him comfortable on the draw.
Maybe. I mean, Flynn's better on the play, though. But against this deck, I guess it doesn't matter unless they hit like 3-1.
Scrooge is the only thing
chance that he is going to be able to
Bell are the
Lucas
only
before
things that
Lucas is able
can
to get
stop
running,
it in the
especially
early
since
game.
Lucas is on the draw. We do
But
see
he
a
also
Prince
has
John
PJ.
in
Like
hand
he
as
can
well. One of the
afford
best,
to miss one win
turns
turn.
for this Amber Ruby deck is to do something like a Flynn Rider on 2, followed by a high strength character like the new Prince John afterwards, so that Flynn Rider can start accruing lore quickly. And so if Luca isn't able to get established fast enough and able to challenge and banish all of the characters that Lucas is playing, because he is playing the Lady Family Dog that allows you to play an extra character. There's a couple early bodyguards through Jim Deere and the Prince that he could play as well to make it even more difficult for Luca to break through the characters that he's playing. I can kind of see this going either way depending on how each player
Lucas just got 2 piglets back in the mulligan. That's a pretty good card in this matchup.
And it's brought into this format mostly because you can banish Steel during the Swiss rounds, and even now, because Steel has a lot of the early game answers that prevent you from.
I like Lucas's shuffling. He shuffles vertical.
Bibby does that too.
Highlight you can play on turn 2. Yeah,
or
to your point, this deck wants to win fast. Lucas wants to win fast here. There's a little bit of reach, but not a lot. Cards like Super Goof, we're not playing some of the Strength Matters cards that we've seen in other builds of this deck, like the Tinkerbell or the Maximus. Yeah, so really, you're going to have to do it the traditional way with a lot of questing, and we're going to see if Lucas can get that done here on the draw.
Already see Luca has a popsicle for turn if we want to play it.
And he's got the Scrooge.
Yeah.
Take a minute to see what he
scary stuff.
For turn. These early turns are super
Does he
important.
have the Flynn Rider for me?
Keep
no enemy.
That can answer any early pressure that Lucas is
but
on.
An early Scrooge from Luca is going to be really good regardless, just because it can challenge.
Does Lucas have a 1-drop?
No, I do not think he does. This is not an ideal hand for Lucas here, and even his 2-drops. I mean, I think you do see the Piglet there, but without a turn 1 play, that Piglet. Oh, we do have the 1-drop. Okay, it's the Mulan Injured Soldier, which comes into play with 2 damage on it. Well statted, but the drawback is she comes into play with 2 damage. So incredibly important to have that 1-drop because it does allow him to play that Piglet on turn 2 and perhaps quest for 3 on turn 3.
Play
so
caster.
good on Lucas there.
No, there's no way. He needs the pop for Scrooge on turn 3.
I did see an Oswald in there. There's also hidden Inkcaster.
No way, dude. Really?
Popsicle, but is choosing
He just has
to.
we
already
no
this Oswald out. So
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going for value, I guess, instead of
during this game,
tempo.
as long as this Oswald is in play, and start looking at the top card of our deck, it's an item played exerted. Definitely, Lucas had some 2-drops though.
Pop, he'll move on. That's okay.
Yeah, Lucas will look to establish something here. One thing I will note, Luca does have Under the Sea in hand, which would be incredibly important to allow him to shut down Lucas's game plan later. We won't be available for a while,
here it comes.
but he already has that answer.
And one thing that Lucas, I'm sure, has in mind is that
Ink Cloud Kicker for sure.
A back-breaking card against these aggro decks, but Lucas is playing a couple cards that have 3 strength, have 5 strength, things that get around.
Well, I mean, I guess it's fair. There's really nothing to contest right now, and there's no
being pulled off the top.
knowing you're gonna bounce
through that Oswald trigger, and the Cloud Kicker is going to come down, bounce that Piglet back to hand, slowing Lucas down.
High tempo for this deck, like be able to
off that Piglet so badly, running away
drop a 4/4 for free.
To his plan. So having that Cloud Kicker in hand,
like literally
next
the
tempo and puts a body on board that can respond to any quest. That is a huge play.
This is the difference between being on the play and on the draw for these aggro lists. You're not able to get those characters out as efficiently, as safely. Any drawbacks like this really slow these aggressive decks down. And as you mentioned earlier, Liam, they don't have that much reach. So you're trying to get as much lore as possible. We are going to see the Lady Family Dog being played, and we can replay this Piglet for free from Lady's ability, and we're passing it back to Luca.
Oh, and it's another Oswald.
2 Oswalds.
2 Oswalds in board. Oh my goodness, this is what Luca wants to be doing. He's going to start to run away with things here.
He's really bad. Mostly because unequals, right? Like he's going to have to.
Oh my goodness. Unfortunate there.
He's going to have to play the ink
but he'll play an item the old-fashioned way, putting hidden Inkcaster in play.
May have to.
Uninkable items.
And there's the Sapphire Coil. That is going to be a key card in this matchup.
Oh, wow. Okay. Double punishing to double. Better lucky than good.
As they get established, this Sapphire
I
Coil
was going to say, you
very
might
vital
have to force the Inky under the season. Well, I guess not anymore.
If Lucas is able to play some of the higher strength characters, it'll give Luca the opportunity to send all of those characters to the bottom, utilizing that Sapphire Coil, which, of course, reduces the strength of a character of your choosing when you ink a card, and you're definitely trying to ink cards getting these Oswald triggers.
Luca, a very, very stoic player, but I know that he left for joy a little bit when he hit that workshop. Getting that into play here is huge, And goodness, and as you pointed out, Lucas, without an answer in this particular build for those items, so that workshop is going to be there all game.
What's really
drawing extra
critical
cards
too is Luca is one short of being able to think of the scene this turn.
Close out this game as quickly as possible. That's one way to do it. Quest for 6 here on this turn.
And then
there's another item that I think Lucas is scared to see, which is a Radigan's Marvelous Trap. Because as soon as those start entering play, we can start pulling Lucas even further back. But we are going to play a second Piglet and a Gym Deer. So a bodyguard character, 0-4, just one thing that Luca would have to challenge through before he can challenge the Lady, the Piglet, the Mulan, hopefully keeping them around for an extra turn, as Lucas is presenting a lot of lore on board currently.
But look at all of those characters and look at their strength lines. They are all 2 or less. With that Fishbone Quill in play, Lucas able to ink 2 cards per turn. 2 in the inkwell this turn means that you will have 8 on the following turn, which is the perfect card or number for Under the Sea. But you know what, Brandon? You don't need to play it with your ink if you have 8 cost worth of characters on board, because you can sing it together.
Yes, Under the Sea is a song that can be sung together. We're going to start though exerting all these
Luca,
items we got for free by
your workshop. Thank you. That did not come into play.
Even more items off of the top of our deck before we spent any ink, just developing a 4/4.
He can
one
see
more character there with Scrooge McDuck.
Not this turn.
Yes, but like this is what we're looking at.
And yeah. Inked for the turn. We can still find items later. We're gonna get another workshop in play. So now for every item that gets played, we can pay.
Yeah, Luca pretty much got bailed out by the double
it's like
Oswald ink
a card.
after
so a lot
the
of
first 2
triggers happen here.
But I mean, with 30 items in the deck,
it
was kind of the anomaly that you whiffed rather than the anomaly that
you get the Happiest Flame goes to the bottom from the Oswald. The first one, we get another Sapphire Coil. Once that enters, both of the workshops in play enter the bag, so we can choose to pay 1 ink to draw a card. Also, the other Sapphire Coil triggers, so we're choosing characters to reduce their strength by 2 because of a card entering the inkwell.
So Oswald into Jim, and then
I'll kick it into the Piglet that was punk,
and that strength reduction will be
good.
Important.
Yeah, this makes it so that he can challenge with these Oswalds if he wants to, and they won't be banished. We do see Galactic Communicator pulling off the top. This is going to trigger.
Oh my God! Draw a card.
Maurice's workshop. The Oswalds are going to finish first. We're finding another hidden ink caster. We'll draw a card off of that.
Oh no! He didn't draw off to bounce it. Yeah.
Jim Deere back to hand. So now
it's over. It's over. It's over. Luca had such a bad hand before the Oswald double items, and then he got like super bailed because he had caster, UTS, and I was worried he might have to ink his Under the Sea with caster.
That Moonline Injured Soldier.
Yeah, I think we're getting to a position for Luca where
don't understand why Lucas chose to play this on the draw. I would so much rather be on purple on the draw.
We have plenty of ways that we can use items to reduce.
It's probably still bad on the bowl, or like still.
Yeah, but you're better.
Characters. He's really set up a lot here for Lucas. It's going to be difficult for him to put enough cards in play, and then they stay in play long enough for him to quest with them and get up to 20.
Lucas here thinking through. Lucas knows that Under the Sea is in there. He knows that that could end his game pretty quickly. So trying to figure out how much do I put out on the board? Do I go for it all? Do I drop everything? You do have the Prince John Frady Cat, which will not be susceptible to the Under the Sea normally, but with 2 Sapphire Coils in play,
it's almost guaranteed. Yeah. Especially with a Fishbone Quill and a hidden ink caster. Luca able to ink any card in hand at that point. To get those Sapphire Coil triggers.
That last turn so impactful there for Luca, clearing everything up. And you see the item engine in full swing here.
Yeah, I was about to say, you see the power of this deck once it gets rolling. The amount of resources it's able to play for free, essentially, not using any resources through the Oswalds, or for very low resources, being able to draw cards from the Maurice's workshop just for 1 ink as items are being played for free. Which means you have all this extra ink that you can spend. We played a Scrooge McDuck for free as well because we had all of the items. The amount of ink worth of cards that were played last turn for Lucas is astronomical compared to the amount of ink we actually have to spend.
Yeah, you know, the best cost in any TCG or any game really is free.
Free.
So Lucas here just thinking through his lines. It looks like we're getting 3 ink. We are going to get that Prince John Frady Cat in play. one more ink, get the Daisy Duck, so getting all the characters you can on board. That'll unlock Piglet's ability, so Piglet will be able to quest for 3, and then 4 with that Mulan, going up to 11, and back over to Luca for the response, and all the triggers that we're about to see.
We're going to ready all the items. There could be a lot of triggers happening.
Anytime you have to put your hand on the board and use your entire palm to ready your board state, you know things are going well for you.
You're probably in a good position, yeah.
So figuring out what order we want to do things here. The Fishbone Quill will ink a card. We're going to get triggers off the Oswald. First card is a hidden ink caster. We're going to get the third one in play. Then we're triggering the Sapphire Coils and reducing Prince John's strength. It looks like
Under the sea.
Oh, we're answering a question here before we do the second one.
Radigan Marvelous Trap. Pulled off the second Oswald. I think we're triggering the Maurice's Workshop there. Draw a card.
So card draw, Sapphire Coil is going ink out. We're going to ink again. We're going to find a bell. It's going to go to the bottom. And off the top deck, it's another Workshop.
I think that's
3 Workshops in play now. Looks like we're going to quest here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And oh no, never mind. It's not quest. It is Under the Sea. Singing it together. Darling, it's better. Down where it's wetter. Under the bottom of your opponent's deck. And there those characters go.
And just to make sure Lucas doesn't get too close, we'll banish our Radigan Marvelous Trap, reducing 2 lore, and establishing a Tamatoa. So Tamatoa is so shiny, has an extra lore for every item in play. This is how Emerald Sapphire closes out these games quickly. And Lucas is just going to shake hands. He knows there's nothing he can do. Luca is moving on to the semifinals of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
You have your second semifinal. Lucas with a fantastic run yesterday. His Blurple deck, his Blurple list. Blurple's has come to an end. 2 very fantastic players, wonderful people, and I'm excited to see how
we knew Zach was on blue-green, but it wasn't an item variant.
Our second.
Yeah, he switched it up.
Yeah,
the color combo has been
we talk about all weekend
very strong into triple deck format, regardless of version.
What 3 decks are trying to bring in? Right? There's a lot of players that brought in the typical Ruby Sapphire,
however,
Steel, Amethyst, Emerald, and both of these players decided
the item version I've only seen as of lately, and
the item list. It's
yeah, man, the trap being Luke is super better and much more
Luca was able to unlock that.
Flexible than like a shark grabbing an axe.
Perfect in game 3, got everything
we
you wanted
think
to
of like lore burning. The trap can be, as we saw in Divin's game yesterday,
single turns can make all the
every turn.
In game 2, Lucas won the game, I believe, by banishing that Workshop right away with that
keeping away,
and getting that off
and then
the
of
board
course
before you do any damage.
coil giving
and
to
then
base
in that
just,
last game, the game plan I think for
and if you ban Steel, most of the item hate is in there.
And also the best way is to remove Oswald.
At the perfect time, and it allowed Luca to win that game.
Yeah,
it's just one of those like
knew exactly what they needed to do in order to win both games. But we are going to look at the bracket.
I do think Red Purple traditional can beat it though.
Edmund Chu and Luca will be facing in the semi-finals, and then next up we will have DKP and Federico battling it out for their semi-final placement. Afterwards, Zach and Mo as well, before we move on to the semifinals later today.
Once again, you are seeing every game here in the top 8 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship. You're going to get these 2 games next. We have our first 2 semifinalists. What an exciting day, and every match so far, every game has been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited that we get to see every single game. Like you mentioned, this top 8, there's not anything that you guys are going to miss. We want you to see every single thing. We have the literal world's best Lorcana players here, and I know that the people at home are excited to watch it.
That's true, and I want to bring people in a little bit to what we're hearing behind us and seeing behind us. There's a viewing area set up out there in the main area. And
I just noticed, is Liam dressed like Mickey Mouse?
Yeah.
There are
I didn't see the red pants.
Plus ones. Yeah, we're out there watching this live. Every single time there's a great play, every single time a player wins and advances, there's a round of applause from all of the competitors cheering on their fellows. It's a wonderful environment and a really exciting atmosphere right now.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what we saw yesterday, we know that the competitors are all cheering each other on. So the ones that didn't make it here to day 2, a lot of them are here to watch. The ones that did make it to day 2 continue to progress, and teammates are cheering each other on. Family members are here to cheer each other on. It's one of the things I enjoy most about the Disney Lorcana community.
It is a community, and I will say a lot of these competitors, if they didn't know each other before this weekend, have spent a lot of time together, and I think there's a lot of friendships made, if I can say something a little cheesy, out there this weekend. I know I've gotten to know a lot of these players very well, some of which I never met before, and they're all wonderful people.
Yeah, I mean, they've gone on a long journey to get here, right? There were 11 challenges, there were 2 championships. These players are seeing each other along this road. They're all going the distance together to try to make it to this spot. So it's not like these are all strangers in a room. They've all been fighting the same fight, doing the same battle to get to this point. All of them know just how much work it takes to get to this position, and they all have respect for each other too.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just been it's been a really fun atmosphere. I'll go on more about the emotion of it and everything later. I'm not going to cry on camera just yet. But it's also been some incredible Lorcana, as you highlighted. We have in the top 8 some really, I wouldn't say unconventional deck lists, but some lists that I think a lot of us thought would be lower powered. And we also have some really, really traditional lists. Every game of Lorcana has been fantastic so far, and that we are getting that next round seeded that's coming up very, very soon. So make sure you don't go anywhere. It's going to be nonstop Lorcana all day.
Yeah, I'm excited. Like I mentioned earlier, being able to watch all of the top 8 matches is super special just because I don't want to miss any of the action. Like I mentioned, these are the world's best players. I want to see how every game breaks down. I wouldn't want to see that somebody advance and not know what happened. We saw how many exciting games there were yesterday. There were a lot of Sisus that were pulled off the top. There were a lot of there was a lot of heartbreak and a lot of loud cheers and victory. So we don't want anyone to miss any of the excitement.
I agree. And I talked about how much we enjoyed getting to know the players, how much the players enjoyed getting to know each other. We love it when you get to know the players as well, so we're going to throw it to Rebecca in the interview booth.
Hi, Illumineers. I'm here with Luca, our next player to make it to top 4. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Grazie mille.
Thank you very much.
Allora, ciao Luca, siamo qui. Stiamo salutando tutti gli illuminati. Complimenti per la tua top 4. Come ti senti?
Allora,
congratulations for your top 4. How do you feel?
Sereno, tranquillo, è andata molto bene.
Calm, I feel very good.
Adesso continuiamo la corsa per vincere.
So thank you.
Thank
I am
you for
really tranquil.
Congratulating me.
I liked it, and now we continue our path towards victory.
Yes, indeed. And that path took
Sure.
you to a rematch against Lucas, your competitor you played yesterday in round 5. And you won 2-1. How was it in this rematch, knowing what you were going to face in these decks?
DKP is your favorite?
Come ti sei sentito nel fare questo rematch e nel sapere contro cosa stavi giocando?
Allora, ero molto
Question was properly translated.
Per questo rematch, anche perché ieri l'ho vinto. Solo che ieri è andato completamente diverso il matchup.
Yesterday was totally different.
So I was really tranquil about this rematch, also because I won it. But yesterday it went pretty different, this rematch.
Io ho perso il dado e quindi lui ha iniziato con il giallo-rosso aggro che ha vinto la partita e poi sono riuscito a vincere con gli altri 2 mazzi contro il suo blu-viola.
Yesterday
I lost the dice in the beginning, so I went against a difficult deck, but then I was able to win with the other 2 decks and proceed to the next round.
You talk a little bit more about the deck choice, but
adesso è andata molto bene quando sono partito con il blu-verde item perché ho incontrato aggro, ma il mazzo si è incastrato decisamente.
I heard item and aggro.
And this time went very well when I went versus the item aggro, because my deck has really done its thing and we won very fast.
Per quello che invece riguarda il rosso-viola, beh, il mio best deck, quindi
said red purple's best deck.
Di base,
He actually said red purple's best deck.
Cerco di vincere sempre contro tutto.
For what concerns the red amethyst deck, that's my best deck, and what I try to do is to win against anybody and everything.
Yes, and you did. You got the win in that game 1. You won on 2 Pirates' life there at the end. How did that feel?
That's all I needed to know.
Durante il game 1 hai vinto contro 2 Pirates Life, in quel game hanno appunto
come ti sei sentito?
No, avevo due tipologie per chiudere la partita, alla fine ho optato per quella più semplice con doppia palette life, ma le avevo già da un po', erano lì che aspettavano solo di arrivare a 16. Ho settato la vittoria il turno prima e lui non ha risposto e ho chiuso così.
I had two paths I could follow towards the victory. In the end, I decided to pursue the one with 2 pirates life, so I played that. My opponent did not answer. I've said it from the round before, and he didn't do anything, and then I won.
Well, congratulations on your win. Congratulations on top 4. We can't wait to see you in the semifinals, but we have 2 more rounds coming of the top 8. We can't wait to show you those games, Illumineers. Stick around, and we'll see you back here soon.
All right.
We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida for the first ever Disney Locana World Championship Tournament.
So
Where can you leave it?
and get ready to watch the event of a
Probably here. Is it time to reheat pizza? Is it time to reheat pizza?
Could be. What?
This is for Bologna. It's another golden Mickey. Brother. Foil uncut pizza is kind of sick. Yeah, so good, yeah.
Check it out.
Okay, so top 32 championship invite 6. There's no longer top 16. Elsa Ice Maker. Which one is that? Is that the blurple one?
Yeah.
I think so. Top 16 is an Elsa playmat. So we do get another Mickey. I hope it's a different Mickey. But it looks like Mickey is just going to be the price card forever. Or whatever. Top 4 foil, uncut sheet, uncommon. That's weird. Top 2 is full foil set, enchanted and epic, and then winner gets a foil uncut sheet, all the rares. So you don't get foil uncuts for supers or legendaries, and a trophy. And then the prize wall cards are all main event promo cards, non-foil. So you can get a non-foil.
As well as the Dragonfire and Let It Go non-foils. That's interesting.
Yeah, non-foil Let It Go.
Oh, you can get non-foil uncut sheets, playmats, oversized cards.
Wow. Oh, hell yeah. I love oversized cards. Yeah. Challenge hat? Let's go.
That's the bucket hat, gotta be.
That's gotta be the bucket. Or maybe there's just more than one. Oh, that's for Bologna. You need to go. I need to go.
Yeah, that'll be really cool.
Did we get anything done in that bingo?
That's why I just wanted to check.
Nope. Absolutely not. If we get fabled revealed, we'll have very close double bingo. Are we back?
Welcome back, Illumineers, to day 2 of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. My name is Brandon. I'm joined in the booth by Rebecca.
I'm back. and it's so nice to be back in the booth with you, Brandon. It's been such an exciting day, and I am really excited to be casting this next match with you. We have some excellent players coming up here, and it's just a pleasure to be in the booth with you again, Brandon.
Yeah, we're getting right into this one because we don't want to hold anyone up. We have DKP
we have to
being player number 1, the Melbourne Challenge winner. Favorite deck being Ruby Sapphire, professional TCG player, coach, and content creator. Favorite Disney character, Donald Duck.
Yeah, I wish I could do a Donald Duck voice. I cannot. So we will go on over to our next player, which is Federico Marangeli, and he is our Birmingham Challenge winner. His favorite deck is Ruby Sapphire. A lot of Ruby Sapphire love here.
Let's go. They announced the challenges in the U.S. Milwaukee, my hometown. I'm going. And then Richmond and Indianapolis.
I know that we have some
excellent
decks here.
I don't
DKP,
know.
of course, bringing
I
that
guess
Ruby Sapphire that he is known for, as well
one.
as an Amethyst Steel, and then an Amber Emerald deck.
Yeah, also Federico is bringing Ruby Sapphire as well. So both players on their favorite deck, and as you can see, the players are ready to start. They
then we have
their hands at this
Indiana
point.
and Virginia.
As quickly as possible, but Federico bringing Ruby Sapphire, Amethyst, Emerald, and Amber Steel, as well as his lineup. So I think, okay, looks like Federico's
Milwaukee is October.
DKP's deck list, choosing, memorizing those. They get some time to memorize the deck list before the match, and then both players will choose and bench one of the other players' deck lists, so they can't play that, and then they have to play with the other two.
Get the trouble with Italian because
yes, this benching process this weekend has been so interesting, Brandon. What are your thoughts about going through these players' minds when they're looking at these deck lists and making this decision here, and some of the decisions that we've seen being made?
Yeah, there's a lot to think of. One of those is, depending on who your opponent is, what's their bread and butter, right? DKP is known for playing Ruby Sapphire. One of the more notable Ruby Sapphire players is usually a Half-Shark, Maui Half-Shark list. And so if you're playing against somebody who has that in their lineup,
man, I'm so hyped.
Benching that, putting them
I love Milwaukee
that they're comfortable with.
And I can't
go
win some Morcana there.
Come in saying, I just want to ban a specific ink and build my decks around those. So I'm interested to see what both players decide here. We're about to see benches in just a moment.
Gonna reveal them. I like the drama of this, Brandon. The drama. Here it is.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. Okay, so Amber Steel is gonna be benched for Federico, and then that Amber Emerald is going to be benched for DKP. So they are gonna have those Ruby Sapphire decks that they both play with.
For the other one?
And
we got the Milwaukee, 25th to 26th October. Richmond will be January 10th through 11th, and then Indianapolis is June 1st.
We basically, instead of having overlap of
now DKP has the Ruby Sapphire.
We've had like 2 of each format.
Or shark list, like you were saying. I'm not sure what Federico has brought today. Is it the item list or the shark list?
Federico is playing the item list, which I will say, in my experience,
wow, we're kicking it off at the Ruby
Sapphire. Into the Maui
I think that's.
But you're also watching the Maui Half-Shark player, so I could definitely be proven wrong. You never know. I'm not sure who gets to be on the play and who gets to be on the draw. Okay, we have production.
Oh yeah, DKP's 8th.
Oh no,
so it makes sense for him to open.
I don't know who's on the play and who's on the draw. We'll figure that out
Here in the top 8, of course, yesterday the players were all doing die rolls to see who would go first.
Oh,
today it's today
so why did Federico start?
So which is why I know that players were
really assuming
to get that 5
DKP would start aggro to try and yank it.
That higher seeding and give them the advantage today. So it is the player who ended yesterday at the higher seed who will be going first in game 1.
And in a second, we'll get to see which one that is once we move to the tabletop view. But as you can see, both players are just shuffling up. Soon we will get into the altars. For anybody that might be new to Disney Lorcana or has not played as much, the way we start this game is both players shuffle up. You get to draw 7 cards each, and then both players can put any of those 7 cards back on the bottom of their deck and draw back up to 7 cards. That's called our altar.
You say,
phase.
oops, I don't want these. No, that's not the ideal opening hand. And I think, in my experience and talking with some of these really high-level players, that altering step of it is like crucial.
It really is. It really can be the difference between a world-class player and a really good player, just because understanding the matchup, understanding what cards are vital for your hand, and then knowing which cards you have to throw away, even knowing something like how many uninkables are in your deck and versus how many uninkables are in your hand, sort of doing rough calculations in your head of, okay, well, if I didn't draw any uninkables in my hand and I throw 7 cards back, what's the likelihood that I get a handful of uninkables and brick?
Right. Or even the other thing that is wild is the players thinking through, okay, if I'm on the play, I'm going to mulligan, or I'm going to alter for this, or if I'm on the draw, I'm going to alter for this, or even what is the matchup here, and in the specific matchup, what are the lines, the opening lines that I want to be playing. So there's a lot that goes into altering their opening hands, and both players now have done that.
Yeah, that is definitely something to bring up. The play versus the draw, you are usually doing different things if you're on one versus the other. And so we were going to see the players draw their hands. Federico already has 2. Oh my goodness. Federico needed to shuffle a little harder. We've got 3 popsicles and 2 sails, I believe, in the opening hand for Federico here. We'll see what he's going to send back.
We've got a Tipo, we've got a Maui, there was a Sisu.
And he's on the play.
Ink Great Stone, because you probably don't need it in this matchup.
3 is maybe too many.
No, I think this is one of the better matchups for Great Stone because it lets you just out-value in these long grinding games.
Even with the sail on turn 2, you can play the sail.
I think both that.
There's item version.
Really well with the
I would agree because you have coils and you want to like double trigger.
As well, because if you got 2 popsicles in play, you can banish them, put them in your discard, pull them back with that Tamatoa, and replay them to continue to draw more cards. But
yeah, Federico is taking his time here, really thinking through. He has not put anything down, thinking what he wants to do. And I wonder, Brandon, because this is an item build, how much he's thinking through, how much do I want these items earlier here in the game.
Yeah, because something to think about with DKP's list, he is running 4 McDuck Manors, and so the Maui Half Shark list doesn't do the same thing that the item list does. It is definitely a little bit more control, but if you can establish a couple McDuck Manors early, especially if your opponent has a really slow opening, Federico's going to have to find ways to banish those. Otherwise, those McDuck Manors are going to gain 2 lore at the start of every turn. They have 9 willpower, which can be pretty difficult to banish just with characters on board.
Those locations are... Scrooge has got a big house. He has a lot of security. You know, he's got guard ducks all over the place and saying, you have a lot to get through if you want to get into this manor.
I wanted to check the deck list for Federico because I thought I remembered hearing about a player that was doing this. Federico is playing 4 Hideaway, though.
4?
So that's going to make this matchup for Federico even better. Hideaway is a 2-cost inkable card that you can play and essentially put an item or location card into their player's inkwell. But we're going to start with DKP going first, inking a card, playing a popsicle, and then passing it over to Federico.
I actually really
I love this. In Federico's hand, he has a scuttle. That card it's kind of like a Be Our Guest.
But maybe he doesn't need
the
double
Scuttle, and I forget which set that Scuttle came out with. Also, I love Scuttle. I love The Little Mermaid. It's one of my favorite movies, so it's really fun to see that card because I don't know that I think he's great for items, but you don't usually see a Scuttle in
Why
these
is
item
Federico
builds.
going
Yeah,
second?
it's definitely a card that is unconventional for these item builds, but it does exactly what you said. When you play Scuttle, you get to look at
DKP is third. I don't know why they don't have
Exactly. There you go. And we can see Federico ink a sail, play a popsicle, DKP, his turn to play Tipo, ramp up. Federico draws another.
Oh no!
The 8th was the guy.
It's Mo.
Of course,
It's Mo
that
was
increase the inkwell.
17
And
and
really, both of these decks, I think that's really isn't that what you want to be doing on turn 2?
Dude, I forgot.
That's what a lot of Sapphire decks are trying to do.
For some reason, I thought he stuck in last.
I would argue Federico's deck, especially more than DKP, but definitely DKP. He's trying to get up to those Maui Half Shark ink numbers, I guess.
Yep.
To ramp up, but we are going to see Federico inking the Scuttle, playing
It makes a lot of sense why Federico went red-blue. Does not make a lot of sense why DKP went RB first.
So after we ink, I expect
Probably just he's comfortable with it.
But probably assume that he
Especially
knows.
we're here in Orlando. It is hot,
it is
humid outside. We
The
want
other
to
matchup
eat all
is
the
bad for him.
popsicles, please.
Definitely, and those popsicles like to be recycled as well. You know, you thought Nick Wild would be really great at recycling these popsicles.
Nope.
There's a little crab that I know that likes to pull them back every now and then.
He is not so drab, little crab. He's he's searching for the shiny things. The other thing that DKP has in his deck list is he has one single copy of Merlin's Carpet Bag, and that is one that will also bring items back from your discard.
That card
and
is
really
card.
fun.
I mean, it's really good in this matchup too.
Pay one and exert it to bring a card back. DKP is going to ink a card and play Grammatala. We get to look at the top 2 cards of our deck.
Locals are pretty bad.
Yep.
It looks like DKP is going to keep a Brawl.
It's wild how Brawl went from being one of the most important cards in the matchup to one of the worst in the mirror match once Hiram got banned, right?
So I was going to say that Brawls in this matchup can be super important, especially if you're playing Sapphire Coils, but I don't even see DKP playing any Sapphire Coils, so really it's just useful to stop things like a Sisu shift, if we see a Sisu Daring Visitor. Really just some good removal. It also could just be a card to ink as well on top of that.
Yeah, DKP is not playing Sisu Daring Visitor, which is the 3 costs, right?
Yes.
Correct? The 3 costs. The shift target. He's not playing that little Sisu, but 2 copies of Sisu Empowered Sibling, which is the big one that sends all your characters away.
Even if Brawl
so
isn't like
really
super
necessary,
I still
play Popsicle,
Yeah, and it looks like
and then
Federico
you can
for
double
his turn
ink.
played another sale, so he gets to draw a card and ink 2 times again.
Or do you
Talk
ink,
about how important ramping
play
is
Fishbone,
in this
ink
matchup.
again,
Federico certainly
and then
doing that, having played sale last turn and this turn.
And there's that 3rd Popsicle. No, what's interesting here with Federico's deck is he has
also, if you
no
draw
characters
into
on board, just those
Purge,
popsicles.
you can
Is that what that deck was built to do, though? Does he
Fishes.
care that there's no characters out on the board?
Yeah, I don't think so. So
But
that's
I
one
think
of the
now you
things
definitely
about this
just
matchup that I find interesting.
take
Items versus
it
Maui Half Shark is the Maui Half Shark deck is certainly not
a
fast.
little
It's one that you
slow.
have to be a little concerned about if McDuck Manors are getting played pretty quickly. But Federico's playing a bunch of
You never
hideaways. I'm not
skip your
sure if he has
second
any
ink.
hand. But the point is, he has answers to it. So
Probably
even if
not.
DKP is
Not in
able to
this
get an
matchup.
explosive opening with something like that,
Brawl
Federico
for
has
sure.
answers to that. Otherwise, Federico is just setting up, essentially. We talked last round about how important Maurice's Workshop is.
Yes.
And Federico is playing 4 of those. It's the
Yeah, I
primary
never
draw
inked the
engine
double sale
for this
because I want
item
the
stack.
double
So
ramp.
if he's just looking to get one of those established, he's taking his time. Sapphire Coils are extremely important in this matchup because with Sapphire Coils, all of your brawls get turned on. Once you have so many Sapphire Coils in play, usually it's not too hard to ink at least twice per turn, and so every time that we see a Sapphire Coil being played here by Federico, if you can get a couple cards in your inkwell, you can trigger those Sapphire Coils, reduce a bunch of damage, and then your Sisu Empowered Siblings are turned on, your Brawls are turned on. You can get rid of those Maui Half Sharks and all the other threats that DKP is playing.
Yeah, Sapphire Coil. I said it yesterday, and I'll say it again. That card is bonkers. It's just
it's
bonkers.
very good.
It's very good. And that Brawl that DKP took last turn, he actually used that for ink, and we saw that Merlin's Carpet Bag that we were talking about earlier come down on the board. He has just that 1 copy, and when
he has
Merlin's
one.
Carpet
Okay,
Bag
cool.
gets working, it can do a lot of work in bringing back cards. So that's fun to see. He only has 1 copy, and he found it this game.
Yeah, it can. Items are very important in these Sapphire.
He knows he's gonna need the hook.
Yeah, the hook is such a bad ink here, I think, because
he has double let it go
you're against her. Yeah, I guess true, with 2 let it goes in hand.
But the hook is, in my opinion, better because of necessary to kill mana sometimes.
Into the discard, use the Carpet Bag, pull it back. And speaking of Happy as a Clam,
there he is.
Federico's going to play on his turn and bring 2 Popsicles back after banishing them.
Ooh.
Happy as a clam. Happy to be here. He's so shiny.
Is he going to put the
prep
on the
for
bottom?
DKP on his turn, it looks like we're going to see how far I'll go.
I think I
look at the top 2 cards of his deck.
don't need to set up right away. He put the prep. He put the.
He took the prep and inked
the. Yeah. Okay.
I
does
not have any characters in hand. He has a Develop Your Brain, which he's playing now.
How far? I think
I saw a Hideaway in his hand, along with that Be Prepared that I know he is saving for. Just
you can cast it this turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a Pirate Slide for how far I'll go to choose from there, and I missed which one he put on the bottom after shuffling his hands. I think we have a how
being
far I'll go.
disrespectful about
Yeah,
the
that's what we ended
He
up
has
doing.
a
So we're
skin
just continuing to
condition.
ramp, build up our inkwell so that we can play our big characters and use all of our ink. Sapphire decks like to do a lot of stuff on their turn, and usually that requires lots of ink to do.
Lots of ink. Yeah, all of the decisions that Sapphire players have to make. There's so many things here with all the different cards and making.
Oh, he developed Carpet Bag instead.
Your deck, looking at 2 cards. What am I going to put in my Inkwell? What am I going to keep? What Vision of the Future?
No, he passed the second one. The Carpet Bag was already out, actually.
It was?
He did just
yeah,
put
it last one, I
Vision
think.
of the Future off of that last How Far I'll Go, which
No.
DKP
2 mana popsicles every turn.
I asked him his favorite card, and he said Vision of the Future was actually his favorite card to play, and I could see why.
Yeah, I mean, when you have 4 Visions of the Future, and with every vision you can look 5 cards deep, that's 20 cards in your deck, essentially, that you get to look. And with a 60-card deck, that's a large majority, not even counting the How Far I'll Go's, Gramatalas, and everything else that you're using to cycle through your deck.
That's 20/20 vision.
20/20 vision. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, also a lot of decisions to make for these players. This is why Ruby Sapphire is a deck that we see at the at the top tables and with competitive players because they're skilled enough to play it. There's a lot of decisions to make, but all of those decisions.
Oh, do I now? I don't understand
ways
it is or what to
win the game essentially. I'm
Considering
losing my words on trying to
Sure. Yeah, I know we've talked about it on other DLC casts before, but at this level, it's all of those little tiny micro decisions that all add up. And
I don't think
what's the other card in his hand besides Prep and
play ever. It's every single step along the story of this game that is leading up to that win for you. And so all of those decisions really
Oh my goodness. Okay, so we just passed to Federico, and he drew a lucky dime off the top.
He did.
So when Tamatoa quests, you can play an item for free. Usually you're fine. Yeah, usually you're fine just playing these popsicles. I'm not sure that we're gonna play the dime for free necessarily yet. I'm not sure if DKP is on. Okay, so DKP.
He has Hideaway in his deck. He has 2 copies, but he happens to have 1 copy of Hideaway in his hand right now.
Oh,
yeah, he does. And I feel like Federico is gonna want to save because he's playing, of course, both the Tamatoas. So he has that Tamatoa so shiny. So he might want to save that.
Oh, DKP has.
Yeah, and granted, Federico is playing. Oh, he's only playing 1 lucky dime. Yeah, so Hideaway would put that lucky dime into the Inkwell. So you definitely don't want to do that because you can't get it back. You could get it back if it went into the discard with either of your Tamatoas, but you don't want to play it too early.
Back to the NA
and have it removed from the game essentially, put into your Inkwell.
Now, what's interesting, Brandon, is DKP has 2 copies of Hideaway in his deck. Okay,
I don't think Mikey said he hopes it's 1 of 2 sides. I don't think so. Look at Indianapolis to August. Everything is about a 5-month or 3 to January, November, December.
It could be.
There's a really big gap.
It could be. We could see it sooner.
5
We see
months.
Federico establish something like a Maurice's workshop. You know, as we mentioned earlier, that's like.
But June is right before August, so I don't think there's going to be
drawing
4 and 5.
You can take that away from Federico and force him to find another one, especially since one hasn't been established yet. DKP probably understands that Federico doesn't have one. If he did, he probably
Challenge
played it by
3
now.
is
And so
always
I
an
wouldn't be surprised
infinity
if we
one.
saw the
Remember
Hideaway
that.
played on
So
something
the
like that. That's why Federico has to hold on to this lucky dime in hand for so long, because if he does see the lucky dime go and play, he definitely knows that there's only one.
Yep.
And so knowing that there's only one, I think DKP would absolutely hide that lucky dime from Federico very quickly. But it does look like we're going to play this Great Stone Dragon. It comes in exerted, but Great Stone Dragon is an item card that when you exert it, you can take a character card from your discard and put it in your Inkwell, put it down and exert it. There's no characters in Federico's discard.
Federico's starving on some draw here.
Yeah. Decks like to banish lots of characters all the time, so I'm sure it won't be too far. Just a way to get more value out of the cards that you've already played. Because even in the discard, they can.
I don't think there's really a reason to heal it though, because
they can.
Like,
I know that Tamatoa only has
is
1
threatening
damage
it that wouldn't kill it at full health. You know what I mean? Like if he has a Maui, it's dead no matter what.
But of course, he has all those popsicles that can heal up, and then he brought the popsicle back.
But it may have been he may have used the Sapphire Coil.
He might have done that with the ink. That's I think what he did. Yes.
But we do see DKP playing the Maui here to all to go ahead and banish this Tamatoa. Happy as a clam. Finish that off. We don't want to give Federico the opportunity to play items for free, but I'm sure we'll see Tamatoa enter the Inkwell on the next turn from the Great Stone Dragon.
Break and heal again.
Popsicle.
Yep, and putting that Merlin's
bag. This is why I love Carpet Bag.
You got a Hades.
You see, he healed it the second time, and he was like, "Wait, why did I do that?" Oh well.
And he just keeps coming.
It matters.
Keeps rushing in.
If Federico's on a more item,
we keep seeing
like,
Maui these decks because he has proven.
You might
Oh, there we go.
No,
that's
the workshop.
I think Federico found that Maurice's workshop off the top of his deck.
Great
so
pulling
away the 3 ink already, I think. Looking to use it. We'll see if he plays that first or what we do. We don't really have many other
The problem
items
is there's no other items right now.
And he has So Shiny in hand.
Yes, he has the Tamatoa So Shiny in hand. Tamatoa gets an extra lore for every item in play, so as these items
I don't think he
continue
wants
to
to
accrue on
let it go
Federico's side of the board,
towards
the
ponies.
Tamatoa gets its lore gets bigger and bigger at least.
The other thing that's interesting is, so there is removal that, you know, like the Sisus, like the Be Prepareds, that will put cards,
I think he's gonna
characters into your
play it.
discard. But a lot of the removal in the Sapphire decks is putting things
Oof.
into your Inkwell, and then it's gone.
Does
right?
he have
So
removal?
like
He has Hades
with the Hades, with the, you know, the hideaways, putting things into the Inkwell, and so I know players.
You can
are
see
really
he's so excited
what do I
already.
want to put out on the board right now, knowing that it could disappear into the inky depths of my Inkwell forever.
Yeah, that's the game that kind of gets played, and we see it here.
Like, there's that Hades.
Federico playing that Tamatoa, I think trying to set up a Popsicle Maurice Workshop play on the next turn, but probably knowing that DKP has something in his hand to banish this Tamatoa, so DKP plays that.
We drew another Workshop.
Which will put the Tamatoa into the Inkwell face down and exerted.
Man, yeah, having that I know he's only playing 3 copies of the Tamatoa So Shiny. He has lots of tools, though, to filter through his deck, to draw lots of cards, especially now. Here, Federico playing the Maurice's Workshop.
And
right?
has
a second one. Yeah, he just drew that. So we have 2 now, so he can pay 1 ink to draw a
now he
card
can pop
and really get that draw engine going, which is what this deck wants to be doing.
Yeah, we're about to see why these Maurice's Workshops are so good, because
a Sisu and Powered Sibling he just drew.
With 1 Popsicle, we're able to draw 3 cards after we pay 3 ink, and this is just Federico filling up his hand. You know, we talked about, you know, does Federico care that he doesn't have any characters on board? A little bit. He has 1 Sapphire Coil. I think he would love to see another, because I think we have at least 2 Sisus in hand. One of them might be enchanted.
Oh, I think you are correct there.
But at this point in the game, you know, when your opponent has a bunch of characters on board, you're able to play those Sisus.
Think about Bologna.
Sapphire Coils and
all of my woes are washed away. Well, they're still trailing behind me. They're a little further back now.
Those manners when he knows something like a Sisu is coming or a Be Prepared would be coming. Obviously, those locations stay around. They're not banished by the Be Prepared or the Sisu.
Sure. And Federico has 3 copies of Be Prepared in his deck. Yeah, Federico doing some math here, thinking through, taking his time. For players just tuning in, we are in the 3rd round or the 3rd game, I should say, of the top 8 matches. And these matches are best of 3, but they are untimed, unlike yesterday. So today, I know that these players, there's a lot on the line, some amazing prizes, so they are really taking their time.
All right, I'm team Federico. I want him to win. It's going to be hard from here, though.
And yeah, Federico really thinking what he wants to do here.
I'm trying to decide if we want to.
You can still type twitter.com, right?
Is that true?
Yeah.
Yeah, he has those 2 Sisu Empowered Siblings in hand, which is an 8 cost character.
I'm not trying to search.
I might be looking to make sure we have the math for the next turn.
Yeah, if he can, because if he can ink 2 cards next turn, then he can use that Sapphire Coil then here on some of these characters, if he can ink a couple times. So that's probably maybe what he's doing with the math there, because then he could play.
You know, Taco Bell's website is ta.co.
That's incredible.
Yeah, you might look at Federico's hand and think he has a lot of cards. Why is this
that makes me want some Taco Bell, right?
First of all, at least 3 of those cards are uninkable, and it can't be inked.
Can't be inked.
The other ones are kind of removable. You want to keep the Fishbone Quill, because the Fishbone Quill does enable you to use your Sapphire Coils even more, and when you only have 1, it's a little bit more difficult to utilize, because you have to find more things to ink rather than having multiple Sapphire Coils and just inking fewer things. You also have the Let It Go in hand that you can use as removal on something like the Hades or Maui Half Shark that DKP could be playing sometime soon, and so it's a little bit difficult. I think Federico is trying to figure out, you know, am I okay with inking one of these, or do I think they're going to be needed in the next couple turns? Looking at his Inkwell, figuring out how much ink he has, and really just thinking out the next couple turns.
Vision of the Future being played over here on DKP's side of the board. He found his own Sisu in there and also a couple of Sail the Azurite Seas. And I think maybe he kept, I didn't quite see.
He kept the hideaway.
Decided to keep there.
I missed what he had. Do see 2 popsicles though.
I did see.
Oh, there's the hideaway.
Hideaway on the workshop. That's like you were saying.
One workshop is not.
And another hideaway. So both
hideaways
gone.
Okay.
So
I was
like
gonna say one isn't.
Earlier,
Yeah, no, because he's been holding a hideaway in hand for a long time.
So now both
one isn't bad.
Are in the
yeah,
discard.
I mean, we still have a good.
Here onto the board, he can bring those back because Maui Shark, when he challenges and banishes another character, he can bring an action back from the discard.
Yeah, I was just looking at DKP's deck list to see if we had any cards
still have
like
a good route for
like to enable Maui Half Shark to challenge on the turn it's played. Not playing any of those, so the Maui Half Shark would have to survive a turn. But you're absolutely right.
Do you have the Maui King Pirates like here just to get the door?
No, you can't.
Federico.
Oh, he's one short. I'm an idiot.
Hideaways and use them again if he wants to.
Yeah, if he's not able to pull those hideaways back, what
My
other
brain was just
answers
like,
does he have for if that lucky dime ever comes down? He doesn't play Cusco's. I feel like that hideaway is really the only answer there.
That's why I was looking to see if there's any way for DKP to use the Maui Half Shark the turn it's played, because he'd have to do it sort of in a surprise factor. I think Federico would understand that, okay, both hideaways are gone, and especially if I have my lucky diamond play, I don't want him getting those back.
Is Federico on B preps?
So I guess in that case, it
probably
would
not.
DKP is saying, I have to make sure that you don't have that Tamatoa on board or other characters that you could use to, I don't want
here,
you
though.
to
You
turn
ink
that lucky dime
minus the Hades, and then you wipe everything but
off of
Maui.
A smaller character, that's better.
Yeah, and it does look like Federico is going to start by playing How Far I'll Go.
It's Coil and what?
Shield of Virtue.
Oh, he has a
Coil.
Yeah, Sapphire and no, it's a Shield of Virtue.
Shield.
He's playing 1 copy of Shield of Virtue. That's another card.
The shield is really good for
I believe it is, and you exert
location.
Ready chosen character.
I imagine is why he's stalling here.
That turn, but it's a really fun card. And when you are playing a deck like Ruby Sapphire, where you have
like he'll be able to kill a location with after the CC comes down.
Yeah, exactly. Right? I mean, I've seen players having like 20.
What did he take?
So notably, Federico decides, okay, I only have the 1 copy of the Shield of Virtue, but the Sapphire Coil is more important. So he decides to pull that to hand. It's going to make it easier for him to deal with characters that DK.
Because next turn for 4 ink, if a mana comes down, he can just double. Unfortunately,
stacks.
The Maui does kill it.
Bonkers. That's the only word I can use for that card.
Yeah, I mean, we already see Federico pulling both Sisus to the front of his hand after a card entering the inkwell from that Sapphire Coil. I think we chose the Hades to reduce the strength for the Sapphire Coil. So now both Sisu and Hades would be banished if we decide to play the Sisu this turn, which we have enough to do so.
I wonder if he is... there's the shiny Sisu, empowered sibling coming down. Such a beautiful card and such a powerful card. Sisu truly is empowered here to take care of those characters on DKP's side of the board.
Yeah, and so we have another sitting in hand Federico, but we're going to push back to DKP.
Can you just
start with
yeah, it's going to be so tough for Federico to come back from you.
Another Be Prepared. Does he have 2 in his hand now?
Yeah, he
does.
Has 2.
Yeah, he has 2, and then also the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam. It looks like, which he. Oh, see, there's that.
The value of the Merlin's bag, being able to banish a popsicle, then pull it back and replay it just to draw a card. And we have a shiny crab on play as well. All the shiny cards.
All the shiny cards. Enchanted. I know that all the collectors out there watching are like, I cannot believe that they're playing with those cards. Mine are sealed and secure in a binder somewhere.
I love playing with enchanted. Shiny.
They have to be played, Don't they look so
cards are meant to be played with?
Yeah, I think,
tucked away.
If there's any time to play all of your enchanteds,
it's
at the World Championship.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we see Tamatoa Happy as a Clam being played. DKP gets to pull.
He's gonna ink a second popsicle? No, he can't.
So that he can reuse
it
later.
Oh man.
And he also has a Pirate's Life in hand, but we have
I don't know. He's not the items version.
He's a little less shark on DKP's side of the board. He has 4 copies, and we've gone through a lot of cards. He has not seen.
Yeah, Federico is. I think he was the one player that I took inspiration from when Hector and I made the hybrid version.
There's a McDuck Manor.
Oh, there is McDuck
hand.
Manor. Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll have to see if Federico has any outs to it. I'm not sure if he has any hideaways in hand.
13 ink here over on Federico's side of the board.
Didn't catch any hideaways. I think we have a Scrooge we can play for free here. So we can play Scrooge for free when we exert 4 items. So we're going to exert all 4 items that don't need to be exerted to use.
He tried to
we look at the top 4 cards of our deck. I see one hideaway that's going to have to go to the bottom.
Tamatoa So Shiny is there, and that's the one that gained.
I don't think we pulled any items off of that. So Federico missing.
He has only 3 copies of Tamatoa So Shiny, which means one, I think
one went in the
the Inkwell from the Hades from DKP, and now one is on the bottom, of his deck. So he only has one more that he can hopefully find this game.
We're going to play a Popsicle, draw a card, get another Sapphire Coil. We'll decide. Oh, no, we don't have the workshops in play anymore. 2 of them are in the Inkwell.
Wow, these players just have, like you said, every single micro decision really making a difference. Counting up how much ink do I have? What can I play? What can I do here?
Yeah, the sequencing is so important because you don't want to accidentally play cards
What's
without
that 7 set of
use them
dime?
Or think to yourself, okay, well, I'll play this Fishbone Quill this
Using a
turn,
dime
and
this
I can
turn?
use that for an extra ink, and then end up playing things in the wrong order. And now all of a sudden, you don't have the ink to play out the entire turn that you thought you did. It gets a little complicated as you get more and more ink in your Inkwell.
Yeah. How do you think Federico is feeling right now? Those 2 Tamatoa So Shiny out of reach for him. One more hopefully he can find. He's still sitting at 0 lore. DKP is at 9. Of course, we know that these decks can swing real quick, but how do you think he's feeling?
I think he doesn't feel too great here, having to use one of his other Sisu-empowered siblings just to banish this one Tamatoa. He's only playing 3 of those, and so you really want to use those kind of on wide boards, and DKP is going to understand that this is going to be a long game.
Why doesn't he play the other
a game
coil?
of attrition, and so DKP is never going to overextend. He's going to try his hardest not to. Federico is going to need those Ruby cards to get lots of value.
And there's that Be Prepared coming down. That was 7 lore that he had on the board, and
maybe he wants to save it for a coil trigger.
Manor.
And see, there's a brawl that Federico drew that he would have loved to use last turn instead of that Sisu. But we see the power of McDuck Manor, as you were saying, with the 9 willpower and 2 lore after the Be Prepared. Federico's really going to need to find an out to it quickly. And I don't see one in hand right now.
He's got a non-turn.
4 copies of Hideaway. I forget how many that we've seen on Federico's side of the board. Have we?
Well, we saw one that went to the bottom of the deck. That's the only one that I've caught. I think Federico is looking at how many Hideaways DKP has been played because he needs an item to play here. We're going to play the Lucky Dime down.
Federico feeling lucky here, hopefully, knowing that Lucky Dime will survive, knowing that DKP doesn't have anything else to deal with that dime as of now.
He's brittle.
Playing back to knowing that one of your Tamatoas is at the bottom of your deck, the other one's in your Inkwell. Federico's understanding that dime needs to be developed. So
DKP should be at 11.
All the characters that I play each turn, because the likelihood that I find this Tamatoa So Shiny can end the game quickly with all these items is really low, because there's really only one more, and we don't know where it is in the deck. We also don't have the workshops to dig for it either. I don't think we have.
How many workshops does he have?
He's playing 4.
Okay.
But 2 of them are in the Inkwell, and we can't find another.
DKP is taking his turn now, using that Vision of the Future to find more cards that he wants to see. Found another Tamatoa, a Pirate's Life. Still no Maui Half Shark.
Yeah, no Maui Half Shark.
I'm actually so shocked that he has not found it yet, and that's actually, to me, one of the exciting things about Disney Lorcana. You know, every game is different, and there's so much variance, and you never know how a game is going to unfold. I know that DKP is looking for that shark. He's like, Maui, where are you?
Yeah, Maui's definitely hiding. Luckily for Federico, I think we have answers to it, though. DKP may not know that he has that in hand, but we do have some Let It Goes. And with we're holding on to 2 Sapphire Coils and a Brawl, which would be enough. If we can get all 3 Sapphire Coils out, then I think you just have to ink once.
That would be wild.
You can Brawl the
what did he
Maui Half Shark.
They missed. But I think
if DKP could develop something like another McDuck here, that would
not knowing the contents of his hand.
It really would. One McDuck Manor is hard enough to deal with. Having 2 out is more than a challenge. That's too
I
many
hate to
ducks.
develop. Actually,
too big
on my Pirates
too
like
big of a
either.
mission.
Yeah, I think you're right though.
What are you
At some
doing?
point, you get
Great,
lost, you forget which
He
room
already
you're
has
in.
one in hand.
You end up in
Oh.
the money,
Again, I
you
definitely
know, the
think
money
Pirates
room,
are
swimming in the gold coins.
I think how
with
far I'll
Uncle
go.
Scrooge.
Oh, I didn't see Tamatoa was
Look
in
back
there.
at
Yeah.
DKP, we have
This is still
He's
the
been
vision
inking
of
his
the
other
future where
top,
he's
though.
deciding these 5 cards here
Probably
that
only
we're
has
looking at
one in
are what
rotation
he's
right now, I
deciding
think.
to keep from vision of the future.
So he did
Choose
end
to
up taking
develop
the
your brain
develop.
here out of that 5. We'll see if he plays it. He is.
Or
He's
visions.
digging.
He is.
I think so. He exerted 1.
Oh no, the visions
Yeah,
was.
he's digging
I'm
for
an idiot.
something.
That's what we were just doing.
He picked something quickly. I'm not sure what he found.
That was really fast.
Was it the half shark?
Gotta
We will
be.
see.
No?
It was. Oh, I can't see.
Is it another? It's
Another
visions.
visions.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, you
So
know.
we're just digging.
He's
What are we
looking for
looking for?
shark.
We
He
have
has
another
to be-
Helfargo too.
Another manner
Okay,
that's
so you
not
find
Oh,
the
man,
manor.
is sick
like you
though.
were
Man,
just
Yeah,
saying.
man,
Everybody's
man is
saying,
better
Found the
too.
manor, and we
Ooh.
have the
Knowing
ink to play it.
that
That
Federico
is going
didn't
to
develop a character.
Federico's going to need to find those hideaways to deal with this because 2 McDuck Manors, neither with
He's gonna
any
top deck
damage on
vision,
them.
and then he's gonna
That's
find all 4
18
hideaways.
willpower there.
18 willpower, 4 lore every turn at the start of DKP's turn. Federico doesn't have a character to play, doesn't have Maurice's workshop to draw cards. Oh, and a Vitalisphere up top. That is
It's
not
a
going to help
flipping
him.
Vitalisphere.
Oh, this is brutal for Federico. If he could just find a way to get the ball rolling again.
He goes to 15. I think
he
he just
even
burned
has
with Pirate
a
Life to
single
17
character in
and pass.
hand.
No.
He has the 2 Sapphire Coils,
No, you
Let It
save
Go,
the Pirate's Life for
Vitalisphere,
the following
and
turn,
a
so that you just
brawl
win. You know what I mean?
staring
Like,
down this McDuck Manor. Brandon,
I don't know. I think you don't reveal it.
If you don't develop a character, what Federico's not going to do,
So he can
how
play
did he
them during
clear
that turn and draw a
18
bunch of
willpower
cards trying to find
the
the
next
answers he
turn
needs.
in 1
The
turn?
brawl isn't going to do
Anyway,
anything.
you're
So
just burned now.
this might be a turn
Yeah,
that he just passes.
Man, and DKP
Might
is just
just
sitting
be
over there
here.
with, I'm just playing my manners and, you know, a woo.
We can we can at least put one of our characters from the discard into our Inkwell though with the Great Stone Dragon.
With the Great Stone Dragon, yes.
But other than that, I'm not sure what Federico might do. I mean, we have enough ink that we probably don't need to play the Vitalisphere this turn. Yeah, we're gonna put this Sisu into our.
What if we get a yellow item that's like 5 or 7, and it's like revive a character from your discard? This would make
okay. We're playing out our items.
yellow,
We're
blue.
playing both coils and the
Pretty good.
Vitalisphere. Just putting the items out there. Maybe setting up in case we do find the Tomato.
This is where the shield would have been sick here.
Well, but you need a character still.
I know.
Total.
Yep, 10 items total.
Yeah, I mean, really, the double hideaway on the world.
What
did you do? He just drew a 3rd McDuck.
And his 3rd McDuck Manor.
And he can just APL.
Pack it up, boys.
Wow.
Pack it up.
This spells disaster
Go to
for
game
Federico.
3.
He needs to find 3 of his 4 hideaways. We know one of them's on the bottom of the deck in order to get rid of this.
This is
One, two, three, four,
feels
5.
like a game here
The 10
that's 6
items.
on the board.
He
And
can
DKP
Tommy
sitting
for
at 15,
11.
and unless Federico finds
He
the
has no other items
exact
in
answer that
discard.
he needs next turn.
We need so many things. I'm looking at the characters.
Finally finds the shark.
We do have. I'm not sure if we saw Maui's Fishhook yet, but if we could find a Maui's Fishhook plus a character, we can use Vitalisphere to give it rush and give it enough strength to at least get rid of the one of the manors. But looking at 6 lore right now on DKP's side of the board, so if Federico can't get rid of at least one of these manors on his turn,
Is that a tilt play?
DKP's going to walk away with a win.
For the 4 ink
And taking
to like
make him think they got the 4th manor.
DKP still looking through cards, seeing what else he has. He doesn't know. Do you have that hideaway? What's the
card? It's a workshop. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, he scooped.
Oh no, he's just scooping. He didn't find it.
Wow.
Oh, it was not anytime soon.
Yeah, what are you gonna do with 3 McDuck Manors
Don't
on the
chill,
board,
don't
Brandon?
look,
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can do, especially if you're not finding your hideaways. Oh man, so DKP makes it out with the Maui Half Shark list, meaning he no longer has to play that deck.
Steel
He
left?
just plays.
And
he won his with the Maui Half Shark deck without Maui Half Shark.
Maui Half Shark.
Or no,
Yeah,
it's
the
green
Manors were
purple, I
enough
think.
to
No, it's
deal.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
To get him to 20 against a
He was
deck
playing
that's
Bruins,
playing
remember?
4 hideaways.
Oh, yes,
Using
yes.
Federico was completely set up to counter DKP's deck list in that way, and the cards just weren't in his favor.
He'll be on the draw, though.
Like I was saying
So-
earlier,
Yeah, so I don't
DKP
think you
is
take
the
Red
Maui
Bull here.
Half Shark player. I think he understood
Don't take
the
it,
importance
please.
of
Don't take
those
Red Bull
Maurice's
here.
workshops, held onto the 2 hideaways as long as he could. When we saw the 2
His other
Maurice
deck is
workshops
green
come into
purple,
play,
right?
DKP
No.
use them on those Maurice's workshops, and
He
just kind
had
of stop
green,
Federico
yellow
in his
band.
tracks.
Yeah, I cannot imagine the number of games that DKP has played with this Ruby Sapphire list, and of course getting those reps in. He knows that deck inwards and outwards and upside down and backwards, and that was a masterclass in Ruby Sapphire.
Absolutely.
Oh,
and so
he had
DKP
Amber
only
Steel
has
Band.
one
Yeah,
deck
so he has green,
he has to
purple,
win
left.
with if he wants to move on
And
to
then
the
DKP
semifinals.
had Amber,
Federico
Emerald
can choose
Band.
to play his Ruby Sapphire deck
So
again,
DKP was
or he
playing
can choose to
dogs?
play his Amethyst Emerald deck as well.
What if he was?
Yeah, so
No
DKP
way.
is going to be on his Amethyst.
I mean, I guess
list.
They are
his
allowed
teammate.
to switch if they lose, but
keep his Ruby Sapphire list in hand. What do you think about
yeah,
this matchup?
every pro has kind of a
Sapphire
stuck on it.
items going into the Amethyst Steel list?
Ruby Sapphire items is going to have to get some control over the
Yeah,
Amethyst
you can
Steel
choose
list.
to stay with the same deck, or you
List
can
right
switch
here.
to your other one
Usually
after a while.
the Amethyst
But if
Steel
you win, obviously
deck has a lot of Amethyst characters that replace themselves. And so it can be a bit of a grind for Ruby Sapphire because when you use your board wipes like Be Prepared, like Sisu, a lot of times the cards that are being banished have either already replaced themselves, like cards with Genie Wish fulfilled, or they're cards like Diablo, Obedient Raven that will replace themselves once they're banished. And so it's not going to be enough to just ramp up to a Sisu and then wipe DKP's board, and then now you have control, because DKP is going to continually have cards in hand and be able to continue to apply pressure on the board throughout the entire game.
I know, but
there might be a couple cards that have more Malenko's in DKP's list as well, so there's ways for him to gain lore immediately, meaning that Federico is going to have to find ways to keep DKP's lore total down, because Federico is not playing the Ruby Sapphire list. It's playing cards like Pirate's Life or things like that can sort of counter those lists that get to 16 or something and then are able to push their way through.
Yeah. The thing that I'm excited to see in this Amethyst Steel deck, if I'm being completely honest, is there's brooms!
There's
brooms, and there's Yensid, the powerful sorcerer. We have brooms in the house, which I just love to see on the world stage here. I think brooms are such a Disney Lorcana community favorite since the beginning. We love the brooms, love to see it, and I love the synergy between the Magic Brooms and Yensid, and that will be fun to see if he can kick that off.
Yeah, yesterday we saw DKP pilot this list as well, having a really great opening where you do the one-drop broom, followed up by Yensid, followed up by another Yensid and another broom on the turn after, and then on the turn after that you can quest for 6 with Yensid.
Dang, Nikki deleted his message.
2 brooms
Just
in
makes
play.
me like an idiot now.
Gets 2 extra lore to quest with, and if there's a broom in play when he's played, he gets to draw a card. Just another one of those Amethyst cards that replace themselves. Yeah. So it looks like both players are shaking hands, drawing their cards. We're going to start this altar and take a look at both players' hands.
Now, Federico being on the play here,
why?
Is that, how do you think he's feeling?
I mean, I don't know. I think
being on the play, what is he looking for here?
Against purple steel, I think with red blue, you'd rather be on the play than on the draw.
Federico is trying to do,
we just want to do things.
Doesn't change too much. I think you're still looking to ramp if possible. You might be looking
for he's fine on a draw.
Like your Sisu Daring Visitor, because if you can do something like ramp on turn 2, on turn 3 you can either play the Sisu Daring Visitor, or you can play something like a Scrooge to establish a large body, and then on turn 5 you can play a Sapphire Coil.
You can see in his face and his reaction.
You're just kind of looking for ways early on to slow DKP down,
good.
banish his characters before they're
one more turn
to quest, because he might be drawing a bunch of cards, but the name of the game is keeping him from 20, essentially. He can draw as many cards as he wants, he can cycle as many cards as he wants, but if they're not getting any lore, then he's not winning the game.
Yeah, and DKP has that full bounce package that we all know and love with Madame Mims and Merlin, and he also has that giant Cobra, which is a super fun card.
Yeah, another card that will gain lore instantly, gain
2
lore just for discarding a card.
Discard a card, and in this deck, I mean, Amethyst is known for being great at drawing cards.
Yeah, I mean, he can also hide away his item.
DKP will ever have a hand where he wouldn't be afraid to discard a card to gain that lore.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're off to the races. We're going to on the play. We can get rid of these hideaways because we're not worried. We could have used those last game. We're gonna play a popsicle, draw a card, and pass it over to DKP. See what he's doing on his turn.
There's that giant Cobra. We have we do have a broom that he can play down on turn 1. Yeah, he probably, Federico, looking at the hideaway going, where were you last game?
I noticed. I don't see any Yen Sids in DKP's
I didn't see any Yen Sids. We do see that magic broom come down. This is the magic broom Illuminary Keeper, keeping everything nice and tidy. Whenever you play another character, you can banish this character to draw a card, and yeah, it's another card that can help you draw, replace itself. It does go into your discard, but you get to draw.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at Federico's hand as well. He may be missing our turn 2 ramp.
We are.
Gosh, you are right.
Donald there between the fishbone and the sapphire.
I think he has a Scrooge in hand,
maybe. I can't see what it is, but we definitely don't have our turn 2 ramp, which is something we're looking for. We can play a sapphire coil on this turn if we want to. Just means we're not going to be able to play that Scrooge on the turn after like we're normally looking for.
Yeah, what is the cost to play Scuttle?
2.
He has a 2, so he could play Scuttle and look for items if he wanted, or he could play the Sapphire Coil. I think those are the only 2 options in his hand for what he could do.
He absolutely needs Coil though for
taking some time to think about what he wants to ink.
Ink the Scuttle, play the Sapphire.
Establishing a card that will help him Spanish character's future in the future and allow him to take favorable challenges, being able to reduce the strength of characters.
It is a brutal start though.
Here before we play character.
Sure.
We'll see if DKP decides to banish the broom to draw when he plays a character or leaves the broom in play.
Looks like he drew a dock for turn. Smee coming down.
Smee bumbling mate.
You're looking for?
So a 2 lore quester for turn 2. Pretty good stats. DKP deciding if you want to banish the broom or not.
I love Smee.
The turn.
He's such a fun card, such a fun character. I love the art on this. And I don't know if you've ever interacted with Smee.
Oh, he has a Scrooge. Okay.
No, I haven't.
He's really
but
fun.
He's only got
to
3 items, right?
It's so fun.
Him and Captain Hook both.
I love the characters walking around the parks and meeting them.
Yes.
I'm able to go. They're usually really fun. Federico does find that Maurice's workshop, though, off the draw. We'll see if he establishes that.
Yeah, I don't like this.
What? Oh, you need to play that, right? What's he going to do? Play workshop?
I think he wants some more things in his hand.
Some Coil Smee Brawl it.
Yeah, you definitely want to get it established. I'm also looking at this Brawl in hand, because if we ink for turn, we can use the Sapphire Coil to reduce the Smee and use the Brawl on the Smee.
Yeah, Smee, I mean...
Does he have a 4th item in hand?
Is exerted at the end of your turn.
Well, no, but I'm saying like if he inks the quill.
Yeah, that time.
So if you can gain
yeah, but that doesn't count. I'm talking.
He has a 4th item.
But I'm talking about getting Scrooge out next turn.
I would like that not to happen, please. I do not want you to get
Which
6
I think
lore off of
you have to go for.
That bumbling mate can bumble away.
No,
it is what we're going to see here.
Next turn you just
play. Okay. I didn't see he had the brawl. Yeah, that's fair.
It's slow, but
into the discard.
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, the 2 lore early on just adds up very quickly, and as we talked about earlier, the
there's a library.
Is be keeping DKP as far away from
turn 1
because Federico doesn't have a way to reduce that lore once it's gained, and we know that Amethyst Steel has
I don't hate this
plenty
either.
of cards to gain lore instantly, but DKP is going to respond with a Chernobog followers and another
This is
Smee
probably better,
to go a little bit wide,
so you can library move next turn.
And that magic broom, of course,
bog.
could be banished, but I think he's saving that for just the right moment.
Yeah, I think he's realizing that as long as Federico doesn't have any characters in play,
Don't whiff.
There's not a likelihood that Federico plays a rush character just to banish his
Nearly
broom.
whiff.
So there's no reason to banish the broom.
Yeah, that's pretty good though.
Gained 2 lore so far and can continue to gain lore as long as it's there. So you don't want to banish it too early. We are going to get a Vitalis Sphere off of that Scrooge this turn, though, as we play it, establishing a 4/4 character.
Yeah, he unfortunately did not get to play Scrooge for free. Scrooge had to pay full price. He can afford it.
He doesn't like to do
he doesn't
that.
like to. He doesn't. He can afford it, but he doesn't like to.
Or maybe you don't. You want to get the dock out.
Arguably why he's so rich.
Arguably, indeed.
We are moving back to DKP, and we'll see
looks like
if he decides to continue going wide. Go ahead and quest with this Chernobog follower.
Oh, he's going to look for an inkable.
We can banish it if we want and draw a card before we make any decisions. It looks like that is what we're going to do.
Doing it, and he got a fox.
Adam M. Fox.
Yeah, I think what's interesting.
I think he wants to maintain ink, play Cobra, pitch it off for Broom.
Is just much faster overall.
Next turn he can ink. If he draws ink off the top, library draw 2.
To keep him in check.
A lot faster, and it can be tough for Federico because Federico's deck is a control deck, and it sort of gets a lot of value through cards like Be Prepared and Sisu that can banish a big board after a player's overextended. But when you're playing cards like all of the Madam M package, and you're able to bounce cards back to your hand.
Thinking about breaking it, you can break it before you trigger.
That Federico's not happy with, but isn't getting a ton of value out of something like
I don't think you actually break it, yeah.
Yeah, because he's got the other dock in hand, so next turn he's
gonna Ink Fox, the next turn.
Yeah,
hopefully
he discarded the dock that he had in hand because he had another one. He's like, I don't mind. I will say goodbye to dock because he has a twin brother right here. Otherwise, that's one of the key cards I feel in this Amethyst Steel deck is having that dock so that when you run out of cards, you can play him on board and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, first I find that these docks come in pairs for some reason. You don't want them to be together, but they always find their way together. You'd rather play one and draw into another one.
Yes.
So, like you mentioned, DKP not too upset about getting rid of that dock just to gain the extra burst lore, pushing himself up to 8.
Yes. I know there are many dock believers out there who've been fans of that card from the beginning, and I feel like we have really seen how dock can be super instrumental in these decks.
Yeah, just gives you a little bit of gas to keep going.
So I like Scrooge crashed me, heal
and dock is just another
obstacle.
safeguard against that. If you get too low, you're able to add extra cards to your hand. We're going to see Federico inking the Maui's Fishhook.
There's the workshop.
Using the Sapphire Coil to reduce the SME, and then establishing the workshop. And now the workshop's going to do what it does. We're going to establish this Vitalis Sphere, then pay an extra ink to draw a card. We draw to another 1-cost card.
Shield is really good in this matchup.
That 1 copy of Shield of Virtue, which is not quite helpful right now in this moment, but
it is expensive.
Popsicle. We're gonna get it back next turn anyways. You have to use it right now, just to ensure that he doesn't have a cheeky way to get this off board.
Able to get that 2 lore quester.
Like imagine if his other.
that Maui's
You have to heal.
To the Inkwell, but that is also
there's really no other way.
Yeah, a real fun card. You can use it for free.
Like even if
you have a Maui board, it can give a character evasive until the start of your next turn. Or
I mean, yeah, but again, you're gonna get it back with Kamatoa next turn. So like, why don't you just pop it to prevent? Yeah, see, you have to do it because imagine that he doesn't have crab, but instead has a 1-drop and strength or something. You know what I mean?
Oh, he drew the cannons, which is bad. Because he misses ink now.
Yeah, but he also that would have done it. Like, if he didn't heal,
yeah,
exactly. Characters at the library and they're banished. You get to draw a card.
Super important. I didn't know there was cannons. I have to assume there is.
Cobra
like a befuddle.
would be banished, but you might as well replace itself. We're gonna ink a Magic Broom, Aerial Sweeper, move the Magic Broom,
really poor
Keeper into the library, and then pass it back to Federico. And with his library in play, DKP is going to be able to establish an engine where he's going to keep his hands full of
the shield. That sucks.
He also thought, oh, this library is a little dirty. Please put the broom in there to clean it up. The Luminary Keeper, please clean up the library for me.
Which is kind of funny because its library is a gift for Belle, and you'd think Belle, would be using it. Maybe it's just so big, dust collects anyway.
Yeah, she just needs some assistance.
So we are going to see Tamatoa happy as a clam pull back.
Gain 1, go to 10, halfway there.
Plays it out, and then we're passing it back to DKP, drawing a Diablo for turn, putting onto a Fire the Cannon, stock, and Diablo. We're going to quest with this Magic Broom. I wouldn't be surprised if we play something, banish it to draw some cards. It's exactly what we're doing. You draw a card from Broom, draw a card from the library.
Love to see it. That's what the library is there for. You put those characters that have a draw benefit all on their own, and then they get the additional draw from the library. That is the way to do it.
Yeah. Play a goat. Goat will gain a lore when it's played. We drew it with the Madam M Snake. So if this goat survives, we will be able to bounce it back on the next turn. And gains lore every time it enters or leaves play. Maybe already up to 12 lore means pushing his lead to 20.
Really?
Federico's running out of time.
Dude, tell me here he's going to draw.
He is running out of time.
Goat is not in the library.
He didn't have what he needed early
Isn't
in his game.
No, he's got 5 ink only.
Didn't have the ramp on turn 2. It's really kind of showing here
He
where
played
he is in
Diablo
this
and Goat,
position of the game. He does pull a Sisu
and he doesn't
off
have
the
ink
top,
in hand. He has
and he does
cannons
have that
and stuff.
coil in play, so maybe that can help him out here.
Yeah, this is the thing I was talking about earlier that Amethyst Steel is so good at doing, just presenting a board that is still threatening. DKP is slowly able to gain lore for every turn, but not presenting a board that Federico can get a ton of value out of those cards that are supposed to get a ton of value in his deck, like the Sisu, even with the Sapphire Coils established. You just kind of have to constantly have answers for all the cards that that DKP is playing. And DKP understands that and is
even if he
not
has
presenting a
Scuttle
board that
with,
makes it easy for
he
Federico to
can't
do
even do that.
Federico thinking he's got that look of focus and all the thoughts running through his head, so much on the line.
Wondering if we're going to quest or challenge here.
Oh man,
looking
Alex
to challenge
top
the
16.
library or quest and establish this workshop
Alex.
for free.
Yeah.
So when
One Piece regional.
Quest, you get to play an item for free.
Counting up his ink, wondering what am I going to do here. He is going to quest, it looks like. So getting on the board now. Federico at 2 lore and going to play that
I do think the questing is better than just running into library.
Yeah, okay, so we're considering the dime or the Maurice's workshop right now.
Yeah, if he hadn't had to ink the shield, he could clear.
Federico might be trying to consider, I wonder if I can race DKP. If I get this dime established. I don't think there's anything DKP's playing.
He absolutely
get rid of items.
No, there's nothing in DKP's list that could take care of items. He does choose to put down the lucky dime here, and he has the 1 ink to pay for the Maurice's workshop.
Oh, okay. So this is great. We draw right into a hideaway.
Library is
a little too late, but it's still probably good enough.
We can use this hideaway to ban it or to put the library in the ink well exerted. That solves that problem. Federico's considering it before we play it. That's what we're gonna do. Now DKP is gonna get a lot less value out of his characters.
Yeah, that is what I was saying.
We're gonna use this lucky dime to
the hideaway.
We exert the lucky dime to gain the lore.
I was thinking he was. He had less ink, but
and Rebecca, I think the race has begun.
Yeah. So right now DKP is pushing close.
Right now,
yeah, that Tamatoa is getting rocked though.
The other card, Snake, Cannon,
I
Doc.
think that, like you're saying, this might be a race from here on out. Do you think Federico
cannons and hit the 20 or
Federico's gonna need lots of answers.
Oh, he quests instead. That's fine.
You can DKP understands this now that the lucky
more
dime's in
lore.
play.
Yeah,
I think quest with the Merlin. Bounce it back
with
the snake.
He's
So
trying to
make
the
a lore from the quest.
Now you
and
just
the lore when the Merlin
slam
comes
the goat
back to hand.
again.
Later we can replay.
The other
card. That he could replay it.
There's Cannon's Doc.
He has that in his
Plus
hand.
one,
He's
but it was
thinking about
uninkable.
it. He does replay the goats, bouncing goats. Bouncing goats are always so much fun. I've seen so many games.
Rebecca has a lot of fun with really
chasing
powerful
each other
cards.
In sorcerer battle here.
Oh, it's very well
so gaining a bunch of lore, pushing DKP up to 16, presenting 3 lore
All right,
on board.
now
so,
it's
Federico
right?
banishes, gets rid of this goat in any way. It gains the lore as well.
Can we double ink to get out Sisu?
Now he does, I believe, have
another hideaway.
Sisu. He did get a Sisu in hand. So, and he has 1 Sapphire Coil in play.
I don't like inking first. I like quest play workshop for free. Tap 1 dime. Tap 1 workshop.
I don't think we have one. We're putting the
coil. Yeah, we're gonna coil.
Yeah, just gonna
Merlin playing
everything that is
for the Sisu. So he
he's at
DKP will gain 1 lore from the goat, and he gets to draw a card from Diablo. But now,
I think the thought process in Federico is that it doesn't start getting some lore on board. He's just toast anyway. It sucks though because given the
play the workshop for free. Play the workshop for free. No, play the workshop for free.
Passing turn. Yeah,
he has workshop in hand
to activate that lucky dime again, but
he has workshop in hand.
Yeah, so he needed to get rid of DKP's characters for sure. DKP is very close to winning this game and moving on to the semifinals. 17 lore.
Oh, he wants to do it next turn.
Stick around.
Draw card.
If you can find a goat or a giant
I think I still do it anyways.
Instant lore.
Of course, DKP doesn't know that Federico has that be prepared in hand. So even if he does develop his board wide here, Federico knows that he has an answer for it. But Federico doesn't know though is that DKP has another library in his hand.
Yeah, and we also saw Federico
Library move, cannon,
hideaway
dock.
as well on the last turn, so that's 2 hideaways
Ink,
down for Federico. DKP might be
Ink
considering,
fog.
okay, you know, Federico has enough strength on board to challenge and banish this library if it enters play. What's the likelihood of how far I'll go? What's the likelihood of removal that Federico has if I go wide? How many characters do I want to play?
Ink, fog.
Unfortunately, he has
library.
He has like the library and turn box followers, but he can't really use them at the same time or when they get played on the same turn. So
Dock, crush, mim, draw one more.
He has the dock in hand is the third character that DKP has. He is really, I think right now he is just running through his mind every possible situation. The library actually going into the inkwell. Maybe playing out all his cards, putting that dock, okay? And so we're going to draw 2 cards. What does he get here off the top? Another dock, it looks like?
Double dock!
I said they come in pairs, people.
Those dwarves, like, just stick together. Oh, my goodness.
We found another Fire the Cannons
and
Broom.
That is significantly worth the sequence of draws.
Okay, he's going to quest for
I don't think the payoff was worth it.
He does have some ink left.
Yes,
put something else
that was definitely
here.
library, move in, cannons of Tommy.
Really
well, I think
draw to crash.
From DKP's perspective, he's got the strength to clear the library, you know?
Characters that I think he's forcing Federico to have it or not have it. We know that Federico has it, at least through a Be Prepared, but we don't really even want to be playing Be Prepared because it's banishing our characters too. Granted, we can quest with them before we're done. How much ink do we have?
What did Federico just draw?
So he can go to 9 this turn. So
I still like
quest,
the library
because
in his hand.
Maybe
yeah,
not.
it forces the war.
He has Maurice's workshop and Be Prepared.
Yeah, Maurice's workshop, Be Prepared, Popsicle.
Yeah, so that's the question. Do you want to be prepared? Do you have to be prepared here?
You have to be prepared.
Oh, you definitely.
You
definitely have to because there's enough
play time for free. Draw one.
Be on the win.
No, play workshop.
With the ink we have, the other issue we have is the only inkable card in our deck right now.
Yeah, I like that.
You've seen it, right?
If we ink card up to 9,
sacrifice lore.
we can quest.
Well, I think it depends on what he draws.
Use the lucky dime to get another 3, so we can get 8, and then we can play the Be Prepared afterwards. So we have to ink up to 9.
Or do you use Sisu to sing Be Prepared?
Yeah, you could do that as well. I didn't think about that.
I think I just favor drawing.
Or the
11, no, pushing to 11 is good.
Because then you could maybe play something else. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait.
Because if you had, you could draw
instead.
a couple cards, get a character in hand, and use Sisu to sing Be Prepared.
Oh, because maybe he wants to quest.
Put down right after, possibly.
It looks like we're gonna play the Popsicle for free.
It's actually good. Okay, the Let It Go is good confirmation for like a big threat character.
Fishbone.
I think Federico's just trying to not spend too much ink.
Yeah, he's saving that 7 over there, saying.
So in prep, he doesn't have good cards.
If you need it.
Yes. Do we need to call in
He
Scar?
misses out on.
No, if he sings Be Prepared, you just play the workshop and then draw. But yeah, if that's the route, he should have played the workshop off the Tomachoa. So he's going to hard cast it.
Try and draw into some stuff that we need.
There's actually not very many.
I still like playing
characters
it,
that can
instead
and Sisu is one of them.
But then why wouldn't you
know.
play the workshop off the Tomachoa so we could have drawn 3 off the
exert some ink.
You know what I mean?
Maybe
he's
looking
also trying
for
to consider saving
a character like Tomachoa. Drop Tomachoa.
Keep catching up to DKP. DKP's getting way too close for comfort.
Yeah, I still think now you have to hard cast the workshop.
He could use the lucky dime, like you were saying.
Because now he missed out on potential
from Sisu before
2 draws.
The Be Prepared.
1 for the workshop and then 2 more for
some
Popsicle.
decisions here to make. They are
drawing 1
not
or
easy decisions.
2 drawing 3.
Yeah.
He's thinking about it. Yep. Lucky dime.
Yeah, he's gonna sing
lucky
it.
dime here. Gain 3 lore, pushing him up to 11.
Missed out on 2 draws.
What's next, Federico? What do you have for us?
At this point, I think we're too far gone to pay for the Be Prepared, so Sisu will have to sing. And we can't find another Sisu to play to help us out here, so I think I'd almost guarantee the Sisu singing Be Prepared this turn.
Yep.
Inking the Let It Fishbone. Yeah, the fishbone is not good here.
Is he going to play the fishbone quill here?
Or he's looking to play
another
the fishbone quill and then counting how much. If it's
Why does he not want to get that second workshop on the board, dude?
His workshop again.
It does not make any sense to me.
Whoa, there's so much on the line here. So much.
So we're gonna play the fishbone quill here.
Because
lets you exert it and then put any card from your hand into the ink.
He's not gonna even
no. He's gonna
let it
go
into
the inkwell. Exert 3 for Maurice's workshop and then sing
that was
prepared.
Okay.
That was awful sequencing in my opinion. Why we could have drawn so many more cards, been so much more efficient with our
we
ink.
have the goat coming down right away over on DKP's side of the
Oh,
board.
it's over.
Yeah, now he's 19.
19. Does he have a way to bounce the
I mean,
goat
I guess it
or
doesn't matter.
banish it? Federico has to win on this turn.
Yeah, like
because
now we just have to
banish
hope
the
we
goat.
top deck a Tamatoa, I guess. Yeah. GG.
What did he draw?
Another
be prepared. And that's not going to do it. DKP.
I don't hate the go for the win lineup, but damn, dude.
Like if you could have drawn, like you said, way more cards there, and even sort of the
out the win there.
Ugh.
What a match, Brandon.
What a match.
That was
Federico had
that
some rough
was-
games
yeah, that
there
was very
against
rough.
DKP, especially playing Ruby Sapphire,
Right.
which, you know, if you're going to play Ruby
Division's
Sapphire
up
against
next.
one of the better Ruby Sapphire players, DKP knows the ins and outs of all of those decks, and so he played those perfectly. He knew exactly what to look for in the first game against Ruby Sapphire, and
Man.
also knowing what to look
Man.
for again, or how to play against Ruby Sapphire as Amethyst Steel. We saw how well he did at presenting a little bit of lore every single turn.
Yeah.
Not enough for Federico to feel good about playing Be Prepareds or Sisus or things like that, and eventually snuck his way up to 20.
Yep, and those 3 McDuck Manors in game
Yes.
1, I cannot get over that. McDuck Manor was on the board in full force with 3 copies there, and Federico just not being able to find, he has the answers in his deck, but not
couldn't find
able to find them.
Couldn't find any of the 4 hideaways, and we saw how much DKP dug to find those McDuck Manors too. You know, vision in the future into how far I'll go, and a vision into
develop your brain.
Thank you, develop your brain.
Yes.
You know, I should have counted how many cards deep he went, but he knew exactly what to look for. Just shows how much he knows about the matchup, and, you know, goes to show why he's here at Worlds.
Why he's here, and
NA
all of these
DLC
players. Let's go ahead and take a look at
What
our
are the
bracket
blocks?
and where
I feel
we
like I know
stand
this
right
person.
now after our 3rd game of
feel
the
like I
top
know.
8. Of course, we have Brendan Chu and
not leaked.
Luca Lozara, who have already made it
Soft
through
announced.
into the semifinals round, and now we have
Yeah, they
KP,
posted them on the
who will
website.
be facing off one of our next
But I imagine
competitors.
they'll make
The
an
next
official
game is
announcement here
going
on
to
the
be
stream
between
pretty soon.
Zach Bivens and Mo Shamblin.
We have
So much
Milwaukee,
on the line here for these players.
Indianapolis,
These
and
are,
Richmond.
I mean, the best of the best of the
Virginia.
best, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be
Milwaukee
completely
is at
honest,
end of
it
October.
breaks my heart to see Zach
And we
and Mo pitted
have
against each other this early, just because they're 2
Indianapolis,
titans in the community. They're 2,
January,
people
and
that I know
Richmond in
a ton of
June.
people are rooting for, just
Absolutely.
because they have a lot of fans, honestly, in the Lorcana community, and they both have worked very hard to get here. You know, Zach played through multiple DLCs, struggled a lot to get an invite, went to the North American Continental Championship,
Yeah,
and finally
presents for the
there.
DLC.
Everyone was so excited about that. Mo coming in yesterday, starting 0-2 to
Chris
day
join the
2
chat.
is what I see people saying.
What is it?
all
Start the
day
game
today.
right
And
before?
so, yeah, I know that there's going to be a bunch of people looking forward to that
What's
match.
Mo's
And I'm
Twitter? And
excited
it's
to
like
see
that
what
That
kid.
Mo Kid
Oh,
777.
that Mo
Too,
kid.
and I
I did that
cannot
kid, Mo.
believe how these matches are playing out. And I mean, this triple deck format, Brandon, has been exciting. It was exciting all day yesterday in the last 4 rounds of the day, and now here in the top 8, watching these players with this triple deck format again, the whole benching process. There's so much on the line, so many decisions they're having to make, the strategy involved, the psychology even of this, knowing their opponents, knowing what decks they're going to be facing off. So I know that DKP now is going to be watching this next match with eagle eyes to watch these 2 players to see who he is going to be having to play.
11 years,
to
yeah.
make
He's
it
not really
into
frosted.
the finals.
He's got a long life
Before
ahead of him.
DKP watches
Frosted
the
right
match,
here.
we do have DKP
Yeah,
ready
he's
for an
got a
interview
little,
with JDZ.
salt and
So
pepper.
let's go ahead and throw it on over to JDZ.
Greetings and salutations, my fellow Illumineers.
Hey, JDZ.
Your winner, and now your second semifinalist. We have.
Where are the DLCs? Bologna, October 4th through 5th in Italy. I am going for sure. I will make sure that happens. Then we have Ghent or Ghent. Don't know how to say it. In Belgium, and then we have, what was the last one for Europe?
The Ruby Sapphire deck with the Sharks is typically known as a DPC deck, but
I don't know.
Somewhere in Germany, Dortmund, Germany was the last one. Then for NA, we have Milwaukee, Indianapolis, and Richmond. I'm gonna hit them all. They're very well spaced out this time around, so definitely plan to hit them all.
Yeah, the plan was to hit every single one. That was before they said 16, so I don't know, but I'm sure we'll go to the 6 we know about. Maybe like the other ones that will get announced in Asia and stuff we won't go.
Richmond, Virginia. I probably will not do Milwaukee. I would really want to, but like the gap between both would be like too absurd. I mean, like the
like a month. One's at the beginning, one's at the end.
A double slammer, maybe. Depends on how Bologna goes. If I win Bologna, which is gonna happen, I can chill out.
I'm most likely to win against both decks because I tested.
I'll let you win.
They were really good.
I'll let you get that.
But then the issue is,
if I won Milwaukee, if I won Milwaukee, I would be so ecstatic. I mean, even just doing well there, but like winning in my hometown would be
incredible. Love double slamming it? Me too, brother. Me too. Left hand and right hand. Let's hope Zach plays his blue-green Radigan's Trap.
But I also predicted that he will think, okay, if I run
list so you can see it. Hope it doesn't get banned.
Matchup on the draw, I will likely lose. So he did also decide to play the mirror match. And of course, this mirror match was scary because Federico played items with 4 hideaways. Yeah. That was really scary. And I myself only played 2. Luckily for me, I saw both. He only saw 1.
Mod doesn't let you type fist.
That worked out.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
That's okay.
On the mirror match, on the play, it probably left him with like just a slight chance to win the entire match because my Purple Sea is really good on the draw against Ruby Sapphire and is really good.
We're so hyped. Let's check double fist.
At that point, I was confident.
Sure, there you go. I got you. Let's check the bingo. We get anything there?
I don't think so.
Pete did not lock a game out. Top Deck Goat kind of stole a game. Would you count that a Top Deck Goat stealing the game? No, right? No. You gonna get that huge size card? Dude, I'm gonna get the uncut sheet. Are you kidding me?
It just gets moved. That's why I skipped all the sharks when I went through my deck with all the cards. And yeah, I decided
Bologna, we have to go. I didn't tell my family yet, but the moment I tell them,
that's the spirit, Chris.
You're gonna get both.
Just get the entire prize wall.
And yeah, the Magdark Mana are still a really good win condition, even though they are 4 hideaways. Because especially if you play out Magdark Mana early, what do they want to do? Like if they hideaway, you go into 6, you can go Tamato or Shark. So that one will always stick. That's how I won against him in round 4, by the way. I stick 4 manas.
Wow.
And yeah, that's a really good win condition then. And I also tried.
Prize ball. Let me pull it up on screen. Is this one right? So the Simba and Mulan mat does not look like it's going to be a mat at all. It looks like we are only getting 1 mat.
No. Oh, it's about right here. Yeah.
Oh,
and that's going to be the art from the new.
Go
for sure.
Save it and save it and pull it up.
Yeah, wait,
so you have it. Oh, nice. So the participation is a Pegasus with that gets reprinted. As you can see, it has set 9 number on it. We have the Duel Link Mulan for 5-round wins. So you have to win 5 times. And then top 64 gets Simba. So I'm assuming these are the max that you get. It's the good Mulan. Yeah, that is a really good Mulan. Yeah. This is our bingo. I want to look at the prize wall things because I forgot already.
Oh no! I hit the wrong thing.
Add plus image. This is a hamburger Simba. So Pegasus, we already saw that. Top 32 gets your championship invite. So instead of top 16, top 32 makes it, which is pretty sick. That means the NA finals are going to be massive. Top 16 gets an Elsa playmat. No idea what it looks like. Top 8, Serialized Golden Mickey. DLC Milwaukee, yes. Golden Mickey is going to hopefully be a new one. Uncut sheet foil for top 4, uncommon, top 2 full foil set. Every card foil enchanted. Plus epic. So no iconics. You don't get iconics from Fable. Winner gets your Worlds invite. Full uncut sheet rare. So foil uncut sheets will not be available as super rare or legendary unless you probably work there. Non-foil Dragonfires, non-foil Let It Goes, all main event promo cards. I assume that means including Pegasus and all the other ones as non-foil uncut sheets, which kind of think because they're non-foil, but they're still cool. Simba, Mulan, Elsa, Challenge Hat, and oversized cards. Simba playmat and Mulan playmat being prize walls and not top X prizing is interesting.
Yeah.
There probably is an uncut enchanted sheet because they all share the same foiling. We are never going to get that unless we work it.
My fellow Luminaries, we are back with the final round of the quarterfinals of the Disney Lorcana World Championship, and I am not alone. With me, I have the all-impressive, the incomparable, the unimaginable, Mr. Lorcana Villain, a.k.a. Baker. Have you been watching these games?
What a pleasure to be back in the booth with you, my friend. It is a distinct honor to join you. I'm just to catch a little bit of the light that shines off of everyone's favorite JD.
You have an oversized shark you're going to get 4? Be real, you know it's going to be Into the Unknown and some other shit.
And we have an
Chris,
matchup coming
save up
to
for
you.
Bologna right now.
First of all, let's get straight into it. Zach Bivens representing the USA. North American Championship top 8. His favorite deck is Amethyst Steel, and he enjoys the odd skydive here or there.
He's going to jump right into the. He's going to jump right into the game right now, and I think this player is incredible. He is a fan favorite, but he is not alone. He will be locked in and engaged with none other than you know him, you love him, Mr. Mo Shamblin. Mo Shamblin. He had an incredible story to tell coming in, starting this tournament 0-2. Baker. A lot of people would get so discouraged and give up, but guess what? This Illuminator fought hard, rallied strong, and made it all the way to the top 8. And I think this is going to be another incredible matchup. I know you're all in on the Europeans. We had 5
I beat that guy.
Americans. We only had 3, and they are 2.
That's the only good victory I actually
right now, and I think that is just a little bit sad for me, but I think it's going to be a great matchup.
Oh, as long as we see some good Lorcana, then I'm going to be a happy villain. But yeah, shout out to Mo. A poor start, but got some.
Oh man, I love Mo. I love Bivens. Why in the same first round?
So tragic. Literally the 2 people I'm rooting for the hardest right now.
Yeah,
and they have to murder each other.
Bivens, Mo, Ed in that order. Ed moved from second to last because he's not on red purple. So
I think that is incredible. Lorcana is a family game, a family first game.
Mo?
Both of these gentlemen
you want to unbutton the third one?
When he had it down the other yesterday, you could see like part of his chest tattoo sticking out.
He has a Van Gogh Starry Night on his.
He's in the restroom doing his thing.
Ooh, I think he banned blue-green.
He's changing diapers right after he leaves the stage. He's getting over there doing his thing. So that was really incredible to see. And it kind of reminded me that this thing is all about family.
Absolutely.
Okay, this is family.
Yeah, I'd be terrified too. That deck is scary.
Straight away, I saw Emerald Amber being benched on.
That's honestly okay though, because Zach is on the play and has 2 on the play decks here.
With the Rising Trap, yes. Yesterday he played against red people with it, and he like looped it like 6 times in an entire game.
Yeah, and played all the other ones.
He was at 18, and he had Pirate Strike in hand to win the game,
and just kept getting.
He brought it down to 12 at one point.
Yeah,
it was
a marvelous trap indeed.
You gotta make that. When we get his list, you'll see it. It's actually really good. It plays Hidden Inkcaster, Galactic Communicator, Emerald Coil. It plays Oswald. No, he gets it back with I'm not sure Carpet Bag, but he gets it back with Kamikaze.
Starting things off. All gas, no brakes.
Let's go. Keep it locked. Don't touch that dial. But Mo Shamblin is going to lead off with his patent pending Amethyst.
No, and you don't play Prince John in that list. It's low.
This is the deck that he qualified on. This is the deck he's topped several other
It plays Oswald, brother. It plays Oswald. And with Hidden Inkcaster, you play like Under the Sea, Sapphire World. Everything is inkable in your hand. It is just
how many reps have
insane.
you put in versus Ruby Amber? That's the question you have to ask yourself. What lines of play? I don't know how many reps, because you didn't think you were going to be facing this, but that's going to be an interesting thing we're going to watch out for.
And this specific build of Amber Ruby as well, because
Chris,
I need to.
Try the Bivens list. He made top 8 for a reason. Do not change anything first. I beg you.
This isn't a race
Please.
as much as I've been
I have
hoping
Oh my God!
Bivens is rocking the Abe Lincoln, and Mo's rocking the
both players getting to play
that dude
their
name?
favorite deck here.
Burt Reynolds.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
I can't say it better myself.
If Oswald hits, you can immediately pop it. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't, you don't have to tap it to pop it.
But we're not playing. We're not putting Prince John in that build, brother. You're not doing it. Don't do it.
Right now,
Don't try and be different. Play his list first and try it out.
As Mr. Biven with the patent pending white sleeve, Mo Shamblin still hanging on to those green. I like that. A little bit of green here in the top 8.
Absolutely. While they're doing that, shall we just peruse these deck lists a little bit and try and give the people some information? I'll start off with Mo, and then you can talk us through the Zach Bivens list. So Mo on Emerald Amethyst to start things off here. We do see 2 copies of Put 'Em Together, and what do you got?
Ooh.
That rat trap last night? Yeah, that
JD on the spot there.
It's good.
You didn't see it, that's why.
Fair enough. All right. I'll let you off.
Chris, was that Nick? Your own?
Song where you can return a character from your
last night was Saturday.
Your hand, and then
No, he corrected himself. He meant Friday.
For free. And worth noting, it can be that same character.
He's about to get rotated out too. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think it's a good 3-deck format.
There are plenty of cards in this deck list.
I mean, one
play abilities. I'll give you some examples. We've got Chip Quick Thinker for some discard. We've got the Lucky Cricket Cricky to give +3 strength to all of our characters. We've got Ursula 2-drop to snipe some extra songs. We've got Merlin Crab to give Challenger 3, and a very dangerous one, JD. Go to Margot to have a burst of lore if there's a character on board, like that mini we were talking about. That 0 mini, we could get a 7 lore burst from a Go-Go. Is definitely something that we're going to have to keep our eye on.
And then you make changes.
Just like that, you said that Go-Go might be the card that Mr. Bivens is going to have to look out for, because there are a lot of well-statted, high willpower characters. We have 4 copies of the Prince. Vigilant Suitor is in the deck. He is a bodyguard. So what this deck is trying to do, you're trying to get those glimmers onto the field of play as quickly as possible. You're trying to get them things exerted as quickly as possible and slap down a big bodyguard to protect your characters, and then continue to quest aggressively until the opponent.
I think it's good enough for regular format to have some draws that can be aggro on the draw. Well, yes. What I was implying is Zach clearly tailored his list for playing the deck once, right? So there probably is some card choices in there that are suited for simple deck format instead of a win-lose gyro, because he obviously plays it depending on if you play a draw.
By my count,
As you
I'm
can
looking
see.
at it, and as I can see, there are 0.
Yeah, it's definitely still good on the draw, for sure.
That's the thing, Lucifer does
But,
cost 5. So how many cards will Bivens
I
have
think,
in
like,
hand?
for instance, I would prefer to play 4 Under the Seas. I was on Bivens' list. I just, in 3-game format, I just don't know how many he's actually
so
on.
that's something that we're going to have to look out for. The players are just...
Yeah, the list does change, but I was was just begging Chris to try the deck first because he's one of the big offenders of.
I'd be so nervous, baby.
I'm going to take this list and change 2 cards to make it me flared. You got to try it first to know where it needs changes.
I have played 80 hours of Lorcana every week for X amount of time.
Oh my God!
Explosive start.
Baby. I did everything that I could possibly do. But here we go, the opening hand.
Oh my God,
I want to draw attention, JD, to the Simba in this deck.
That's
Ruby Amber.
Yeah, I think
not
he's
the
gonna
Amber legendary 5-cost floodboard, which has just been confirmed
Yeah,
to be one of the promos for
Master
the
Offender,
promo.
you are.
Isn't that beautiful?
You take a list
we
and
instead have the 2-cost uningable quest for
you
1 count 2
microwave it for 30
JD.
seconds, then you air fry it for like 2 minutes, and then that's what you call cooking. That's how you cook food.
It's going to get his debut here. That's why I really love this triple deck constructed.
Oh my goodness. No, Mo got a good opener.
Really good. I'm glad we have an alter phase in this game.
Yeah, 100%. That looks like we're going to have early access to that Diablo shift. I'll be interested. Who is the higher seed here? I'm sure we get confirmation. It's Bivens. Bivens is second seed. Yeah, Bivens. So Bivens will absolutely be going first. And are there many evasive answers? What answers are there to this Diablo in the deck?
I don't think.
How's the audio quality between us and the connectors? Is it too muddy?
Bad boys onto the field of play and get them exerted as soon as possible.
Questions, no
all
answers.
questing, no answers. Okay, this is going to be like you said, all gas, no brakes. Okay, I don't think. I honestly do not think that there is a way
running on him.
All right, so Mo's going to be drawing.
Wasn't Zach running the Vanellope and Pegasus in this list, or no?
Yeah, at one point he was. Yeah, I'm not sure if that survived the cut. It's a bit muddy.
But I think right now Mo has to.
You're gonna lower the game audio,
and then turn the corner. Is going to be able to, especially being on the draw. Can he do it in time?
So it doesn't clash too much.
In this situation, but we are off to the races. Daisy Duck with a turn 1 play, a Diablo thrown down by Mo in response, and then that Daisy's going to go on a quest. And
that PJ is not
crazy. JD going to be added to Mo Shaolin's hand as a result of that quest. We do have a LeFou
yeah,
as well.
That won't be
super relevant. Characters, especially that Simba that only has a 1/1 stat line but quest for 3, and a Super Goof, the Super Peanut powers. JD.
That Super Goof, it can do a lot of work as Mo in the early turns.
Does the Simba come down? It do come down.
Yeah, I think that Simba needs to hit the ground as soon as possible. Because in the later turns, it's just going to get eaten by Elsa's and stuff.
So every time you quest, you will be given some advantage. You will be given the Go-Go's. You will be given those Diablos. You will be, continuing to fuel the operation. I can't tell. Are there?
Do you think he just plays the Go-Go?
I think so.
Yeah.
He's got Crab. Crab does not kill Duck. Absolutely needs to play a 2-drop character that will get Crab.
And now we're going to be getting one for Elsa in the future, so that's super cool. But this Elsa could be really good.
Oh, maybe he just plays Code. Code works.
Simbas and these low-statted high questing.
No.
Oh, I didn't even see he had the other Diablo. Never mind. Yeah, you 100% play that.
How do they deal with Daisy? You have to have a 1-power character in Crab or Fox, which is very common.
As we are going to shift that Diablo now.
Diablo. He's with Baker, so he has to call it that.
Yeah.
You have to figure out a way to get this Daisy off the board.
Diablo.
Yeah, I imagine this is just going to be a quest, but the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo being sent to the discard.
Bibbidi Bobbidi in green purple.
You do not pay any ink if you are shifting a Diablo. It is merely
yeah, we all want Bibbidi Bobbidi. I love Mo. My first interaction with him was a bit awkward. A bit awkward because we were sitting right next to Zen and Chris Troy when the jug call happened. And I did beat him on play and draw.
And so was he the Simba? No, I think that's Simba, right?
Is there pull the levers? I think he has some levers in there. Maybe it might be worth taking.
Daisy's done her work.
Getting that Simba on board to protect you from that 3-1 because you're already at 7 and we're
towards
gas. Yeah, there are 4 copies of Pull the
Need a
Lever
little bit of
3
lubrication.
copies of that wrong lever. So we do have options to hopefully give us good tempo, remove opposing threats from the board. Bivens deciding where he wants to ink here. Currently looking at a Super Goof, who is going to go into the Inkwell, taking us up to 3 ink. Perhaps we're going to see
not when he's got another Simba and
Zach Bivens actually renowned as a bit of a Piglet hater.
No.
Wow.
I think it was all a trick. I think
I think he just set up for another triple question.
Yeah, but Simba's also a triple question, but uninkable.
Yeah, but
that is heresy, I would say.
He was the villain
so even instead of playing Piglet, he has the Simba in hand. You know what I mean? Like, why don't you play
Simba Moana instead?
Yeah.
And really get into that full card pool. So I think it's got to be clear that Simba almost immediately, as this Piglet is now representing a true threat.
Really bad for
Diablo strong enough to clear this Daisy, and that is one threat removed. But there's so much lore activity on this board.
Yeah, this Diablo being a 1/2 evasive with Challenger 2, but the Hidden Cove giving +1 strength.
Bivens looks calm, man.
Character who is inside the cove, so we're able to make a notch challenge into the Daisy, taking 1 damage, and then Diablo able to remove this Simba, leaving just the Piglet and the Moana. This Moana being a 3/2 1-cost character quest for 1, but she can't challenge unless you have a captain character in play. But wouldn't you believe it, JD? That Piglet Poo Pirate captain, the clue's in the name here, really.
Yeah, Piglet might be alone. Yeah, that is true because Elsa's can come out, Balances can come out.
Oh, and the LeFou comes in.
Sure.
LeFou able to ready that Poo Piglet Pirate captain and give you another.
Did he top deck that Simba? Yes, he did.
2 characters on the board. He quest for 3, and that is impressive. So we are at that critical.
What, he has another Simba in hand? No, he had. This Simba was in his hand last game.
So what did he ink in play?
No, but I think what Blair brings up is a great.
He's clearly here just to get the job done.
Not always playing for 3, right? Yellow red is disgusting. It's just like an alternative aggro deck that allows you to play blue green. When you play decks like blue green and red purple, you kind of funnel your other choices to be pretty awkward, right? Like you can play Mufasa here or aggro, and why wouldn't you play aggro if you can choose what deck you're playing on the play? Right?
And this board, how much lore is he threatening right now?
He's threatening 7. Moana's dead.
It also has like the core of the deck be the same.
Oh my god, I just noticed a pen that Zach is using. Is that fourth guy from Toy Story 4.
Never seen Toy Story 4. I don't even think I've seen Toy Story 2 or 3. 7 to 18, baby.
Well, you haven't seen 3? Or 2? Oh my god, you're wrong.
I think I've seen 2 in school, but like I don't remember it.
2 is iconic because it introduces like Jesse and Bulldog and stuff who are like the kind of characters we
interesting addition to Amber. Generally, it's the Amethyst decks that have the lore reach, or things like Pirate's Life and Ruby. Amber now having this character that when she comes down, she gives +2 lore to another character, and there's the Prince you were talking about, JD.
He's on the board. He's able to protect these characters, and I don't think maybe you can do some mathematics and get those characters to the Hidden Cove. But is it going to be enough to be able to clear the Prince and then clear the rest of the characters? Because you have to lose everyone right now, except for the LeFou. If you can leave him.
Oh wow, the Prince is an insane draw.
To worry about, but you got to get the Piglet. You got to get the and you got to get through this.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
You've got to do an
holy crap,
lot, JD, and we've got to worry about the Elsa is one thing that can come down with Rush to help out with that, and don't forget there are 4 copies of Pull the Lever, which may be a necessity because Zach is.
And that Prince has given me the business so many times. Yeah, dude, it's got 5 health for a 2 draw.
Well, to be fair, we've got to go through the Prince first, so we can't unless we've.
You can wrong lever the Prince.
We can wrong lever the Prince. That's and then I think the Piglet is absolutely the Piglet and the Simba both got to go, JD. They got to go.
That's the line. I think if you have that wrong lever, you wrong lever the Prince. You get the Diablo into the Hidden Cove. You send the Diablo into
this is pretty good.
You got the bodyguard. Oh, so we do get the challenge in on the bodyguard. A little slight miss sequence coming in from Mo there. I'm sure he wants to take that one back.
Yep, so the Cricky coming down, giving +3 strength to all characters. Mo instinctively wanting to send the Diablo into the Simba to draw a card, but this bodyguard is indeed there, so that won't do it. We took it out courtesy of the Diablo. This Prince obviously having 0 strength, and then we are able to Simba, and that's a
great relationship these players have because Zach absolutely let Mo take that back.
we have Darling Deer.
I don't think he has Darling Deer. He has Jim Deer in the deck, so we don't have.
Oh, let's go! That's the card. I've been talking about Gloyd. I've been playing Gloyd in my main deck in red purple. I'm telling you, that card is so fucking good.
Law and your opponent loses the law, and that's it. Zach Bivens takes game 1 of the final top 8 game at the World Championship.
The Gloyd, you've been Gloyded here at the top 8. I'm certain that was not on anyone's punch card.
Let's swap list, JD. I want to see this.
Get in there, man.
Let's have a look. I want to see what Zip Bivens has got going on. Okay, there's no Darling Deer, just the Jim Deer. But still an interesting card. But yeah, that's what is the name.
I love Gloyd. I can go downstairs and grab my deck right now, and I will tell you, I have 4 Gloyd in there.
To be fair, there were quite good odds.
Multi-invented Gloyd.
There was so much. You had a lot of different options to get to there. You had another bodyguard you could go through. You had some answers, but Mo was so very close to turning that corner and getting into a nice comfortable position. That Cricky, we missed that one. That was a great way to break up that board. Base boosting all of your characters, increasing them, giving them all +3 strength for that turn.
Oh,
so
baby.
A dynamic turn. If he could have just stabilized a little bit more, he could have turned around a bit sooner. But that is probably one of the worst matchups that you can see, and you definitely didn't want to put that into your Ruby Sapphire match, which Mo is getting into now.
These are the 2 lists for now. We've got Ruby Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel. So Zach Bivens on the deck that he calls his favorite deck. This is absolutely an in combination that he has played quite religiously throughout the Disney Lorcana season. So he's bound to feel very confident on it, but there can be a couple of different types of Amethyst Steel lists. So I'll talk us through this, and then JD, hopefully you can take us through the Ruby Sapphire list as well. So on Bivens' side of the board, we're seeing 4 copies of Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry, who is an illusion with that Vanish keyword. If targeted by an action, then immediately banish. But if they don't have actions, then this Palace Guard can certainly get a few lore at the beginning of the game. We've got things like White Rose and Goats for that lore gain, and we're playing some Magic Brooms. We've got Cobras for the lore gain. There are Merlin Rabbits in here. Are there Docs?
You don't want to on the play with GP here?
So we are not a Doc build. We are a Merlin Rabbit.
Yeah, it's weird. People have been playing decks on the draw that should not be on the draw.
Yeah, we've been seeing so much of that. It's very confusing. But, you know, these are world qualified players, so they might be thinking about some stuff that we're not.
The other is going to be more of the items deck. I personally like the items deck, and that is what Mo is going to be playing today. But note, he does have 2 be prepared in the deck, 4 workshop, 4 pop.
You're about to play Gloyd after that.
Everything all the way down is going to be 4 Sapphire Coil.
At Southside on Friday, I was playing 4 Gloyd. I made it undefeated to the finals, and it's just a 2 lore gap, even in control. Against aggro, versus control, it's White Rose. Versus aggro, it's instability, and it's just.
And you got to try to stabilize for as long as you can, because Mr. Bivens can race out again, and he can take over. He can turn the corner relatively.
That card's good.
You're absolutely right. And
I think it's better than White Rose.
It's important to highlight the differences. If you're playing things like Docs, then it tends to be the Amethyst Steel is always aggressive, right? But if you're a Doc build, then you're hopefully going through as much of your hand as possible, playing it all out. It's super aggro strategy. But if we're playing Merlin Rabbits, that says that we care a bit more about having an element.
You feel really good.
To the game ourselves.
I've always recognized that card being really good. After I think.
Obviously, you mentioned the Ruby Sapphire list takes its time.
Wonderland.
A lot of cards, build up items, and Bivens is really going to be incentivized here to finish the game as quickly as possible. But JD, I've got one question for you.
You might want to DM them
I want to get your reaction.
And
there is one card in this Steel deck, which is just a one-of. Audience, try and guess in chat right now. I'm going to give you about 10-ish seconds.
I know what
in this Amethyst Steel deck. What card do you think is a one-off? I don't think you're going to get it. I'm going to spend a few more seconds just wasting time. Get your predictions in. JD, do you know the answer?
I know the answer, and I was just as shocked as you are, Baker. But that is why Mr. Bivens is in this position, because you have to bypass conventional wisdom a lot of time. One of Peak Games Referee is in the deck.
You've nailed it.
In the deck.
Only one copy of what people see as one of the strongest cards. One of the reasons, well, there's many reasons to play Steel, let's be honest, but this is one of the very good ones. Peak Games Referee, which shuts down actions for a full round, and only one copy of this in Zach's deck, although it is worth mentioning. We have Amethyst.
Someone has to do the Yugi shuffle.
So just because there's only one copy,
no.
doesn't mean we will only see one.
Yugi shuffles are bad.
Absolutely. And the thing I also like about this Ruby Sapphire deck, especially with one Peak being known, this deck can become very inevitable.
Yeah.
One thing about the Amethyst Steel deck is it can mark and bypass some of that inevitability by the giant Cobra, of which he has 4. And he also has Goats. He also has some roses. So once you get to that point and they start controlling the board with those never-ending board wipes, you can put down Gain and Lore before that character is banished. So I'm interested to see how this thing
I feel like
plays
most of
out.
these
I'm
deck
trying to
choices
get Mo
for
to
on
the
the play
corner,
draw
and I'm trying
are
to see how this
super
thing
tied
ends
to
because it
comfort.
can go either way.
Mo
But this is
probably
a
feels
great matchup, and
feel
I
really
hope you
good
guys
on
at
the
home are
draw.
enjoying this. This is the final round of the quarterfinals. This is the
Green
Digital Arcana
purple.
Challenge World
So
Championship. So make sure you're locked in and active and laser focused. Seat back is up and upright and locked.
JD,
you
how
just
could
change
I
it to
not be
I'm
locked
party
in when
casting
sat
it
next
for
to a
my team.
gentleman such as yourself? I am
That has
under the
been really
jail
running.
at this point. But yeah, I think this is a beautiful story as well.
Yeah.
Zach Bivens
With the easy
and
shuffle
Mo
like this,
both
you're
bringing their
doing this.
families to Disney World to share this experience.
The
They both
pull from the
my
middle to the
understanding is they've
top,
both been
and
here
the
for a few
top and
days
the
before
bottom
the
always
event to
stays the
share
same.
that time with the
That's
family.
why it's bad.
But just both incredible human beings. But let's get into the match. It is going to be Mo Shamblin on the play. If you're only just joining us, you've missed a lot for a start, but thank you for being here. And we only see the turn 1 ink visions and pass from Mo Shamblin. No ice cream.
No popsicle for Mo this time, but he does have that 2-cost ramp in the form of Tipo Growing Sun, and I have a little bit of beef with Tipo. We're not going to talk about that here in the Disney World Championship. But
Yesterday, Mo
Tipo
top
Growing
decked
Sun
the 2
is in
most
hand. Typically
perfect
coming down
Sisu
on
8s I have ever
accelerate
seen
your
in my
abilities a little
life
bit, which is the extraction
against
going
dogs,
from,
while
2 to
making
4. And so
one
Tipo
critical
being
error
set down,
playing
what
a
card are we
Sisu
putting up?
early
Maybe one of those high
just
top
to
lines.
get 3 quests with
It's going to be
Sisu.
the Sisu heading towards the
For
gate
instance,
well.
if he had
I
not
think there are
top
4
decked
in the
that
deck, I
second
would
Sisu,
assume, anyway.
he was
Any
not able
information
to
on that?
kill a
Yes, there are
standing
4
Rapunzel,
of the large Sisu,
or
powering
standing
satellite and 2
Rapunzel that would
smaller
come down the
Sisu.
next
All right,
turn.
excellent. And to be
And
fair, even the smaller Sisu in combination
but he
with the
got
Sapphire
rewarded with
Core
a
can take
top
out an
deck.
awful lot. This is not a bad-looking hand for Zach here. A lot of Inkables. And what's our turn 2 drop? We do have that Calhoun, so that will check this Tipo from getting any additional lore. Generally, Tipo only really here to help us ramp, although if you're against those aggressive decks and you see things like, I don't know, like a Lilo or something, then the Tipo is super good to have as a body.
Absolutely, and I know in this matchup you love to see that Smee Bumbly mate come in on 2, and typically he can go for maybe 2, maybe 4 lore in that early game, and this Tipo also can get a couple of cheeky quests in too early to help, and then when you close out with that Tamatoa Diamond, it makes it that much easier.
I really like Palace
Yeah,
Guard when you can control which matchup you played in after a victory, or when you just simply ban steal, right? Like the Palace Guard is
moving over to Bivens, taking a
a
moment,
dual-purpose card similar to Olaf and Mini, where it's aggro enough when it needs to be because it survives, and it's control enough because it also survives. Like you can grab it, kill something, it survives, create it into aggro, it survives. It's just
you
such
need
a
to
good
know how
card.
they all work, right? Like you might be known for a certain deck, but it
Mikey
doesn't
moves
mean that
his
that's all
void
you can
timed by
do, right? And I
Bivens.
bet these players have been testing with everything leading up to this event.
I don't think so. I think they just play their one deck and they just turn it off. I'm kidding. I guarantee you all of these players know how to play these decks just as good as the next
Bivens
player.
is getting
And
the
I've
aggro
seen
train
other
on.
perspectives in other tournaments, and he's been playing a lot of different strategies, maybe trying to throw people off the scent. I saw him on this very same build that Mo Shamblin was playing, just to better learn the lines of play against decks that you
This
will
new guy they have in
potentially
charge
be
of
facing.
tournaments.
So I think that's a nice
Yeah,
Dragon.
shut up.
strategy. We can see the White Rose gaining another
Yeah,
victory
he's
point,
new, right?
bring that
So,
Calhoun up and aggro, electing not to quest in
my
fear of a
early
screaming
guess
rebuttal,
is
but
that
we will
the
put down the
person
Tamatoa in the
in
workshop
charge
is
of it
set up. Tell me about this
previously
card,
was
Baker.
someone
It's
who had to take
Maurice's
on a role
workshop,
that
the
they were
engine that is
not
keeping Ruby
experienced in
Sapphire
due
items
to
going. It's a 3-cost
overwhelming
uninkable. Whenever you play an item, you may pay an additional
feedback
ink
and
to draw a
enjoyment
card.
of
So
the game,
basically, all
right?
the
So
items in
they
most
have to
decks
just,
now
hey man,
represent an extra
we need
card
someone to do
draw,
this.
as long as
Can
you've
you
got
do
enough
it?
drink to pay
They did
for
the
it.
job,
Most
but
people can be drawing you
was
2
not
cards, and this sure adds up, right? Especially if you've got
prepared for the
multiple
task.
workshops on the board. This
And
is
this guy
exactly what you want to see
is
in the early part of the
looking
game.
to
But
set up
Zach
the
coming,
future of competitive
here I
play
come as the GOAT comes down on the
in a
board. You're going
better
to gain 1
position.
lore. These Amethyst cards having a lot of residual
Love
lore,
this.
as you like to put
I
it,
was so
JD.
confused when he
You're
inked the
going to see
strength, and I was
the
like, oh wait, he
strength
doesn't
of
know.
a raging duck to send that Scrooge McDuck right back
Yeah,
to the
so
normal.
Zach likes
I
to
love
play
it.
his
And
purple
Maurice's
switch
Workshop is one of those
similar to
cards
how
when
red
playing in this
purple
matchup.
plays.
When that card comes down, now
Control
it's time
when
to get real. You are
necessary,
locked in. You need to
aggro
win
when
this game
necessary. Very
quickly because
mid-range.
that is how you keep that advantage and keep
Without
going.
hoods
Because
or
if you
any
don't have
big
that
bodies.
workshop set up, you will
Similar to red
definitely
purple
They're
quickly
Maui
run out of
and
resources. That's how you do it. So now the
Juno
workshop set up, I'm
Hero.
sure Mr. Bivens sees that, starts to get these
Just have
glimmers
a
going as
Sisu,
we're going to sing that
so he
strength
needs
onto
to
that
ramp
Scrooge. So
ASAP.
now Mo needs
He
to continue
also
to
really
elevate the
needs
game
to
plan.
set
Let's
up
see what we got there. We
foil
still got
though.
that vision of the future. Is it time to vision up here, or is it time to get some of those
He
coils
I mean,
He does have a Maui.
I don't think we've inked this turn, so we are.
But the Maui just gets eaten by Calhoun.
Being able to play that dreaded be prepared, which is certainly something that Zach needs to bear in mind. Only one copy.
I think you have to take this turn and establish control.
Mo going to ink
I don't like this.
Not looking for a prophecy at this moment in time. Instead, it is going to be
Oh,
the Maui hero to all and an enchanted one.
Yeah, I get the popsicle heal. I just kind of like Given, Coil, set up the future turn.
Boy is going to sit behind his good
friend
Maui.
I welcome this play.
Quest in on the side.
It's still good.
Imagine that one of Pete stopping this be prepared turn, even though
Given is low on hand, so you can maybe
you want to get
not worry too much.
be prepared as possible.
Right.
But there is no be prepared. You do have
but
white
that Zeus
hand
hand
with that giant cobra and that
is going to smite that Maui.
Get that Maui off the board and then start keeping these glimmers going and then get another white rose up. What do you think, Baker?
100%. You've always got to respect the uninterrupted lore game potential. We saw that in game 1 with the racer coming down to get that final lore.
What's the other character in hand?
Appears to enjoy his uninteractable lore
White
very
Rose.
well so far. And this Palace Guard,
I think I like
just sitting there. Of course, not a lot of actions that
seeing it and playing Rose.
List. Obviously, there's things like be prepared, but this Palace Guard getting away with a whole lot. I also want to bring attention to one more card.
When you play Sword and let Maui swing again by exerting people. Oh, he's just gonna run it in instead.
Yeah, which I like. That was my first thought until you mentioned the Zeus. But
not many characters in Mo's deck.
this essentially gets the same amount of value from but
and potentially he can save a card to pitch with Cobra. No, Sword is a good card. Sword of Chen
is a possibility here, anyways.
Sword of Chen is a good card, but I think the applicable targets for it are not good enough.
Mo would have been able to go into the white rose, only taking 3 damage, and would have got essentially a 3-for-1 out of this Maui, which already took out.
Yeah, he needs to set up his coil to start drawing.
Now and then my white roses may survive a little bit longer. We're going to play Sapphire Coil, and I believe an extra card was drawn for the workshop.
Just
so he does have another item that he can set up another coil. So now things are getting really real. Before they were just fake real. Now they're really real.
Like this.
It does appear, if you're looking at the screen, you're like, well, Zach's at 9 and Mo's at 1. Certainly Zach's going to win, but I'm telling you, if you're
I don't think you agree this optical draw. I think you play it.
Save it for the.
No, I think you play it.
You're saying
it is a misery to deal with. As every time you ink, you'll be able to reduce your characters by a total of 4 now, and then you can bring in those Sisus, those brawls, and then continue to clear the board over and over.
Because next turn you might want to play
over the course of the European season, I casted 3 games.
Yeah, actually no. You hold the popsicle in case you win. He's at 7. You don't play it.
Bring that up if you're newer to the game. Do not think this is over yet.
Doesn't have Sisu winner.
He has Sisu in hand, and the other card is unavailable.
Yeah,
crap.
So
he needs to. Oh my God! He has Burn, Cobra, Zeus. That is really strong.
Equal to the law on a character, so a lot of potential here to just build up a large item
Top
package,
of
throw down
first,
Tamatoa, get that dime
draw
down,
card,
and threaten game immediately. But Zach
Zeus,
threatening his own
burn for 2.
uninteractive law game this time with a giant
So
Cobra,
13.
another illusion, JD.
And he will gain new lore, and just by not singing that Zeus, Zach having the foresight of being able to put that Cobra down, realizing that Zeus may not be the best card in this matchup, having a quality discard, uninkable, to continue getting some value from that giant Cobra. I'm certain that there's a card that say discard.
If you did draw in,
you probably play it in this situation, and you don't have to have that card in the matchup where it's not going to be suited for you. So
setting up double coil.
From Zach Bivens, as T-Bo is going to get a nice little quest in. Typically, everyone prepare because our teeth and
yeah, he doesn't survive everything, right?
They may well be.
And then you can.
That was unintentional.
Yeah, there's no CC. There is no CC. I thought there was.
Grandma's out of the Keeper of Ancient Stories, and here we have it. We're going to exert 7 ink for Be Prepared.
Okay. I still think you hold the popsicle to draw.
We can work it in next time. Next time, we'll shop it around. There it is.
Mate. Cooked.
What are the other cards you drew?
No. Irreplaceable. Okay.
Oh, Bunny Pop. Maybe you already had it.
Yeah, I don't know if you drew the rabbit or the cannons off the Broom.
characters. Pretty simple.
I hope.
Reading the card. I've been informed that reading the card explains the card.
And I'm telling you
Thanks,
right
bro.
now,
believe this.
when rotation happens, we need it to come back. Okay, come on, listen to me now.
I am cooked. If this card.
I'll use all
Oh,
my
he drew into
to get this card
workshop.
back into the game because it does a lot of work. As this Maryland Rabbit is up, if he's going to be able to draw cards, so this is pushing you into that late game that we talked about, gaining more resources. He's going to be able to quest. If this Maryland Rabbit can get one,
how much did that one drop card get? At least 3. Yeah. Because it had to play for 1, and then I think it may have gotten 4.
Those board clears is one of the huge upsides of.
It was a broom jaw, I see.
More players didn't bring M to Steel to this unique tournament.
Well, Zach Bivens certainly not underestimating it, but playing it a lot of the season. But this is the breath of air that Mo wants, right? He's been able to clear the board. There is a rabbit and 2 cards in Zach's hand. Of course, this rabbit can represent 1 more card draw when it's back.
Hammer for the draw or brawl for removal?
This is absolutely the turn that Mo needed to get a breath of fresh air.
The brawl is live with double coil on anything.
Yeah, I think you have to take it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the huge downsides of Vision of the Future, though, because it makes you make a painful decision. You have to think about what
painful choice.
Of your deck, and you had to hang
Remember
on
that Yu-Gi-Oh card?
Sending the big Tamatoa and the medium Tamatoa to the bottom of the deck. You'll probably never see those cards again.
That cannons is not very good.
Magic Broom is going to come on through, and the Bumbling Mate. So you're all in, all gas again, no breaks.
Card was busted, painful choice. Yeah, it got banned. I think it's still banned. I don't think it ever got unbanned.
Bumbling Mate is representing too as this game.
Your opponent takes the card and throws it back into their deck.
This has got to be tempting.
And remember, in a resourceless game, you just
is that from Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
When you banish it, but if you don't, you give Zach a chance to bounce it, then that's already representing at least 1 more card and at least 2 more if he plays it, or 3 more if he plays it again. It can really get carried away, JD. So unless, Mo will know how to pilot this deck much better than me, but I'd be tempted to remove this rabbit here.
Shout out to my good friend Luke, DLC champion. He told me if you see a rabbit, the wizard. Shout out to him. He says if you see a rabbit,
Liquid Duo is good.
Okay, because he's just gonna be hippity hoppity.
Just sends to grave. Oh, select 5 cards from your deck. Show them to your opponent. Your opponent selects 1 of them, and they add it to your hand, and then the rest goes to the graveyard. So you can send a lot of cards that trigger out grave. Oh yeah. Dang, that card is way more broken than I just explained.
It's a hard thing to do sometimes, but he'll just sit there and continue to quest. And when he's going up, down, bounce all around, it feels so much worse than whatever you were trying to play around.
Delinquent Duo was your opponent discards a card, then I discard a card. If you choose one, and then I
which is really good for Mr. Bivens as Mo double arms on the table staring down this board. You're going to have to start getting into clear phase as right now. I can't quite hear the conversation as they're looking and thinking and talking, maybe trying to
so let's see if this Rose last Rose puts it in there.
I just might not have it as Mr. Bivens cool as a cucumber, both hands underneath the table. I love to see that a little bit of and not on the head, feeling quite comfortable as double finger.
Yeah, I just realized JDZ said painful choice because he comes from Yu-Gi-Oh. That's it. Well, yeah, you can choose Sinister Serpent to go to discard because at the start of your turn it comes back to your hand for free.
A bit lower in lore, only at 16 lore, and we know there are goats, there are white roses, there are giant cobras. This is a lot of high pressure for Mo. Zach Bivens already 1 game up. This is the last top 8 game of the World Championship before we proceed to the semi-finals. Mo has had an incredible season, an incredible championship.
He's gonna foil his own mouth just for fun. I think that's still good to not your own, but still always figure foils no matter what.
Double dime. Oh my god.
Choice in Lightforce format would be like a turn 1 BLS.
Is a good way. If you're going to turn this thing
Is
around,
BLS even legal?
I hate it.
do it fast. You need to hope there is no giant cobra in hand
What's
right now.
Lightforce player favorite gear?
Just
Miller Lite.
Can't really do too many dynamic plays, but the big crab is on board. Will that be game? How much is that? If you can get a quest,
Big Tom, I think they're about the ugly fast. Yeah, this is. This is brutal for sure.
Yeah, but if he does dime next turn, I think Zach just wins, right? Because he needs to deal with the board.
Yeah, but Zach can't win because he has Reckless.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's going to swing into the race.
Yeah, yeah.
16. I'm counting 19 from 19.
Yeah.
The best way you can do it is not quest and hope to like
yeah, practicing cleanse with the rails right now.
And like set up for like a bounce, right?
Mo has the tools to do that. Zach Bivens
There's no question.
with the white rose.
Lethal next turn, Tom of Dime. No, it's not.
What do we have in hand? There are some friends.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
He had 2 cards
6,
in his hand,
12.
and now this rabbit has just helped us
Get a card 13.
And he doesn't have enough.
Oh wait, no. So it's 6, 7, 8.
So we have the Zeus and we have the Fire to Cannons. That's not going to be enough as White Rose.
Because the dime
It's
itself.
14, 15. You can go to
19.
19, yeah.
Is that going to be enough? Can Mo get it done this turn? There's
He needs another item,
This game could be
which is possible.
Mo could finish it this turn. It just depends on how many items he can get down.
Yeah, this could be it, as I think Mr. Bivens has to understand. He knows the situation probably as well as anyone could, as he's thinking right now of what he can do. You're kind of getting what do we have?
Yeah, he needs another item.
You got the friends, maybe thinking.
Because yeah, right now it's not lethal.
Only at 4 ink. Generally, these Amethyst Steel decks don't need to ink to that high of an amount. 4 is a pretty comfortable number. It means you can play absolutely anything in the deck. We are going to see that.
Dang, inking friends is brutal.
Leaving us with 2 cards in hand. We're just going to pass. So can Mo Shamblin put the combination of cards together here to go from 3 to 20 in a single turn? Let's see it. Let's get it.
Getting Tamatoa to quest is a huge mission. We have two.
No.
Mathematics. How much ink is available?
He doesn't get it.
Because you're going to need 9. So we're setting that 9 to the side almost immediately because that's going to be your dime and activation. You're going to need your dime act 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There it is. You need to ink. You can play that workshop. What would that do? What would that do? Workshop quest. You won't have enough. You don't have a. Will that be enough, Doug? Lucky down.
Unless he has a one item engraved. Oh, he has my counter. I'm blind.
Oh, yeah. It's
Never mind. I'm blind.
We've got 2 ink left. He's being very careful with his math here, right?
Yeah, you have to be very careful with the math here.
Bear with us, grr.
And there's the quest. Huge quest
for
coming in.
9. Yeah, he's
bling bling.
8, 9. Yeah.
9 gets you up to 12.
Yeah, 9, 8 items, and then 1 law already. And that's it. And that's it. Mo Shamblin takes game 2, and we are proceeding to a game 3 in the World Championship.
We talked about it, and it happened, Baker, just like that. As Zach Bivens did everything he could, trying to get this thing over as quickly as possible, but you just couldn't stop it. And the big crab against Steel, he can survive. There's not a lot of clean answers to that character in Mr. Bivens' deck.
Can't handle it.
Plates are in the cabinet right to the left of the fridge.
Down, but when he quested, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, but to be fair, he only had 4 ink, and these White Roses only 3 cost characters.
Yeah. Don't do that.
Been able to sing Zoo, so I don't think that was actually an out that turn to be able to do both.
Oh, that's right. He had going to 5.
If we had more ink, then you're absolutely right, JD. That would have been an answer, but I don't think we had it there at all. Not
yeah, that was crazy.
So we are moving to game 3.
But now Zach's on the play with purple steel versus green purple. I don't know. I think Mo's gonna have a tough time.
And I'm trying to tell you, we have 2 fan favorites of the community. I like to call them the darlings of the community, the princesses of the community, the people's champions. Okay, both of these players can fill that role. This is for the people's championship title. Both players at the moment that they want to be doing their thing with their deck. Okay, I'm just disappointed there's not any Jiminy Crickets in
Bivens, yeah, certainly renowned for playing
purple steel favored green purple green.
It is favored in the matchup. Sure.
If you have a Pinocchio in board, wasn't playing any copies of Pinocchio.
Especially on the play.
That'll be hard because they're both aggro.
Absolute fan favorites. Do you smell what the Bivens is? This is like Austin Rock.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I love it.
I don't know if I'm going to get in trouble for that reference. I hope not.
No, they can't stop you. No, I'm sure. Oh, we're just in. No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Leave? Okay. Guys, it's been great. It's been fun.
All right, so just imagine the nerves that these players are going through. I like to pretend they're not nervous, but I know the nerves are there. This is a game
I think
3.
It's butterflies.
It's probably right. It's probably right. But this is it, man. This all that training and all that preparation and all that study comes down to this. You've gone through these play lines so many times. This is the last round of the quarterfinals. We're moving on to the semifinals shortly after this.
Absolutely.
And the prizes are so phenomenal. They are so abundant. And it's just a lot of pressure. I don't know if I'm built for this situation. And a lot of players aren't, Baker.
You're built different, JD. I don't think there's much in life that you're not built for, my friend.
Yeah, I agree there. Obviously, the Rabbit is not exactly a solid card against Green Purple, but I think the steal removal could be enough to
and Green Purple does not have a lot of character interaction.
Being able to nullify that advantage. There is
he has cannon, right?
Of being on the play on the draw, as Mo maybe getting a little bit of those
he's got storms, or not storms, he's got strength, cannon, even Zeus in a pinch.
Who this? I love it. Getting that nice little shuffle in, a little bit of board manners, talking it through.
I think Chris played 4 Fire the Cannon and 4 Gravius for a boost field during Diablo.
It's the most. There's a Moistar, shout out to Moyen, and a Mostache.
Okay.
And look at that beautiful Lorcana bottle that our players were graced with their goodie bag for being part of the World Championship. Absolutely stunning.
Wait, dang.
Okay, so we're going to get down to business.
Without all caps, it's crazy.
Let's get down to business. We ain't got no time to play around. What is this?
Oh no.
Guys, me and JD may have lost it, but we don't.
That is a crazy start for Mo.
We're gonna keep it. Lock back in. We're back in. Active. Here it is. The game is underway. The altar phase is commencing.
Oh, we can't.
Like we are hanging on to that rabbit
to try it.
On the play, absolutely. I think that's a great decision. We are, but there are 2 rabbits though. If there were 2, you'd probably throw 1 back. We're keeping hold of the Palace Guard, the Smee, and maybe a rabbit. There is
Is that the keep or the sand? Are you a play on the board? Keep it sand, or you keep it in your hand? Which one do you do, Baker, when you play?
When
on your altering? Are you
the bird was definitely annoying.
Send it back to the deck, or you hold them in your hand?
And it still is annoying now.
Very much like I'll put a couple down, and then I'll look, and then I'll change my mind, and then I'll shuffle,
TJ
and then I'll have a cry.
Diablo.
My tradition going into the altar phase, a good cry, and then that normally works out terribly.
Okay. I like to put mine on the board, and then I put the ones in my hand into the deck. I think it tilts my opponent a little bit. I do.
So you're just going for maximum tilt.
I'm trying to do everything I
psychological
can.
lockout.
You have to infiltrate your opponent's mind. I think that's what you have to try to do.
So you started in the vents of the Ravensburger headquarters, and now you're trying to vent your way into the opponent's mind.
Absolutely.
Guys, I think JD may be a villain. I'm not going to lie, but we're going to proceed now. I love it. Good man.
I can't do it.
We're going to proceed into game 3.
Jack made a good point about Diablo could totally come back if you funnel the shift targets and Green Purple
we have a pretty tight curve
instead of like keeping it in green seal with the mono green one drop Diablo.
Yeah.
The Illuminary Keeper.
Like, get rid of that guy. Like, reprint Devoted Herald, but not the other one.
This broom to draw a card. And worth noting, that ability always goes into the bag. Though you have no choice in that matter, so you could play something else like a Merlin Rabbit, for an example. You could draw from the rabbit, and then you can decide if you would like to pop your broom.
Absolutely.
It's good to know.
So now,
Even 10 got significantly better. He can play aggro.
To help aggress the board a bit, or will we go with the bumbling mate in order to try to get some of that questing power going? Are you cracking this broom here?
You are 100% cracking the broom here.
Yeah, 1000% breaking this.
Just if he shifts, you get owned. If you draw later, you get owned.
We don't need to worry about a rabbit or a crab, but if Bivens wants extra cards, he may pop it. He is going to make that decision, throw down the Calhoun, and immediately send away the broom. Is there anything that I've missed in that?
Yeah, a shift Diablo. The shift bird comes in on top of that Diablo.
Did you ever
You're going to lose that one card, so I think that is a correct track, as we do have that Calhoun Marine Sergeant being able to check down this Diablo, because it won't be able to get those nice little quests in, but he does have the shift in hand. So is it time to shift? Are you shifting Diablo this early versus Steel? These are the decisions that you have to make. These are the painful choices that you have to live with for the rest of your days.
Oh, he eats.
What?
He doesn't.
Diablo 1-2 evasive with Challenger 2. We do have that fire
Oh my god.
He has to save the cannon, right?
Yeah.
Incredible draw engine, but the stats ain't it, my friend. Only a 2-2, unless you can move to the Hidden Cove.
Which would be beautiful. So that's probably why those fire cannons are in this deck, in order to accost those Diablos when they get shifted into the field of play.
You
As
greedy
early as
combo.
often as you
I hope
can,
it
get
pays
those
off.
things off
Please don't
before
go
they can just
Ursula.
run away with the game if they are under deck.
Also worth noting that Mo is only playing 2 copies of Ursa Deceiver in this era.
Yeah, if he shifts, it's going to get cannoned, but that's why he absolutely needs to hold it.
Sniping one of those could be huge, but only 2 copies of the deck overall.
That's interesting. I'd be interested to talk to these players and get an idea of their
Sing chill.
meta call and their meta preparation. Maybe you assume that it would be this huge aggressive meta.
He has to get rid of, I think, Bunny here.
The things that went into that thought process. But I think that's very interesting. We are going to get that sudden chill saying.
He gets rid of the goat instead.
I see the silhouette of Weather Deville appearing at
oh, Ursula.
That's okay. He's popped up.
And the greediest of them all means that we can draw a card as a result of that. And now we're going to go with the Shift Diablo, and we're going to sing another encore.
What's the other card in here?
That is a very
Rabbit Cannon Friends.
From Mo. If you guys know, if you have that Prince John up and active on the field of play, whenever card is discarded,
yeah, it's got to be Rabbit. So you need next chance.
It's somebody I don't want to see back in rotation. I'm just going to say that. That's it. That's it.
Oh, he do Alpha.
That's it.
You can say it as much as you want to me, mate. I'm absolutely there with you.
Okay. He can get all the way up out of here, dude.
Prince John is, of course, a villain. I'm affectionate towards them, but
he can go. You've done enough, dude. You've done enough.
I will shed no tears. Let's put it that way.
The biggest of all, indeed. As you do get 2 cards from hand, so now Mr. Bivens might be in a bit of trouble here, as you need to get to some resource accumulation quickly. As the White Rose comes down on 3 ink, gaining another piece of lore. You're getting up to 2. You got through that Diablo relatively easily, but can you continue to find some cards? This is where the rabbit's going to be quite huge if you find one now.
And this is such a swing in resources,
and
right? Prince John allowing you to draw it. Like, you play Sudden Chill,
Lucifer's not going to matter, though, because his hand is going to be empty. Because he plays Ursula this year.
I think Zach caps that scoring.
By the greediest
so,
and this really gets carried away. You see, Bivens had 3 or 4 cards in hand
left,
only 1, and
every top deck here has to be
JD,
above average.
Honestly, though, Mo's hand is kind of awkward right now because
yes, Ursula.
Yeah, but look at the rest of his hand. Like, no, but Ursula, he doesn't know that last card is a soft. And Ursula is super awkward to play here because he doesn't have another Inkable. If he plays the Ursula Diablo here,
pretty much all you need to do all the plays that you want to get done. Unless he has Elsa, maybe you can get one more ink down to get that Elsa online. So I think this is
no else is in the list.
No else is in the list. So
I still think you check. You have to see it. You have to see it. Like, you have to know.
Okay, now it's not when you play this the Diablo, play the Diablo.
A song card of your choice. So along came Zeus being hurled down from Mount Olympus into the storybook.
That we just talked about that. Ursula only have 2 copies of the card in hand. And there's not that many songs in Mr. Bivens' deck, and one of them just happens to be there with the Prince. You are going to get another huge swing of material as we got another song in hand. You got to play it just in case another Ursa comes down, so we get a nice little question 2 in.
The Prince top deck is not bad. Right, he absolutely needs to play everything.
There for Bivens, and Mo, you got to think, is feeling a lot more confident at this point in the game.
Yeah, so we need to get some characters down. I would like to see maybe some rabbit. I think get into the rabbit sooner than later, but that will again put you in that precarious situation of having another character in hand or another card in hand. You really rabbit might not even be that good.
You really want to, if you're going to do that, you want that rabbit to find you an Inkable, so you can put it straight into the Inkwell, and then hopefully next turn you find a fox or a snake, and then you can start to build back up your hand. But we're going to see Ursula and the Elsa both going into this White Rose.
And Hiram, but not this one.
Taking 3 damage in return.
Yeah, they should have banned both. You know what I mean? Not Prince John and leave Hiram.
Yeah. This is, if you're Bivens, if I'm Bivens, I'm worried. But in the mind of Bivens, I'm sure he's cool as a kid.
Right, he's been
I'm
there
worried.
before.
I'm worried.
You played through all of these lines. I know for a fact that Bivens always puts himself in the worst case scenarios in his training situations. Where we talked about this offline before. He always sets up the worst situations for himself and try to play it through.
That's good.
Great card to come off the top of the deck here.
Absolutely, friends on the other side.
I've got friends on the other side.
Okay, okay, all right. Yeah, I think that's your you, my friend.
I don't. You burn or do you ink? You ink, right?
No,
you burn.
Wow. But again, remember he caps at 4. What if he's playing everything off the top Nothing was
yeah, Fred's a fantastic card. We were able to see it with the white rose, draw 2 cards, and then we were able to find the giant cobra, which was put down, discards a strength for a raging fire for a 2 lore burst. So that was about
But then you ink it.
Yeah,
you could hope for from
absolutely, absolutely. And you see that Lucifer that you spoke about earlier in the preset of the game is in hand right now.
Feel too fair.
But right now he's going to get.
Yeah, it is definitely the fairest and most bonus for field decks, even if it can be played aggro.
Or maybe set up a potential shift line coming off the top if needed.
Because it doesn't have cheapy burn cards like Go-Go or alternative strategies.
And this Elsa cannot cross this board quite effectively right
now. Yeah, it's certainly
That
not
can
over.
do the
Mo, like,
thing.
drawn so many
It has
cards from this
hands.
Prince John, but left with just 1 card in hand. And hey, Prince John is a fantastic
I
orange, and questing for 2 is huge,
don't
but
hate
the
this,
stats ain't it, mate. And
but
this
I
Elsa obviously
also
is a fantastic
don't
card,
think I
exerting a
like
character on play and
not
evasive.
developing the
Certainly sit there and
Lucy
tick away some lore,
because
but
I want
overall, not
to
the most
have.
intimidating board in the world. So
Yeah, I
there is
think from Mo's
absolutely room
perspective,
for
he's just
One
thinking
strength.
if there's
I
like
think
a
you
situation
really
where
start playing
Zach
this
can
tempo game
cards.
as well. You have this Prince John. Will you continue to
PJ,
because I think Mr. Bivens is all in. Zach Bivens
I do
is
think
all
PJ
in on just questing, character down, quest, rinse and repeat until your opponent does something. So they're kind of winning the lore race a bit,
like
as we do have that magic broom in hand, thinking of deploying it here.
Yeah,
Well,
Broom
you
was
said
the card off of the top. We are
rapid.
one shut this down, questing up with the rest of our characters. But yeah, I like this.
Yeah, I mean, this is
if we were able to find a character,
maybe he wants to
quest
just
that Broom first, then
pick
pop in, draw
the
ourselves another card. So
Elsa
it's certainly not
and
over.
Diablo
Really nice
into
start from Mo,
Rose. Wouldn't you want
taking all of
Lucy
Bivens'
to
resources away, but we
or
still
like
cooking, we
quest
still
and
live.
take?
It's not over.
You
I ain't heard
trigger?
no bell, is what the cool kids are saying these days. It's never over until it's absolutely over.
Well, yeah,
And
what
I
was
think
this?
it might be time to start getting loose and active with this Elsa and this Diablo. Start clearing some of these quested characters off the board. You will
I missed it too.
both of these characters in the process, which you think.
That point does come though, right? Where you have to identify.
Oh,
these aren't great
Cobra
challenges, but you're
discard
just sitting
draw
there questing,
card.
you go eventually find
Oh,
another Prince John. Greedy is
Oh
on the board,
my
of course, both of them
goodness.
questing for 2, not offering much in terms of challenging, unless we can find like a Merlin Crab or a Cricky or something like that. But
Yeah. And Mo's setting himself up for a beautiful Cricky here. I think that would clear this board relatively easily if you can find that. And he's also questing for 3.
We missed
so
it and
that
they
would be
missed
a
it. We're
beautiful
world-class
top deck.
players too.
But can Zach continue to aggressively quest these characters until the game comes to an end? That's the race. That's the race. Cricky versus the world, as Mo is just trying to set up for that Cricky turn, it seems.
And I think Mo identifying here as well that we've reached the point where Zach's not going to have any cards in his hand. He's drawing,
got a
he's
character,
playing, and he's inking straight away. So Mo identifying, hey, my Prince Johns have got all the value they can. I need to start questing because Bivens is getting closer and closer. I need to be somewhat in that race too. We do off the top of the deck. We're going to give Challenger and we're going to Broom, draw ourselves another card.
Don't tell me we're going to
When is it time? When is it time?
Because the Lucy didn't.
Right now. Right here. Right here. Right now. The giant Cobra going into that Prince John. Hey, you will never see me not take out a Prince John. Even if I could win that game, I don't care. I'm getting rid of the Prince John.
Hey, it's personal. It's personal. It's definitely personal. As you have that Merlin Crab, and the momentum is starting to turn. No pun intended. The momentum. There it is.
Pun intended.
Hey,
Let's be honest. Pun intended.
There it is. As the Lucifer comes down, he rips.
And there was the Long Game Zeus as well. The last card you wanted to see off of that Illuminary.
Zach is still in an okay position though.
Wasn't able to play it.
Still fine. Take lore off the board.
Now he regrets questing with that Prince
he might want to quest.
That seems like
Elsa for a bit to sort of catch
no, I
up,
think
right?
Elsa trades because you can't risk that he draws the way to bounce.
But bouncing does not even allow him to play extending elevation.
He's not shaking. He is still calm as a cucumber as we get another quest in with that Prince John. Lucifer now representing another.
This is still fine for Bivens though.
Trying to set yourself up. Maybe for Cricky still. I think Cricky's still quite decent here.
Oh,
What do we get? What do we get?
I expect the crab to be the one.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. That's so good. That's so good.
Love it. So something's killing Prince John. Question is it crab?
It's crab. It's crab because you don't want the Cobra to die because of its body.
One damage. I like the way doing that as well.
The crab is kind of irrelevant.
The Cobra, if you'd have taken out John, that leaves you with
unless like
would allow for an easier challenge.
You have your own Elsa into their own Elsa.
Right. I think he's going to need that Lucifer to get powered up by someone before he just send him in, or unless he just send him into this Merlin Crab right now. But we will be singing a friend on the other side. Okay, no more. I'm done. Okay, that's it.
Don't be done. I think that needs to be your thing,
can I do? Hopefully it gets reprinted. Okay.
Oh, there's
another card I'd love to see.
Yeah, Elsa doesn't really do much here though.
Set
like,
if you don't know, it's
if
just
you kill the crab, I guess.
I need an edit of Friends with
good.
JD on the R. I expect that on the double, but yeah, Friends on the other side utilised by both players in this Amethyst versus Amethyst matchup, drawing a couple of cards. The Elsa coming down, going to remove that Merlin Crab, putting 2 damage on the Elsa. The Crab does have to give Challenger to something, but not really relevant.
2 damage. Why 2 damage there? Am I missing something? Why not 3?
No, you're not missing anything.
Okay.
That should absolutely be 3. I imagine in Mo's head, I've just done 2 damage. It's 2 strength on the Elsa, right? So
that is something that does happen. I'm certain. Shout out again to our wonderful judge staff. They are watching this thing diligently. I'm certain they're going to clean that up.
There
right
you
quick.
go.
And there it is, almost
they're on it. Shout out to our incredible judges. They're on it and fixed.
Absolutely, almost instantly. So just like you said, it is a very stressful moment. This has been a long day. They played so many games yesterday, so we are going to go ahead and use that to clean up the rest of that Lucifer, and we
Go to
are
15.
again. The tempo is leading.
Yeah, it's fine if Merlin dies to the Elsa or potentially another Elsa, because you still get the 16, you can push the 18, you still can't banish the Cobra.
Yes, absolutely. Zach doing really well finding some of these uninteractive lore gain cards over the last few turns. The Cobra, then the Goat, then the White Rose, sitting at 15 lore. This Goat is going to represent 1 more lore when it's removed from the field, from the board. Mo with 4 cards in hand. What can we do to keep Bivens off of it?
And
Bivens is way better than I thought. Mo had crazy nut draw, and
you say one of the greatest players in the whole world, better than you thought? Wait, no.
Elsa can't really get
you would have to. Mo is gonna have to double it. No, he's
Oh, he's looking at the discard. Yeah, he can go after the Goat. He can go after.
Well, that was a pass there. I was like, what?
He's gonna have to send 2 characters. He can clear the Goat, but then you can just put 2 damage on one, or he could just send both in. Granted, you will lose that.
Nice clear Goat, quest Elsa.
Yeah, clear Goat, quest Elsa, get to 10.
I like the idea of this new Elsa that's just been played going.
It's still pretty bad for Mo because anything after is going to die, get banished, and effectively have to double trade.
We are staying alive.
And we are going to. And we are going to
carry on. I will get in trouble.
we are just going to go ahead and get a little quest in with this other Elsa, and I don't hate that at all. As the Sudden Chill finds its way down to the Inkwell, probably won't get any more value for the remainder of this game. That card is inkable.
This is huge.
That's 5 hours.
Off the top.
We're going up to 18 lore when we quest with both these characters. Yep, wasting no time in doing that. What do we find off the top?
What is it? What is it? What is it? It is a fire cannon.
Oh, okay.
The cannons. The cannons to the left of me.
Fire the cannons, Mr. Smee.
As we get the cannons to remove that Elsa, and that is huge. What do we have now? You got to clear. You got to work. You have that Cricky. I think the Cricky's in hand, but is that going to be enough?
If we've got Cricky, we have to play. We have to remove one of these characters, and the Elsa cannot do it at the moment. And mentioned earlier, the keeping only one damage on the Giant Cobra, that would have been very relevant here.
Let's go.
So Zach Bivens in a really good position to potentially take game on
top tick mode. I don't know how y'all did it. Whoa, he builds his deck specifically his multi-character is either 4 or 5 innings with Elsa.
So London's +5.
Just like that, I believe Mr. Bivens
so it would be 7 to 8 innings, 2 to 3 p.m.
And that is a scary, scary spot. You have a lot of residual instant lore bursting characters. So these top decks are going to be critical. You guys are clear every single time.
The Goat or White Rose off the top here is game. Cobra wouldn't be because you need to discard a card.
Wait, I think it's wrong lever in hand. You can't do it. There's no way you can wrong lever, can you?
The Goat top deck would be good. Another Rose.
Dude, a Goat top deck would be bonkers because not only would Zach win, but we also get another deck on our.
Oh yeah,
board.
What did he pitch with that Shift Diablo? Did he Shift Diablo this game, and what did he pitch?
I thought it was Bibbidi.
What are the other 2 cards in it?
The one lever.
Oh,
and you can't lever.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can't lever row.
You can't lever without a discarded.
I didn't see enough of it to feel confident in confirming.
Oh, but is pull in the
chance you send this White Rose
Is
back to hand.
Cole in the discard already?
Well, no, you might, right? Even if it's only going back to hand, because otherwise
I think he
Rose or
needs
go
both.
at the top is game here. At least if you get rid of this Rose, yes, it's gaining another.
Should have held wrong lever to disturb with the other.
Yep, instead of inking it. I was so confused when he did that.
Slam down, JD.
Slammed it almost instantly.
He
would have played it already.
I don't think he looked at his cards yet. I think he looked
on my sweater. I have a little bit of my mother's spaghetti there, Baker.
Nah, in a situation like this.
Are weak.
Palms are sweaty.
Yeah. And my arms
but on the
quite...
surface, you do look calm and ready.
Yeah,
to be fair, to give you
credit. Dude, he hasn't looked at his top card.
As a matter of fact, if I don't say so myself. Okay.
You keep forgetting what you wrote down. We're gonna stop. We're gonna lock back in.
Maybe he drew a friend and he wants to hard cast him.
I'm scared, man. I'm scared. What is hard?
We're just as anxious. Oh, okay, that's not fair. We're not as anxious, but
what
we're
is
feeling a percentage of it.
So hopefully you guys are enjoying this.
Oh, did he discard an uninkable? I don't remember what he discarded. I just remember that it wasn't the lever.
They're feeling this too as we got
questing.
19. What is it? It can't be Strength of Rage and Fire, right? No chance.
That would have been what it's a Calhoun.
Oh!
Okay. We still need to remove this Calhoun.
So he can kill the White Rose and then lever the Calhoun.
Stop that Calhoun.
And Elsa and Prince John could double into. Yep. So
he doesn't have enough for both, no.
Just 2 cards in hand, Lucifer and wrong lever.
Yeah, so you could hold up now. So you could probably play the Lucifer, play the wrong lever. You have enough ink to do both. Lucifer quest for 2, that's 5. That brings you up to 15.
Oh, it was Bibbidi. You're totally right. There.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe he just needed the ink.
You have to clear this White Rose here, though.
Oh, there is a pull the lever in the discard. There you go. So Calhoun going to be sent to the bottom of the deck. Wrong lever! All the way to the bottom. And we have to double in here. Otherwise it's game. Doesn't feel like a great trade, but it's necessary.
Go.
Uninteractive law game.
Oh.
It's a
Wrong Merlin.
Oh my god, I saw the Merlin. I saw the crib. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm just on the edge of my seat.
Guys, me and JD are practically cuddling at this point for moral support.
Hey, let's go! Oh my
What an amazing game, Baker.
And there's the mark. Let's give them that moment. This is beautiful. Oh my god.
What an amazing game.
God.
That turn came out so fast with all the discard. I thought it was over, Baker. I thought it was absolutely over, but Mr. Bivens had to lock in and get on a whole new level and get it done. He's going to
strongest opening hand I've seen.
What an incredible
it would only get stronger if you had friends. Just with Diablo.
Players and incredible human beings. Commiserations to Mo, who has had an amazing
season,
amazing weekend.
Go.
Time with the family, got the best advice to stop losing, made it all the way to the top 8 of the World Championship. Well, we've got to take our hat off to Zach Bivens.
Sure.
I don't know if there are many people in the Lucana community working harder than Zach Bivens. Absolutely astounding. What do you think, JD?
Just to cap down on what you said there. On what you said there, Mo should walk around this venue with his head held high. He played this thing so well. And to get to this moment, to get to this point, the relentlessness, the perseverance, the never give up attitude, to get to this spot, I think that is something we will be talking about for a very long time. But we're talking about this top 4.
Yes,
let's talk about this top 4 for a brief moment.
Let's do it.
I can't think of, we have a lot of great players in this game. Okay, there are a ton of players in this room that could be sitting in this top 4. But if you told me that Ed Chu, DKP, Zach Bivens,
a lineup,
Luca,
what a lineup.
If you told me that's what it was going to be, I wouldn't be shocked or surprised. These are some of the most consistent players in the entire game of Disney Lorcana. We have the North American Continental Champion. We have the DLC Champion. We have Mr. Bivens. We have Luke. I am so ready for this Final 4, and these are the titles of the game, Baker.
I am absolutely hyped. This is your top 4 bracket. We're going to be having Edmund versus Luca and Zach Bivens versus DKP. What a top 4. What a treat for all Lucana fans.
Okay, but let's go ahead and let's go ahead and talk to Zach. I think Rebecca's ready.
I'd love to.
Let's see it. So let's go ahead and take it away, Rebecca. Here it is. Boom.
We are here with our last player to make it to top 4, Zach Bivens. What a match. That game 3 seemed from the outside like an uphill climb for you. Is that what it felt like? What was going on in your mind during that last game?
For the most part, I felt ahead the whole time, even though I was down on cards and he had the discard stuff. Just the way my deck's.
He said he felt ahead the entire time.
Even in that state, so
I
felt pretty good actually throughout the whole thing.
Yeah, in game 2, Mo took that one. How did you feel in that Ruby Sapphire matchup with your Amethyst Steel deck?
I felt pretty good. I mean, it came down to one single turn, and if I make a different play earlier, but you never know. So, yeah, it felt fine.
Good. And I really want to hear Ruby Amber, your first deck that you played. I was so excited to see that Ink pairing here this weekend. What was your strategy with bringing that deck here this weekend for Worlds?
Well, I don't want to give away too much yet, so we're still got some games to play, but I like it.
That Gloyd Orange Boar, is that the right name? Gloyd Orange Boar came down for the win there for you at the end and secured you a spot with all of everything that you've brought here this weekend. We're so happy to see you in the semifinals. Hopefully I'll get to talk to you again. Good luck with the rest of today. We're going to go to a break, and we'll see you all soon.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, fucking boy.
Oh, I'm stressed. That was crazy.
Now we start the round of 4. Round of 2. You scan the QR code if you want first chapter boxes, which you can buy for retail at $140.
$143.
And visit southsidetcg.com. Plug. If they can plug, we can plug. Don't forget to use code GHOSTY for NordVPN. And check out Southside Instagram, Twitter, all that. You draw a card from memory?
I want you to draw Rockstar Stitch for me.
Food Fight Defender?
Cinderella Stout-Hearted.
Okay.
Feels really appropriate to have you draw.
Popsicle so easy.
So from memory.
Popsicle. I've got a shield, and there's like tomatoes and stuff coming at him or something. I'm trying to decide how much actual time I want to put into this.
That's so good! Perfect.
It will not get better.
It will not get better.
There you go.
Hey, that's pretty good.
I think that captures it a little bit. There you go.
No shield.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
No code word for Celsius?
One day. One day. Sponsor me, Celsius.
Now you draw a card?
A
Oh!
whole new world.
A whole new world. Okay. Alright.
Jasmine and Aladdin on a carpet with some fireworks in the sky.
Which one will you draw? The one that's right behind him?
This is a carpet. Let's see. Need a little stick Aladdin. There we go. Jasmine's gonna be blue. Bang.
No fireworks, no illuminate.
I think I got it. Perfect.
Well, I don't know about you, but I think that's the best drawing of a whole new world that I've seen. Zach Bivens, a talented Disney Lorcana player and a talented artist as well.
I think we should bring Lorcana players on to be card artists for some of these special edition cards, because Zach just nailed it there.
Yes, seeing all the players draw those cards, the popsicle, the Stitch Rockstar was actually pretty. I liked that one.
Yeah,
that was good. Kudos. I love it. We have more exciting announcements for you, Illumineers. Thank you for sticking with us today. We've had 4 incredible matches. We are going to get to the semifinals soon, but Liam, guess what we have?
Announcements.
Announcements.
We have more exciting announcements.
News.
We have news. Cooper is back in the booth, so let's bring them in.
Big
JD
Coop.
is here with Cooper. What do you guys got for us?
What a fantastic day of Disney Lorcana we've had. Yesterday was great. Today might be even better, and we already had some great news this morning. I love the 3-game format. I love the announcements that have already been made.
October 4th, I believe, but I think they're
24th.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm sorry. I had it mixed up with the other one. So
25th,
soon after.
Oh yeah,
But yeah, Coop should hopefully announce it.
Zach is probably playing in 2 games. We'll have one more game and then Zach probably.
Real quick, we'll go ahead and recap all of the formats for the main event. Day 1, we're going to do Swiss, moving from that 2-game format, like you mentioned.
Hell yeah, 8 rounds, BO3, baby.
First day, followed by 4 rounds of Swiss, best of 3 on that day 2, and of course, we'll top cut to the 32 best.
So no longer cut to 64, cut to top 32. Which probably means X2 still.
But what's cool though is making top 32 means that you get your invite. Like that you make Q or the top cut and you're in. That's great.
Invite to NA finals.
Yeah.
Very excited.
The continent.
They're still looking at the 2-game format, evaluating it, looking for ways to improve in the future. So that format's not gone forever, but for the next season, it is best of 3.
Absolutely. And I'm excited for these dates, Cooper. I want to know when this is going to happen. Can you tell us more about what's happening with our North American counterpart?
It's 12 rounds, yes, Chris.
Absolutely. So on the screen here in a second, we'll go ahead and look at the North American dates. But the first challenge event for North America will take place in Milwaukee. That will happen.
I'm so excited.
26th of this year. So just a couple weeks after Europe begins their first event. Then we'll go into Richmond, Virginia for January 10th to the 11th of 2026. Ring in the new year with a challenge is always fun.
Let's go.
And then we will finalize our challenge schedule for the regular season in Indianapolis on June 20th to the 21st of 2026, and round out the championship in late August 28th to the 30th of 2026. Of course, just like Europe, that location is to be announced, and we'll have more details on that very soon.
Oh man,
Where's the melee match for 12 rounds top 32?
So much. I'm just excited.
Great question.
So hopefully you at home
Open
are
in
ready
another
for these
tab.
events to take place. I'm excited. 3 new cities coming your way, and I am just over the moon. What do you think about this stuff?
I'm so excited about this. And Cooper, am I seeing this correctly? It looks like the top 32 per challenge at the bottom there are moving on to the championship. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. For both Europe and North America, the top 32 will be going to the championship from each challenge. So that's a total of 96. And we'll have more details on additional qualifications later on.
Okay, and all these tickets will go on sale just like in Europe on July the 16th. So make sure you get those fingers ready and get ready to punch your ticket to the next season of DLCs. But this can't be it. It's got to be more. Is there more?
There is, yes. We do have a little bit more to announce, and this is actually a new addition to our challenge schedule.
It looks like
we're going to be talking about this weekend is Brazil.
Brazil!
We'll be doing challenges in season 2.
Yeah.
We are still finalizing the exact dates and the details.
I gotta go.
Those tickets will go
I gotta
on
go.
sale
I gotta freaking go.
Market, but we can expect
I gotta tell my buddies down there
of 2026 as well as a championship to happen in
change the draw to like
excited for all the players there to get involved and join us for a world championship later down the line.
Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. I know we have a lot of our South American Illumineers who've been trying to get some
yeah,
DLCs.
so
might be just
if he goes 9-0, like everyone
get your chance to punch your
draws
ticket
after
to
that,
the World Championship by performing
still
well in
X2
a South
bubbles
American
out.
Brazilian DLC. That is a great addition. What do you guys think about that over in the interview station?
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
You
Maybe I'll
too.
go to Brazil. There's a
Yes,
vibrant
look,
local
this
community
is
there.
randomized.
By the way, shout out to Ari Welly and Ellie Hori.
It's gonna be tough.
It's still X2. General rule is X2 is.
Yeah, and I just am so excited to see Disney Arcana Challenge expanding across the globe. The Disney Arcana community is amazing. There are Illumineers everywhere.
I don't know about
so it's
that.
really exciting to know that Illumineers across
Going
the world
to
are going to be able to come together for these Disney Arcana Challenge events.
Have you ever been to Brazil, Rebecca?
I've never been to Brazil. How about you, JD?
I have never been to Brazil.
Okay, let's plan a trip.
I'm looking for a reason to go down to Brazil. I'll go with you guys. Let's go ahead and set it up. I'll show up to Brazil. Now, I'm going to Brazil now. I'm telling you now. I'll be down there. But I know there's more. There's not it. So we got more prizes.
Yeah,
we got presents and prizes of all shapes and sizes. I mean, coming into the top portion, can we talk about that a little bit, or no? Is it?
No, we absolutely should. Liam, you mentioned artists. Let's go ahead and get into the wonderful prizes that we have for the top cut of challenge.
Yeah, we got some exciting things here.
Oh man, this is some alternate art for Elsa Ice Maker. This is a card from a previous set, which doesn't see a lot of play right now, but who knows what's going to happen when rotation occurs. And this artist is Malia Ewart, a Lorcana artist that everybody who knows the game is familiar with. Malia's most famous card is probably that Bell Accomplished Mystic, which was so favored by players and collectors that they made a playmat out of it.
Yeah, and Elsa is also
the foiling looks
the top
actual
16
foil.
players at Disney Arcana Challenge events.
Now, In the top 8, there's another prize that
is
we are
still a
familiar with.
chance
It's
to
those
bubble.
golden Mickeys, which have been awarded throughout the first season of DLCs. There's 500 of them. There's still some more to give out, and we're going to continue giving out
top 8 still Brave Little Taylor.
Yeah, I'm really
Dang
excited
it.
to see more golden Mickey Mouse. Of course, that's that Brave
You
Little
see that?
Taylor, which is such an
Still
iconic
Brave
art
Little Taylor.
for this game. So we're going to see those. And then, of course, our top 4 are getting this new prize.
New prizes. New prize
and
alert.
this one, I think that the players are going to be ecstatic about. A foil uncommon uncut sheet. This is something we haven't seen before.
I mean, this is some wall bling, right? You can flame this at home, see what those little Kana cards look like before they're cut into itty-bitty pieces. I know players have been asking for this. I'm excited.
I'm excited, too.
JD, are you excited?
I'm not
excited for myself. I'm not excited for my bank account, Liam, because I'm not going to be able to get one of these, but I got to try to find one from someone who's willing to trade me for one of these uncut sheets, because I'm one of those people you mentioned, Liam. I've always wanted an uncut sheet, and I think having that as a nice little centerpiece on my wall would be fantastic. So now I got to get back out of the booth.
George, is that counting draws?
Maybe I could try to earn one myself, but if I got to lock horns with these players, it might be a little bit impossible for your boy to do that.
Yeah,
but
that's
if you like your
those are
cards
lawsuits.
up and not an uncut sheet, and you want a full foil set, the top 2 will earn a full foil set, including
I imagine you can go 10-0 and then
being introduced in Fabled of the latest set.
like
It's
draw
it's
in.
curated for you. It's brilliant.
So it sounds like those players are still going to have to get iconic cards the same way as the rest of us.
Yes, unfortunately. But I want to see those cards so badly.
Yes, and what about our
Come on,
winner of Disney Arcana Challenge, Liam?
I mean, the winner is going to get some really cool prizes as well. The rarities being up for that uncut sheet. The first place winner will receive a foil rare uncut sheet of Disney Lorcana cards, and then perhaps the rarest of prizes, the Disney Lorcana trophy, the challenge trophy. They're worth 1 per event, and that's the ultimate prize for the first place winner.
The ultimate prize and the ultimate title of Disney Lorcana Champion. These are some incredible prizes. I am so thrilled. I think these players are thrilled. I've heard some shouts of excitement out here in the crowd.
They're all excited. Look at them.
So yeah, I mean, we're expanding across the globe. We've got new prizes. JD and Cooper, this is big.
This is an absolute slam dunk. I can't see the chat. I can't see the comments. I can just feel the energy emitting through the rest of the community right now, because I think this is a slam dunk. I know a lot of people have been talking about these things, and to hear that someone, I don't know, is listening to what the community is saying and responding, I think that's something that is incredible about this community, about this game, about because there are other things that happen, and we're not going to discuss any of that, but in this one, the players speak, and there is some reaction, and people, and I think the correct decisions were made overall. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I think we're super excited to get this next season underway, but we do still have a season 1 to finish, right? We still have to crown a world champion today, so let's go ahead and Rebecca, I'll leave it to you to throw over.
We have semifinals coming up. We have 2 incredible matches, 4 incredible players. We're going to be back very soon with those matches and see who gets 1 step closer to becoming our very first Disney Lorcana World Champion. Let's go.
Ooh, let's see what Ed
Hi, my name is Edmund Chu, and I'm from Hayward, California. I'm excited to play on camera again. I feel like that's like the rush that I'm looking for when I play.
Zach is still in, yes. Top 4, baby.
Yeah, Zach just beat Mo in an insane match.
Mi chiamo Luca Lazzara, vengo dall'Italia e sono molto contento di partecipare al mondiale di Lorcana ed essere uno dei 28 migliori giocatori che si è qualificato.
My name is Luca Lazzara, I'm from Italy. I'm really excited to be here and to be one of the 28 best people in the world to play at this event.
Vincere vorrebbe dire aver raggiunto il massimo livello di questo primo anno di gioco e sarebbe veramente molto importante coronare il sogno.
It's like a dream to play high level.
Will mean being able to achieve the maximum level of the competition, and it would be like fulfill a dream for me.
And And we are back. It is time. It is time. It is time. The semifinals are underway, and it is time to begin the process of developing our first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. But I am not alone. With me, I have the incredible, the talented Mr. Liam. I love your outfit, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
If you missed the mark, this is Liam Mickey here.
It's a little Disney bound. I mean, what
does that mean? Can anyone define Disney bound for me? I
sounds like better
so I feel like we should honor that mouse if we can, and this is my way to do it.
I like it. I like it. I think you are the best dressed in the room. But have you had a chance to see these matches that we had up until
Disney bounding is a fashion trend where Disney fans dress in outfits inspired by everyday clothing items and accessories to evoke the style without wearing it.
Yeah, we didn't want to talk over them too much, and also not going to be too loud. So
I mean, just fantastic player. If you've been around Lorcana a little bit, you know he's one of the most focused, most dedicated.
Yeah, but it's a way to express love for Disney characters while adhering to dress codes which prohibit full costumes. Because I guess you can't wear a full cosplay to the park because then you can get confused for an actual like cast member, right? So, okay, yeah, that tracks. I guess. It's a weird term now.
Lazar, whose favorite deck is also Ruby and Amethyst, coming in EU champion
moving.
Moving. He's been doing that bounce every time they catch him, and then eventually it'll stop.
I don't know much about this Illuminaire as much as I would like, because I haven't get a chance to see a lot of his rounds, because I'm not as European as I would like to be, you know. But I love this player. Just watching him play in this tournament, the way, the poise, the distinction, he's there. He always knows his lines. He always keeps a nice, comfortable hand size. He also has a great deck list for this event.
Very talented player, qualified out of Bochum, finishing 8th there, and then finishing 3rd in the EUCC. Comes to us from Italy. Very vibrant Lorcana community there. Collectors and players in Italy, and representing Italy here in the top 4 of the world.
Can't wait to go to Bologna.
His favorite card is Maleficent Dragon. His favorite movie and character are the Lion King and Mufasa.
Absolutely, and they are there. The players with the exchange fist bump, and is about to get started playing in the shadow of that 1-of-1. Serialized Mickey and the trophy there glistening in the background. Edmund Chu already has a trophy in the case, thinking about how to get another one to sit beside it. He has two trophies already. Want to go for a third. As we got the benching done, we are going to get rid of, it looks like, the bench decks are going to be the Emerald and Amethyst, and also the Emerald and Sapphire. What do you think about that benching lane before we hop into this?
Wait, aren't you not a Star Wars fan?
I do not like
Steel has been banned.
Actually, I like.
Not afraid to play into it here, but we are off to the races with Rhino.
I like the
16th Wolf coming down there, followed by Vanessa, Ursula Vanessa on Ed's side of the board. We are playing quickly now. Matt Luminary Sweeper on the other side.
I watched
on Luca Lazar's side. So both players
that was a good one.
plan.
Watch Andor.
Rhino, of course, opens up that shift.
After that, I became like a top slot.
Rhino Power Hamster.
That has been a card that has been defining this meta, and like you said, players are coming out blistering. They're wasting no time. This is the semifinals of the Disney Lorcana Challenge World Championship, and they are getting loose immediately as we have the Diablo standing up and active, ready to quest, ready to do its thing. Maybe it can potentially wear a crab. I think it is time. When you get a chance to get this 1/16th Wolf off the field of play, you got to take it. Shift Rhino has been a menace all set.
Yeah, looking at Lucas' hand, though, it's a little bit awkward. I think he has 2 5-cost Elses in there. Pirate Lives. Oh, and there we find that Power Hamster there off that draw. So it's available. Some shiny
there's a Namari in this?
Not with an ideal hand here. That is a little top-heavy, and he has some of his endgame cards and mid-game
cards
already.
Wars.
So let's see if he can navigate through that.
It's going to be tough because we saw that.
I will not.
Hanging on to that along came Zeus, so any character that you play onto the field of play will be dispatched almost instantly with a lack of without even thinking about it, because this thing can shift and sing.
The only way I'll watch that is
already sitting there ready to sing as well. So this is whatever character you play down is probably going to get removed almost immediately.
Yeah, and very, very difficult to remove Rhino there. It's a 2-lore quester, but resist 2. Very threatening on the board. It's going to probably gain quite a bit.
Shift Rhino is indeed gross.
Or maybe you don't even have to. You may not even have to use that Zeus as you get into the strength of a Storm Rage on. Maybe you hang on to that. You hang on to that Zeus in order to set up for a Maui Half Shark removal. I think that is another.
Another power hamster. What do you call a group of hamsters?
A hamster ball.
A ball of hamsters here. A ball of rhinos.
A ball.
What about if someone watches it with
Edmund Chu?
Yeah, I see what you're leading to. But
there, difficult cards to deal with.
Yeah.
For Luca.
I see what you're alluding to.
See that there is
Go
the
up.
Maui Half Shark in hand.
Hey,
our boy Bivens made it into the next round. He's in top 2 right now. I do like his matchups into DKP a lot.
Really indicating how difficult his hand is spending a whole
from our perspective, it looked like a stressful game 3.
Playing that Chernobog's Followers, a card that we'd love to.
But in the post-game interview, Zach said he felt like he was ahead the entire time, even if he had 0 cards in hand, which is absurd.
Very, very tough. I'm surprised that we saw Steel being left available in the card pool, as typically it's been banned all day for this specific reason, because it's so aggressive, and Luka kind of running the numbers. I had to talk to him about his analysis of why keeping that Steel deck in, but Edmund Chu on the play all day, putting that thing down, and he's absolutely just getting these glimmers moving. He's already sitting at 14.
Now, here comes the Troubadour. This Troubadour is a kind of a weak
oh my god! I'd take that quick bathroom break and
Luka last turn, and that's going to be it. That's going to be
I'd win the whole match.
Oh my
for the
goodness,
whole
that's
game.
probably one of the fastest games of Lurkana I've ever seen, and it's an indication really of Ed Chu's strategy here of going fast, being very aggressive, but also, unfortunately for Luka, if you looked at his hand early on, 2 Pirate's Lives, 2 5-cost Elsas, not a lot there to be able to respond in the early game, and just forced to try to draw cards, get to what he needs, and it's a function of the game plan from Ed Chu and just an unfortunate draw for Luka.
Oh man, that is absolutely brutal, especially the juxtaposition of the other games that we had so far, averaging around 30 to 40 minutes a game. That one was over in 3 minutes. I'm talking decisive, quick, and vigorous completion of that game. But like you said, breaking is a part of it. We are playing a PC Raw.
JDZ just said vigorous completion.
Every time, you just got to kind of play through that. I'm certain both of these players have experienced that in their process. You have too.
That's true. Look at Luka showcasing that Ultra Pro Lurkana deck box there. I have one of those.
Do you?
Yeah,
what did Luka ban?
I like it a lot.
Why do you ban that over
right, so now at this point in Triple Deck Constructed, Ed will be forced to move on.
Especially when you nail Ed's on the play. I'm never letting you play Amber Steel on the play.
Oh my god, and he has
Luka, on the other hand, can stay with the same build, but it looks like he's elected to change decks and bring his Amber Steel deck into this matchup. Now, I'm trying to get a hold. Let's get a hold of their deck list real quick.
Yeah,
so we can take a look at
we are still waiting on those decks to see exactly what those compositions are. But that is an interesting change there, because traditionally the Ruby and Amethyst has a pretty decent matchup into the Ruby and Sapphire. But electing to make that change, maybe you're just trying to get super aggressive into Edmund Chu's build, just like what happened to you. So this game could go just as fast.
Well, and it's a function of this format, right? Because you have to win now on the play and on the draw. So sometimes if you have a deck that's favored into that matchup, you say, you know, if I'm favored anyway, perhaps I want to take that deck in on the draw and play my unfavored matchup on the play. And that's one of the things you have to think about in this Triple Deck Constructed, because Ed's going to have to win.
Kylie thinks Connor's dying because
and you're going to have to win with your 2 decks. So that also factors into which deck you choose to take in here. It's not about winning the next game, it's about winning both games.
Right, you win right now.
But one of the bigger things is that
we're not saving anything. We're still all games, no break. That was a super blistering blistering match that we had there in that round number 1. But now
of certain sets because they were at the same time of the
you have a pretty aggressive start in your hand. And
of course, one
the green pigeon is going to be in the hand. Look at that stare. Look at that stare. Oh my goodness, he's right into the soul, barely blinking. We're checking the hands, and I try to do everything I can to avoid eye contact right there, Liam.
Yeah, I talked to Ed Chu before about his stare and whether that's a game tact or whatever. And Ed, he always tells me, he's like, look, I know what's in my hand. I already have my moves planned out. I've memorized my hand. I don't need to look at it anymore. So if I'm not looking at my hand, where am I going to look? I'm going to look at my opponent and see if I can glean anything. And what I will say, too, though, is we talk about Ed's stoicism frequently, and we're going to see his stare throughout this match. But Luka is also a very stoic player, one of the most stoic players I've seen here. He's very serious when he plays, very composed. So we kind of have 2 of the most, I think, I'll call them stoic players here, focused players going against each other in this matchup.
I would say unfazed. Me, typically, I have a lot of giveaways. I give a lot of information away with my
Ed is very hard to read, especially because like when he draws cards, he doesn't even look at them until they're right, you know? Like, try to give away as little information.
Probably.
Yes.
As we get the fist bump in across the table, we're about to get this thing started in game number 1. But tell me about Luka's Steel deck. I think you have it there. And is there anything jumping off the page to you as we got those deck lists in?
I mean, this is a fast deck. This is not a Steel Song deck. We do have the Rhino package. We have a lot of the cards you'd expect to see in this.
He's like me. My cards are always upside down when I draw.
One interesting, goofy, groundbreaking chef at 1 copy. This is a new card from Reign of Jafar, and then Vinny Green Pigeon is another song that we've seen worked in these decks. Vinny is a card that lets you gain a lore every time one of your other characters is banished during your opponent's turn. And so if your opponent challenges into you or does some sort of board wipe to clear your board, Vinny can gain you 4, 5, 6 lore depending on how wide your board is.
Absolutely.
And one of the game plans for this deck into
We
a deck
probably get regionals
is to go wide and gain a lot of lore as fast as possible.
and
then
Ravensburger has been doing
an impossible
those
situation
like
where the Vinny's on
partnerships.
the board,
They've
and if you
had
wipe the board, you
that
give
one
your opponent
event
a
in
ton of lore. And
Ravensburg already, and
with this
then
card close out games that way.
we're having another event in Rome next month, which is backed by or hosted at another place, backed by Ravensburger, meaning coming straight from art. So that's what I imagine for that we have like CCS X Ravensburger.
is going to be at one copy. Notably, no songs written in the deck. So there is no Be Prepared. Sorry, Baker, you're not going to get a chance to rendition Be Prepared here because you just
like
doesn't play the card in the deck.
wherever
It is going to be leaning on all the
events
and every other
west,
hit
right?
that you kind of come to know and love with this strategy.
And Luca off to a fast start here with the Daisy Duck on turn 1, the Smee on turn 2. These are 2 lore questers. Very aggressive. It's what this deck wants to do. Luckily, Edmund was able to find that bell there, play it early with that popsicle, which will allow him to answer Smee pretty effectively. We do see that Vinny in hand in Luca's hand there, so that's an interesting card to watch out for if Luca does manage to go wide.
Yeah, and being able to get some safe quest ends with this Daisy Duck in this matchup, there's a good chance that you will not be able to be punished by that effect. As
leave your hand face down because your face is away when you
typically do. You're going to
yeah. You and Chris are both very easy to read based off your reactions. Jack too. That's because he actually draws exhales really loudly when he draws a Rapunzel and he's on three.
Now Edmund will be punished a little bit by challenging into characters and removing characters on Luca's side of the board.
But I think you still have to kind of get it done. I think having this Smee go for a 6 or so like that, and we get the Sisu to come on in after the ramp, and Sisu is going to be able to clear that green pigeon before he's able to do a tremendous amount of damage, and Bill will be able to finish off the Daisy along with Tipo, the growing sun, and they're going to tag team the Daisy Duck and remove her.
Yeah, you can just Google.
Yeah, Tipo's such a great card in these matchups where you need some early game control. Oftentimes, Sail the Azurite Sea, or in the old days, used to play one jump ahead, but the Sapphire players were pretty gleeful when we got a card that lets the ramp while getting a body on the board. And speaking of new bodies on the board, Penny Bolt's person coming down on Luca's side of the board. This is a card when you play this character, you may remove up to 2 damage from chosen character, and they gain
at the top of Loyal First Mate.
Your next turn.
Click like a more recent.
That is an amazing card that I don't think sees nearly enough play as Penny Bolt person. Bolt's person.
What does that mean?
It's a perfect combination with this Smee as we got the shift Sisu. We're losing just that Penny as you don't have any of your items set up, but now you can begin to challenge and banish some of these characters. Will do so as Sisu getting loose and active onto the Smee, taking 3 damage back as we get a little bit of residual quest as well with the Tipo and the Bell. So now you have to make another decision. Do you keep questing or do you engage with this Sisu?
You have to keep questing. Of course, that's
so funny.
To you. That's the game plan here. Get going as fast as possible. A powerful turn from Edmund. That Sisu shift doing work that turn. Edmund just had the answers every single time.
But we're still putting threat after threat after threat into the field of play. We still have the Bell. We still have the Tipo who's been around longer than he usually is. As we get back the popsicle, so now we can play the popsicle.
Obviously, Bell trades Smee here.
Combat, but is it even worth it? I think you still got to do it. You still got to continue to clear this board, and it's going to become an issue as we go and exchange the Bell, and now we can potentially quest all these glimmers now.
Yeah, a little bit of quest there from Edmund for lore to take him up to 6.
Can you go close this out?
There. You know, this deck is one of those that likes to close out the game with lucky dimes in one turn, but if you're not careful, it does have a lot of high lore questers in the mid game, and you can close out games the traditional way if you're not able to control the board. And Edmund would love to put Luca in the position where Luca is forced to challenge Edmund's characters and play that control role. So as soon as Luca gets up to 11, 12, 13 lore, Luca's going to have to start thinking about that. That's where Edmund wants Luca to be.
Yeah, but Lilo can't run into it, you know?
Does have an on-play ability. You'll be able to reduce the strength of another character by 1 until the start of the next turn. So that is going to be played as
why would you
on to the Tamatoa Happy as a clan, but he did not get banished. So can you get that diamond play right now? He's got it in the hand. The lucky dime is in hand right now. So the Tamatoa Happy as a clan can quest and play the lucky dime for free right now, and that can start to put the clock in. I don't think there's a final platinum in deck. I don't think you have it as another Sisu as well. So we're getting a nice healthy quest.
Dude.
And we can play the
You know he's going to run in.
The dream combo.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, when Happy as a Clam came out, everybody said, if I can play a 7-cost dime for free, what? Why wouldn't I? And so that's the best.
Holy
that's the dime coming out.
smokes, that was a
game.
12
What a
minute
match.
set.
That was the fastest match of Disney Lorcana. But oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And you have your very finalist in the Disney Lorcana
that was
World Championship. It is
one turn of
North
Jacob's
American
local
champion
item
to the
deck.
finals of the World Championship in lightning speed.
Oh my
JD, where's your head at right now?
I'm absolutely blown away, Liam. I feel cheated. Get back in there. I need you guys to run another game right now. Get back. Hey, turn these lights back on. I feel cheated, Liam. That was like 12 minutes.
That's definitely a way to
describe it. What was that?
That was fast. That's what that was. Both players bringing here very, very fast Amber steel decks, and in this instance, one player had the answers, the other didn't.
He is the speed running world. These guys were, these pastors probably are
lightning speed, or Edmund's lightning speed.
a little upset that they were slotting for like a 30-minute to 50-minute clock, and they just gotta like stand there and talk.
And
wow, incredible.
Wow, we know who one of our finalists is.
Oh my goodness, and I'm not shocked or surprised. I mean, you
So
already
Ed is in the grand final.
You already won the North American Championship. How fitting is it that Edmund Chu is in the World Championship trying to go for the rare and almost impossibly indigenous triple threat. The three-peat. We're talking back to back to back to back to back.
That's the word
Champion is going to get it done, and he's got a very powerful
he said impossibly indigenous triple champion because he won the DLC, won nationals.
You have to play the cards, you put them in the correct order, but that was absolutely insane.
Maybe. I don't know.
To him, taking nothing away from him. He's locked in and laser focused on a whole
Certainly not
another level. I know he's put the work in. Like I said, I talk to this player all the time. His game knowledge, his preparation, he's always able to think outside the box. He's coming up with new, unique strategies, and he ran this thing all the way through, playing a pretty standard lineup.
And also, big shout out to Luke Lazar. Fantastic performance navigating both Super Sealed on day one and then the Swiss rounds of Triple Deck Constructed, making it all the way here. And I want to say a huge shout out to the Italian contingent here. All fantastic players. And shout out to the Italian community watching. Luca represented your country well, and we appreciate you watching. And just fantastic. One day I'm going to make it out there, one of your challenges, to visit you all. But a fantastic performance by Luca as well. Well, I don't know about that, JD. Like, that went so fast. I want to see more Lorcana now, but after 15,000 players-ish, and after 11 challenges, we now know who one of the top 2 players in the world is. We're going to find out who the next one is pretty quickly. I can't wait to see the next round.
And again, Liam, I am not
surprised.
These players that are in the finals, that are remaining.
Well, at least I wasn't in the admin chat. He let everyone know.
In their performances that they've had over this season so far, it is completely incredible.
You realize Zach matched with the DPT? I just do.
How it shake down, Liam. And I'm just sad I don't get to spend more time with you here in this booth, man.
I know.
I feel robbed a little bit.
That's okay. We'll hang out afterwards.
I'm sorry.
Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with the next semifinal match.
We're coming at you live from the Walt Disney World Resort in Orlando, Florida for the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship Tournament.
So buckle up, Illumineers, and get ready to watch the event of a lifetime.
Drawing a card from memory. What do we got now? Which one is that?
I'm going to have you draw the card, the lamp, rabbit, from memory. I'm going to have you draw Tipo from memory. Let it go.
This is awful. Alright, it's not gonna get any better, so I'm just gonna reveal my joking Mufasa.
I like how you put the mana class. Why was his nose so long?
That's pretty good. I just remember it's a square carpet thing with a lamp on it.
What? He's growing. He's a growing son.
Pretty good.
definitely can't draw the outfit, but he's got huge scissors. Nope, that doesn't look right.
No, he's also sitting in front of what he has to draw.
And here is Mickey Mouse, brave little tailor, ready to cut through the competition.
Hello guys, my name is DKP. I'm from Hamburg, Germany, and I'm really excited to be at the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm most excited for playing against all these amazing players and their really unique lineups, figuring out what I have to bench and what they will bench, and then figuring out, of course, what will happen during the game. I'm really excited for that because I'm, by heart, a really competitive player.
Bivens!
Let's go.
Hey, I'm Zach Bivens. I'm from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and I'm so excited to be competing here at the World Championships. If I win the World Championships, I'll just be so happy. Like, my whole life has been leading up to this, basically, because I've been playing card games since 1999, I think. So, very long time. So, it feels like my whole life's been building up to this, so it just mean everything.
I'm gonna cry.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Semifinals. We're going to find out who our last finalist is, and I'm joined by the Lorcana villain himself.
It is a pleasure to see out the day with you, my friend Liam. What a pleasure it's been all weekend. And this is our sailing to the sunset casting
swan
match.
Song, as it were.
The swan song. Yep, your finals will be casted.
I gotta watch Rowdy soon, but when? I can't leave now, and I can't leave in the finals. I'm gonna talk to Ed versus Zach.
The finals is gonna be JDG and Villain casting.
Showdown of titans in one corner. You have Zach Bivens. This is a player that everybody in North America, everybody in the world knows. He made his mark in Atlanta as the first seed in the very first Disney Lorcana Challenge. His favorite deck is Amethyst Steel, a deck that he's known for piloting. He's an innovative deck builder, and he is fearless, often bringing in decks that nobody else would play.
Chuck said he told Bivens one of the problems with his lineup in finals is they have Amber Steel and you don't. And he said, we'll worry about it when we get there. And here we are. He's going to get there.
I hope so. I do like his matchup into DKP. Like, you don't ban red blue here. You ban purple steel. Blooms, right?
And one of the most relentless players in Disney Lorcana. He played on every single continent, including Australia, to get his qualification to come here to Worlds, and it has all paid off after flying halfway around the world, because here he is sitting across the table from Zach Bivens in the second semifinal match of the very first Disney Lorcana World Championship.
And what a weekend it's been, Liam. I want to take the chance again to say one more time to our audience, thank you so much for inviting us into your home poolside.
Yes, Jeremy, we agree. Go, Zach, go.
And if you don't mind, Liam, just while because it's our last match, just because while the players are reviewing the decks, I'd like to take a couple seconds of self-indulgence and just shout out a couple of people. My friends Lewis, Fidget, and the wonderful Tommy at home watching. And also,
yeah, for some reason, I think it's like not showing up in post. If I go to reply.
Oh, because I started with
that. She liked it more than me. She was like, I want his jacket. But that was really awesome. So I want to give a shout out to you as well. And of course, my friends Jeffrey, David, and Mari, and Gio. Incredible people. But yeah, sorry, self-indulgence moment there just to say shout out to some of my personal friends. But shout out to everybody watching.
I don't think it'll undo itself from a reply, though.
We appreciate you indeed. Look at these players looking at the list here, pouring over it. Now, it is open deck list, so these players are familiar with each other's list, but gleaning over it again, making sure they didn't miss any single detail. This is the critical bench portion of Triple Deck Constructed, where each player is trying to figure out which deck they want their opponent to bench. Now, I'm sure both DKP and Zach have looked at these lists before, and they know exactly what they're going to do going into here. But again, trying to gain any extra information, and they don't want to clue their opponent into what they're going to bench either, because what your opponent chooses to bench could affect your choice.
100%.
And so all three deck lists, they're laid out in order so that they can peruse them and not give any hint to their opponent about what their game plan is.
Yeah, and this is actually going to be the final match where we do include the bench phase that has been so pivotal.
What do you think DKP does? I think he panic banned red yellow.
The finals, it's going to be best of 5 with no bench phase. these, so players will have to win with all 3 of their decks to earn the right to call themselves the world champion. But let's take a quick look at this deck list. We had Zach Bivens on stream not too long ago, has Amethyst Steel, which we saw him running not too long ago, a very aggressive build, Merlin Rabbits in there as opposed to Docs, and just all the Amethyst package, the songs like Zeus and Strength. This is a deck type that he is very, very familiar with. Also playing Amber Ruby, which is an...
Did we get any did we get any... He did not lock a game. World 2026 does not. Go. Nope. 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 Nope.
Sapphire, and there's one card in this list that I'm a big fan of, Ratigan's Marvelous Trap.
What are we going to do if that card actually gets played in this match?
I will go absolutely crazy.
Yeah, I can see it now. You all don't see it, but Baker is just as emotive in the booth with his hands and arms as you would imagine he would be casting these matches. I have to lean back sometimes.
Never lean back. Hey, never, don't you dare...
Lean in.
Don't you dare withdraw your wings because you feel like you're taking up too much space in the room, Liam. You fly, my friend. But please, talk us through these deck lists brought by DKP.
DKP is bringing a few interesting lists. On the one hand, he does have a fairly standard Amethyst Steel list, a list that I really, really like for this tournament, and it's done a lot of work here, but with a little bit of a twist. Magic Brooms and Yen Sids, to go with those Magic Brooms, have kind of worked their way into these deck lists in the past just couple weeks, really. DKP either coming up down on zone or looking and saying, I see that combination, and working those into this Amethyst Steel list. This is kind of a mid-rangey deck that can actually go long games, close things out, reach cards, but also move quickly when it needs to, and DKP's played this deck expertly so far. He's also running a Ruby Sapphire list. This is a list that he is well known for.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's played this at every single Disney Locale challenge that has.
I didn't even think about that. SSG versus World Class in the semis.
Truly
a rivalry for the ages.
On this deck, as well as a couple other players out there, like Pierre-Marc Duguay, another player here in Disney Lorcana Challenge, who is well known for these colors as well. This is a fairly standard list as I'm looking at it. He does run the Maui Half Shark. But for McDuck Manor, Scrooge's Mansion, those are
our win rate, though.
Really good. And one copy of Merlin's Carpet Bag, which is really fun. I hope it comes out so I can
you drew. You didn't lose.
You will, my friend Liam. But yeah, the Merlin's Carpet Bag allowing you to recur items from the discard. So getting back those keep drawing and making our way through the deck. Super consistent. We've seen the strategy perform.
I mean, obviously you want to, but again, like you said, I think you have to just ban the steal because Zach's lineup.
No, I'm saying like you want to play against.
Oh,
you
yeah.
absolutely want to play against. You have two decks that are really good.
Deck that has those lore burst potential cards like Merlin Goat, the Giant Cobra, the White Rose.
It's hard now because Zach is first or higher
item heavy,
so
just
he will deck that's very on the play heavy win, and he's win on the draw. And so like DKP has one of the hardest bans to make because of it's simply lower seed.
When he brought it into a third-party tournament, as well as running that just as
Zach has very good.
That Aladdin with Ward from set 1.
Yep.
Which was there just to live long enough to sing something.
Right.
But here we go. We are moving.
Okay, so we get to see what green yellow it is. I bet it's dog. I bet it's dog.
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, Frick brought dogs, right? So they're on the same team. So that's a possibility. Also, maybe DKP just, wanted to whoop someone as bad with dogs as I whooped him with dogs.
That Amethyst Steel deck is something that can win on the play or on the draw. It's a very dangerous deck, and if you've watched DKP pilot this deck,
but also I don't know. I
he's gaining lore every single turn and piloting it expertly. On the other hand,
control pretty well, He's a control player at heart, so
he's definitely starting red blue.
And if you've seen it in action, it can close out games just like that. I wouldn't say it's a guaranteed win on the play because there's always things that people can do, but
it's about as close as you can possibly get to it.
Darn close, that's right.
And it shows you the respect for the power level of that DKP. I never thought I'd see the day banning Amber Ruby over Amethyst Steel. Like Amethyst and Steel, thought of as two of the best color combinations in the game, and Amber Ruby always being a bit of a let's call it a off-meta deck. We've seen it have good performances over time, generally Mufasa builds, but what a
Yeah, purple steel on the play into red blue. I like this a lot. I like this.
Amethyst Steel will be the first matchup against Ruby Sapphire, and we saw
Orange
this
Gatorade,
matchup
best Gatorade, or one of the best
hoping
Gatorades.
to close out the game before DKP can get to that late part of the game where the Ruby Sapphire deck really does shine.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. The way I like describing this is inevitability. It does move
Zach's list is nothing like Monty's list. Just because they're the same color doesn't mean anything, Monty.
It has cards like Giant Cobra. It's looking for ways to gain 2, 3, 4 lore each turn. Has a little bit of control to allow you to do what you need. You can bounce cards around with some of these the bounce cards, the bounce package that we are familiar with Rise of the Floodborn. But it just feels like when you're playing against this deck, you want to grind its way slowly up to 20 lore before it's too late. It doesn't do a ton of burst unless you're running that Yensid Broom package where you have that early lore burst. But yeah, it's really interesting. DKP though,
really hard to kill mana, probably.
That Maui Half Shark package.
This is absolutely staple in the DKP style of the list. Obviously, the Maui Half Shark.
But also, neither of them have item drop. So,
well, no. DKP's rocking 2 hideaways in his
your hand, and whenever you play an action, you gain a lore, and the Pirate's Life is indeed an action. So if you play that while you've got Shark on board, you're going +3.
There are a lot of crazy items.
It really gets carried away.
Yeah, that is a finisher, as they say.
For sure.
So Maui Half Shark is a card that Din is going to be looking to get on the board as soon as possible because it shuts down the aggression from Zach. Zach not wanting to allow Din to recur a lot of his items, and then that Pirate's Life there, knocking Zach back 2, 4, 6 lore throughout the game is really, really frustrating. Getting to 20 lore is hard enough. There's a reason that's how you win the game. But getting to 22, 24, and 26 lore, I mean, that's even harder.
100%. Maybe we need to see that Donald Duck, the flustered sorcerer.
Yes.
Shout out to Tim, part of the German Ravensburger team, by the way. Incredible guy. I know he had a lot to do with the creation of that particular card. A very interesting one where your opponent has to get 25 lore to win the game. What next? 50?
That's right. And shout out to Ariwelli for bringing that art to life.
There you go. Shout out to you guys. But here we go. Game 1 of the last semi-final match of the World Championship. But Zach Bivens is going to be on the play, playing Amethyst Steel, which is his pet deck, up against DKP on Ruby Sapphire. A lot of players would have benched the Ruby Sapphire deck.
Oh, yes, 3
pink
cards.
I don't care what your best deck is. I care much more
he missed
about what
red,
my
though.
decks can be.
And DKP with a really top-heavy hand there, and critically without any ramp cards, any turn 1 play, so shipping all 7 back to the bottom of his deck, drawing 7 new cards. A little bit more favorable there, but I think I saw he's still missing that turn 2 ramp.
That's the most important, right? You hate to miss the turn 1 ice cream, but missing turn 2 ramp is pretty bad.
We'll take a look. I may have missed it as he shuffled by it, but we do have the turn 1 popsicle, so perhaps we can find it if we are missing it. Players looking away, shuffling up. I didn't get a good look at Zach's hand, though, but I did see some lower cost cards. Let's see what they do. The fist bump there.
I do like the mascot on the table, Ratatouille, as well. But here we go. Alter complete. Let's see how we're going to set the tone for this first game. Zach Bivens, again, is on the play. I see a pretty nice hand there. I see the Smee for a nice turn 2 drop, potentially. Maybe there's a Calhoun, but I don't think Calhoun is typically a character you would play against this deck unless DKP was to play a T-Po. But even then, Zach Bivens is going to get his turn 2 before DKP does. So I imagine Smee's going to be the priority there. I didn't get a good enough look at the hand to see if there are any 1-drops. I hope so. There's a few in the deck.
So we don't have that ramp on turn. Is that a sail on top?
If it is, then that's a lot better for DKP. Again, it is so important to get that turn 2 ramp. And again, if you're new, it's oh, no 1-drop.
So look, we do have Develop Your Brain. We can go looking for that turn 2 card that you need. You do have a Vision to the Future as well, so you can dig a little bit. But Develop Your Brain here, I mean, was probably the play to try to find that turn 2 ramp. There it is. We're going to look at the top 2 cards.
He finds the sail.
And there it is. Sail the Azurite Sea. Oh my goodness. Right
on
top.
To be fair, when you alter 7 and then you do a turn 1, there's 8 ramp cards in the deck. It's pretty bad luck if you don't find it by that point. So a sigh of relief from DKP. But yeah, super unfortunate from Bivens' side of the field, missing the 1-drop completely. We now find the Magic Broom. It's a little bit too late, but we are going to see the bumbling mate, Mr. Smee, coming down. He's a 3-3 quest for 2. One of the best 2-drops in the game, Liam. He will take 1 damage at the end of the turn if there's no captain in play, but players don't generally care that much. As long as he got 2 quests once and then trade with something, even that's good enough.
One of the better cards in the game, really.
Incredibly well stat up so much.
So back over, we will get the popsicle, sail the Azurite Sea to ramp there, and Zach playing the White Rose there, which will get him a lure upon entering the play, and that's a 3-3 body on the board.
Yep, and of course this Mr. Smee able to go on a little quest and gets his toe bitten by a crab, taking 1 damage. Shame there wasn't a captain around to sweep those crabs away, but like I said, we're not too bothered if Smee's taking a little bit of damage. He's questing, he's hopefully going to trade with something eventually. This is a pretty good position for Zach. Missing 1 drop is unfortunate, but them's be the breaks. We do have that rabbit potential for turn 4. I think that's probably got good odds to come down unless Zach wants to extend with a couple of smaller characters. No, we do go with that Merlin rabbit with a hoppity-hop ability, going to draw a card.
Yeah, but look at Ding Cam Fam here. His initial hand was rough. His next hand was a little better, but he did find that ramp. He's ramped twice now, and he has 2 Maui Half Sharks in hand. We're going to get one of them on the board right now. That's unfortunate because he's going to shut down that questing. Zach now has to make a choice if he wants to keep gathering or he's going to open up a challenge from that shark.
Hang on. I mean, there's a lot of pretty good stuff here. You can quest the rabbit, you can bounce it. With Snake, he can quest Smee, and Smee will just die.
Also has some of his end game sweepers in play that he's in his hand. He does have to be prepared, and he does have.
Oh, and another Snake.
Now that he's made it ramp twice, things are going to get a little more dicey now that those answers are available.
Yeah, it just shows you the power of being able to ramp both on turns. Well, 2 and 3. You play your 2-cost ramp and your 4-cost ramp on turn 3 due to the ramp and getting out this half shark as soon as possible, hoping to freeze the board a little bit and put Zach off of questing and getting too high in lore. But at the same time, I don't think Bivens is going to be too off-put by questing. That is the name of the game. And if he can find an Along Came Zeus, which I do see in the hand already, that could have some good potential to be able to... Is that Zeus? No, it's a cannon. So my mistake. My mistake. I was going to say if it was, I expected we would have sung with a rabbit before bouncing it, but... There are 4 Zeus in the deck, and there are Strength for Raging Fires. If we can get 1 more character down this turn, the next turn if we find a Strength, and that puts it online. Here's the Rose.
It'd be another lore for Zach, going up to 8. Again, Zach really, really wants to get, once he gets to the 14, 15, 16 lore range, he's more than happy
to draw cards. To go for that.
Close out this game by finding those extra lore gain cards, lore upon entering play, not
I mean,
he's not going to be
trying to stick I mean, you wouldn't.
So really, really trying to push it up there. I think he's pretty much
done all that work.
Maybe he's asking for a deep cut here to kill his shark, right? Sing how far.
Okay, so we're going to sing how far I'll go with the Maui Half Shark.
And then
there is a half
word?
shark in DKP's hand. Could have played that down to be able to get
I don't
an extra
know if
food.
you're inviting the
DKP
perfect.
clearly wanting to do something else with that ink if he can. Certainly digging. There is a Be Prepared in hand, I believe we've already noticed. There it is. We're going to see it straight away. Be prepared. Yes, Liam. Join me, my friend. And it's
I mean, I don't know. I feel like you get your 2 lore there, but maybe Zach thinks it wouldn't have been enticing enough if Smee was on.
Now, don't get me wrong, we have foxes and snakes, so there's potential to be able to replay
Oh,
it.
Lord,
Only
yes,
1
right?
Pete is certainly interesting.
But at 1 Pete and having it in hand there, choosing not to play. But here's the thing, like, you don't have many ways to get rid of that half shark there. There's a couple, but one of the best ways is to force it.
Let your opponent
do it for you.
I don't know if he bounces this turn. I think you need to save the bounce for a quest.
You think
I think this is the first time in Top Cut I've seen Zach.
And there comes that Sisu, which will come down, clear both those characters. Now, Zach will get 1 card off of each of those.
Yes.
But it doesn't feel good now to be staring at a Sisu and having to rebuild again.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The Diablo, of course, drawing you a card when banished, and the Rabbit drawing you a card when it leaves play. So both cards immediately replace themselves. We're going to play a White Rose. We're going up to 9 lore, so we're nearly halfway there. No answer to this Sisu just yet. We haven't seen a Zeus yet, which is unfortunate. And down comes the Calhoun.
Oh, Calhoun, a great card, has resist 2. It's better in the early game, but here it could do some work. It only quests for 1, but if it challenges into and banishes another character, you get 2 lore off of it.
Yeah, and if worse came to worse, we could at least cannons and then finish off with a Calhoun challenge. But down comes the next Maui Half Shark onto the board for any to recur actions, and we are going to be singing Pirates
DKP up to 5.
down to 7 lore. DKP is going to go up to 2 lore, 4 lore, and then up to 5, courtesy of the Maui Half Shark Chee-hoo ability.
And that's one of the cards that Zach really doesn't want DKP to find here in this matchup.
And it's in the discard pile now.
And it's in the discard pile now, so now questing becomes even more of a
risk.
More of a risk.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got to evaluate this risk reward now. Anytime you're potentially giving value, we're gonna have a quick.
Yes, I love this. You can see friends, then you can snake the rose.
Absolutely, maybe
protect it.
Not on purpose. Let's put it this way.
And the cannons is huge.
So I
He
think
can
that's
cannon C2, and then
friends on the other side
top it off with Calhoun.
drawing a couple of cards for the White Rose. We
I
are going to
love
play that one of the
this.
cannons to put 2 damage on the Sisu, and then
Back
we're
up
going to
to
finish off with the
9.
Calhoun. There is a 2-for-1, but we get a big threat off the board, and we get 2 lore bursts. And down comes Along Came Zeus.
Okay.
Along came Zeus, and
It
Maui
is
off the board.
not the worst of
Maui
positions
has had a
anymore, but
thunderbolt
the double palace
from
guard
the
is
heavens and made his way straight back
kind of
to the
rough.
storybook.
This might be a game where you ink them, right?
So very effective.
The Oscar? I don't think so, because Cannon need to just like keep providing things that need to get removed. And other than Sisu, there's not really a ton of great ways for them to remove those injuries. You know what I mean? Like even Tala doesn't really help you against them.
He wants to play manager.
What about two minutes?
But wherever the DKP is going to draw a card, has an empty board other than a single ice cream, the popsicle, the 1-cost item.
Did he draw another shark? Did he top deck another shark?
I
think he did. I mean,
that's 3 gone. That's 3 now, though, right? One was B prepped, one was Zeused. We now get another one onto the board, and of course, this Maui Half Shark not able to challenge straight away. You would need Rush to do that, or to give it use a Vitalosphere, something like that. Or obviously, if this was an Amethyst Ruby deck, you could use Peter Pan Shadow Finder. But in this particular list, Maui Half Shark can be slow, but it doesn't matter. It still checks the opponent. Here comes that 1 copy of Pete Games Referee and extending with a Calhoun.
Yeah, and he just treats strength. That's another reason I think you really want to keep those around. Because, like, you know.
So one of the considerations here, he wants to keep all of his characters on board, prevent a be prepared, so he can stick those next 2 characters here, then sing Strength of Raging Fire with the White Rose, perhaps, but DKP dropping down those Duck Manors. We saw them in the quarterfinals do
Crab is not bad.
Were you in that game?
I was watching that game.
We were both watching that game.
One guard seems
strength. I think I was watching, but we've seen this play many times.
No, you can grab both cards. I don't know if you want to invest that heavily in the board. He's only got 2 cards in
You want to bounce?
And again, copyright.
Oh wait,
this is the way he put it.
No, I was going to say DKP's only on 1 copy of B prep, and that's those.
Threat levels that your opponent has to
You
respond
can
to. And it
do
synergizes super well with the Maui Half
double.
because you really want, you want to get rid of these manners. They're giving you 2 law return. You want to be able to remove them, but by challenging and turning sideways, the Maui Half Shark can now get a nice challenge, return an action to the hand. We're going to play a crab. We boost up something, and down comes a Palace Sentry as well.
I love it. You can see DKP finishes off 5 characters at the board. He was like, "Oh, I see what's happening."
And the force of a great typhoon.
Yeah, I think probably
with that crab gave challenger to that Pete Games referee, giving it
like it
on the
just
challenge,
in case
making it
there's
easy to challenge into that Duck Manor along with that Calhoun, banishing that from the board. So Zach here forced to go in a little bit of control mode. DKP though doesn't have what he needs. It looks like to rebuild the board. Perhaps he does, but at least looking for more options. Going to look at the top 5 cards. I do see the
This one person doesn't
take that and knock his lore back. But
oh my god, yeah, it only clears 1 character.
Perhaps trying to find a bigger character.
So
We do see
take
that,
the Maui probably.
there as well. So there's a lot of good
Waiting?
options.
Or does he just go for the Tamatoa for value?
Pretty huge for Zach Bivens. Not going to have to worry about too many.
Yeah, I think he has
but
to.
we do, of course, have the Happy as a Clown Tamatoas that are
Rally
able to
start
recycle
taking stuff off
from
the
the
board.
discard, and you're just putting a 2 questing body on the board. Here comes the Maui hero to all. Probably the P I would expect here to stop the bounce of that P to put off more B preps, and that is indeed what does happen. Maui's going to take 3. Are we going to pop the popsicle to heal?
I like popping the popsicle here because it makes it very awkward for Zach to clear.
None of these characters can take out care of this Maui.
Guard Calhoun.
Yeah, but I mean it's.
I love this cheeky little.
I love it.
That Maui in the manner because
DKP always does that. If he ever has extra
cannon.
but why not let Maui enjoy some time in McDuck Manor? It's probably a pretty luxurious place, so he'll chill there. As he passes it back.
I don't know if Maui in the fine established McDuck Manor is the safest choice. I imagine Scrooge is going to have a heck of a renovation bill by the time he's
Cannon
crashing
one
around
crab
there,
in
but
to buff
it is the
road
DKP
to
special.
double clear.
That's fair. I love it.
Zach taking a moment.
Manor
Obviously, the pace of play of these players
skip
have
the
been
lore.
really, really good. We've got loads of time. These guys, absolute experts.
I don't know. I think
they
he
know
needs
their
to
decks,
get
they know
lore.
the matchups. They know they can identify the best plays pretty quickly a lot of the time. We're going to send fire the cannons into that Maui, and then the Calhoun is going to finish the job. And
Goes
giving
to
us another
11.
two lore bursts, taking us up to 11.
But okay.
Crab
Oh,
with
he's gonna
3
snake.
damage
Yeah,
into
yeah.
the
I like
Manor,
that.
which is super relevant. Oh, and now we're going to play the snake. Bounce the crab, give Challenger 3 to the White Rose, and finish it off in 1. What a
Question.
play by Zach Bivens.
That crab is so sneaky.
Yeah, and I think with the crab play, perfect because it's low investment and you want to for sure clear that way.
Zach doing it there with the help of the crab, and now Dink's side of the board is empty. He's going to have to rebuild. Zach up to 12 lore,
the other guard.
3 lore on the board, and a couple cards in hand.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Bivens, of course. Oh,
crap.
Off the deck, we see it. Be prepared.
I
think that's my last one of the weekend, guys. I think that's it. I think we're retiring.
The moments get bigger each and every time you do it. Zach playing that crab back to board here. It's just a body. It'll quest for 1.
Play the 4th chart. I dare you.
He does draw into Happy as a Clam, taking a look at what items are there available, drawing the card that he needs really to start this engine going again. There comes Happy as a Clam, the shiny version, the shiniest version. It is so shiny, pulling back 2 popsicles from the discard pile. Happy as a Clam basically says, play this card, pay 2 ink, draw 2 cards.
Yeah, 100%. That B prep off the top was huge. Bivens having 4 characters on board. The Pete is gone. It's in the discard. We will not see another games referee blow the whistle in this particular game unless Zach Bivens loses this game and then could reuse the Amethyst Steel deck. But yeah, Bivens down to just a crab and 1 card in hand. We have gone through 2 B preps, 3 Maui Half Shark. So some of those really powerful resources are gone, but Zach only at 12 lore, but running so many of those lore burst cards, Liam. The Cobras, the White Roses, the Goats, Zach can still get over this finish line.
As long as DKB doesn't find another Pirate's Life, Zach is more than happy to just keep drawing cards, finding those instant lore cards, dropping characters on the board, forcing him to respond. I mean, DKP has drawn...
Maybe after this game, I'll walk him.
Small hand size.
Ooh, that's a bit of a shame. Yeah, so we've got a Zeus and a Smee in hand, but we've only got 5 ink. So we can only ever do one or the other. The crab being a 3-cost character cannot sing this 4-cost game. So this is going to be a choice from Bivens. Do you prioritize getting rid of this Tamatoa, stopping it playing items for free, stopping it questing for more? But if we do that, we're not playing Mr. Smee and we're only going up to 13 lore this turn. Or do we put Smee on board to just try and get there all the quicker? We might want to save the Zeus for a Shark, because I think the Shark is scarier.
It is such... We are going to get rid of it. It's such a gamble, right? Because if the Tamatoa Happy as a Clam quest, you put in a Popsicle, that's not so bad. But if you happen to drop a lucky dime, that feels brutal. So prioritizing removing that Tamatoa, foregoing the Smee for this turn.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. In versions of no lucky dime
No,
in this particular version of the list. You're absolutely right, Liam. Against those item workshop builds, then it can be scary. We're going to see another McDuck mana come onto the boards. Not enough ink to move the Maui in.
Not this time. This Maui forces
I like it. Ink and play the Smee, maybe?
So good, mate, honestly, because this rabbit is going to represent always at least 1 more card.
Yeah, but it's crab.
Or a snake, then it's even more. We need to deal with this mana.
Yeah, these decks, these Steel Amethyst decks, they really need to find one of their card draw engines in the mid-game to kind of keep them going. You either need a rabbit or perhaps to string some docks together. If you don't, you can slow down quite a bit, and we saw Zach's hand size get a little bit low. And
you hold me,
so finding this rabbit is huge in this
crab, you do it next turn. Crab,
if we
rabbit, smack for...
Yeah, that's exactly what we have.
Take
a moment to think about that.
Yeah, I think that has to do it because he needs to put pressure. Oh my God, can we stop trying to
see the line where the deck meets my hand? It ramps me.
How long have you been waiting on that?
I've been saying that all season. Nonetheless, we're going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck. 1 goes into our hand, 1 into our inkwell face down and exerted. Bivens threatening to go to 16 lore on the next turn, which, hey, when you're an Amethyst deck, that is the danger zone, Liam.
That is the danger zone. Now, important to note, DKB did find another one of those B preparers earlier, so he has that as an option. And there it is, coming down.
The first one. You do it, Liam.
He doesn't look like you.
Okay.
It's good.
Be prepared. Yes.
Was that off key?
Not at all.
Oh, is that a cannon? Oh, it's Go and...
We have the McDuck Manor on board.
Right, we
back over to Zach, dropping down that Palace Guard Spectral Sentry, followed by a Goat. We talked about instant lore gain. There is one of it. That Goat, of course, represents another lore on the board. It'll either quest or gain a lore when it leaves play, and you can bounce around and do some little shenanigans.
The Pirate's Life off the top of the deck there for DKP. Not what Bivens wants to see, although we have nothing that can sing it. So if he does play it this turn, we're not leaving ourselves a lot of ink. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'd be leaving 4 ink left to play with, which is not bad, to be fair. We could play a Kanatala, How Far I'll Go, something like that, and we could still ink for turn.
But look at this. I mean, the McDuck Manor, though, now with DKP going up to 14, represents a 3-turn clock, so that means that Bivens he wants to be racing, and he's going to really have to think about how to take time off to deal with this Duck Manor now.
DKP at 14 lore.
That Pirate's Life looms really large.
It really does, and now Bivens in the situation where really he'd love to ignore this mana and just be focusing on questing and getting to game, but DKP at 14 lore, he is going to take that play though, just questing or just ignore it. Oh, we found a fox!
The goat!
That is huge. We bounced the goat back to our hand, and now this fox can put 4 damage into this mana, and then next turn we'll be able to replay this goat.
Yeah, big play there. I mean, it is still, we're not going to be able to clean up the mana completely here, so that does, it is still scary. DKP is going to go up to 16 lore on this turn. Pass it back over. Oh, you'd
How many preps in the deck, Liam?
I think
4.
There are 4.
It is 4. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you'd love to have one more play that this turn. You don't. We're going to have to hold it. There's nothing else available, so that fox will do a little bit of work, but
he's trying to think.
Have to answer that mana in the next turns.
And you can see
he has a 3-turn clock. 16, 18, 20.
Obviously, that's free lore, so getting
well, 2 turn after.
Just removing this rabbit, stopping it being able to be bounced back to Zach's hand, and let him start to rebuild resources. We find the growing sun at T-Po. Is it growing boy or growing sun? One or the other. The T-Po off the top of the deck. Really what you want to see. We're going to vision of the future, a prophecy to foretell the top 4 cards of the deck.
Does he just take the shark? Probably just take the shark, right?
Then he can only
back. Yeah.
I think the shark's going here. The shark will shut down any questing from Zach. You're afraid to open up that Pirate's Life again, so we're going to play T-Po and the Maui. T-Po not doing any ramp, they're just getting another body on the board. And now, unfortunately, Zach can't quest without recurring that Pirate's
I mean, it's less about questing, more about
we're threatening game already. The mana would go to 18.
The mana better do that.
And if we can play an action, we do cannons the T-Po, but it's still threatening game if DKP has an
He actually can't quest.
We're going to go,
because he'll go to 18 and then just grab Pirate's Life in the game.
Yep.
Nothing else to be done here, Zach. I mean, you cannot quest with that fox.
So if he draws Snake, he still wins. Quest 17.
DKP go to 19
I was
here,
18.
It's a hideaway.
Oh no.
No.
That's it.
Hideaway, his own.
And DKP
Right, got it.
game
Go for a
1 of the semi-finals here at the World Championship. My goodness me, the McDuck Manors and the Maui Half Sharks and the B-Preps putting in all the work we know they can.
I mean, that felt like a marathon. I mean, DKP so many times found what he needed. He found the answers that he needed. That B-prepared top deck was fantastic, having those Maori Sharks, and then he found the ramp he needed, which he didn't have early on, shipping all 7 cards in order to find the card that he needed on turn 2. Zach played an excellent game right on game plan, but DKP just had the right card at the right time each and every time.
Yeah, like, honestly, a sequence of pretty good top decks from DKP, but I can't hold him against him. I can't hold it against him. This deck is built for consistency. You're digging through with develop your brains, Porpsicles, how far I'll go, vision of the future. It's not unreasonable to be finding these cards that are going to help you. So, yeah, DKP on the draw in what I think is not the most favorable matchup for Ruby Sapphire, able to take that win, moving on to game 2 now. So, DKP's Ruby Sapphire deck is now out of contention for the remainder of this match. DKP will have to swap to his last remaining deck, whereas Zach Bivens will have the choice to either switch or stick with Amethyst Steel.
And, you know, I love learning more about these players. We know a lot about them already, but one of the best ways to learn even more about them is to hear from some of their friends. I'm excited between this.
Of course, DKP is shuffling, facing away from the camera, so I don't know which.
Hey, Lumineers, I am here with Robert, who came with DKP this weekend, and we wanted to bring him on and just give some words of encouragement to DKP. He's been challenging and questing his way here to the semifinals. Do you have some words for your friend?
Honestly, he's been working so hard throughout the entire year. I think he's got this. He knows exactly what to do. We're sitting watching from the sidelines, and we're not even doing the plays he's seeing. So he's definitely got those reps in, and I'm excited for him.
We're excited to watch these next couple of games, or maybe just one game. He took game 1. We shall see.
No,
thanks so much.
More games coming in right here.
I believe.
Great to see there the support being handed out for DKP.
SSG over WCC.
Players of +1s and players that have been playing over the weekend who are keen to see how this weekend, how will the story end, and who will be named the first ever world champion.
Yeah, it is really fun to see support out there, especially from players, competitors who perhaps were beaten by some of these players who didn't make the top cut. The oohs and the ahs out there, we hear them every single time there's a big play, like a top deck or something like that. Everybody, you know, cheering or groaning depending on who they're cheering for. It's a lot of fun to hear.
So DKP has Amber Emerald as the last deck available to him for this semi-final match. Either he wins here and takes the 2-0, or he'll lose and he'll still have to stick with that match. Whereas Bivens is sticking with that Amethyst Steel deck. If he can tie it as 1-1, then we will see Emerald Sapphire versus Emerald Amber. A really interesting matchup. But here we go, our players drawing their first 7 cards.
Now, this deck, as we look at DKP's hand, this deck is fast. Look right there. You see one of the cards that he's teched in. That's Olivia Flavisham, not a card you see terribly often, but for 2 ink, it's unable. It has 3 lore. We are also running the Cursed Merfolk, which is 2 lore on turn 1. We have Fred, Mascot by Day, which is 1 lore, but if you challenge into him, you gain 2 lore. This deck is meant to win fairly quickly.
Did I just see a Jetsam Riffraff?
You did. You did see
All right, I'm not going to lie, guys. I'm looking this one up.
Yeah, there's a lot of low to the ground card. Baloo is in here to gain 2 lore off the challenge. He has Bodyguard, Lilo making a wish, another 2 lore quester on turn 1. Of course, you have the Piglet Poo Pirate Captain on turn 2. And then at the top end, Sven, Reindeer Steed, a bigger body. And you do have Donald Duck, Musketeer Soldier, who I believe has Bodyguard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he certainly does. The Musketeer one, and it gives 1 lore to a character when you play him. But yeah, let me look up this Jetsam. Super interesting. What was the sub name again?
Jetsam
Riffraff. Okay, so we're a 3-cost 5/2 quest for 1. Your character's named Jetsam. I used to call him Jetsam. Jetsam get +3 strength. We are not playing. Oh, hold on, that's a Flotsam I'm looking at. I'm silly. I'm a silly goose. Hold on. It's because it's got Jetsam in the name. That's what threw me off. Here we are. He's a 3-cost character. 2/2 quest for 2 ward, and your character's named Flotsam. Gain ward. We are not playing any characters named Flotsam, so just playing this as a warded character, Liam. The quest for 2.
Inkable ward character. That's how you close out games sometimes when your opponent has the removal answers.
Well, we were saying earlier, Bivens doing something similar with the Aladdin 2 cost in a third-party event some weeks back. But we're underway. Turn 1, we see the Palace Guard, Spectral Sentry. He is an illusion with that Vanish keyword on turn 1, followed up by a Pegasus, which was announced today. An alternate art is going to be the participation promo for the 2nd season of the DLCs. I bet a lot of players are keen to get that in their hand.
Absolutely, and here you see him at work again. So if you weren't keen to get him before, here you see him being played in the World Championship.
Yeah, exactly.
In
the
semifinals.
So, yep, go as many DLCs as you can. Get your promo Pegasus.
Oh, I hope he double one drops.
Pegasua?
Pack of Pegasus.
A pack of Pegasus.
A flight of Pegasus.
There
yes.
we go.
There we go.
We got there in the end.
That's good.
Turn 2, we're going to the Ursa the Deceiver.
Yeah,
super interesting. We know there are 8 songs in
strength.
but instead opting
The
to
well, I mean, Milo you might want to say because Calhoun can kill it.
And this is going to be a challenge for Bivens to deal with. There are a couple of evasive characters on board. Neither one of Zach Bivens' characters will be able to answer. And we know that Din Kang Fam has several Baloos in hand, which will come down next turn in Bodyguard to guard those characters. Zach on turn 3 will be playing a bigger body character, getting 1 lore out to White Rose when it enters play. And he's going to quest with the Palace Guard and the Calhoun.
And at least this Calhoun and the White Rose have that 3 strength, meaning we can immediately remove this Baloo. But yes, it does always, if it's banished, it will represent 2 lore. We've even got a Fred, Mascot by Day.
Is that another? No, that's some...
2 lore. This is spicy.
He's got 3 Baloos in here. Oh my god, that's gross.
There he is.
Committed. And we're going to turn the Pegasus sideways, but not the Lilo, which makes sense. If we'd have brought this Bodyguard Baloo in this turn, then we just remove it, and then another one of our characters could take out this Lilo. So DKP being patient, maybe wanting to get down more bodyguards to keep this Lilo alive as long as possible.
Perhaps we do have some removal here. Strength of Raging Fire is in Zach's hand. That's available to be sung.
But we don't have evasive answers in the Amethyst Steel deck, like not through characters anyway. We have things like strength and along.
That's fine now because you can actually just
Pegasus.
It does not. The little 1/1 questers.
Yeah, exactly.
Good use of the term we just invented.
For sure. But Strength of Raging Fire is taking out that Lilo, making your wish, rescue 2 lore. I think you wouldn't normally do that unless apart from the Bodyguard, right? Because if you risk keeping it around, then maybe DKP gets down a couple of bodyguards, and now all of a sudden you can't hit this Lilo.
There's that Olivia Flavisham card we haven't seen too much, but it's a 2-cost 3 lore quester.
Yeah, Olivia Flavisham still mourning the loss of her father, probably kidnapped by Ratigan for some nefarious activities. But yeah, this Olivia Flavisham, similar to the Simba that we saw Zach playing in his Amber Ruby deck in the previous round. Won't see it this match because it has been benched, but just a 2-cost uninkable quest for 3. Also Pinocchio, the star attraction from Amethyst. Great to see these cards having a place in the World Championship, right?
I agree. Cards that have disappeared from the meta for a little while and getting a chance to shine here on the biggest stage.
Or you say disappeared, or never saw play in the first place.
That's true.
At least not at the highest level of competitive play.
Both me too.
Championships, they're LGSs, but not a card we used to talking about at DLCs, Liam.
And look at this board state, though. This is really fascinating because Zach challenging into Baloo, both players gaining 1 or 2 lore each. Now, DKP is on the draw, of course, but wants to be the beatdown with his deck and drive the lore total. But Zach has managed to keep parity along the way and is now pushing 11. So if Zach can get to the point where he forces response mode, that's
Snake guard into place me? Do you Inks me or Snake and Zeus or Baloo?
Yeah, 100%.
No, I think we found how it's guard.
If Bivens wins this match, then we will see it in action.
Maybe he wants to.
This is my neck.
We're going to ready, set, draw, as is the tradition in the game of Lorcana. We're going to play down a Lilo and another Baloo, still not in bodyguard. And these Pegasus, just questing away super freely, no evasive answers in this Amethyst Steel deck, other than obviously
2, 4, 6,
we haven't even seen a fire the candles yet
17.
from Bivens. Although you would prioritize the Lilo.
Just Pegasus Lilo is evasive. Yeah, I think he wants to.
So 6 into 11.
Gauge if you can draw that, because that would be a game changer.
11 lore apiece, but Bivens threatening to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lore up to 17 this turn.
Yeah, I know this is really interesting. What plan does
DKP
have here? So on
if Zach just quest all out here, DKP can do quest for 4 double crash, lose for 4 more 8. He can go to 19.
Like you said, Liam, DKP
so shift Pegasus off the top is game winning here. He has to do
really do effective challenges.
Yeah.
There's not a single like the Balloon.
He has to shift Pegasus here, or Donald is game winning here. So he does have to kill something here.
DKP can do to try and turn the tide. There's a Zeus on a Lilo.
Yeah,
what an image.
That is over banishment as far as I'm concerned.
Right now, he needs 2, 4, 6,
7 lore, I believe. He did have the option to banish for an extra, but not wanting to give that
if
extra
he had, if
Pegasus looking at a star, making a wish, and what happened? A thunderbolt came down.
This is hard.
Yeah, Zach Green Blue has a lot of anti-aggro tools. There's hits, there's communicator, there's the traps. You know what I mean? Like there's their arm methods, and under the sea, demolish the deck.
I
He's able to
root for either player when I'm in the broadcast booth, but I always root for a game 3. I want to see more Lorcana at the highest level. Now, what matchup does this leave us with, Baker?
It's a really interesting one, Liam. Zach
If
is now going to be forced to switch to Emerald
we're all game winning for
items. There are 4 copies of Oswald.
No, not after he's Zeus.
Yeah, I know, but like,
you may look at the top card of your deck. If
which
it's
obviously
an
it was,
item,
right?
you may play that card.
No way.
Play that card. Not for 1, not for 2, not for 3. Well, for 3, but
Yeah, he had multiple
free.
Assuming
that's pretty interesting. We've got the Maurice's
there's Darling Gear, Shift Pegasus, and Donald
in there as well to give evasive. Bell is in there as a turn 1 drop to be. I think that's going to be really important this match. I think again, I'll have to ask Bivens if this is accurate or not, but to my layman eyes, looking at this list, I think this is a hard alter for this Bell in this matchup specifically.
I think you're exactly right. Now, I think that this is a difficult matchup for Zach here. He has to navigate a really aggressive early game. We saw what Dincam Fem can do with some of those high lore quests in the early game, but you
he's doing Bell too. That's great.
Getting a Kid Cloud Kicker on curve here to bounce one of DKP's early high lore questers will be key. That's a turn 3 play that he can make. And then eventually when you get to the end game, getting under the sea
I don't think he'll shy away from
DKP's deck, because I'm willing to bet there's not a lot of very strong characters which won't be susceptible to the
I don't think he'll shy away from trading all those.
Your deck, they go.
One is the last game,
Also
Jeremy.
got in this deck, I mentioned it earlier, Ratigan's Marvelous Trap, which is an item that takes 2 lore from your
Sending
opponent
my energy
to the point you were
traps
making,
and
Liam.
communicators off Oswald.
Going to game 3.
Kick, cloud,
We
kick,
can
so
hope.
bouncing a character of 2 cost or less. But we also have one of my favorite cards of the new set. I don't know how you can't smile when looking at this big boy's face. Louis the Endearing Alligator, a perfect name for this character. He's a 4/3, and on play you give an opposing character Reckless. Will we see a Pegasus or a Lilo just
Let's go.
challenge into this Endearing Alligator?
We just may. This is a card that Zach Bivens loves. I ran into him on the opening weekend of Reign of Jafar at a tournament, and he said, this is one of the best cards available right now. It answers the meta perfectly, and he was testing it out there. Seems to have liked it.
Absolutely.
Because here it is in the World Championship.
And another really interesting card in this deck, a card that I was maybe a little bit critical towards when it was first released.
And he's running Lewis, yeah. Oh my god, yeah.
But
We got
4
this,
copies of the Hidden Ink Caster, which is a 2-cost uninkable item. You do draw a card just for playing it, and then we get to cheat.
Yo, what up, Justin? Let's go. Bivens indeed.
Speaking of them, we're going to
sending
2
3.
to the bottom of the deck here, but we do have 2 Cloud Kickers in the opening hand for Zach Bivens.
That's pretty good. I wondered if we would hard alter for the bell, but maybe if your hand is sort of decent enough that you think you can combat, then maybe it's not worth the risk to do such an aggressive alter. But yeah, this list is spicy. Also 3 copies of Sir Hiss in the deck, who's a 3/1 evasive, so we will have a potential evasive answer to those Pegasus, although trading a 3-cost for a 1-cost doesn't feel great, but sometimes necessary.
This isn't Bivens' deck? That's what Baker just said.
Players shuffling up here, they're going to offer their deck for the cut. We're going to be underway.
In his other version, too, the original.
This is one of those games, you know, we have control games that go really long, and it's tit for tat back and forth. This, we're going to know how things are going to go in the first 4 or 5 turns here. Zach's going to have to navigate a very, very difficult board state in the first few turns.
Yeah, no, I think I can go back to DP because it like fell or something.
Win quickly. Now, the other thing is, you pointed out Ratigan's Marvelous Trap, a card that I'm sure you're a big fan of.
Big fan.
For a variety of reasons. We saw Zach in previous games against some aggressive decks start to cycle those Ratigan's Marvelous Traps with cards like Tamatoa, pulling them back out of the discard pile. So this is a card that he wants to get going. If we can find one perhaps off an Oswald and get it cycling, that will...
Yo, we got Cloud Kickers. We got 2 of them.
Yeah, he has 2. He got 1 trap.
Here, we're going to start off by inking that Jetsam, and down comes the turn 1 Cursed Merfolk, a 0/1 quest for 2, and when challenged, your opponent must discard a card, a super aggressive card in Emerald. We're going to be going with a Porpsicle over on Bivens.
Oh no, that's the foil. The green coil would be very good in this matchup.
That's true, and again, you highlighted the importance of that turn 1 bell. Imagine the difference here.
Arrow?
That, not able to find it, so
We
we have an answer.
looked up everything
that quest for Lilo and the Daisy Duck has 6 lore on the board already. This is a tough opening to overcome.
Yeah, just like that is such an aggressive start. We've got the Merfolk who's definitely getting 2 more lore, and then the Daisy Duck and the Lilo both questing for 2. And what's interesting here is the Daisy Duck, pretty good odds to not give Bivens any characters. There are so many non-character cards in the deck, so it could be free lore. We're going to be inking a Fishbone Quill, and down comes that lucky rabbit Oswald. Can we get some luck from the top of our deck and cheat some items into play? The likes of Lucky Dime, Maurice's Workshop, the Hidden Ink Caster, the Quill, the Coil, the Galactic Communicator. There's a lot in this deck, and here we are questing away.
Oh, he got a hit off the Daisy. Let's go.
Character Sir Hiss, but look at this board state so far. That's Olivia Flavisham, who highlighted.
Yeah, but he's gonna. He drops Kit to bounce Olivia. He swings into the. You know what I mean? Like there, he has routes here.
The Donald Duck is in hand, and it gives an extra lore pip to a character.
Oh, that is starting the game.
Okay.
Now we can challenge into the Merfolk here. We also
have
like we can play on turn 3. So we have some answers.
There are some things we can do.
Donald Duck coming down, that would end the game right now.
It absolutely would. The Donald Duck is a musketeer, a 3-cost character, has bodyguard, and on play you give an extra lore pip to one of your characters. Is Zach thinking about that though? Are we inking instead? It's the Louis Endearing Alligator, so no item for free on this turn. If this Oswald doesn't make a challenge this turn, then this game is over.
Well, let's see. We do have kick. Kickers to send out Olivia Flav.
Like,
to hand Oswald now probably going to challenge into that Merfolk.
Then we've got Communicator. Like
super important there to prevent BKB from getting to game too quickly. Are we going to be making a challenge with this Oswald?
Yeah.
I think we've got to.
forgot to as well that Oswald would have loved to find a Radigan's Marvelous Trap perhaps off the top deck. Not finding anything. Zach will have to discard a card. Emerald Core going to the discard pile. The effect of challenging into that Merfolk. Back up to DKP with 6 lore on board. He'll be able to go to 14. We know we have... Okay, we won't play that Donald this turn.
6 lore up to 14. I think he wants to use it as a surprise. Oh, is it gone? Did he ink it?
Oh, he may have.
Because he definitely showed it to the camera a minute ago, and then he put his hand face down. So my apologies. I may have missed that. Maybe he did ink it, and I was getting a bit carried away there, because he definitely had one in his hand earlier.
Yes, several other cards important in hand here. He does have a Prince Philip here. This is a 3/2 character with Ward. Now, Zach does have cards that can bounce characters back to hand if things get out of hand, like the Galactic Communicator, but that Ward...
Hey, little does he know, we got the other...
Olivia Flavisham coming back down here.
My apologies, audience. He probably inked that Donald, and I missed it. But yeah, we're going to play Olivia. We inked the Philip and played on an Ursula. No songs.
Oh, dude, yeah. Zach is actually in a great spot here. Because next turn we hit Olivia again, kill Lilo with hit, and then we, you know, swing Oswald into the other Lilo.
Here, I think that is an answer.
And we got to remember, DKP's lore is not permanent because we've got the traps.
We could take out 2 Lilos. That would be 4 lore gone.
I thought he had a trap in hand, but I think that was the communicator that we saw the corner up earlier.
Spend your entire turn.
Or yeah,
there's a trap.
Is there? I don't see it.
You could cut the
tension in trap?
The far left. Oh yeah, it is. No. Yeah, that's the trap.
With a spoon. We are going to see that Porpsicle digging. Can we find like a Kit Cloud Kicker? Would have been really nice.
We have another kit. Be aware, man.
There is still a Kit Cloud Kicker in hand. Inking that Tamatoa happy as a clam. And second miss for Oswald. Let me count these items.
There's 30.
You've done it, have you? So half the deck. There's the Kit Cloud Kicker, probably the Olivia.
That would be my guess.
She does quest for 3.
Zach taking a look here, making sure. Now, those Oswald triggers, you know, it is a bummer to miss, but I will point out hitting a Radigan's Marvelous Trap off the top deck would be so huge here.
So huge.
Something Zach's hoping to do. We're dividing up the challenges. I mean, the easy challenges here are the Lilos, which can be banished by each one of these characters. You lose the Oswald, though, which is a disappointment.
Yep, it certainly is. But we're going to do it. The Lucky Rabbit, not so lucky for Zach in this game, and the Kit Cloud Kicker doubling into those Lilos. So we've taken the pressure off a little bit. DKP capped at 17 lore this turn from questing. A trigger from the Daisy. We got Sahis last time. We got Doug. That's pretty good if that helps us find like a Ratigan's Marvelous Trap, although we wouldn't be able to play it yet.
But he's got the communicator.
It's a shame because, again, you want to have, if you've got a lot of items, then you could play the Scrooge for free. Oh, this is super tense. Zach Bivens putting down his hand, crossing his arms, and going deep into his mind palace.
Yeah, just a really tough matchup here. He drew a crab off the top deck, not going to help him here. He can challenge into the Daisy and remove it, but there's so much lore on the board right now. He'll have to deal with that Olivia Flavisham by itself, in addition to a couple other characters. So he does have the Galactic Communicator. We can bounce the Olivia Flavisham, challenge into the Daisy Duck. What else do we have to deal with that last bit of lore?
Galactic Communicator.
No.
Pay 2, and then we're going to pay 1 more and banish it to return the Olivia to hand. The kits are going to double into the Daisy.
Play the Sahis. And that will be Zach very sportingly playing it out.
Huge round of applause to our 2 competitors. Zach playing out as well as DKP with an incredibly aggressive start.
Made it to top 4 now.
To the finals of
Made
the
it to top 4.
Championship. A huge congratulations to DKP, who has had an amazing season so far. And now finds himself in the finals of the World Championship. Commiserations to Zach Bivens, another incredible season. Top 4 of the World Championship, Liam, nothing to be ashamed of at all.
One of the top 4 players in the world, making it all the way here after an incredible journey. Shout out to both of these players. Incredible players, incredible people. Man, just thinking back on these players' journeys, each one taking a unique path here. Every single one of the players out there, all 28 of them, all leading here to this moment. Zach Bivens grinding it out through various tournaments. DKP on multiple continents. Every single one of them deserving of this honor. it's just the emotions out there running high right now.
It really is. Again, it means so much to all of these players. They've worked so hard. Obviously, everyone wants to go home with that trophy, but only one person has called themselves the World Championship. So it is now
Great game.
your grand
Zach
final
is so well.
is going to be the North American and Fort Worth DLC champion, Eds, going up against another just insanely talented player in DKP.
Melbourne Challenge champion. This is going to be a battle of titans, a clash of continents,
a clash of continents, EU versus
Yeah,
North America. I think that's a pretty poetic way to see this day out. But yeah, congratulations to all our players and congratulations to both Edmund and DKP, finalists in the World Championship. We've got more Lorcana. What a day.
I know, and what a match we're about to see. If
Top
you're just
one
tuning in,
match
you're going to get to watch the finals between these two players. Now, to this point, both players have had a bench,
had crazy games
for each one of
all
these
the
matches,
way.
having to only pilot 2 of their decks. In the finals, they're going to have to play all 3 against each other. You're going to get a best of 5, and these players are going to have to prove that they're the masters of all 6 inks in order to hoist that trophy and call themselves the world champion.
Exactly. We will not be doing an interview at this point in time. We're keen to get the finals underway as soon as possible. In a moment, we're going to be throwing to a break, but when we come back, we've got more
I'm gonna go walk out
to
real quick.
let you guys know about out there in the Lorcana community. But Liam, I want to take the time to say it's been an absolute pleasure working with you all weekend, my friend. You will see us again at the end when we have our award ceremony. You will see us on camera one last time, but I'm very excited to let you know that your finals will be casted by JD and Brandon, which is sure to be an epic matchup. I'm excited.
Liam, I hope it wins. I'm here.
Thank you for sharing this with me. A shout out
I want to see if they cut to like trailers, and then I want to use the bathroom.
To my testing club, SLTC. I'm a happy baker. Are you ready to go to a break? Any last comments?
I want to say it's an honor sharing the booth with you, and it's an honor sharing this broadcast with all of you.
It really is.
Thank you so much for allowing me this honor, Baker.
So I'm going to have you draw Diablo Devoted Herald.
Okay. I'm a terrible drawer, so it's going to be horrible. At least I only have to use like one color.
Need more DLCs? So
I'm gonna try.
My actual thought on this is, yeah, they're obviously really spaced out, right? But I do like that we can prioritize other events without having them overlap, no matter how minimal they may be.
Thank you guys.
I think Vitamin C, hell yeah.
I'm so bad at drawing.
Lower the volume a little bit more.
So she has eyes for sure.
Some people like set temps. Some people like a casual experience. Some people want to do everything. We've had like DLCs where formats are like null and void, like Toronto and Atlanta. We have some that are at the same time of set champs. We've seen Ravensburger now partner with other events. Yeah, I know what you mean, but just a little bit more spaced out to now have one per format is nice. My only complaint with the space out is
that's the best I got.
The third one is always an Infinity main event. So the third one, which will be a new set, will not be able to feature that as core constructed. But that makes sense because the third one is going to be end of format before rotation, ideally. Because summer is when we're getting or summer into fall is when we're getting rotation, and then the championships are right before fall. So we have like one every 3 months or so. 5 months between 2 and 3 is brutal. I agree, but I do think we'll see Ravensburger. Like we had the not official Ravensburger tournament, but officially backed by Ravensburger in Ravensburg, Germany, a month ago. You know, which Kendall, No I'm Not went to, and a few others. And then we have one next month at Galaxy something, or Galactic something in Italy, which is backed by Ravensburger, which is featuring official prize support from Ravensburger. It's just not a DLC. My guess is, since we've seen already 3, 6, 8 confirmed, 2 for Brazil. We'll see more in other areas, but also I expect regional.
Look at this beautiful art.
I expect that's the EU, wasn't it? Yes. So I think we'll get that in NA as well. I think I said this earlier. I think we'll get like a CCS X.
Welcome back to the Disney Lorcana World Championship. I'm out from the booth.
Ravensburger back to
Hey,
event.
Rebecca. Here you are again. Here I am again.
I expect it. I expect it, honestly.
It was incredible.
I expect regionals and maybe like an event that the top doesn't go anywhere, but maybe top 2 gets an invite to the NA finals.
Yeah, we've seen some incredible
Where we can probably get 128 players.
in the finals. We also have had some incredible
Having so many events overseas is going to block a lot of people from getting to them. That is true, but those areas also need some events, right? Okay, we get more information.
I'm back, ready to go.
Let's go.
Coop is our guy.
All right. Yeah, thanks for joining us, Cooper. We have some things to recap from this weekend. A lot of exciting things to start with. We have the formats for the upcoming challenges. We have the main events of Day 1 Swiss, 8 rounds of
You can barely hear the stream, I know.
instead of the 2-game format.
I'll bump it up now.
4-round Swiss best of 3 into a top 32 grand finals with best of 5. And as we move on to the Infinity format as well, each challenge will feature a larger Infinity constructed side event, but challenge number 3 will feature the Infinity constructed main event. So anybody interested in the Infinity format, be sure to be practicing for that. Infinity constructed will host a separate ban list as well, so pull out those Hirams, pull out the
it's always recap with a little bit more information at the end. I'm hoping here too.
Season 2, we've got 3 challenges in Europe: Bologna, Ghent, and Dortmund.
I really want to go to Bologna.
Happening in September, and remember, the top 32 in these challenges will go to the championship.
See, 96
After that, we have
for the finals.
Look at those cards.
Obviously means that there will be some in between events that can qualify for it.
Beautiful cards that I know that all of the players will be
cards are
seeking
nice.
after for sure.
I like them.
After that, we have the Challenge Season 2 North America schedule with Milwaukee, Richmond, and Indianapolis. 3 challenges happening in North America, with the championship happening in August 28th through 30th. Again, top 32 per challenge making it over there. Then we've got Brazil, where we have challenge number 1 in Q2, challenge number 2 in Q3, with the championship happening in 2026 as well. Then, of course, we can't forget the rest of the beautiful prizes. The challenge season
I do like
prizes. Top 32 gets
this
this Elsa
Matt
Baker
and
Challenge
card.
foil promo card. Top 16 gets the playmat with the same beautiful art. The golden Mickeys are back for the top 8.
I don't like the golden Mickeys being back. I wish. I don't care if it's Mickey again. I would just prefer it's a different Mickey.
Cards of the most recent set. While the top 2 gets the full foil set, including enchanted and epic cards, not those iconics though. And then for first place, you get the foil rare uncut sheet and the Disney Lorcana trophy.
So many
Okay, we get Australia again.
We have Oceania to talk about.
That's right, yeah. So we are happy to start talking about Australia for Challenge Season 2, and there's a little bit of a difference here with what's going on in Australia. So in Oceania, there will be a Challenge qualifier starting in New Zealand on November 1st and 2nd of this year. This
Challenge qualifier?
For one
What is
open
that?
challenge event in 2026, which will be announced at a later date. The 2026 event will still award a World Championship invite spot to the winner. However, these will not be a championship event for the region. So
I think it's important that a smaller region does not get such a massive invite, though. As unfair as it seems, otherwise we just get DKP flying again.
Moving into the Asia region, we actually have China joining the challenge.
Okay, so now we're at
for,
15.
this upcoming year. We have 3 challenge events that are going to be taking place.
We had
one in
2 Brazil,
September, one in January of 2026.
3 America, 3
and
EU,
one
that's
that
6,
is
2
to be
Brazil, 8.
determined sometime between April and
Kind
May
of 2 Australia,
followed
that's
by a
10, 3 here China, 13, so we get
Now we will
3
be
in
inviting
Japan.
the top 16 per challenge, including the Grand Prix winners that have been taking place over the past couple months. They will also receive invites to
China,
the
yeah,
championship.
they're massive. And they will probably get
continue
people
on
from like
into Japan for
Malaysia,
Challenge Season 2.
Korea,
We have
Japan
a
itself.
first challenge event happening in Tokyo. This will take place in the new year, January 2026, along with a second challenge event. This will also is still being worked on.
Japan.
We'll announce details on this a little later on, but this will take place in the summer of 2026. And similar
What's
to
the last
China,
one?
we will also be inviting members to the championship
You have
from each
15.
challenge, along with Grand Prix invites that have been taking place over the last couple months.
Okay.
Ooh. More prizes.
What is this?
Well, Cooper, what is this?
Yeah, this is prize
These
wall
are the
items
playmats.
that we are really
Those are cool. Oh,
just
the
excited
new
to show off.
promos have a
There's a lot of
golden,
awesome items here
I guess,
to
frame
talk
at the bottom.
about. You know, we have two amazing playmats, kind of taking the artwork from
Including
the
older
cards,
promos.
of the challenge foil.
Oh,
kind of
Dragonfire is
going
not
over
getting
those,
reprinted
those details.
because it says
And
EN1.
all
Let It Go
four
is not getting
challenge promo
reprinted.
cards will receive a non-foil version to go on the prize wall as well, which is really exciting. We have
Let It
some
Go and
amazing-
Dragonfire don't come back.
Cooper,
Let It
those
Go
are
not
actually
coming
gonna
back
have
is
a
pretty
collector number and a
obvious.
new challenge
Because
border
of Into
as
the
well.
Unknown.
Yes, they will have a new challenge border, and you'll see on the
Those
Dragonfire and Let It
playmats
Go
do look
cards,
foil.
which are
That's
from
sick.
Season 1. Those will also have a new collector number and new challenge
PTO is
border
going to be
go
stretched.
along
Oh,
with
I
the
think it's going to be fun
Cooper,
though for
Are
both.
Dragonfire and Let It Go coming back? Will they be part
But
of
I do wish there were
Fables?
more
Are they
events.
being
But I do
reprinted?
wish
These cards are
there
not
were.
returning in
I
Fables, but
don't
you never
mind
know
them
when you might
being
see them pop up
each
again.
format.
So for now,
at
they'll be
least.
great for the upcoming Infinity events that we announced earlier today.
Absolutely love all this. And take a look at that hat and pin. I have to tell you,
In
the
reality,
hat
like
is
if
one of my
I
favorite
don't like
prizes from the
like
prize wall
Bucky
last
format,
season. Occasionally,
and I
you see
go to
money
one
in the
challenge
wild,
and
like
the
you're on a
next
plane
challenge
or in the
is a
airport,
Bucky
you know
format again,
there's a
I'm
Disney
not going to do
Lorcana
it,
player,
right?
so super excited that people can earn that
So
as well.
I'm particularly excited about these playmats
doesn't
that we're
really change
showing
much
here. It looks
on
like
that
there's two
side.
versus the one for the Cinderella Stout-Hearted for last season.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be just really great. We're excited for all these prize wall items, and
That's sick, man.
yeah, I'm excited for people to get their hands on this and all these items.
So it looks like all of the details have been shared so far, but we do have this graphic to go through for all the different ways that you can earn your invite to Worlds for the next season, Cooper. Why don't we go over this?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and review all of these details. I do want to call out that for Southeast Asia, we unfortunately were not able to have quite locked in details yet around those events' dates.
So Southeast Asia means.
But we are happy to announce that they will be part of the circuit.
Wait, they listed China twice.
Season. So
That's
we
a
will have
typo,
more
right?
information on exactly what that looks like in the coming weeks and months, and of course keep an eye on all of their socials as well, so you can stay.
It has to be
informed
China,
on
Japan,
when
Southeast
those events
Asia.
will take place. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and run through the World's invites from the top. North America and Europe will be receiving, again, as per standard from Season 1, a first place invite per challenge will go to the World Championship, as well as the top 8 from those championship events will also go to Worlds for a total of 11 invites. Going into Asia, China, Japan, and Southeast Asia, those will
Japan.
both be
Okay.
first place per challenge. As
So
well as
Southeast
first place
Asia is
per
the only place that hasn't
based on the
gotten
number of
an
challenges
invite
and championships they have. We
or
will
like a
run
challenge date,
4 total invites,
but they
3
have
total
5
and
invites.
5 total invites for Southeast Asia. And going through Australia and Brazil to wrap
I don't
it
get
up,
it.
we will have a first place per challenge invite for Australia, as well as a first place per challenge invite and championship for Brazil, for a total of 3.
Alright, we're back.
So this is shaping up
Missed
to be a
the-
really
missed the-
great Worlds
missed
event
the-
already.
missed
We
a little
don't
bit
have
of
more
stuff.
details to share on Worlds quite yet,
PMATs.
but we're super excited over the next coming months to reveal more details.
See if they
So many exciting things, so many new events around the entire world, so many new prizes. Those playmats, I know, are some of the toughest prizes to earn at the prize wall. I know people are going to be doing those side events to earn
Long
those
story short, we got
playmats.
3
So
events
get
in
ready to
China,
compete and win all of
2
those
events in
prizes on the
Japan,
prize wall.
I mean, if you're not a
2 events in
competitor, you can go to these
Australia,
Disney Lorcana
which
challenges. They
leaves
have
1
circuits where you can
DLC
go,
challenge.
you play some
We
of
have
these side
total
events, you can
15.
grind out those tickets, you can earn
3 America,
amazing promos. I'm
3
a collector, and that's one of the things I love about
2
challenges,
Australia, that's
collecting all
8.
the fun trinkets.
All the fun things.
Me too.
3
There's plenty of
Japan, or
challenges to go
Japan,
to.
that's
16
12, and
total,
3
5
China, 15.
championships coming up for the next season.
There's
I mean,
one
if
more
you're
that
a
they
competitor,
haven't
you should be
announced,
excited
but
about
it's Southeast
this.
Asia.
Yes, and I think
Because
one
Southeast
thing
Asia
that we
gets
are
5
all
invites to
excited
Worlds.
about, everyone, is the Disney Lorcana community being able to come together again. The Disney Lorcana community is something that makes this game so
Probably
special.
means like
People
Vietnam
have
and
created lifelong friendships, an incredible
those other
support
areas.
group through teams and friends and people they've met. I know
Korea.
there's marriages that have happened in this game, and you know, we all have lives outside of
the
this
hat
game.
is-
There's things that happen, but we have our friends that support us,
How do
and
I
sometimes
fucking hat?
we have tragedies and challenging times that come up. And one of our
Playmat
players
seems
here
to be
this
foil
weekend
though. That's
actually
surprising.
had
That's
a tough thing
really
happen earlier this week. Mo Shamblin lost his dog.
No.
This is Cookie, his dog of 14 years, and they had to say goodbye to Cookie. And we know that that was just something that was really, really hard on him. And he still showed up this weekend to play. And gosh, did he play. He did so much. And that's the spirit of a champion right there. And so we just wanted to give Mo a little shout out there for coming here and still playing. And again, coming back to that Disney Lorcana community, that we are all here. We're one big, happy, magical family, and here to support each other through it all. And
Mikey
I
says
can't
he
wait
knows some
for those
questions.
challenges next year when we can all be together again.
I totally agree. And I can't wait to see the way this challenge finishes up. By the way, Cookie would be proud. Fantastic performance, Mo. And I'm glad you're able to push through it and compete here. I'm going to cry again.
No, don't
Crying
cry,
on camera is my
Liam.
thing now, apparently.
Well, we are getting ready for the match of a lifetime here. Liam, we have two competitors who have challenged and quested their way here to the finals. We are going to get ready for that. Stay tuned. We have a best of 5 coming
Best
up.
of 5.
Are you excited, Liam?
I can't tell you how excited I am. The entire challenge season, a year plus of preparation, 11 challenges, 15,000 players, 28 competitors here, all the way now to the top 2, the 2 best players in the world going head-to-head to hoist that trophy. Everything's on the line.
Everything's on the line. So don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. We have the finals coming up.
Fuck. Frick. Yeah, I'm sure people are upset that there won't be like one every month like we've had for 6 months in a row. We only get 3, which does stink, which means your chances for qualification are ultra low. But I am assuming that we're going to get a lot of chances for the NA finals. And not necessarily Worlds, but at least finals. We only get 11 people qualifying for Worlds. What? NA, yeah, only 11. We get 3 for each challenge, first place, and only top 8 from the championship finals.
Welcome, Illumineers, to the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship Day 2. We've been building up to this moment exactly. We've got these 28 players came in this weekend, had to go through 7 rounds.
Katie's energy is like super compact now. He's like, I can't believe I'm in the finals. I'm not supposed to be here.
The top 8 players came in and played today.
Man,
they were playing
jacket
3
is
triple
so
deck constructed
cool.
single elimination. Still with the benches that they were doing, we're left with Ed Chu, the very first seed, and DKP, the 3rd seed.
Man, you cannot.
Yeah, 12 rounds,
better
next 2
story.
top
You're
8,
talking
then
about
go to
two
Nets in
of
top
the most
8. Yeah.
consistent players we have in Disney Lorcana meeting at the finals of the first
11 for
Disney
NA.
Lorcana World Championship, and I can't write a better story. But you mentioned it. There's no more benching. You're going to truly have to prove that you are a master of all of the inks, and all of your decks are going to have to record a victory in order to receive that coveted title of first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion.
Yeah, we're going to see who is the master Lumineer of all 6 inks, and Rebecca has them has an interview for us with the players before they get started, actually. So let's throw it over to Rebecca and see how these players are feeling.
Probably nervous, I would only imagine.
I would think so.
I am here with your 2 finalists for the first ever Disney Lorcana Challenge. We have Ed and DKP.
They did not say all 16. They only announced 15. There's one missing. And I think it's Southeast Asia. They listed they have invites, but
what would it mean to
no
you
actual
to
event.
take this title?
Would mean everything for me. Yeah, it was almost my dream to win a world championship for any TCG, and yeah, now I'm here, and I can't be more excited.
For us in NA,
you
I
have
know
the title
Paul's
of Disney
in
Lorcana
Florida.
Challenge champion in Fort Worth. You have the North American
We have
champion title.
Q2
Is there
for
a moment this
Brazil,
weekend when you felt
so
like
we could
world
hit
champion title could be yours?
between
Job's not done, so we take it one game at a time,
between
and
challenge
we'll
3,
celebrate when we get there.
a Brazilian
Right.
event.
Well, good luck to you both. Players,
So,
please take your seats.
there's a
And
chance of
Illumineers,
4
we
we can
are
hit.
ready for the finals of the Disney Lorcana World
Definitely.
Championship.
And then of course there's last place qualifiers. We have to imagine it'll be a reality.
That is that Mamba mentality you need in order to be a world champion. I'm telling you right
Oh
now,
my
these
God, I
two
didn't
players
realize.
are on an entirely different level. And let me tell you something real quick, D-Square, before we hop into this game. I watched this, I read this article, and it was talking about all these players, all these athletes, and all these millionaires and billionaires and all these successful entrepreneurs. They said, what is the one word that you can use to define how you got to this moment that sets you apart? And guess what that word was, B-Squared? That word was focus. And when I think of focus,
I wouldn't mind the gap if like the better cadence to the event.
they're able to lock in,
And we can qualify something which I'm hopeful we will have like grand.
and I think they're going to get it done.
But I think they've kind of confirmed no regionals when they were going over China and Japan.
As you mentioned, I just want to repeat,
Chinese
Ed
Grand Prix
First
gets
Seed
invited
going
to the NA
5-0
final.
yesterday. 5 rounds and he was
So-
done, locked in, went home, said this is all I
Yeah, it's
needed.
brutal.
DKP only needed 6, going 5-1 before going home as well. We got the 1st and 3rd seed here. I couldn't be more excited. That's right. Let's get some players.
And you can hear that now. Yesterday, it was a completely different vibe. There was a completely empty auditorium.
We're gonna need
playing.
a bit more
stress.
CCS,
But
a
now
bit
all
more
the friends and families
SSGs, a
and all
bit
the
more
guests are in the facility right now cheering on
world-class
these
card
two
events.
Luminaires, and the
Fill the
attitude
void.
and the energy is electric in the
For
facility.
sure.
This is the Disney Lorcana World
It
Championship.
was hard for
Look at the shiny trophy, the shiny Mickey.
it was hard for Southside
table,
to
staring them in
carry
the
the
face.
weight because
and they both want it. And it's gonna be you
Again,
may never get this close again.
people want to go
You're
to these
sitting
big
there,
challenges
you're
again.
inches away from destiny, you're inches away
And
from
we
glory,
had,
because
you know,
this
before
is
had
It is literally
from October till now
it is so
to
close, man.
like put the
Victory
whole,
is at,
you know,
but the players are so
community
lighthearted about it. It's like they're just sitting at a
to
little
put
game
back,
playing,
which
I
is
love seeing the smiles
not
and the laughs
easy.
from both these
When
players. Something that I feel like
CCS and World
summarizes
Class
this
Cards
weekend is how
did their part
great the sportsmanship
well.
has been
Sure.
between the players. There's been heartbreak, there's been victories, there's been cheering, there's been crying.
But
We're finally here.
I'm not sure if
at the finals, and I'm
you
excited
know, other
to get
places
into this.
want
The
to
players are going
maintain
to have a little bit of time
that
to look
sort
over
of
their 3 deaths, because remember, for the
filling the
entirety of the
void.
tournament, we've
I
been
can't
playing constructed.
imagine
One of these have been able to be
like
benched, but
CCS
if you want to be the best
changing
in the
their schedule
world,
to be a
you
little
have
bit
to
more
win with everything. All
frequent
6
than
inks,
what they have
no stone will be left unturned. So these players are going to take some time, look through the deck list, memorize the opponent's
I mean,
cards
at
before
first
they decide
I
which
don't
deck
hate
they
it.
will use for their first game.
Absolutely, and a lot of another storyline that kind of came up to this event. A lot of reasons why people may not have believed in Ed Chu as much as I did, because that's my pick. If
That
you
is your
recall
pick.
correctly.
That is your pick.
That's my pick right there. I know what the big dog can do, and he's getting it done right here. Heart of a champion. Another storyline is, hey, DKP can only do this. Ed can only do that. They're gonna be hampered
totally right.
by this triple deck format because they don't. He's only Ruby Amethyst, and he's only Ruby Sapphire. But guess what? Not anymore. They have definitely proven that they are indeed a master of all these inks to get to this coveted position. They made it through the triple deck format. They made it through the super seal. They built the decks and they got it done. And look at this at the finals, B Squared. Whew, man, I'm ready.
Not only that, it's a battle across the ponds. We have Ed representing North America and DKP representing Europe. So two of them head-to-head here in the finals. And I would just want to keep talking about what you mentioned with both of these players being known for particular decks. Ed, at all the events he's gone to, he's primarily played Ruby Amethyst. People thought he was a Ruby Amethyst one-trick. He knows the deck, he comes in, he dominates, and he walks away. Same thing with DKP. Every event he goes to, he plays Ruby Sapphire, he dominates, he walks away. But that didn't stop these guys. DKP, of course, is playing Ruby Sapphire in his trio of decks. Ed deciding not to. Ed deciding to go a little bit different. He's not playing the Ruby Amethyst lineup, opting for a different trio.
That is absolutely correct, and I was surprised and shocked to see that, but you had to kind of mix it up. You have to keep the people off balance of what you're going to do, as they are still trying to just discuss those deck lists, maybe kind of getting a little last-minute lines of play figured out. I'm certain that they've ran the simulations and kind of gone through the lines already. They know what's going to happen as DKP is just doing a final check. Man, what would you think right now? How would you be feeling if you were in this situation?
I would want to be as focused as possible. As you mentioned, both of these players are great at doing this. They are not, they're used to being in these final games, in these final stages. Both players having won challenges, DKP having won the Melbourne Challenge, Ed having won the Dallas-Fort Worth Challenge, also the North American Continental Champion. So this is not unfamiliar territory for them, and
they've been there before.
They've been here before.
Look at the composure. There's no freaking out. There's nobody getting upset. There's nobody, panicking. There's no legs shaking. I think the players know what's going on. We're going to see.
Oh, okay.
Look at that. No surprise. DKP leading off with the patent-pending Ruby and Sapphire, while Edmund Chu is going to be starting off with the Emerald and Amethyst. I love that. What do you think about this matchup?
I am excited to see DKP pulling out the stuff that he's used to, the Ruby Sapphire. He's saying, let's get this out of the way. I know this deck in and out. I know all of the matchups. I'm sure that he does. Ed coming in with Amethyst Emerald. We've seen him pilot this weekend and do it well. So I'm very excited for this. I need to take a look at Ed's list real quick.
Okay, so while they're doing that, the shuffling up, the players are getting ready. Edmund Chu is going to be on the Emerald and Amethyst. It is more of the tempo version, not a lot of discard cards in the deck. You do have those Ursulas in the build, the Cricky, but there's not a lot of the Sudden Chill Prince John package or the Shift Diablo, more of the tempo variety, while the Shark Burn deck, a lot of people collectively call it the DKP special.
Exactly.
The DKP deck, when you know you're really, really a talented player, you get your own signature deck. So
it's named after you.
Yeah, of course, I would be very disappointed if he didn't bring that strategy to this event.
Yeah, and we will get to see him play out this strategy. We've seen him play this deck already today numerous times. And like you mentioned, it uses the Maui Half Shark along with some items, some locations. We've seen McDuck Manor do some damage earlier in the day as well. So it looks like the players are getting pretty close to finishing shuffling up. We will soon get into their altar phase, where if anybody might be joining and unfamiliar with the Disney Lorcana rules, or at least how the game starts, both players, after shuffling their decks, allow each other to cut their decks, which is just what we see DKP doing here, and then they draw 7 cards, look at those, they can put back any that they want to, and then fill their hand back up to 7 before we start the game.
Absolutely, but it looks like it is time. So if you're busy, you know what I'm saying, you don't have your beverage, you get back in, you put your seat back up. It is time to begin.
Yeah.
This is the grand finals. This is Edmund Chu versus DKP. This is the Disney Lorcana World Champion. We will get it solved right now. Let's lock in. Yeah. It is time to begin as the altar phases are taking place.
What I should do is get ready for as soon as I get home.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Diablo in Ed's list. I was looking at DKP's hand real quick too. You know, something that I've heard Ed talk about when it comes to altering is, as the player going second, which is DKP in this scenario, you don't have to alter until your opponent does. So I think DKP was waiting until Ed did his alter before he decided to do his. I didn't quite catch what they put away. They were moving pretty quick with the hands here, but they went ahead and chose their altars. They're shuffling up. And in moments, we will start the grand finals of the very first Disney Lorcana World Championship.
I am ready. I've been buzzing. I probably slept a grand total of 6 minutes this entire weekend. I've been so excited. We're in Disney World, for crying out loud. This is the most magical place on Earth for a reason, and I'm playing the most magical game in the entire world as well. And this entire time has all come down to this. And I can't tell you, I've been absolutely buzzing for the past 2 days.
It's all come down to this, and here we go, the very first start of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. And it looks like Edmund Chu obviously going to be on the play. Cool as a cucumber. Look at him. Look at him go. I'd be panicking right now. Maybe he's internally panicking. Maybe he can channel that energy, as we do have that Diablo on 1.
Why does he play with gloves? I believe he has a condition where his skin cracks and it's really dry.
Yeah.
With the
Diablo. I don't have eczema or something like that, but yeah, it's
looking at DKP's hand, memorizing it, so we know what we're working with.
Okay, I did see we got the Vision of the Future. Was there a 2-cost ramp in there? There is no ramp.
I didn't see any ramp.
There is no ramp, and you do not have it right now. Maybe this Popsicle will give it to you, and it does not.
No, that is Grandma Tala.
That is Grandma Tala. So this deck is very consistent at finding that 2-cost ramp, but it looks like you did not. You have a ton of sharks in your hand, as we will go ahead and shift that Diablo almost immediately into a Sing of a Friend on the other side. Look at that. Diablo is exerted now, so he come on in and gain that additional card next turn.
Yeah, another notable thing about DKP's hand right now, we don't have an immediate answer to this Diablo. DKP only running 2 brawls, which is usually the answer that we see to a Diablo. Ed being able to go first means this Diablo is going to get a lot of value for every time the Diablo is exerted. On your opponent's turn, when they draw a card, you draw a card. Ruby Sapphire loves to draw cards. You saw it with the Popsicle there. So DKP is missing his turn to ramp, but we're going to Visions of the Future. Look at the top 5 cards of our deck, see what we like, and pull it back to our hand. Granted, Ed will not draw off the Diablo for this because it is not a draw trigger. You just get to choose the card off the top 5. But we'll see what.
And it looks like he's thumbing up to hang on to that hideaway for a time, potentially trying to set up for the remainder of the end game. You got to sing another Frizz on the other side. That is just punishing. Double Diablo, double Sing, gaining infinite resources, it seems, as this is an incredible start coming in from the North American Continental Champion, as we will go ahead and take another turn off to get the pull the lever.
So Ed drawing many cards. Ed understanding the importance of having cards in hand is because he knows that Den is trying to go to the late game with this Ruby Sapphire list. You want to have as many resources in hand as possible. The more cards in hand, the more ways you have to respond. DKP going to start with the Develop Your Brain. Look at the top 2 cards. Pick one, put the other on the bottom. We're going to keep a Hades Infernal Schemer in hand.
Yeah, but still no acceleration. He has not ramped. He's going to have to force to make the
he's using the hideaway to ramp the popsicle.
For sure, but that is a painful line of play that you just really don't want to make more often than not. It will be that acceleration that you need to get to the advanced stages of the game, but it comes at a significant cost. You're going to have to basically waste your entire turn and remove that very valuable popsicle to the inkwell, which you need for that Happy as a Clam.
Yeah, Ed going really fast here, just playing a Genie, passing. DKP is playing How Far I'll Go, taking a card from the top 2 in the deck, putting the other in the inkwell.
And that does represent another piece of acceleration. So now you will be able to get that Maui Half Shark established onto the field of play to slow Ed down. But look at that hand. He's holding an entire catalog, it seems like, as his hand is fully expanded. I believe that's 8 characters. And we're going to continue to draw.
Another pull the lever. We're going to draw 2 cards on Ed's turn. That's the first thing we're going to start with. Ed having just a ton of cards in hand, preparing for the onslaught that's coming with DKP, knowing that a lot of these cards are going to be removed at some point as he continues to build up his inkwell.
We'll go ahead and prepare to, before we pass over, just checking, making sure you don't have any other characters they can send to the field of play. Looking at your entire magazine you have of cards right now, thinking about putting that cricket down to the inkwell. You do have a Diablo that you can use your remaining ink. Do you have a 2-cost character or action that you can play?
I think Ed's holding on to like 10 cards right now. Yeah. We're going to play this Diablo Obedient Raven.
And just like you said, only 2 brawls right now. That is going to be probably the story of this build, of this deck, because a lot of people really haven't been worried about Diablo too much because he's been typically found in Emerald and Steel, and that deck has been banned throughout a lot of this tournament.
Game 1.
Only having 2 brawls
in this game, Ed, because Ed has drawn a billion.
We only have 2 Sisu-empowered siblings as well. We are running 3 beacon pairs, but Ed is on
friends with Diablo?
Deceivers as well.
2 friends with Diablo. Everyone played 2 pulled levers.
And get it out of DKP's hands as he's searching for it to stabilize.
But some good news for DKP, his hand is also quite healthy. Typically at this point in the game, you will kind of start to struggle with your resources, but he hasn't been able to really do much of anything at this point. Just the way the cards have came about for DKP. He's a champion though, so he can kind of power through these things. I've seen him. He's like a wizard as well. He's kind of achieve victory in some very precarious positions. So he's never going to give up. He's always going to play it all the way through, but this is definitely not the ideal start coming in from the Australian champion.
What are you saying about
DKP playing Visions of the Future into a Develop Your Brain, just cycling through as many cards in his deck as possible. He knows exactly what he needs and what he's looking for, trying to look for answers to catch up, gain control of this board from Edmund Chu. We are going to go ahead and brawl the Diablo.
And he does find the brawl, and he hits that Diablo. If you're thinking about it here,
maybe the
Genie.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, Genie is a significant lore threat in this situation.
Like
and you already got a billion
2,000
cards in hand. What's a billion and one is probably what DKP was going through DKP's mind, because you're probably never going to get in this resource race right now. But getting that Diablo off the field proves to be the correct choice. And is expanding ever more as we still sit in that final.
Diablo off the top there. The shift one another. Pull to the front as well. We might see play.
It's a lot of genies in
cards that continue to replace themselves, keeping his hand healthy so that every time DKP banishes one of Ed's cards, he's able to replace it, or it's been replaced already. That's the third lever that we're playing, drawing 2 cards again.
You drop
all about Diablo. I mean, you can either pressure through the board, but you can also pressure through just out resourcing your opponent. As you know, this Shark deck, or this DKP Shark Special, as I like to call it, it clears the board quite consistently in those games. But if you can just continue to keep rebuilding a board, eventually you could just out-resource this deck. That is one of the weaknesses that that this deck does have. So still 3 characters on the board, electing not to commit more resources to the field of play. Just trying to play that resource game. I like the strategy coming in from Ed.
Don't want to overextend. DKP's already at that total where we could see something like a Sisu or Be Prepared being played. So don't want to overextend and have more cards banished than you need. We're going to start with a Sail the Azurite Sea for DKP. Draw a card that allows us to ink an extra time for this turn.
And we still haven't put the shark into the field. Maybe you're trying to save that shark until you can get some mana set up potentially, or maybe be able to play. Maybe trying to play around a potential Elsa the Fifth Spear that can come down and exert that shark before he's able to do mass damage. As the double ink is going to be the Tamatoa and the Maui and the Hades is going to come on in and send that genie down to the inkwell.
Hades Infernal Schemer removing that genie. DKP doing what he can to just keep Ed off of lore on board. Ed already up to 11. DKP still at 0. We're going to see another genie come down for Ed. It just keeps coming.
Another one. Another genie is onto the board.
Birds and genies, that's all this is.
Birds and genies everywhere. Look at that. And we did get a sneak peek of the hand, the quick flash from DKP as the resources are dwindling while Ed still seems to be expanding. A huge quest coming in. Not afraid of this Hades the Infernal Schemer because he's challenging and not questing. You're feeling great about that. 15
so depressed
coming in from the North American
over everything, or
I mean, the news is I'm not as
the characters in play. Of course, Hades can challenge
like
something. We're going to put
cynical about it. Yeah, like
Diablo,
I'm excited to go to the DLC stuff. I'm just
the Exert Diablo Obedient Raven. We still
there's a lot of doomsayers right now.
Look at this, how far I'll go, see what we can find to McDuck Manor.
Is Pirate's Life good enough? Pirate's Life may be good enough to slow down a little bit.
Might save you
a little bit, but still just might be a bit too slow as DKP looks over, trying to figure out the lines. If there's a path to victory, I'm certain he will be able to find it, but the door is closing. The door is closing quite quickly, as I believe there is going to be a little reset there. I'm not certain what happened, but Genie is now ready. Maybe.
Ed played the Genie this turn.
That's right. That's right. Okay. We all miss it. You know, there is so many Genies. We've seen 15 Genies hit the field already.
Start to blend together. We are going to see the Maui Half Shark enter play though.
Synchronous.
And then you can sing now. That will be a nice little 5 lore swing. As you'll increase by 3, your opponent will go down. But it looks like Hades might be engaging in a little bit of board fight here. We'll send that Diablo to the discard pile, drawing a card in the process.
And Ed is
there's the Elsa.
Not quite at game on board yet, but quickly approaching. We do see Ed has the Elsa in play in hand, as you mentioned.
And you can engage with this Maui Half Shark right now. Let's see if Ed elects to take that line of play, because you can go Elsa and this Diablo into the Maui Half Shark, and then complete the quest with the Genie and the Diablo and other Diablo that's there. And Elsa is going to come on down. Holy, do you have a crab? Is there a crab over there?
That's what I'm wondering. We have so many cards. He's definitely playing crabs. He's got 3 of them in the deck list. He could use it to buff up this Elsa, give her Challenger +3, and it would make a clean trade into the Maui. Or you could use the Evasive Diablo that you have in play as well.
I like that play a lot. I think just even those 2, because you will lose both. We're going to check the hand, and we hit the Pirate's Life.
We hit the Pirate's Life too.
And he knew it was there after playing that Diablo earlier, I believe. And we're going to get a nice little healthy quest in for 4, and the pressure is on DKP now. He's going to have to pull out a miracle, and you are out-resourced, outflanked.
There's the Sisu finally. He's just going to slam the Sisu, banishing everything on Ed's side of the board. But as we know, Ed has plenty of cards in hand to rebuild.
That was a huge Sisu, though. That is the tide that you need to come back.
Pretty bad,
but still, it is not out. You have another Genie. Oh, my goodness. That's the last thing that DKP wanted to see. You do have another brawl that you can get to. You have more Sisus that you can get to. You have answers to clear this Genie, but I'm certain that's the last card you wanted to see.
Going to see Iago come down as well, just presenting lore on board, forcing DKP to have answers every turn to the end of the game. Find a McDuck Manor and I think a Maui Shark. He's just going to scoop, and Ed's going to take game 1.
Game number 1 goes to the North American champion, and that will be the end of the Emerald and Amethyst section of this tournament. For DKP can elect to stick with the Ruby and Sapphire if he so chooses, or he can switch if he wants to. I think he'd go with that Emerald and Amber deck if I'm DKP. What about you?
Yeah, there's an Emerald Amber deck that he can play that's very aggressive, something that would be pretty good on the play, I believe. Could get a game win under your belt, because DKP needs it. Ed getting the lead here. I mean, I have to throw this out. If Ed takes DKP down, he will be a Disney Lorcana Challenge champion, the North American Continental champion, and the world champion.
I'm telling you right now, this is the first year of Disney Lorcana, and hopefully this game lasts for another 20, 30, 40, 60, 100 years. We play Disney Lorcana for the rest of eternity, but I'm telling you right now, this may never happen again. I think that is such a feat to be the triple threat, the triple horse winner in the first season, as DKP will elect to stay, as Ed is going to be on the Amber and Steel deck are going to be on the play this time. Amber Steel deck coming in for Ed Chu. It's very aggressive, but DKP had to figure that Ed was going to go to this strategy, electing not to go with the Ruby Sapphire items in the potential Ruby Sapphire actions-based strategy. So that deck typically has a little bit of an unfavorable matchup. So hedging and just trying to take out the Amber and Steel versus the Ruby Sapphire, which is a pretty good matchup for DKP.
Yeah, definitely could be. We're going to see DKP on his bread and butter again. Didn't find his ramp last turn on turn 2. You know, it was a little bit of a rough start for him, so hopefully he can find that on this game.
I would say that went about as bad for DKP in that early game. When you see, listen, I play a lot of this Ruby Sapphire deck. When I see them hide away their own popsicle,
you know it's bad.
I feel confident. I feel a little bit.
I'm sorry. I'm just.
When they're ramping on 2 and they're super goofing and they're doing all the things that they do.
Yeah. No, it is.
Be a little afraid. They got the manners. They got the beaver pairs. He didn't have any of that. So
I know he
coming in from DKP,
win it all.
but it is not over. You do have another rep. Let's see if you can prevent that from happening this time.
Yeah, this time will be on the play, as we mentioned earlier.
Double
so
one drop,
go first, and
triple one drop, or no, it was Olivia and another Daisy.
But looking at Ed's build, I mean, it is a little bit different. We have some BR guests in there. We have multiple Beast Tragic Hero, which is a deck that you don't typically see played in this Amber Steel, kind of more traditional with a little bit of aggression in there. You don't have all of the hits you come to know and love. It's built a little bit more rigid. You got the Namaris in there, 4 of them. Again, typical Edmund Chu fashion.
You
see how many? Do you see
so
any
many
other?
4 of.
Do you see any other number besides 4?
No, it is a 4 of list pushing all the way through for Ed, and not the typical Amber Steel deck that we usually see. We've seen a lot of like aggro ladies, things like that, and this is a bit more like just Amber Steel song in a way.
For sure, it's more of a mid-range deck.
All right,
you see that vicious stare down coming from the players as they are getting red blue. Look at Ed, he is locked in on another level. I love seeing this Illuminator play as we have that beautiful enchanted aerial with the shift.
He's on stars with Beast in the Mari.
Triple Beast concoction you have there. How many of those do you keep?
None. Oh, wow, we're sending everything back for Ed. He didn't like that hand at all.
Get it out of here. I'm
what if he's playing like Steel Sun with no
He's like, I don't want anything to do with any of that hand. We're going to send the farm, as it may be. All right, so the players are engaged. The shuffling is going down. DKP about to do some more surgery. I love
moments away from game 2.
I love it.
The grand finals.
Whew, man. You can feel the tension, dude. You can feel the energy. It is electric. I love this, man. I can't get enough.
The stakes are high right now. You know, Ed taking the lead. DKP has to catch up. Of course, Ed will have to win 2 more games still to make it through. And it looks like we're going to start. The fist bump is happening. We'll start with DKP inking a card. We are playing a 1-drop. It looks like a Develop Your Brain. I'm not sure what we pulled out there. It was inking the sail. Makes me believe we probably have ramp in hand if we're inking a sail. Or we have really, okay, there we go. There's the other sail.
I would hope so. Miss ramp once, shame on you. Miss ramp twice, the deck goes into the garbage can. That's my saying. As the 116 Wolf is going to hit the field of play, looking busy. Maybe he has a shift. Is there a shift in hand?
We have the Rhino in hand. I'm not sure. The other Rhino. We're going to ink him out. Half Shark, play the sail, draw a card. We can ink another card for turn. T-Po's going to enter the inkwell, pass.
Okay.
Really good start for DKP. A lot more what we would expect to see out of his deck.
And I like seeing the Tipo go down to the inkwell in favor of the Sail the Azurite Sea, specifically because you can shift and sing, or maybe even sing to remove that Tipo, and it's just cards in hand. You want to kind of accelerate into the post and the mid and late game. So we have the Ursula Vanessa is up and acting.
Oh, we got a McDuck Manor coming out. This is a little bit of a difficult card for Amber Steel to deal with. Ed is playing for Along Came Zeus in the deck, which can do 5 damage to locations, but typically these singers, they don't have a lot of strength because of the power that they have in being able to sing songs that are more expensive than they cost. But it does look like we're going to challenge this McDuck Manor with Ursula and with Rhino. inking on Namari and then just passing for the turn.
Nothing.
But Ed does have 4 copies of the Power Hamster and 4 copies of Namari in the deck. And
that's his second McDuck Manor.
But you need to get some of those, get some cards into the discard quickly and get those Namaris in, because that character, a new coming out of Random Jafar, Namari will gain an additional strength for every card in your discard pile. So if you can fill your discard pile, you can have a very powerful character that can one-shot these McDuck Manors, no problem, as the Power Hamster is going to come on in without a shift.
Just going to play the hamster on its own, deal 2 more damage to the McDuck Manor, putting it to 4. Ed has to take care of these Manors. They're gaining 2 lore each at the start of DKP's turn, every turn. We're going to see the Maui come down, rushing into Ursula, banishing her.
This Maui might be problematic because there are not a lot of clean answers to this Power Hamster. Maui is one of those, so now Ed has to be very careful when thinking about exerting this Power Hamster. As we are getting into that critical 4-ink turn, excuse me, 5-ink turn, you can bring out the Namari, but unfortunately your discard is not set up quite yet, and she will be a little bit weaker than you need her to be, although she can discard a card, or excuse me, draw and discard on your turn, which you're going to leave with the Tragic Beast.
Yeah, Ed setting up the Tragic Beast, which will allow him to draw an extra card on his turn if it's left undamaged. We're going to see both Rhinos challenge into that damaged McDuck Manor to banish it finally. And then we pass over to DKP, and the other McDuck Manor will gain 2 lore at the start of the turn as he readies his cards.
But now you're kind of running into a resource situation at these critical turns. Do you get, do you challenge into this Rhino, or do you have the Maui come on in and start singing the How Far I'll Go right now to gain some additional resources? Because right now you have that Tamatoa sitting in hand, no popsicles yet. You have the Hideaway, which I don't think is going to be very good in this matchup.
Yeah,
you
sing with the existing one, and then
so you will go and take the turn off to go ahead and sing B Square.
And we're going to sing, we're going to find another McDuck Manor, which we're going to put in our hand, I believe.
Puts APL in.
Yeah, it's in the back. We're going to play another Maui Hero to all to deal with this Rhino.
Need it
so that,
right now.
We don't have to banish our own Maui from challenging earlier. We knew we had that in hand for DKP previously. And he's going to move it to the McDuck Manor, because why not?
Oh, like I said, if he ever has extra ink, he will always move into the Manor.
Putting Maui into the Manor will strike fear and panic into most opponents. Maybe not to Ed Chu, but for you watching at home, that is a joke. Moving Maui to the McDuck Manor really doesn't do anything. It's just a way to use your ink, and it's a way to have a little bit of fun too. So I like to see it.
Oh, I do too. You love seeing the players having fun on the table, especially in the grand finals. But we are going to pass it back to Ed over here. I did see an aerial spectacular singer in hand that we had up front. There's the Namari there as well. JD talking about how much it can get a lot of strength by putting, if you have cards in your discard.
Right now, it could potentially get up to 3 if you lead with Namari. Now, it does trigger on when you play it to the board, so you'll be able to draw and discard. Up to 3. Maybe you can coerce your opponent to continue to banish some of these other characters, get it a little bit.
Or you hard cast
and then you can have a nice little character that can engage. But we're going to lead with this aerial instead, while trading the 1/16th Wolf into that heavily damaged Maui.
Yeah, the Aerial Sonic Warrior, a 3/8 card with 2 lore, I believe, and a really great ability that when you play a song, you can pay some extra ink to deal 3 and excess 3 damage to another character. So it can be a way to remove cards from DKP's side of the board if Edmund is able to play some more songs. But that is another McDuck Manor we're going to see being played by DKP here, and Ed's going to have to find a way to deal with it.
I don't hate
moving the Maui's back and forth.
Giving him like an easy matchup, automatically can't do it out.
We see DKP hitting the move there.
Historically,
that is really cool, and that is a lot of fun. So using all of your ink, I think that is a good sign of a high-tempo play. I love that line. You're going to go Maui to Manor, Maui to Manor, Maui to Manor, Maui to Manor, pass. That is probably one of the best plays. DKP is truly on another level.
Yeah, I think that's the most efficient use of his ink for sure on his turn. Only 2 cards in hand by DKP as well. So
I believe it's going to be 1 Sisu and that one of Tamatoa as well, I want to say, are in the hand. Really trying to preserve the body of that Tamatoa. You need these popsicles to come along so you can turn on some of your resource engine. As we're looking at this board right now, another cool thing about this aerial is that it's one of the rare characters that can actually tank a Maui hit and survive. I mean, it's not a lot of characters in this game that can do that, staring down the hero to all.
Unfortunately, we play the Aerial Spectacular Singer and miss completely. Don't find any songs. Pull 4 characters off the top.
Man, you know what? That never happens. Color me surprised. I'm shocked that an Aerial doesn't come out. And
you've never seen that?
I've never seen that happen before in my life. I mean, that's crazy. very rare that the Aerial Spectacular Singer does not find a song. You got one job, Aerial. Lock it in. Figure it out. Give me that song when I need it.
Yeah, come on, man. We're looking for it. And along came Zeus would be great right now. You don't want to exert this beast to have to challenge into these manners because this Maui is just waiting for something to be exerted to challenge back.
Right, any kind of damaged character, because you do have that Sonic Singer or Sonic Warrior Aerial is
Godric,
set up,
no.
and she can trigger her ability
I just don't
to
like when he
finish
looks
off
at
this Maui. If you did have a Storm, or if you did have a Strength, or something along those lines, you just couldn't find it because Aerial is going to let you down there. So you do have that Be Our Guest is going to be in hand, which is another card that you don't see played that often, and it's got 4 abilities to that card in the deck too.
Yeah.
Man, manners everywhere. Is it time to challenge? This is a very critical turn.
Oh, he snuck one. He saw them.
And the Sonic Singer will go ahead and sing that "Be Our Guest, Be Our Guest, but our sir." Okay, I want to do it.
You can't be having to read "Be Our Guest."
So old, man. I can't. He's trying to remember how many cards.
Grand final
4, right?
What do you think about that?
Right. He doesn't know what Be Our Guest does. It
would
does
always
allow
brick
Ed
on
to
Aerial.
a couple cards of the deck,
We all
choose a
would.
character, put it into his hand once it's revealed, and then if Ed wants to, we can pay 2 ink because we sang this song with the Aerial Sonic Warrior ability and deal 3 damage to it. It looks like that's what we are going to do here, putting that Maui at 4 damage, inking a Troubadour, and then we're going to sing Zeus onto the McDuck Manor as well, and then pay the additional 2 ink to banish the Maui.
Great turn coming in from SSG. He had it all along. I couldn't even see that along came Zeus as the
Be Prepared hits with both McDuck Manors in play.
Off of the top deck. That was insane because he did not have that card. We saw the Sisu, but now this Namari is going to hit the field, and she does have a pretty sizable strength now. Now those manners are very vulnerable as we got the check here. Seeing on what we want to draw and discard is going to be that Strength of Raging Fire. Not quite great in this situation. Will Namari be fast enough? We saw several copies of Pirate's Life go down to the Inkwell earlier. We see that Sisu is in hand. We see what else you got, the Tamatoid that you kind of been hanging on to as well. And now it's time to bring the grandma in. You need to see if you can get to a popsicle here. You cannot. It's that Tipo. It's that Brawl.
Card's not particularly helpful at the moment. I think we're going to put the Brawl on the bottom. We're going to play a Tipo, ramp a little. If that Damari doesn't have enough strength to banish one of the manners, she must be close.
Yes, I think she's got to have it, especially after this one. So now you get the Rapunzel, who's going to be discarded here. Don't quite need that. You got a second Namari. So now Namari definitely should be sitting somewhere around 8 or 9, and you can develop the other Namari. We're going to play Storm, Rage On, and then clear that Tipo, who's representing a piece of lore as well, as DKP is getting close, and you just cannot get it done as the manners are going to get it finished. At the Be Prepared was very strong. Brandon, I think that was one of the tales of the day as DKP gets it done with his strategy.
Yeah, one of the win conditions for this Ruby Sapphire deck for DKP is establishing those McDuck Manors. Be Prepared just says banish all characters. It doesn't say anything about locations. So once your opponent's trying to build up characters to challenge these McDuck Manors, you play that Be Prepared. The McDuck Manors stay around. The characters do not. So DKP was able to get that victory. We're at a 1-1 match right now between the two. Both still have 2 decks to win with before being crowned.
And Edmund Chu is going to be back on the play this time. I believe he's going to stick with his Amber and Steel strategy, or will he be changing? Or is he benching? What are you going to roll with? Because since he did lose, you're able to either stick with the same deck that you had, or you can bring in your secondary deck on the play, and now you don't have to worry about DKP's Ruby and Sapphire deck any longer. I believe he's going to stick with the Amber Steel, but I did see him reaching to the deck box.
Yeah, I think he's sticking with Amber Steel. It looks like DKP is going with Amethyst Steel, a broom variation of the deck, playing some Yin Sids and 8 copies of different brooms. We've seen him play this multiple times this weekend. And we've seen Amethyst Steel, an extremely strong deck, perform this weekend as well. Just doing a great job of being able to replace itself over and over. Might cause Amber Steel a little bit of trouble, because if DKP is able to just keep the pressure going over and over and over, it may be a little bit too difficult for Ed to keep up with, but we will have to see.
For sure. He does have access to the Giant Cobras as well. He has access to the Goats. He does have those songs. He does have Docs. This deck is quite consistent. If you can get those Yinsids going in a timely manner, you do have the Brooms as well that can kind of take some of the Storm Rage On stuff in the early game. You still have the Smee Bumbling Mate. So there's a way that you can kind of you have to stabilize this thing early, because Ed gets that steel removal going.
Oh, yeah.
You see those Namaris. You see all those songs. You're going to get blown out of this thing quick. So I'd like to see Pete, a good way to kind of get through this thing thing, even though Ed isn't playing, he's playing this very, very unique mid-range style version. No whole new worlds are going to be in the deck. So I think if you still, I think I'd have to lead on the Pete plan and try to go Pete repeat through this. What do you think is the best play for this? Or best way to play this matchup?
Yeah, DKP is playing 4 Pete against Jeffrey, and I absolutely agree. If you can get 1 Pete in the next Pete, get up to 6 ink, you can use the Madam M Fox. DKP is also running 3 Madam M Snakes. You can just bounce these Petes and replaying them. You kind of undo a lot of what Amber Steel does the strongest, which is establish those singers and then utilize them to sing removal songs like Strength of a Raging Fire, like Let the Storm Rage On, that are going to deal damage to your lower cost characters that have lower willpower and keep you off of characters on board.
For sure. Edmund Chu's deck seems like a pure mid-range deck. He can get aggressive if needed, but I think he's really trying to push this thing into the middle and almost into the late game. So I think DKP has to maybe adjust his traditional strategy that he wants to do with this deck and maybe try to quest early and try to start racing and then close out maybe even off the top deck Snake, top deck Goat, or not, excuse me, not top deck Snake, but Snake with 1 card in hand to be able to discard, maybe dock into XXX, and then I think that might have to be the plan to play. So I wouldn't be shocked and surprised to see if DKP were to pull this off. It's going to be something that happens late. It's going to be a dramatic finish unless Ed can just slam the door early and pull away with this thing.
Something that I see in DKP's hand as well is we do have that. We have a copy of Fire the Cannons, which could be good if Ed's trying to open up something like a Cinderella, a Ballroom Sensation, the formidable 1-drop singer that usually can sing Let the Storm Rage On turn 2, turn off a lot of your turn 1 plays.
For sure, and another 1-cost menace that Edmund Chu has access to is that 1/16 Wolf. If you can if you see that guy hit the field of play on turn number 1, you clear him immediately with that Fire the Cannons. I think that would be a fantastic 1-turn play coming in from DKP. Granted, it doesn't develop a character, it doesn't represent a lore, but having that guy get shifted, since Resist has been Resist, it has had an advantage against Steel. So you want to keep that power hamster off the field as much as you can.
It looks like they're finishing up their altars, trading decks. We're going to get into this game 3.
I want to see them all. I want to see them all. I want to see a great match.
We could go to 5 games. Absolutely.
I personally, I don't like to root for this player or that player, but I want to see the best possible game, the best possible scenario. I want it all to come down to the drama and all the decks being played as the Chernobog followers is going down into the Inkwell, followed up by the Magic Broom. We're playing with a little bit of speed and vigor this time as the Troubadours develop as well.
Looks like Ed missed a 1-drop developing the Troubadour there. We're going to move back to DKP, going to his turn 2.
Got that Bumbling Mate in hand. You can play that dock, but I would not recommend it to Smees. I expect a Smee to come down here to be able to engage with this Troubadour. I don't think he can clear it, but he can at least put some fear and panic into the Troubadour's mental capacity there.
The grand final.
He does have resist. He cannot clear.
Because
you have to be careful with the Troubadour in play. He is a singer 4, so can sing pretty much every removal in Ed Chu's deck. Which means that whatever we play this turn has
like it's not world,
banished.
We're world
play out a Smee, Bumbling Mate for DKP, a 2-quest character.
And now DKP is running the numbers. It's time to pop and banish this Magic Broom here. And I think you almost kind of have to do that because you could potentially lose that on another action or another song coming off the deck.
The NBA final,
American champion as Smee, Bumbling Mate, standing alone and unafraid. You have that power hamster in hand already as Rapunzel will go down to the Inkwell. Let's see if Ariel can do her thing. And she
does find the storm.
Time.
So see, this is the difference. DKP knowing to get rid of this broom. We found a storm this turn. Troubadour could have sang it and banished the Magic Broom. DKP understanding the risk there, and instead choosing to draw a card from it.
And we will go ahead and put that 2 damage on the Bumbling Mate. So now it's going to be on DKP to either quest and bounce this thing, or that is a pretty low tempo, but you don't have the bounce in your hand to be able to do it. As we'll send the Bumbling Mate to the Inkwell and play the game's referee. Pete is going to be up and active now. Now the decision to quest this Smee. Ooh, it's a tough one.
Pete will blow the whistle, say no actions on the next turn for Ed Chu.
And electing not to quest. I don't hate that at all. You will lose Smee, do his ability. He will take some damage, and you do get the power hamster up on 4. So this is rough. Is DKP, does he have access
never
to
quest there because
the Long Came Zeus?
Draw,
there
you
is
have
no
strength.
No Long Came Zeus is in the deck for DKP here. Thinking about inking this broom.
Yeah. This hamster is problematic. It can tank a lot of the steel removal that you have access to. Resist too is no slouch. And also, you saw your opponent put a Rapunzel down to the inkwell. Maybe there's some psychology there, because if you do put damage on this power hamster, he will lose his ability. However, if you heal him with Rapunzel, it will.
You definitely
DKP having access to that Shake the Raging Fire, using Pete to sing it and banish this aerial, so Ed is off of one of his singers.
And there is another storm to be able to finish off. I believe the Smee is going to be banished there, but you get into the Zeus, and the hamster can sing the Zeus. You still have all of your ink available. That is a lot of resources that you use this turn, and you're able to develop the Sad Beast, as he's collectively called in the community, Beast Tragic Hero. Very powerful card for a long time.
Very powerful card. Needs to be damaged if you don't want Ed drawing an extra card on every turn, though when he is damaged, he gains 4 strength on your turn.
I like to think he's not sad. I like to think he's just seeing something that's making him beautiful. He's just watching.
He's watching the riders, I think, come at his
for sure.
thing.
He needs to be in the World Championship, and I guarantee you won't be sad if you're sitting out here. If you're locked in on Twitch right now, again, thank you all for
probably
being here.
have
This is the World Championship. You won't be so sad.
Camping the Rhino.
If you're in the community right now. Because we have the Power Hamster who is getting a little inspection there. You can clear now. It will cost you a mighty toll to do so.
We're gonna use Fire the Cannons.
That's a wait. Oh
no, Rhino has resist +2.
He just read it.
When you use the Fire the Cannons, it doesn't deal any damage to Rhino.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Oh no.
What is the judge? Hey, these are tactile things. This is the grand finals. I'd be interested. He did.
Yikes.
He paid the ink and he showed the card.
That's tough.
Do not. No, this is finals. You don't.
Forced to go through with it.
You don't be a nice guy.
I mean, this is going to go up to the judges, but that is interesting. We cannot quite hear the players, Brandon, but we can just only go by the body language that we can see on the screen. Again, huge shout out to the judges. They are watching and all this. They're in the ears of the players. They're going to make this decision. But it appeared, it looked as if, again, this is just me wildly speculating. I can't hear the players again, but it looked like the Fire the Cannons was played on the hamster and then the challenge.
I think DKP thought that there was only resist +1. He wanted to damage the hamster.
Oh, that is brutal.
Rhino has resist +2, I believe.
Yeah, and that is just something that you're gonna have to think about. But you got to lock in short-term memory. You got to let that go, as that second cannon had to be utilized here in order to get rid of that power hamster. You could have put 2 damage onto that beast and stopped him from drawing. So that
you don't rewind there
you
at all.
Shake it off. Short-term memory. There's a huge term in left.
Yeah, DKP's got to shake off that mistake real quick, lock back into the game, having to rearrange some of the order of that, challenging with the P, and then using the cannons first instead.
Brutal.
Hang on,
so we do get another trigger off of that Beast Tragic Hero. We're looking at the Be Our Guest along with the Strength of the Raging Fire and another hamster. So you can potentially get rid of the Turnabog followers and then establish another. We're gonna go Be Our Guest.
Look at the top 4 cards. Pick a character, reveal it, and put it into our hand. We've got Namari, Rapunzel, and Rhino, I believe.
And it is going to be that Namari is going to be added to the hand. Man.
Currently 5 cards in the discard, 6 cards in the discard now.
DKP has just seen enough, and he's going to go ahead and scoop this thing up and get on into the next game. And wow. That's going to be something that people are going to talk about for a little bit of time. But again, this is the grand finals. These players have been playing all weekend long, and the intensity, I can only imagine the panic and the lines you go through so often. And that's just one of those things. You got to play it. The judges are there. They're watching this thing like a hawk. And you got to make every move exactly correct. Inch or a mile. We talked about focus earlier, and that's one of those things. There was a temporary lapse, and it does happen that way. But we're going to shake that off. This is still the grand final. It is not over. There's a long way to go.
Not over. DKP still needs to win with 2 of his decks if he wants to make it as the champion. Ed has taken down 2, and you can't write this. Yeah. But Ed has to win on Ruby Sapphire against DKP if he wants to be the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. How do you feel about that, Vinny?
Oh, man, the dedication. Look at his eyes. He can almost feel it. You're so close. You're one win away. But you have some pretty tough matchups coming your way. You're going to be on the draw versus, I can only assume DKP is going to bring this Amber and Emerald deck. If he's not, I would be very surprised, as this deck on the play can be so fast, and this Ruby Sapphire deck can be so slow. So I think you have to play it. And this is going to be a very, very tough uphill.
And we'll see in just a second what DKP decides to do. Again, he can change decks in between matches like this if he wants to. So being on the play on this round means that he might have an advantage at playing his more aggressive list, and it does look like he's going to be playing his Amber Emerald deck, which, as you mentioned, JD, is a very fast deck, playing lots of aggressive cards like Daisy Duck.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one.
Has the Blues as well for Bodyguard, just trying to get out there and finish the game quickly.
For sure. And the thing I like about this Ember Ruby Sapphire deck is that there are zero songs in this deck. I believe that there is an Ursula Deceiver in the deck.
Yeah, I know, but
that Ursula Deceiver may as well just be ink, going right into the inkwell almost immediately, because she won't be doing very much in this deck, as there are 4 ofs in all of these decks except for the Maurice's Workshop and the Lucky Dime. Also, DKP got all 4s in his deck as well.
All 4s on the Amber Emerald deck. These are just clean lists, people.
That's what it is. Make them optimal, make them consistent, make them good, and leave it all up to look at that Baloo. Daisy, hand is very aggressive. Hera is in the deck just for her ward keyword.
The ward keyword, yeah. DKP could set up a like turn
yes,
one.
Am I wrong? If
he turn 2, 2-1 cost.
If DKP wins, they go to game 5.
Staring down DKP, watching his altar, getting information before Ed does his. Now Ed doing his altar. It looks like we do have the ramp through.
No, DKP got the win with Blue already.
Also in hand. I think we're just altering 2 cards.
Remember the manner? Manner spam.
I saw some cards in DKP's hand. This thing can get explosive. It's a lot of 1-cost characters, and a lot of them quest for 2. There aren't that many characters in this game that can quest for 2, but guess what? A vast majority, if not all of them, are in this color combination that DKP has, and I believe they're all in the deck at max comp. So there you go. Except for the harp. I don't think he's playing harp. Shout out to the harp game out there.
All right, we're getting into game 4 of the Disney Lorcana World Championship.
Ed could take not used to his removal doing damage.
Back. As we will get that Pegasus out, and there is that Daisy Duck. I think Daisy Duck is great in this matchup because her ability will not trigger that often, as Popsicle will start us off. We will pop the Popsicle into the Bell, which is a good way to kind of fight back in this situation. We have 2. Oh, we got a double Curse of Merfolk as well with another Daisy Duck. This can be explosive double 1-cost here.
A double 1-cost opener on an aggressive deck like this could be difficult to deal with.
In the workshop.
Yeah, I like this.
Workshop to the bottom.
Already.
Item deck list.
On 3, you go.
The Tipo. Actually, you might have to go with this Tipo. You might have to lead Tipo to help engage in combat, to use Tipo and Bell to potentially clear these Daisy Ducks if DKP continues to exert. Checking the hand, there's another Cursed Merfolk and a Piglet available. So Piglet Merfolk next turn seems problematic.
Does DKP have Rapunzel in this list or no?
Yeah, if you're playing multiple characters a turn, Ruby Sapphire, especially early on,
it was too fast.
Dealing with more than one character
we got to see 15 cards in the
use something like Brawl on a character, but at some point DKP is just accruing so much lore on each character. He might get in the game before we reach that.
Do we punch the Daisy here? I think we do.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. If he doesn't run Rapunzel, you for sure go for it, and even if he does, probably still go for it.
Going to take another card from your hand, and you saw that Maurice's Workshop go down into the bottom of the deck. That's 1 of your 3. You're not playing a full 4, so there's a good chance you may not see it. You could potentially run out of resources while your opponent is questing so aggressively. Look at this board. Look at this lore burst. That's a lot. You do get to the Sisu.
Oh, he does find the Sisu to put in hand.
Hold up. Is there a Sisu line? Where is the small Sisu?
Probably might have been better.
Derek Visitor as another Daisy Duck.
How always, but
just be
I think I always rely
on
getting
board right now. Currently 11 lore, I believe, sitting on board for DKP if everything survives. Of course, this Daisy, I'm sure, is not going to survive the turn, having 3 damage on it.
Yeah, I think you might have to take a whole turn off to get this Brawl going, which feels quite terrible. Let's see if maybe there's a world where you can sail double ramp.
Brawl runs into Merfolk, Bell into
if you can get to the season in time, that's the way. I think if you can, but I just don't see the lines of play available to North American. I could be missing something. I'm sure we're getting annihilated in the chat right now. Shout out to everyone out there watching at home, but I'm certain there's a line you can get to, but Edmund Chu just doesn't. He got the sail. I'm definitely sailing here, right?
Yeah, but I think we played a popsicle first, so now we can sail and then double ink the brawl or CC turn. But we are going to choose to sail anyway. Draw a card.
He sailed
twice for the turn.
instead of brawling.
Yeah. So we do have.
Which is a little difficult because, like you mentioned, this Curse Merfolk is going to challenge it, get it off the board, but it's going to force us to discard a card when we do. So if we're inking 2 cards for turn and then discarding a card, that's 3 cards out of our hand.
Yeah, I think you might have to be leaning on this Vitalosphere. Maybe you can base boost someone. You can power up that Bell and then clear the Daisy.
Yeah,
then
there we
go into the Daisy, and that'll slow him down a little bit. But this is still a situation. You're not out of the woods yet. As Tipo is thinking about who he wants to challenge and banish, it is going to be that Daisy Duck. We will get rid of that lore, and then we'll take the Popsicle. Bell's going to take a little light afternoon snack and get back up to full health.
DKP as we go to his
I think
turn.
I like
2
the
cards in here
Merfolk,
right now. Another Curse Merfolk and
I
a
just didn't
Lilo
have
that we're
something
going
he
to see
wanted
played.
to
He's just going to
discard.
turn everything sideways, gaining 7 lore for the turn,
Ooh.
pushing himself really close to 20, up to 15 it looks
Several
like.
visions.
Presenting game on board if Ed can't deal with 3 of these characters at least.
And it is going to be the Tipo, and there's really no way to get this Sisu into the field of play at all. We're going to continue to just check. You just never know. It's going to be a lot of coils, a lot of bells.
Oh,
and
that
then
is
another Tipo
terrible
workshop,
vision.
and I just think
Probably one
this
of the
one
worst I've ever
might
seen.
be a GG.
Might be over for Ed here. We don't have a lot of resources in hand, don't have a lot of ink to deal with all the characters.
We still got Brawl, right?
We only have 2. Can we get rid of 3 characters? We do have a Brawl we can
But,
use on something. We can challenge
I
and
think
banish
he
the
can
Merfolk with
prioritize
the Tipo.
inking.
We can
I think
challenge
he
and
was
banish
looking
the
for a
Piglet with the
CC.
Bell here.
Yeah.
He showed the card off.
And we do have Brawl in hand that we can do on something else, so we can survive the turn.
You got to clear the Piglet, of course. He's gone. He's public enemy #1. You got to get through the Curse Merfolk.
Brawl the.
And then you got the Brawl. So there will be another turn kicking the extra Sapphire Coil.
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Probably going after this Cursed Merfolk, I would assume.
Keep cards in
I don't know.
hand.
Maybe I was
Also,
right.
if that Daisy does quest, it will give you another card. Does he have the
Well,
Donald
that's the
Duck?
thing.
Is there a Donald Duck
there a
signing?
PC to play it and chip next turn.
We're just looking at the Donald.
But
Oh,
I do
Vitalosphere at the
believe-
bottom.
And there he
And it
is.
is. It's a Ward Prince Philip.
Wow.
That's just going to be game. DKP
I
wins
do
game
believe
4. We're
he's
going to a
gonna,
game 5 for
It's
the
happening.
grand final.
It's
From a
happening,
ramp.
B-Square. This is what we wanted. That
Game
is the end
5.
of Amber and Emerald.
On
It all
his
comes
purpose
down
field.
to this Ruby Sapphire
It
versus.
almost. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
No.
Finish.
Do it.
We, as
It's
Tiana
Steel
would
Pro
say,
versus
we are
Purple Field.
almost there. We have the Ruby Sapphire versus Amethyst Steel
Ruby Sapphire?
last game.
Yeah, yeah,
5
you're
in
right.
the grand finals. I want to see
Remember
hype in
with the
chat. I
Rhino?
want to see
Yeah,
hype in
that's
the
what-
room with
that's
these
what-
players.
yeah.
Let's go.
I wish you guys, I mean, if you can hear all the people out there clapping, the energy is lively. It is just an absolute blast to see what's happening here, and you couldn't have wrote a better script. You have the best players pushing it to the limit, trying to see who is going to be the master of all of the inks, and you have to figure out a way to get through this thing with Ruby and Sapphire versus Amethyst and Steel, and that's brooms versus items. Wow.
Brooms versus items. This is also a color matchup that we've seen multiple times today in critical matches for these players moving on to this. You know, Ruby Sapphire doing the item thing, trying to ramp, get to those, be prepared, the Sisus, the things that you're using to wipe the board. Amethyst Steel, a decent deck into this, being able to bounce characters back to your hand, sort of build a board state that never feels great for the Ruby Sapphire player to clear, but if that Ruby Sapphire player can build up enough items in play, drop a Tamatoa so shiny, find that lucky dime, all it takes is one turn.
And I do love the composure from DKP. After that Amethyst and Steel game, he was able to just take a couple deep breaths, recompose, get back on the play, stick to the plan, and then just hit the gas pedal and just accelerate through that matchup. You are heavily in favor. Ed staring down DKP. He is unfazed, unfettered. DKP just getting a nice little shuffle in, blue sleeves, blue gloves, can't lose.
Blue sleeves, blue gloves.
Can't lose, man. I love it. Oh man, I'm getting sweaty again.
I'm excited, dude.
I'm sweating again.
This is it. This is what the whole weekend has come to. The very last game of the weekend. We made it to a game 5 for the grand finals. You couldn't have written this better.
Not even the weekend, B Square. We're talking 2, 3, 4, 5 years in the making. This game has just taken the world by storm. This is what the visionary of the people who brought us this beautiful game and all of the DLCs and all of the tournaments, all the set champs, and everything is going to culminate to this particular moment. 2 of our game's greatest players are locked into the dojo right now for an all-important game number 5. So if you're not ready, you need to get ready. If you're not locked in, put your popcorn down, open your eyeballs, get onto your Twitch, your fridge, or whatever you're watching this thing on, and let's get focused because this is the World Championship. This is the grand finals. How can you, what could you ask for?
11 challenges, 2 national championships, all leading up to this. Thousands of players just for this moment. We are moments away from
our players
crowning a Disney Lorcana Challenge World Champion. Look at the World Championship card here, the trophy that these players are playing for.
Next week.
World Champion, and I know for a fact, this, everybody wants the Mickey,
in the same format.
Everybody wants the accolade and the channels. I get that, but these players, I know both of them quite well. They want the glory. It's about the title. It's about the legacy.
Yeah, I don't think any of the DLC is going to happen before that.
When you see favorable reveals
as we start with DKP finding that broom on turn 1, Ed not playing anything on turn 1, but finding his sail, the Azurite Sea on turn 2, finding that turn 2 ramp that we talk about, inking a Tamatoa so shiny
1 month of
as well. We move over to DKP's turn as well. We've got that Yin Sid.
1 month of reveal.
I'm trying to save that Yin Sid for a little bit of activity as Yin Sid is going to hit the field of play, able to draw 1 card and a nice little quest in for 1 with the Magic Broom. Yin Sid staring down at nothing on the other side of the board. Yin Sid, if you don't know, when you play this character, if you have a character named Magic Broom in play, you get to draw a card. This card came out, and I want more brooms. I need more brooms. They just stopped giving us brooms. Give us some more brooms for crying out loud.
Who would have thought, JD, that a year ago, brooms would be in the finals of the World Championship? I just have to take a second and just talk about that.
Shout out to the broom community. Okay, the broom people, they love them some brooms, and they've been sticking with it, and now here it is. They're back. And it's kind of like it's a deck that's kind of...
Oh, okay, so we do find the second broom here from DKP, which means Yin Sid is going to get that extra lore. In quest for 3, we're going to jump up to 5 lore, or sorry, excuse me, 5 lore because we quested last turn with the broom. Playing a Smee after that.
Imagine the bounce there, coming back to recover this Yin Sid, but this board is beginning to expand as Edmund Chu's hand is looking rather slow. You do have that brawl, you do have that sail, you have a vision of the future. Tamatoa no items has been the story of this finals as well. Tamatoa has not received his due diligence of grabbing an item from the discard pile this entire time, as we're going to check, knowing there's no Be Prepared as well in Edmund's deck. I think that's something that that DKP is going to take full advantage of.
Oh, absolutely. These players are top tier. They looked at each other's deck lists before the tournament. They looked at it before they sat down. They each know what both are working with. And Ed is just taking a minute to figure out what else he wants to do with this turn. We spent 2 ink to play a sail, so we can still ink twice, trying to ramp up. We're going to ink a Vitalosphere, play a brawl on this broom. Then we're going to challenge the other broom with the Scrooge McDuck here.
Electing not to challenge and banish that Yin Sid.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter if there's any brooms, right? And the other one draws a card, so.
One is on the field of play
now,
as that is representing an additional 2 lords. You can get all those goats to hit the field of play and resolve. Keep in mind, Edmund Chu.
Wait, how did he get to 9?
There is the first Popsicle. We got 3 ink looking. Wait, hold on. No, we're not going to play it. 3 ink. Is that the workshop turn? There is the workshop. It is established. Now you have the Popsicle. It is in the field of play, drawing cards, triggering the workshop, get another card in. So this might be where Ed can start gathering those resources.
Yeah, Ed has to turn the corner here. Like you mentioned, the 3 goats in hand are providing 6 lore total, basically. That's what Amethyst Steel is so good at doing. Not to even mention the giant cobras that we know he's hanging on to. The name of this game for DKP is get as close to 20 as you can. Close out with those instant lore gainers that like Merlin Goat, like Giant Cobra as well. And Ed is going to have to find a way to stabilize before he gets too close. As you mentioned, not playing any Pirate's Life to bring him back down.
Yeah, this is brutal. Now the GOAT is just
really good for DKP.
Definitely trying to
figure out a way to launch this thing into the end game. You have that Sisu, but again, in this matchup right now with no Sapphire,
I don't like anything the Vitalis here.
Great. You can clear the Yensid, but Yensid isn't the threat as
we
got
quest
a nice
instead.
quest in for 2, and another goat comes down. Oh man, oh man.
Lure when it enters play.
There he is. So now you have a total of 3. That's a 5 on board right now, getting up to 17.
Yeah, 5 on board. We're up to 12 already. This is going quick.
There's
Not even an hour into this.
Oh,
grand final.
There is the bell as well. So you did pop to heal
And
just to clear that
Vitalis
speed. And now you cannot play this bell unless you want to pop your Maurice's workshop. Are we there yet? You can bring out this Tamatoa, happy as a clam, get back that popsicle, but then you will have to take an entire turn off, cycle another car, and that just might be too slow.
I think DKP wins world.
Oh man, you can cut the tension with a knife. Ed Chu is going to go ahead and make that Tamatoa play here, get back to the popsicle, and you might have to ink and play the popsicle and then establish this bell right now. I think you can't even you can't even afford to do the workshop play.
Yeah, Ed just looking for the resources he needs to find civilization. Another thing, these goats we talked about, Ed's not playing any Be Prepared. It's only playing the Sisus for board wipes. These goats with 4 strength means that they won't be wiped by something like a Sisu, but we are going to see the Scrooge McDuck challenge and banish the goat. We're also going to develop
you got a bounce.
JD banishing the popsicle.
Oh, there's bounce. There's a Merlin Fox, or excuse me, Madam M Fox
Quest
in hand.
15, bounce for 15, and we've got 2 goats in hand.
North American champion as we get a nice quest for 2 in now. DKP gets all the way up to 13, running through those lines of play. You're still hard stuck at 4 ink, and another goat hits the field of play. That is another
if there's prep, there is a chance for Ed to win.
That is an additional.
Yeah, I would have liked Fox there because
DKP dangerously close
you're just
to 20.
a little more insulated.
Folks, he has the bounce in hand. He has some goats. We haven't seen any giant cobras. Ed is really needs
if he
some
does
help
prep,
if he wants to come back from
DKP
this
goes
game.
to 18. He can
problematic for the North American Continental Champion. DKP has
drop library, play doc.
You don't have the ink available. You don't have any of Pyrus Lives in your deck. You have no Be Prepared. It might be it. This could be the end of the Lorcana Championship right now.
Yeah, on this turn, we can get rid of the Yensid and the goat. The goat would push us up to 17. We have 1 goat to play. Questing would go to 18. Banishing would go to 19. If we can bounce it, though, with what's in our hand, that means we can keep it safe. Maybe replay it on the next turn.
Oh, he doesn't take any of the removal.
And Ed has to understand that there hasn't been any bounce being played just yet. That is an option. We got to clear. You got to still clear. You got to take down the goat. It is unfortunate, but it's something that you must do. If you can clear both of these goats now, some way, somehow, I don't see the way to do that. Ed is also a magician.
Doesn't matter. There's another goat in, right?
Yep.
We're checking.
No.
Oh, yeah. No, that's why I wanted him to Fox Goat, so we would have it.
Taking a little bit of time. These rounds are untimed. Keep that in mind.
Just, it's equally the same. This one is punished by the top
scenario, choosing to ink, playing the Tamatoa, pulling back a popsicle. We're going to go ahead and banish the goat with the Tamatoa, happy as a clam, banish the Yensid with Bell here, and we pass to DKP. Let's see who has the giant cobra.
That's the end.
That's game.
He's going to play it. That's game. DKP has done it. He has found his way, gone the distance. He is your first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion.
And look at that. He finally breaks down the emotion. He wanted this so bad, and I feel so good for DKP as the energy is in the room, is electric. He has got it done. The first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion is going to be Din Kong Pham, one of the most consistent players in all of Disney Lorcana. You see him with his friend group of team players, and they are celebrating, bouncing. The jubilance is ecstatic. Oh my goodness, that must feel so good.
Did you see
that? A grand finals go
again, he just missed 2 high-five attempts, one from Robert and then one from Kirsten.
Amber, Emerald, and Ruby Sapphire for DKP.
Really there were some high moments, there were some low moments, but he composed himself.
No, they would play.
Look at that, man. I cannot imagine how that must feel. But again, taking nothing away from Edmund Chu, phenomenal player.
Oh, absolutely.
Phenomenal player. I cannot say anything bad about Edmund Chu. He's one of my good friends. I've gotten to know him quite well. I've been cheering him on secretly. He was my pick. He is an amazingly talented player, 2-time, and he made it all the way to the finals. And he just had a little bit of bad luck in that final round, but still, taking nothing away from him, DKP is going to be our first world champion, and I cannot be more happy for the individual because he works hard. He's very consistent. He's always on the grind. He's traveled to several continents.
Had to lose to somebody, losing
very well in multiple challenges.
Our rivals.
Yeah, we were talking about him. He was one of the first players in Lorcana to qualify for both international championships.
That's it.
Now he's made it here and become the world champion. Let's take a look at the top 8 brackets and watch his journey coming through here, starting in the top 8, having to play Federico, then going through the people's champ, Zach Bivens, ending it with Edmund Chu.
And that's a hard route. That is a hard path. Granted, there is no easy route to get to the World Championship, but that is probably one of the harder paths to get through. Finishing
until I learned it was
and I'm telling you right now, that is something that
2 and 3.
Every time I've spoken to DKP, this is the one thing that he's wanted to be the world champion, and now dreams do come true. This is a place of magic. This is a game of magic, game of story, and finish the story. I mean, it has a nice happy ending for him. But I'm telling you what, I know Ed's going to be very motivated to come back in the next season and reclaim the title.
Yeah, I mean, I just have to give kudos to all the players, not just the top 8 here, but all 28 players that came and played their hearts out this weekend. The best in the world. All of them are deserving. Obviously, DKP made it there to the end. I know the time, the dedication, the sacrifice these players made to make it as far as they did. Kudos to everybody there. Kudos to the judges. Kudos to the players, to the community, the casters, the production team, everybody that played a part in making this weekend happen.
Right?
For sure. And also, everyone who's been watching at home from all over the world, live on Twitch, and everyone who's doing the restream parties and all of the different language broadcasts that we have all over the world. Thank you guys for everything you've done, because without you, the people who play this game, the people who watch this game, the people who support your local game stores, because this game is all about community. There would be no Disney Lorcana. There would be no Disney Lorcana World Championship without the community aspect. So thank you guys all for being with us all day in the chat, keeping the energy high and lively, the positivity all around the community, the beautiful announcements, all these things. I have so much excitement of what's going to be in the future and all the news that came down. I can't wait to get my Pegasus. I can't wait to get my first chapter boxes. I can't wait to just have more and more Disney Lorcana. I'm so sad that the first ever competitive season is over, but I'm so excited for the things that are to come.
Yeah, but it'll be starting up soon because we have the first events happening later this year. I can't wait for those, as you mentioned, JD. And I do want to take a second to recap this weekend for everybody that's at home. Again, these 28 players came in today. This past first season, we had 11 challenges across the world, 2 championships in which you qualified for Worlds, 28 total players coming here this weekend to battle it out. They started with the first 3 rounds of Super Sealed, a format in which they were given 4 packs from the past 4 sets of Disney Lorcana. They opened those packs, had to build a 50-card deck of 3 different inks, play the first 3 rounds of Sealed against all their opponents.
Well, do we want to stick around and watch, like, sort of whatever ceremony? Yeah.
Unlike what we
Could be information and all that,
they got
but
a bunch of decks, so you'd bring all 3 of your decks. Each deck
the emotions are hitting because
one of every ink from
it's over.
Lorcana, so you couldn't
We still have 3 months till the next.
Amethyst. You had to just use
have 3 months.
Once. They came in, played 4 rounds, got to bench a deck from the opponent. The first time you reached 5 wins, and whether it was round 5, round 6, round 7,
moment.
you didn't have to play anymore. Moved on to top 8.
We have at our
did
store
single elimination bracket, and now we're here at the
disabled
finals
release
with
event
our
and the
champion.
invitational, which is in 1 month.
Let's take a little bit of time there. I like that. Let's take a little time to look at what DKP did that he came through. I'm telling you, and now I think it's going to just maybe we can actually literally call it the DKP deck, because I mean, it's no longer Ruby Sapphire, because he has now
Love August,
World
end of August, start of September, and then we have
prestigious tournament on the planet.
Utilizing
the Maui half shark, utilizing low cost.
We have a
on that manner,
2-month break where it's going to be pretty
I don't know what his record
sad
was, but maybe
and
we can find that information
empty,
and figure out how many times he lost on this deck. Personally, I know the players, they have their own little strategies of what they want to do. If I'm sitting down in the dojo and I'm locked in with DKP, I don't care what your other deck say. You're not playing this deck. It's gone. I'm benching it right away. And a lot of people,
comfort pens, I think, are still incorrect.
How many reps he has on this deck, and there's no chance he's going to get a chance to play in the bench phase.
And
I said you should be knowing that you should.
It was the first deck he chose to play with, and once he got it rolling, we saw manner after manner after manner. That was enough to close out the first game.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. He did go down to Ed in the finals, but if DKP is playing that deck, I don't want anything to do with it. So patent pending, patent approved now. I'll say patent approved, DKP special. Don't quote me on that, okay?
If you didn't know it as the DKP deck before, you do now.
You better know it now. But seriously, man, what a magical event! And I got to tell you, I want to thank you guys for bringing me into the fold, man. This is my first official.
That about sums up my feelings.
And it just happened to be the World Championship, and I'm telling you, I felt imposter syndrome. I felt like a fish out of water.
Man. You did
being
great.
Here,
yeah,
and I'm so thankful that you guys let me be here and everyone who helped me out to get to this point. You know, shout out to everyone has been watching and cheering me on and cheering on these players and watching this. It's just been so much lovely energy, and I'm telling you right now, B Square, it's been a dream come true.
It has been amazing. It's been a dream come true for me as well. And I just have to say, JD, like you're one of us here. You deserve to be here. You did phenomenal this weekend. We're happy to have you. I know that the chat loved you. I know that everyone at home loved you. So I'm so happy that you were able to join us for this weekend in the caster booth because it's well deserved. You do so much for the community through the content that you make in the casting booth and other tournaments.
Yeah, we need a card reveal for
Fable.
Yeah, just a little
Thank you so much. Thank you. I learned so much just being here with you, being here with Liam, and being here with this amazing tournament. Again, like you said, shout out to the judges and the production team. It's so nice in this facility, man. And shout out to Disney World, huh? If you get a chance to go through to the Walt Disney World experience, being here in beautiful Orlando, Florida. But man, what a tournament. I am still buzzing. I hear all the chatter and chat happening out in the auditorium as the players are hugging and just congratulating each other. Everyone is here. All the players from the entire event are coming back into the facility, and it's just an amazing experience to be here.
Yeah, I just want to let everyone know that's watching, we will have an awards ceremony coming up. That's what they're prepping. So as soon as they're ready for that, we're going to cut over to that, and you don't want to miss it. We're going to bring back a lot of the players, the top 8, give them their prizes. They're going to meet Ryan and Steve. There's a lot of cool stuff that's going to happen. And, you know, even though this is a wrap-up on the first season of the Disney Lorcana Challenge Series circuit, it's not over, right? We have the second season coming up. We have another World Championship coming up as well to look forward to. So if you see people playing this weekend, if you say, I want to be at those tables, you have a chance. You have a chance.
It could be you. You could be the next great player. I mean, this is like you
said. I mean, I've never lost against the world champion.
We go to those DLCs. One of my favorite experiences about those DLCs is that they always sit there, and one of the first things all the creators of the game, they say, hey, raise your hand if this is your first ever DLC. This is your first ever trading card game. I'm always so shocked and amazed with how many hands are extended to the air as this is their first TCG. And sometimes, more often than not, some of these first-time TCG players are making it to day 2, are making it to top 16s, or now top 32s, as it may be. And it could be you. So if you enjoy Disney Lorcana, if you just stumbled upon this and just found out about it, the game is very fun to play. It's very easy to learn, but it gives you a lot of incentive to do that. So come on in and start playing. It's a lot of fun.
It's something that I'm really proud of, seeing how many new people to the hobby we see coming in for this game, and for the love of Disney, right? A lot of the reason that we play this, you know, that's the thing that brought me in initially. I saw that Mickey Brave for the first chapter. I said, what is that? It's on a trading card. I'm interested. I want to come in, and like you mentioned too, there were players here this weekend at the World Championship that had said that this was their first CCG that they had ever played. They didn't have any prior experience. So if anybody at home is thinking, I want to be there, I want to make it, go get your cards. You know, we announced some stuff this weekend where there's the first chapter box, the Rise of the Floodborn box that you can enter into have a chance to buy. Sorry. And build up those cards. There's Fable that's coming up as well.
Absolutely. But I believe the award ceremony is ready. So we have Rebecca over at the awards booth right now and ready to introduce you to our first ever Digital Lorcana World Champion. Take it away, Rebecca.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Lumineers, after an epic season of Disney Lorcana challenges, where Lumineers have summoned glimmers, challenged and quested their way to victory, we are finally at the tail end of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship! And it is finally time for the first ever awards ceremony.
We have some incredible prizes to hand out, some very shiny things over here. But before we bring the players out, we just want to give a huge thank you to everyone who made this day possible. The event staff, the production team. Let's give a shout out for our judges today.
Cheer for the judges!
Let's hear it for the judges. Thanks to all the players. Thanks you to all of your support, your teams, your +1s, all your guests that were here. And thank you for watching and tuning in this weekend. The Disney Lorcana community is incredible. And we just want to say thank you to everyone who made this first season of Disney Lorcana Challenge possible. And now,
it has been an incredible day, but the time has finally come. We are ready to celebrate.
DKP got it, George.
Of our first ever World Champion.
Yes, and we have Ryan Miller and Steve Warner here to hand out those prizes. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Oh, Ryan is there. We hadn't seen him the whole time.
Of the Disney Lorcana trading card game. And who's ready for these awards? Who's ready for these players? Ready?
So to start us off in 8th place, please show your appreciation, clap your hands, scream as loud as you can for Ili Vepierre!
The golden Mickey at the back. So funny.
And now in 7th place, we have from O2 to Day 2, Mo Shamblin!
Mo, my boy.
No, Vepierre didn't make 5 wins. He got in with 4.
In 6th place of the Disney Lorcana World Championship, we have the legendary Federico Marinangeli!
Well, that guy signed my Merlins and Mims.
Oh, really? Wait, oh, Ryan. I thought you meant Federico. I was like, what?
5th place at the Disney Lorcana World Championship, wearing his signature Mickey Sorcerer hat, we have Lucas Kalpa.
Illumineers, let's hear it one more time for 8th to 5th place at the World Championship! Thank you so much, guys. Please take a step to your right over here, but don't go too far because we will be welcoming you back very, very soon.
Now we have our top 4 players, Baker.
The top 4 of the World Championship. First off, please show your appreciation. 4th place in the Disney Lorcana World Championship, we have Luca Lazara!
So, we got Italy in top 4 at least.
Luca, please come and join us. Step in the middle of me and Rebecca here. We'd love to get a couple of comments from you.
Luca, do you have a favorite moment from this weekend of Worlds?
So top 4 gets to chat.
You accomplished so much. What moment really stood out to you this weekend?
Luca, hai avuto un momento preferito in questo mondiale durante questo weekend? Ci sono stati tanti momenti in cui, insomma, intensi. Qual è il tuo preferito?
There's a lot of intense moments. What's your favorite?
Forse è stato quando ho giocato contro Lucas e con Osvaldo ho girato quel Galactic che mi ha fatto la partita.
When he played Lucas.
Probably has been when I played versus Lucas, and I turned out that Galactic that allowed me to win the game.
The Galactic
Luca,
Commander.
if you could give one piece of advice to anyone that might be watching at home that wants to be in the position that you're in right now, what would be the #1 thing that you would say is important for them to do?
Luca, se tu avessi un consiglio da dare a chi oggi vorrebbe essere come te in questa posizione, quale sarebbe il consiglio numero 1 da dare a chi ci sta guardando?
Sicuramente quello di lavorare tanto, quello che ho fatto io negli ultimi anni, i risultati con anche un sacco di abilità arrivano.
The first,
you have to work hard.
To work hard. By working hard, playing a lot, you will see results. They will come. You will achieve it.
Please give it up one more time for Luca Lazara!
Congratulations, Luca. Congratulations. And we have, in 3rd place, we have the legendary, the one, the only, Zach Bibby!
My boy.
Come on over here, Zach. Congratulations.
Zach, I know how much it means to you to be up on this stage. Congratulations. Very simple opening question. How do you feel right now?
I feel great. You can't be upset about 3rd place no matter what.
Zach, I know that you are such a pillar of the Disney Lorcana community, and I just wanted to hear from you. What does the Disney Lorcana community mean to you?
Everything. I mean, everybody's a family. They're so supportive. So, yeah, everything.
Well, thank you for being a part of this community. Congrats on top 3, and one more time for Zach.
Moving on to the top 2 of the first ever Disney Lorcana World Championship. In second place, the Iceman, the landlord himself, the legendary Ed Chu!
Ed, what an epic weekend, an epic journey for you from the start. This whole season has been quite a journey. When you look back at that journey, what are some things that stand out to you as like the most momentous moments of this journey?
Yeah, I definitely could not have done this alone. I want to give some shout outs, especially to my girlfriend Emily. She's been very pivotal in this entire journey. She did everything for me, you know, spreadsheets, practice, arranging things, and from back at home, Josie, Chris, Dennis, Gary, and Daniel. Thank you guys so much for all the help you guys provided. So, thank you.
What? Ed, you've been playing the game for a long time now. You're super experienced. What is the greatest thing that's come into your life as a result of playing the Disney Lorcana trading card game?
I guess it finally feels like I belong somewhere.
Oh.
I think like I work really hard for it, and it's really nice to like share like these moments with the people that you meet along the way. You know, like the meme where it's like, oh, the friends along the way, right? That you meet. And I really do believe in that. Like, if I was just playing with myself, like Lorcana, it wouldn't be fun, right? So, thank you for everyone that's, you know, been part of my life.
I think everyone agrees, Ed, you're an inspiration. Let's hear it for second place in the World Championship!
And now, this is the moment that you all have been waiting for, that we all have been waiting for. 11 Disney Lorcana challenges, so many players, so many games, so many matches, and we have your first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion, Din Kang Feng! That one-of-one serialized golden Mickey and the champion trophy.
That's the word of one is the next world champion. And it's also Brave Little Taylor Mickey. We're gonna get a one-of-one. It's just a new
The
cereal.
community knows you, they love you, and what were you feeling in that moment when you secured the title?
I just still cannot believe it. My hand was amazing, of course, but it just hit me when I typed the 20 on my notepad, and I still cannot believe it because I beat insane odds, because I couldn't believe that I won against Zach, for example, and then against Ed, especially on the draw. Yeah, it was so hard. Amazing games, and it was so much fun. It was really so much fun.
So much fun.
DKP, you are the first ever Disney Lorcana World Champion. What do you think is the most important quality to become a world champion for anyone that might have aspirations to follow in your footsteps? What's the most important piece of advice you could give?
Friends. So basically, what I mean with that is you need friends to travel with, to train, testing, and so on. And that's I think the best thing you can do to improve as a player and to get into the next level. To have dedicated friends who are willing to do the entire journey with you together, and that's literally the most important thing.
Yes, and speaking of all those people that helped you along the journey, please, is there anyone that you want to shout out who supported you on this journey here?
Yes, so first, of course, my girlfriend Victoria at home, she supported me the last weeks. When I tested, she did all the things to support me, just also all the basic things in the house, cooking, cleaning up, and so on, so I can focus on testing. Yeah.
And loves his four.
And of course, my team, World Class Cards, everybody who was here to help me in the boot camp, Robert, Kurt, Kendall, Frank, Justin Morales, Justin Shaft, Jonathan Lamb, and there are so many that helped me too. Yeah, like, thank you everybody. Thank you. I can't believe it.
Enjoy this moment, DKP. Enjoy this moment. Savor it. We are so excited to see you holding that trophy, and we want to invite all of the players that played this weekend, every player, all 28 of you, please come join us. The whole casting team, broadcast team, can you join us? The judges, can you join us? I mean, look at this beautiful group of people. We want to invite Ryan over to say a few words. We had such an incredible weekend. We are so happy that you all could be a part of this event.
I am the only person taller than Baker.
I was at the first challenge in Atlanta. Steve was at Lille that same weekend when we first kicked this thing off. We've come a long way as a team, as a game, as a community since then. It's just been a fantastic journey. I'm so incredibly proud of our team at Ravensburger. Has done just an amazing job. Our game design team has done an amazing job. I think we saw this weekend the kind of the fruits of your labor there of putting together such a great series of sets of cards and a great environment to play in. The thing I'm most proud about is you all. The community for this game is second to none. I've met so many beautiful, wonderful people through this. I have been so privileged to be able to do anything that can spread this kind of smiles, this kind of love, and this kind of connection throughout the world. It has been my privilege, but I am so grateful for you, all you Illumineers out there that play our game, you content creators out there making wonderful content, helping keep growing our community. Folks that, you know, once again, let's hear it for their judges, because that's a tough job.
That's out to Phil and Googly.
And I don't want to be here too long before they start playing music on me, but I do want to also thank our stores, our hobby stores that took a risk on our game and do the weekly events, do all that stuff. Your store is where our community was born. It's where it grows, and it's so dear to us. So thank you for what you do. And I'm going to stop before I start crying. So thank you all. Thank you all very much. It's been an amazing weekend. Congratulations to our competitors. Outstanding work, everybody. I'll hand it back to you guys.
Yes, thank you, everyone, for joining us at home, watching the Twitch stream. It's been an incredible weekend. Some great matches, Baker. And we are just so excited to have this as the send-off of Season 1 of the Disney Lorcana Challenge.
But with all that said, we have a second season of Lorcana to prepare for.
Yes, we do.
What did I just say? Prepare for?
Oh.
Well, I'd love it if everyone would join me, and that includes everyone in the audience. Because we will see you soon, but for now, our teeth and ambitions are bared. Be prepared! Goodbye, everybody! Thank you for watching!
Bye! Congratulations! Come on up here.
All right. Well, it was another long day. Bittersweet. Yeah. Super proud of Zach for getting third. Congrats again to TKP and oh man, what a wild event. Looking forward to the next season. But before that, we've got the SSG Invitational to prepare for. And yeah, I'm starving. Can't wait to eat. Yeah. But yeah, we will talk to y'all later. Thanks everybody for hanging out. And yeah.
Bingo not complete.
Yeah, we didn't get bingo and our champion, but it was still a great time. And
amazing fun nonetheless.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, third place, the World Championship, still an insane feat. Super happy for that. And yeah, good everybody.